Chapter 1. China. Kyoto. Jian Hospital. My grandson, before even taking his first breath, already exhibits such extraordinary signs. Once my grandson is born, the resurgence of the Long family shall be but a matter of time. Outside the delivery room, Long Xingtian, the head of the Long family, spoke with a grave expression. The Long family is one of the four prominent families in Kyoto, a pinnacle lineage in China. Even though the heir of the Long family has yet to be born, he is already cloaked in numerous honors. When the young mistress of the Long family was merely 6 months pregnant, faint waves of true energy began to manifest within her womb. Indeed, even as a fetus, the Long family's firstborn has shown signs of true energy. Some say he is a spiritual fetus, born to be a sage. Others proclaim he is an immortal, a celestial being descended from the heavens. Even before his birth, he has astonished all of Kyoto, and indeed, all of China. He is the hope of the Long family, acclaimed as its future patriarch. Today marks the day of the young mistress of the Long family's labor. For 3 consecutive days, a torrential rain has poured over Kyoto, with lightning weaving through the sky, enveloping the city like a vast net. A once-in-a-century celestial phenomenon. The birth of a child in the Long family, accompanied by wondrous signs. Such phenomena have historically been associated with the birth of sages. And today, it has come to pass. The Long family's firstborn is extraordinary. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck toward a specific direction in the sky. The lightning intertwined to form a colossal net, encasing a certain area of Kyoto. Swiftly, the massive web of lightning descended, striking a building. It was Jian Hospital. Wow, he is born. A sage has emerged. Heavenly signs accompany the birth of a sage. As the lightning struck, the wail of an infant echoed through the air. A sage is born, accompanied by the roaring thunder. My grandson has been delivered. He is a sage, Long Xingtian proclaimed emphatically. Without delay, Long Xingtian strode towards the delivery room door. Dr. Zhou, has my grandson been born? Long Xingtian inquired of a doctor emerging from the delivery room. Yes, he's been born, Dr. Zhou replied, his expression peculiar, however. What do you mean, however? Long Xingtian asked, frowning. However, the young master was struck by lightning. Dr. Zhou's face darkened as he stammered. The rumored sage has indeed been born, but struck by lightning. The young master's skin is charred black, his 7 orifices bleed, his eyes are blind, and his heart beats feebly. I fear he may not survive. Dr. Zhou uttered these words as if expending all his strength. What did you say? Long Xingtian was taken aback. The sage of the Long family, the hope of the Long family. Is he already in peril upon birth? Struck by lightning? Even Long Xingtian, with his formidable physique, found it challenging to bear this news. Their Long family is doomed. Discard him, cast him away, Long Xingtian sighed. At that moment, he seemed to age decades. Father, Long Yuming, the eldest son of the Long family, hesitated to speak. He is the father of the newly born sage, born to be struck by lightning. This is a monster. He is no sage. We have given birth to a monster in the Long family. He cannot be allowed to live. Long Xingtian had always believed that the Long family had given birth to a sage, but how could he have imagined that what emerged was a monster? Yes, father. Long Yuming bowed his head. Heaven's jealousy. The heavens are envious. How could they know that the sage was afflicted by heaven's jealousy? The sage was struck by lightning because of heaven's envy. It is said that only when a dragon descends to the world does heaven become envious. The might of the dragon makes even the heavens envious. The divine dragon descends, and the heavens must be jealous. China. Shanhaiguan. The first pass under heaven. A colossal dragon leads the way here. It has been said that the Great Wall is the dragon vein of China, preserving the dragon energy that has lingered through millennia. Whether the rumors hold truth or not, the Great Wall's fame is indisputable. Upon the dragon-like expanse of the Great Wall, numerous tourists gather, like dumplings boiling in a pot, one after another. Yet at this moment, a sea of humanity, resembling a great dragon, gazes intently in one direction. A corpse. Do you see it? Is it not a corpse? Goodness, there is indeed a dead body. Did he fall to his death? Falling from dozens of meters high, he is undoubtedly dead. Moreover, we don't even know when he fell. Wait, isn't he the Long family's abandoned fool? Goodness, it truly is him. The eldest daughter of the Jiang family severed their engagement. In a fit of rage, he took the opportunity to drug and defile her. A person like him deserves to die. What a fool he is. Dark and ugly, born to attract lightning. How could he ever be worthy of someone like the Jiang family's eldest daughter? I suspect he committed suicide out of guilt, jumping off the Great Wall. On the mountains of the first pass under heaven, a male corpse lay. Under the gaze of thousands of tourists, someone soon recognized the identity of the corpse. Some looked at the corpse with eyes filled with hatred. They wished to tear the body into 1,000 pieces. Indeed, even in death, they could not bear to let him go. He's dead? Among the throng of tourists, a striking young woman in her mid-20s gazed at the corpse in the distance, her brow furrowed. She was extraordinarily beautiful, not of ordinary beauty. Dressed simply in jeans and a t-shirt, her proud figure was unmistakable. You defiled Churin, turning her into a mere shell of her former self, leading her to depression. She even attempted suicide 3 times had she not been discovered in time. I fear Churin would have. Even if you are dead today, it does not mean Churin will forgive you. She loathes you. She would kill you if she could. You destroyed her. She is a celestial beauty. And you? Merely a fool. It was you. You ruined her. In the woman's eyes, there was only hatred, even though what lay before her was merely a corpse. She still wished to eradicate it swiftly. Wait, is there something wrong with my eyes? I think I saw the corpse move. No way. The person is dead. Hold on. I believe I saw him move as well. Resurrection? Behold, I am the supreme of the dragon clan. I share my lifespan with the heavens, immortal and indestructible. I possess a dragon body, capable of moving mountains, parting seas, plucking stars, subduing demons, commanding magic, devouring the heavens, and annihilating all. Lightning. It is my divine punishment, the power of the heavens. I am the Dragon King, the ruler of the universe. In Long Chen's mind, voices echoed repeatedly, as if a massive hammer were relentlessly pounding his head, causing unbearable pain. Who are you? I am you. Am I dead? No. The true dragon is immortal and indestructible. Am I a dragon? You are a dragon, the supreme of the dragon clan. In Long Chen's mind, a shadow of a divine dragon seemed to swirl, as if he were conversing with the divine dragon. I'm a dragon. I'm a dragon. Boom, boom, boom. The shadow of the divine dragon vanished. The repetitive voices ceased. A dragon pearl, no larger than a soybean, emerged from Long Chen's mind. It hurts so much. Is my head splitting open? Long Chen's brain quickly fused with the dragon pearl, a torrent of memories flooding into his consciousness. The powerful essence of the divine dragon within the dragon pearl began to assimilate Long Chen's mind, then his blood, organs, and flesh, infusing every inch of him with the essence of the divine dragon. As the divine dragon's essence assimilated, scales akin to fish began to grow on Long Chen's charred skin, almost imperceptible to the untrained eye. It seemed as if Long Chen's body was undergoing a transformation, evolving from mortal to dragon. Long Chen was transforming into a dragon. The dragon pearl is the essence of the divine dragon, the source of every dragon. It not only contains the primal power of the divine dragon, but also its legacy of memories. The Dragon King is one of the most powerful beings in the universe, the supreme of the dragon clan, and its dragon pearl speaks for itself. In the dragon clan, the dragon pearl is the means of inheritance. To obtain the dragon pearl of the Dragon King is to become the new Dragon King of the Dragon Clan. The entire Dragon Clan shall revere him. Long Chen, the Dragon King. From this moment onward, he shall be a dragon. He has opened his eyes. He's risen from the dead. It must be a resurrection. He's clearly not deceased. A calamity that lives for 1,000 years. He is nothing but a scourge. How outrageous! Is he truly unkillable? Amidst the cacophony of tens of thousands of tourists, the male corpse opened his eyes. They finally comprehended that the male corpse was indeed alive. Some could not help but express their astonishment, marveling at how a scourge could endure for so long. I am a Dragon King. I am a Dragon King. I am Long Chun. From this day forth, I am both Long Chun and the Dragon King. The inert Long Chun opened his eyes, his body covered in a greasy filth, a byproduct expelled during his transformation into a dragon. At birth, he was struck by lightning, nearly meeting his demise. Even after surviving, the lightning had left him in a frail state, directly damaging the essence of his life and rendering him mentally impaired, with his intellect severely limited. His life essence had been depleted, his body as charred as coal, every inch of flesh withering away. Yet, under the assimilation of the true essence of the divine dragon, he had transcended into a dragon, evolving towards the divine dragon. The depletion of his life essence caused by the lightning had naturally been restored. The Dragon King is immortal. The power of life is profoundly formidable. Even if Long Chun had merely achieved a fraction of the transformation into a dragon, it was undeniable that within him resided the essence of a dragon. At that moment, the vigor of his life was beyond imagination. I have been resurrected. My once fragmented body is now strengthened countless times. My power has increased by dozens of times. I have truly been reborn, transformed into a dragon. Is this the power of a dragon? As Long Chun absorbed the memories of the Dragon King's legacy within his mind, he instinctively clenched his fists. The dragon pearl within his brain functioned like a perpetual motion machine, supplying him with energy. Today, he was no longer the same. Impaired? That notion was no longer valid. Jiang Chun, I bear you no ill will for breaking our engagement, but from this moment on, you shall surely regret it. Jiang Chun, the eldest daughter of one of the four great families of the capital, was a celebrated beauty, renowned for her exceptional talent in business at the tender age of 24. Before Long Chun was even born, they were betrothed by fate. Yet, just days prior, Jiang Chun publicly announced the dissolution of their engagement, citing her disdain for a waste. Long family, once you sought to annihilate me. Today, I am reborn as a dragon. In the future, I shall make you pay in blood. From now on, neither heaven nor earth shall hinder me. I, the true dragon, have returned. Long Chun, born amid a lightning strike, was the Dragon King incarnate, a victim of heavenly jealousy. Yet the Long family, in their ignorance, regarded him as a monster, abandoning him at birth and even attempting to eliminate him. Now that he had transformed into a dragon, how could he possibly spare the Long family? Abandoned at birth by his family, it was his mother who fought to protect him, defying the Long family to raise him. However, a few years prior, his mother had passed away in a car accident. It was not an accident. It was no accident at all. It was the Long family. They silenced her, causing my mother's death. Long family, you have gone too far. I shall bring about your destruction. In his previous state, Long Chun lacked the clarity to comprehend the true nature of the accident. But today, upon reflection, he understood that it was the Long family that had silenced his mother, leading to her demise. Long Yu, you have taken my life. How could I ever spare you? Long Yu is the legitimate heir of the Long family, the younger half-brother of Long Chen. His demise here bears the unmistakable mark of Long Yu's hand. Long Yu brutally ended his life and deliberately cast him down the cliffs of the Great Wall, crafting a fade of suicide. Today, Long Chen returns in his dragon form. Those who have wronged him, insulted him, mocked him, looked down upon him, and harmed him shall pay dearly for their transgressions. A true dragon cannot be insulted. Insult leads to death. This current transformation is merely the beginning, to fully become a true dragon and reclaim his status as the supreme of the Long clan. The pinnacle of the universe, he must engage in rigorous cultivation. Only through such discipline can he attain his true draconic form. Before the gaze of thousands of onlookers, Long Chen rose from the ground. Exuding an aura of formidable power, a mere glance from him sent ripples of trepidation through the crowd, as if they were being scrutinized by some ferocious beast. Among the throng, some recognized Long Chen as a fool, a worthless being. Yet, at this moment, they were compelled to reconsider, is this truly a waste of space? They found it difficult to believe that someone they deemed a failure could emanate such overwhelming presence. Once their initial shock faded, they dismissed it as mere illusion, an unfounded misconception, because they could not accept the truth. Under Long Chen's potent aura, the crowd fell into an eerie silence. The once boisterous throng became as quiet as a dragon in slumber. Yet, Long Chen's gaze remained cold and indifferent. To him, the multitude of souls was akin to mere ants, unworthy of his attention. His eyes traced the contours of the Great Wall, finally resting upon the pinnacle of the Yanshan Mountains, the true head of the world's foremost pass. The last remnant of the dragon vein in China, above the summit of this sacred site, dark clouds loomed ominously, interspersed with flashes of powerful lightning, marking it as a forbidden ground where thunder roared year-round. This realm of thunder is one that no soul dares to enter, nor can they survive its wrath. I possess the essence of a dragon, capable of moving mountains, parting seas, plucking stars, subduing demons, and devouring the heavens and earth, annihilating all that exists. How could the mere power of lightning daunt me? To others, the force of lightning is a destructive power, a divine punishment. Yet, in my eyes, it is a boon of immense value. What in this world is beyond my capacity to consume? As for the dragon vein, it is an invaluable treasure. My dragon pearl's revival is intrinsically linked to this dragon vein of the foremost pass. Once I consume this last remnant of the dragon vein in China, my draconic essence shall ascend to new heights. The innate talent of a true dragon lies in its ability to devour, to consume the myriad of energies and forge one's draconic form. Its mighty body can shift mountains, part oceans, see stars, swallow the heavens, and devour the earth, even the cosmos itself, refining its essence into its cultivation. Moreover, as the supreme dragon of the Long clan, a true dragon possesses the innate devouring technique, true dragon devouring art, paired with its formidable physique, rendering it an invincible entity. In its prime, a true dragon feasted upon suns and stars. While celestial beasts and ancient divine creatures alike could not escape its jaws, such a technique as the true dragon devouring art is an unparalleled gift bestowed upon true dragons, unrivaled among all techniques. Deemed the mightiest of arts, countless immortal beings and formidable demons across the universe have sought this technique, for it embodies a celestial jealousy to consume the heavens, devour the earth, and plunder the cultivation and vitality of others. Yet, all who coveted the true dragon devouring art met their end at the jaws of the Dragon King. I shall consume the dragon vein and the lightning. He is determined to devour this last remnant of the dragon vein in China. His eyes discerned the presence of a colossal dragon's essence lurking within the forbidden realm of thunder above the foremost pass. With this thought, he took a step forward, resolutely making his way toward the pinnacle of the Great Wall. He was destined to reach the summit. Could this truly be Longchen? Why does it feel as though he has changed? One onlooker who recognized Longchen initially wanted to express, "I feel a strange sense of dread." Yet, unwilling to admit it, they settled for, "He has changed. A fool transformed, yet still a fool, nonetheless." The fool's life is remarkably resilient. Having leapt from the heights of the wall, he not only survived but remained mobile. Survived? If he escapes today, he is bound to perish eventually. He has sullied the name of Miss Jiang, setting aside whether the Jiang family, one of the 4 esteemed families of Kyoto, will spare him. How could the young masters of Kyoto possibly let him be? Miss Jiang is the darling of Kyoto, pursued by countless suitors, while this insignificant scion of the Long family is doomed. Wait, where is he heading? The summit. He seeks to ascend the peak of the Shanhaiguan, the thunderous forbidden zone. Is he not courting death? After Longchen had walked a mere 10 paces, the oppressive atmosphere that had gripped the thousands of tourists lifted, and they began to voice their disdain for him. In their eyes, Longchen remained a fool, a waste of space. As for his ascent to the summit, to enter the thunderous forbidden zone, they could hardly believe he possessed the audacity to attempt such a feat. For centuries, no one has entered the thunderous forbidden zone of Shanhaiguan. Those who ventured in were invariably struck down by lightning. Longchen, stop right there. At that moment, a voice rang out from atop the Great Wall, a woman's voice. It was not loud, yet it overshadowed all others, making it remarkably prominent. Longchen halted, directing his gaze toward a certain spot along the Great Wall. There, he beheld a striking young woman, clad in a baseball cap, denim jeans, and a t-shirt, appearing before him, likely around 25 or 26 years of age. Shou Qingqing. Longchen's eyes narrowed as he recognized her identity. Shou Qingqing is the eldest daughter of the Zhou family in Kyoto, serving as the deputy chief of the Kyoto Police Department, wielding considerable influence in the city, and a close confidant of Jiang Churen. Today, she had come to stand up for Jiang Churen. Longchen, you will return with me to meet Churen. You must pay for your actions. Shou Qingqing's eyes burned with fury as she fixed her gaze upon Longchen, articulating each word with conviction. Longchen merely regarded Shou Qingqing with a cold and indifferent glance, as if she were nothing more than air, and turned to continue his ascent toward the mountain's peak. Stop right there. Ignored. A fool has dared to dismiss her. Shou Qingqing's heart seethed with rage. She longed to tear Longchen to shreds. She could sense that in Longchen's eyes, she was perhaps less than air. Fool, do you have a hearing impairment? Did you not hear what Miss Shou said? She commanded you to stop. Do you not comprehend? At Shou Qingqing's side, 3 or 4 men stepped forward, with the foremost man sneering at Longchen. You worthless piece of trash. You should possess the self-awareness befitting your status. Do you understand? You have sullied the name of Miss Jiang, yet you think to walk away unscathed. How absurd. Kneel before me and await Miss Zhou's judgment. The men accompanying Zhou Qingqing were clad in garments worth hundreds of thousands, collectively amounting to millions, unmistakably the scions of prominent families. Wang Fei, the young master of the Wang family in Kyoto. It is said that Wang Fei has mastered formidable martial arts. At such a young age, he could easily overpower a dozen men, though the truth of this remains uncertain. Yet today, it is clear that Long Chun, the fool, is doomed. Among the thousands of spectators, some hailed from Kyoto and had dealings with the upper echelons of society. They quickly recognized Wang Fei's identity. Get lost. But to their astonishment, Long Chun uttered a single word. Get lost. A fool, a waste, dares to command the young master Wang to leave. They were momentarily struck dumb, unable to comprehend. Long Chun dismissed young master Wang. No, it was more than dismissal. It was as though young master Wang did not even register as heir in Long Chen's eyes. And inexplicably, Long Chen's aura was overwhelming, instilling fear in all. Damn it. Fool. You dare to challenge me? Who grants you such audacity? Wang Fei was engulfed in fury, particularly upon witnessing Long Chen, this worthless fool, brazenly taunting him before a crowd of tens of thousands. Unable to contain himself, he stepped forward and leaped from the towering great wall, several dozen meters high. His agile form descended gracefully, utilizing the wall to propel himself downward, landing safely on the ground, as if it were mere flat terrain. For him, the height of the Great Wall seemed trivial. That it is known that for an ordinary person to jump from such a height would be tantamount to a certain death. Yet, Wang Xiao had jumped without a scratch. Was he even human, a martial artist? Could it be that Wang Xiao had already ascended to the ranks of martial artists? The foolish scion was doomed. How could he possibly survive after provoking Wang Xiao to such an extent? It would be best if such a fool perished. He deserved no less. Wang Xiao, eliminate him. Avenge Miss Jiang. As tens of thousands of onlookers beheld Wang Fei's audacious leap from the Great Wall, they were left utterly speechless, their astonishment palpable. Their gazes shifted towards Long Chun, as if they were gazing upon a corpse, the martial artist. How could he be compared to an ordinary person? Even the weakest of martial artists could easily dispatch a dozen burly men. In mere moments, Wang Fei stood before Long Chen, obstructing his path, looking down upon him as if he were a king surveying a mere prisoner, declaring with deliberate clarity, "Sever an arm and kneel to acknowledge your mistake before me. Otherwise, you shall perish." Wang Fei was one of Zhou Qingqing's admirers, and he had deliberately followed her to this place for leisure. However, upon encountering this fool who dared to humiliate him in front of Zhou Qingqing, how could he endure it? He had long harbored murderous intent towards Long Chun. Were it not for the presence of tens of thousands of tourists surrounding them, he would have already struck down Long Chun. As Wang Fei's proclamation echoed, the throngs of people instinctively inhaled sharply, having anticipated his lethal intent, yet none dared to speak out. The entire first pass of the world fell into a profound silence. With not a single voice to be heard at this moment, Long Chun scrutinized Wang Fei from head to toe, remaining silent. What? Do you require me to repeat myself? Wang Fei's voice rang out once more. Though his tone was low, yet laden with authority, he regarded Long Chun with a condescending stare, convinced that Long Chun was rendered speechless by his imposing presence. For after all, Long Chun was a fool, and Wang Fei was prepared to strike. However, under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands, Long Chun finally spoke. His demeanor was remarkably calm, as if he were playfully dismissing Wang Fei with a glance. Then, his eyes narrowed, and an overwhelming aura surged forth. Since you seek death, I shall grant it to you. What did he just say? You seek death. To grant it to you. This fool dares to threaten Wang Xiao. They could scarcely believe their ears. Yet, in the next instant, they were forced to accept the reality. The so-called fool, the worthless one, extended his hand with lightning speed, akin to a dragon's claw, grasping Wang Fei's arm. Despite Wang Fei's status as a formidable martial artist, he found himself utterly powerless against Long Chen's iron grip. He could only watch helplessly as Long Chen seized his arm. Wang Fei's expression shifted drastically as he attempted to break free from Long Chen's dragon claw, only to discover that he could not muster any energy. How could a distinguished martial artist find himself immobilized before a fool? Before he could comprehend the situation, Long Chen spoke again. "Eye in my eyes. You are no more than an ant. I had no desire to extinguish such insignificant life, but you have sought your own demise. Now, you shall perish, an ant." In Long Chen's eyes, Wang Fei was merely an ant. Not only Wang Fei was shocked, the surrounding tens of thousands wore expressions of disbelief. They were stunned once more. Crack. With the utterance of Long Chen's final word, he forcefully tore at Wang Fei's arm, ripping it free, blood gushing forth in a crimson spray, painting the sky my arm. Wang Fei's eyes widened in horror as he beheld his severed limb, the excruciating pain resonating through his mind, nearly sending him into unconsciousness. Why? Why was this happening? His thoughts spiraled around a singular notion. Wasn't Long Chen a fool? How could he, with a single strike, sever his arm? Yet before he could process this, Long Chen's next move was upon him. A kick. Long Chen propelled his foot forward, imbued with powerful dragon energy, crashing into Wang Fei's chest. Boom! Wang Fei's entire torso caved in, his body flying several meters away like a marionette with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling forth as he fell into unconsciousness. From the moment Long Chen struck until the conclusion, no more than 5 seconds had elapsed. Yet within that brief span, he had annihilated Wang Fei. Silence reigned. The tens of thousands held their breath in disbelief. The once formidable Wang Fei, with his fierce demeanor, had been slain by Long Chen so effortlessly. Was this truly the same fool they had known? This was beyond comprehension. They could hardly fathom such strength. The cold wind howled, and the world fell into an eerie stillness. At the foot of the Great Wall, Wang Fei's severed arm and his unconscious form stood in stark contrast. At the first pass of the world, the Great Wall bore witness to the return of the true dragon, obliterating the ants. Ants dare to defy. Long Chen surveyed the multitude of tourists, none daring to meet his gaze. With hands clasped behind his back, he emanated an overwhelming aura, suppressing the crowd, rendering them breathless. Zhou Qingqing bit down hard on her lip, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief, wishing to devour Long Chen whole. Yet, despite her efforts, she could not utter a single word. What had happened to the fool? Not only had he ceased to be a fool, but he now possessed extraordinary martial prowess. This was beyond the realm of logic, utterly unfathomable. In one day's time, should the Wang family of Kyoto refuse to comply, they may send anyone to the Thunderbolt Forbidden Zone to seek vengeance against me. I shall await them in the Thunderbolt Forbidden Zone. Long Chen's words flowed forth calmly, yet each syllable resonated like thunder, deafeningly loud. The Wang family of Kyoto, even if they were not one of the 4 great families, they were still a prominent family in Kyoto. A single individual challenging an entire family. Long Chen, was he declaring his intent to annihilate the Wang family? The shock was overwhelming, especially for those aware of the Wang family's strength. Their eyes widened in disbelief, questioning their own ears as they wondered if they had misheard. To annihilate an entire family single-handedly was unprecedented in the annals of Kyoto's history. Was Long Chen attempting to ascend to the heavens? To stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Regardless, this news would undoubtedly reach the Wang family's ears, echoing throughout all of Kyoto. If he truly accomplished this, he would surely be inscribed in the annals of Chinese history. By the time they regained their senses, Long Chen had already departed, heading towards the Thunderbolt Forbidden Zone. Look at the mode of Shanhaiguan. What has happened? The fish are leaping into the sky, one after another. Quick, look at the sky. In that moment, something inexplicable occurred in a distant mode of Shanhaiguan, where countless koi fish leaped from the water, seemingly paying homage to a singular direction, the direction of Long Chen. Moreover, above the sky, a phenomenon unfolded as a radiant rainbow cloud formed directly above Long Chen. The Dragon King has arrived. Countless koi to the dragon, auspicious clouds to welcome. It was the arrival of the Dragon King. Bow before the Dragon King. Bow before the Dragon King. Among the throngs of tourists, some elderly individuals, aged 70 or 80, seemed to grasp the significance of the moment. One by one, they knelt upon the ground, paying homage to Long Chen. In an instant, tens of thousands of tourists found themselves inexplicably kneeling, offering reverence to the Dragon King. Dragon King? They were kneeling in the direction of Long Chen. Were they paying homage to Long Chen? Zhou Qingqing stood in place, utterly astonished. Wan Li Chao Long. The 7-colored auspicious clouds, come forth, a multitude bows in reverence. Lord Dragon King, Long Chen, I possess the body of a dragon, capable of moving mountains, parting seas, plucking stars, vanquishing demons, subduing evil, devouring the heavens, and consuming the earth, annihilating all things as a true dragon. The Thunder Forbidden Zone is not merely renowned as the foremost challenge in the world. It is a place of great notoriety throughout all of China. For centuries, no one has dared to tread upon the summit of the thunder-forbidden zone. To ascend is to invite death. Struck down by divine lightning. Decades ago, a master of divination assessed the feng shui of the thunder-forbidden zone and concluded that the last remnant of China's dragon vein lies within the first barrier of the world, embodied by the Great Wall. However, the apex of this thunder-forbidden zone is the very marrow of the dragon vein, the essence of the dragon vein itself. Heaven is envious of the true dragon. Even the dragon vein, merely related to dragons, is not tolerated by the heavens, hence the divine lightning descends to eliminate it. Legend has it that the dragon veins of the world are evolved from a single drop of blood from a true dragon. Yet, this remains a mere rumor, the truth of which is uncertain. Today, in the long desolate thunder-forbidden zone, a solitary man has appeared. Someone has reached the summit, stepping into the thunder-forbidden zone. Within, silver bolts of lightning intermittently descend. Yet the man seems oblivious. To others, the divine lightning appears fearsome, but to him, it is nothing more than mere air. Perhaps not even that he pays no heed to the divine lightning, his strides directed toward a certain point within the thunder-forbidden zone. His steps are not large, yet his pace is swift, covering dozens of meters in mere moments. Boom, boom, boom. At that instant, a bolt of lightning, resembling a silver serpent, struck the man mid-journey. Yet, an astonishing scene unfolded. Should anyone witness this moment, their jaws would surely drop in disbelief. The powerful lightning struck the man, yet he remained unscathed. Indeed, he welcomed the lightning, emerging utterly unharmed. Furthermore, excitement gleamed in his eyes, as if he reveled in the thunder's embrace. Was he consuming the divine lightning? How could such trivial bolts of power possibly harm this king? In his prime, even the laws of lightning, one of the primordial forces of the universe, were devoured by him. Becoming one of his divine abilities, the divine thunder of retribution. In those days, he had dispatched countless celestial beings and sages with this very power. The man ascending the mountain is none other than Longchen. His eyes scanning the surroundings with indifference. As if recalling something, he slowly uttered, "The lightning is but a dog under my command. Today, this biting dog fails to recognize the true dragon, and thus, it is of no surprise that I shall consume you." Soon, a resplendent golden light erupted from Longchen's form, akin to a deity descending upon the mortal realm. This golden radiance pierced through the storm clouds, challenging the heavens, or rather, intimidating them. Scales began to envelop Longchen's flesh. These were dragon scales. The scales of a true dragon. Longchen was undergoing his transformation into a dragon. A powerful aura of the true dragon swept through the thunder-forbidden zone, igniting a fervor across the landscape. Boom, boom, boom. From Longchen's body emanated a formidable gravitational force, akin to a black hole. The celestial bolts of lightning, drawn by this overwhelming force, converged into a single line, countless divine strikes descending upon Longchen. It was a deluge of divine lightning, numbering in the thousands. Yet, each bolt was consumed by him, transformed into his energy. With each step he took, it was as if a colossal drum was being struck, leaving immense footprints upon the ground, while the celestial power of thunder seemed to follow him, facilitating his consumption of it. This is the place. The dragon eye lies here. The dragon eye is the heart of the entire dragon vein, the source of its vitality. Today, I shall consume this, the last remaining dragon vein of China. Surrounded by thunder and lightning, as if bathing in their essence, Longchen suddenly seated himself at the very center of the mountain's peak, closing his eyes to invoke the true dragon-devouring technique. Boom, boom, boom. At the summit of the thunder-forbidden zone, it appeared as though a colossal dragon's phantom spiraled through the skies, born of dragon energy. However, at that moment, the phantom opened its eyes, filled with a sense of reverence. The spectral dragon surged into the heavens, accompanied by an overwhelming force of lightning, hurtling toward Longchen, who was seated within the dragon eye. With a resounding crash, the formidable phantom, along with the lightning, was entirely consumed by Longchen. Yes, just like that, swallowed whole. It was as simple and straightforward as that. The entire thunder-forbidden zone erupted with fervor. Dragon energy, lightning, and spiritual energy. Any form of energy within the thunder-forbidden zone fell prey to Longchen's black hole, consumed one by one. As the dragon vein gradually diminished, Longchen's power steadily increased. The dragon scales adorning his form grew increasingly tangible, resembling authentic dragon scales, surrounded by a swirling golden aura. This was dragon energy, the essence of true dragon energy coalescing within him. This was dragon energy, the first step towards transformation into a dragon. And the cornerstone of that transformation, the 7 steps of dragon transformation: dragon energy, dragon blood, dragon bones, dragon tendons, dragon form, dragon soul, transformation into a dragon. Once Long Chen transforms into a true dragon, he will indeed embody the essence of a dragon. Yet, only upon becoming a true dragon does the real journey of cultivation begin. His aspiration is to reclaim his former pinnacle, even surpass it. How could a mere dragon's form impede his progress? Now, Long Chen stands at the stage of dragon energy cultivation. Once he refines his dragon energy to its utmost limit, enabling a blood transformation through the essence of energy, he shall reach the pinnacle of dragon energy. Blood transformation, the second step in becoming a dragon, from mortal blood to true dragon blood. Although the blood within Long Chen has been assimilated by the dragon pearl, rendering it no longer mortal, it is still far from true dragon blood. The dragon blood stage entails transforming Long Chen's blood into that of a true dragon. Boom, boom, boom. Dragon energy, lightning power, spiritual energy, and other forces are rapidly depleting. It will not be long before the last vestiges of China's dragon vein and the long-lasting lightning power vanish entirely, allowing Long Chen to consume it. In China, at Beizhou television station, the morning news broadcast was being presented by an insightful and elegant host. Today, an urgent report shocked the nation. Just yesterday, a citizen witnessed a figure within the Thunder Forbidden Zone at Shanhaiguan. Indeed, someone has appeared in the Thunder Forbidden Zone, a place where no one has dared to tread for centuries. This citizen even captured the scene with a long-range camera, and the images displayed above are the photographs of the figure in the Thunder Forbidden Zone. Whether the figure in the photographs can substantiate the rumors of human presence in the Thunder Forbidden Zone remains to be seen. On the television screen, a blurry silhouette of a man appeared, obscured from view, revealing only his back. Moreover, due to the swirling mist of the Thunder Forbidden Zone, even the silhouette lacked clarity. Yet, this indistinct form was sufficient to astonish the entire nation. A presence in the Thunder Forbidden Zone? What manner of place is this? A location inaccessible even to the mightiest of warriors. Yet today, a figure has been captured within the Thunder Forbidden Zone. The identity of this figure has sparked widespread speculation across the country. Who could this be? Unafraid of the power of thunder, could it be a celestial being descended from the heavens? In this world, only a deity would be unafraid of the might of divine lightning. Surely, he must be a deity. Look at the man in the photograph, surrounded by bolts of lightning. He cannot be anything but a celestial being. He is indeed a celestial being. This photograph unmistakably captures a miracle. It is an artifact left behind inadvertently by a divine entity in the mortal realm. It may not necessarily be a celestial being. Who knows if such beings exist in this world? However, the owner of that silhouette is likely a formidable martial artist. His prowess in martial arts is so great that he can withstand the power of thunder and lightning. That a martial arts master? Could he possibly be the legendary master of transformation? It is only beings of such extraordinary caliber who might withstand the force of thunder and lightning. What could such a powerful entity be doing in the thunderstorm zone? Within just an hour of this news airing on North State television, the entirety of China was in an uproar, pondering the identity of this martial arts master. Some even believed he was truly a celestial being. Not merely a martial arts master, but a divine being descended to Earth, as for those in the know. Tourists who had visited Shanhaiguan could hardly suppress the thought. Could it be him? As for who he is, only those tourists are privy to that information. In any case, a multitude of speculations emerged. However, one thing is certain. The figure in the photograph is certainly not immortal. Amidst the discussions of the Chinese populace, an expert finally stepped forward. They began to educate the public on television, asserting that the photograph is genuine and not digitally altered. Yet, they also claimed that the shadowy figure in the image does not exist in reality. The photograph of the man's silhouette in the thunderstorm zone was merely an optical illusion caused by a mirage, a result of atmospheric refraction. They further educated the public by stating that it is impossible for anyone to appear in such a perilous location. Nevertheless, the credibility of their education was evidently weak, as the citizens of China largely dismissed the notion of a mirage, preferring to believe that a martial arts master had indeed manifested in the thunderstorm zone. A small glimpse of a true dragon's return has left behind a legendary mystery across the entirety of China. igniting fervor. In the heart of Kyoto, the economic and political center of China, at least 30 million people reside. Here, one can find not only towering skyscrapers but also ancient, culturally rich residences. Yet, those who can afford such dwellings are invariably the elite, in the eastern district of Kyoto. There exists a quaint and historical manor, its entrance adorned with two grand gold characters. Wangfu. This is the residence of the Wang family in Kyoto. The Wang family is renowned as a martial arts lineage. They wield significant influence in politics, business, and the military, not belonging to the four great families of Kyoto, but merely a hair's breadth away in prestige. However, today, the entire Wangfu feels rather stifled. Rumors abound that a prominent young master of the Wang family has been severely injured by a brash young lad, leaving him with a severed arm and in a state of critical unconsciousness. Even if he survives, he will undoubtedly bear substantial aftereffects for the rest of his life. Most alarmingly, the assailant, this brash young lad, has audaciously proclaimed his intent to challenge the entire Wang family. Yet, such declarations are known only among the various families of Kyoto. A mere castaway from the Wang family dares to challenge us. The Wang family. Do they think we are without capable members? If he seeks death, let us assist him in his quest. Who among you is willing to venture into the thunderstorm zone to eliminate Long Chun? In the grand hall of the Wangfu, 4 or 5 men in their 50s and 60s were engaged in discussion. Not far from them stood a television, broadcasting the startling news. There is someone in the thunderstorm zone. Upon the completion of this report, the man seated at the head of the table could no longer contain his fury. He is Wang Juxiong, the head of the Wang family. Master Wang. While this young man may have entered the thunderstorm zone, he is of little concern. With but a single hand, we could crush him. However, there is no rush to eliminate him. We can wait until he exits the thunderstorm zone to do so, remarked Wang Ku, an elder of the Wang family, with a smirk. Unacceptable. Wang Juxiong furrowed his brow. He brazenly issued a challenge to our Wang family in front of thousands of tourists, declaring he awaits us in the thunderstorm zone. Now, all the families of Kyoto are aware of this incident. That if we, the Wang family, do not confront this anomaly in the thunderstorm zone, how can we maintain our standing in Kyoto? Master, we, too, wish to eliminate Long Chun. However, the thunderstorm zone is not a place we can simply enter to force our way and would be tantamount to inviting the wrath of the heavens. We cannot risk our lives over a mere insignificant ant. Elder Wang Dong of the Wang family interjected, his displeasure evident. His meaning was unmistakable. He was unwilling to enter the thunderstorm zone. What kind of place is the thunderstorm zone? Even if they possess dark energy level cultivation, entering it would still spell doom. Elder Wang Dong himself is at the mid-level of dark energy cultivation. Once his words were uttered, a heavy silence enveloped the hall. Who among the Wang family could dare enter the thunderstorm zone? Long Chun can enter, but we cannot. Humph, a mere ant, a well-known waste in all of Kyoto, a prodigy, yet you all feel such trepidation. How can you, esteemed elders of the Wang family, be so cowardly at your advanced age? Master, I am willing to venture into the thunderstorm zone to eliminate the monster. I shall slay Long Chun. At this moment, the eldest elder of the Wang family, Wang Run, spoke up. He ranks just below the head of the Wang family. Possessing late-stage dark energy cultivation, he is one of the pillars of the Wang family. Elder, please reconsider. This monster is not worth the risk. We can eliminate him once he emerges from the thunderstorm zone. Why must you take such a perilous step? Some elders were taken aback by his words. In no more discussion. Today, I shall enter the thunderstorm zone to slay the monster. Elder Wang Ren declared resolutely. Today, the eldest elder of the Wang family shall venture into the thunderstorm zone to slay the monster. The news spread rapidly throughout Kyoto. What kind of place is the thunderstorm zone? It is a forbidden area. A true forbidden zone. Anyone who enters does not return. There have been those at the pinnacle of dark energy cultivation who have entered the thunderstorm zone, and they were never seen again. Wang Ren's intention to enter the thunderstorm zone to slay the monster sent ripples through the community. The monster is the infamous thunderstruck anomaly of Kyoto. The forbidden zone is the renowned thunderstorm zone of all China. If Wang Ren truly returns from the thunderstorm zone after slaying the monster, his status in Kyoto will undoubtedly soar. Even though Wang Ren possesses only late-stage dark energy, his ability to withstand divine thunder would allow him to be compared with those of transformation-level cultivation. Such a heroic deed would be worthy of being inscribed in the annals of history. All the families of Kyoto understood that this notorious thunderstruck anomaly, which had plagued Kyoto for over a decade, would likely meet its end. Even if he survives the thunderstorm zone, Wang Rin would surely eliminate him, reflecting on the uproar caused over a decade ago, when the Thunderborn Sage was yet to emerge. The entire Kyoto community was in a state of alarm. The Heavenborn Sage, the celestial being descended to Earth, had already exhibited fluctuations of true energy even in the womb. He was hailed as the pride of Kyoto. A saint in mortal form. How terrified were the families of Kyoto back then? They feared that once the Heavenborn Sage matured, he would sweep away the existing power structure in Kyoto, annihilating the other families. Yet, unexpectedly, the Heavenborn Sage turned out to be a thunderstruck monster. The once celebrated birth of a saint became the greatest joke in Kyoto's history over the past few centuries. Today, however, the greatest farce, the thunderstruck anomaly, is finally drawing to a close. Elder Wang Rin may have been a bit hasty. It is evident that the thunderstruck anomaly will meet its end upon entering the thunderstorm zone. He is clearly employing a tactic to provoke the elders of the Wang family into entering the thunderstorm zone, leading them to their doom. An elder from one of the prominent families of Kyoto could not help but sigh. Yet, one must admit, if Wang Rin can indeed return after slaying the monster, he would likely stand among those of transformation-level cultivation. The thunderstruck anomaly? Since it is a monster, it must be exterminated. Long Chun, you first tarnished the reputation of the esteemed Jiang family's young lady, Jiang Churin, and then you left the Wang family's young master, Wang Fei, crippled and in a state of uncertainty regarding his life or death. You repeatedly court death. How can you hope to survive? A young scion from a prominent family chuckled, exclaiming, "Excellent slaughter! Excellent slaughter!" The entire capital buzzed with discussions about slaying demons, yet the Long family, one of the four great families of the capital, seemed utterly oblivious to the matter, allowing the elder Wang Rin of the Wang family to carry out the demon slaying. Some of the influential families discerned that the Long family was tacitly endorsing the demon hunt. China, Shanhaiguan. Today, the world's foremost pass is more bustling than ever, with at least 100,000 tourists traversing the Great Wall. Among these tourists is an elderly man in his 60s, strikingly eccentric in appearance, with hair and beard as white as snow, exuding an ethereal aura. Most notably, he wields a 3-foot-long silvery sword. Any tourists who encounter this old man instinctively step aside. In China, the possession of weapons is strictly forbidden. What, then, could this old man possibly intend by brandishing a sword in front of a throng of 100,000 visitors? However, some astute onlookers recognized that this elder was no ordinary man. Furthermore, the direction in which he proceeded left the crowd astonished. It appeared he was heading towards the thunderstorm forbidden zone. A few daredevil tourists could not resist approaching him to inquire further. "I am going to the thunderstorm forbidden zone to slay demons." Perhaps growing weary of the questions, the elder coldly uttered this terse statement: "Thunderstorm forbidden zone for demon slaying." This brief declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd of 100,000 tourists. Could it be that demons lurked within the thunderstorm forbidden zone? This seemingly inconspicuous elder, was he perhaps a martial arts master? By the time they regained their composure and wished to ask more, the elder had already vanished, advancing toward the thunderstorm forbidden zone. Good heavens, he truly intends to venture into the thunderstorm forbidden zone. The tourists stood agape, suddenly recalling a news report about individuals spotted in the thunderstorm forbidden zone. They finally comprehended that the photographs in the news were indeed real. There are indeed people in the thunderstorm forbidden zone, and perhaps even demons. Here lies the entrance to the thunderstorm forbidden zone. Yet, why does it seem to me that the power of lightning within the forbidden zone has diminished? It is not merely a slight reduction. It has weakened significantly within the thunderstorm forbidden zone. An elder ascended the mountain. Upon reaching the summit, he gazed skyward at the thunderstorm forbidden zone, unable to suppress a frown. At this moment, the thunderstorm forbidden zone appeared somewhat different from before. Previously, the skies above were shrouded in thick clouds, with intermittent lightning strikes resembling a colossal net of thunder enveloping the entire area. Any mortal entering the thunderstorm forbidden zone would be reduced to ashes within mere 20 breaths. However, today, the dense clouds have dissipated, and the thunderous net has vanished. Even the lightning that does descend is sparse and sporadic. What on earth has transpired in the thunderstorm forbidden zone? The presence or absence of lightning within the thunderstorm forbidden zone is of no concern to me. Today, I have come to slay demons. The one entering the thunderstorm forbidden zone is none other than Wong, our en. Truth. The weakened power of lightning within the thunderstorm forbidden zone is most advantageous for him. Under such diminished intensity, he is still confident in preserving his life. Moreover, his resolve to slay demons has only strengthened. With that thought, Wong Ren stepped into the thunderstorm forbidden zone, advancing step by step. Someone has entered the thunderstorm forbidden zone. The Wong family. Who would have thought you truly possessed the audacity to come here? Suddenly, Long Chun, seated at the heart of the thunderstorm forbidden zone, opened his eyes. At that moment, his body radiated golden light, surrounded by swirling streams of golden dragon energy, clearly indicating that his cultivation in the dragon energy phase had reached an exceptionally profound level. Since you have come, then meet your demise. Long Chun slowly uttered these words. Boom, boom, boom. As his words fell, the power of lightning in the sky surged violently. With bolts of lightning beginning to spiral around his form, he commands the lightning. He has seized control over all the lightning within the thunderstorm forbidden zone. Long Chun, you are indeed here. Today, I have come to slay this demon. The summit of the thunderstorm forbidden zone is not particularly expansive. And with the mist that typically enshrouds it having dissipated significantly, it did not take long for Wong Ren to spot Long Chun, seated at the center of the thunderstorm forbidden zone. Wong Ren, wielding a 3-foot azure sword, articulated each word clearly. Long Chun, you were born to be struck by lightning, a natural-born demon, unwelcomed even by the heavens. My Wong family had no intention of slaying you. Yet you have grievously injured our young master Wong Fei and brazenly declared that you await my Wong family in the thunderstorm forbidden zone, provoking us. Today, I, Wong Ren, elder of the Wong family, have come to eradicate this demon, to uphold justice on behalf of the heavens. Wong Ren stepped forward, scrutinizing Long Chun seated on the ground with disdain. In his eyes, Long Chun appeared as a mere specter, destined to perish beneath the edge of his azure sword. Even if Long Chun possessed some martial prowess, so what? No matter how formidable he may be, he cannot surpass Wong Ren, who is in the late stage of the dark energy realm. A mere boy of 16 or 17, even if he began cultivating in the womb, could never attain such mastery. Such a phenomenon has never been recorded in history. Moreover, Long Chun is notoriously known throughout the capital as a fool. A waste. Even if he suddenly gained enlightenment and began cultivating, how powerful could he possibly become? Slay me. You are not worthy. Under Wong Ren's aggressive gaze, Long Chun opened his eyes. For reasons unknown, an overwhelming aura suddenly emanated from him, akin to a primordial beast descending, suffocating those nearby. Feeling this formidable presence, Wong Ren furrowed his brows, unable to suppress his doubts. Could it be that he was experiencing an illusion? How could such an immense aura emanate from Long Chun? It must be an illusion, he thought to himself. You are the elder of the Wong family, Wong Ren. I never would have imagined you would have the audacity to come here. Impressive. You wish to slay me. You seek to uphold justice on behalf of the heavens. However, to slay me, one must possess the strength to do so. And you fall woefully short. I could just as easily slay you. To be precise, individuals like you, dogs, I can slay as many as you bring. As Wong Ren stood in stunned silence, Long Chun rose from the ground, assessing Wong Ren from head to toe, stating emphatically, slaying a dog is truly a simple task. Slaying a dog. Indeed, today, Long Chun will dispatch an existence at the late stage of the dark energy realm as easily as one slaughters a dog. Bring as many as you wish. I shall slay them all. Do you truly believe slaying a dog is as difficult as slaying a dragon? In truth, slaying a dog is quite simple. Good. Good. You are indeed very good. Wong Ren repeated the word good thrice. Enraged by being insulted as a dog by someone he viewed as already dead, he fought to restrain his fury, speaking each word with deliberate precision. Today, I shall see how you intend to slay me. This dog. You have done well. At least you acknowledge that you are a dog. Long Chun nodded in agreement. Demon, prepare to die. Wong Ren nearly spat blood in exasperation upon hearing this. He had lost patience to continue this banter with Long Chun. He was determined to slay Long Chun, to eradicate this demon. Wong Ren stepped forward, channeling all his true energy into the azure sword in his hand. Boom, 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 flames erupted from the 3-foot azure sword. With a powerful sword aura emanating menacingly, even a mere flicker of this fiery sword aura could incinerate an ordinary person alive. Flame attribute sword aura. Wong Ren unleashed his ultimate technique upon his furious onset. Long Chun, you will be honored to perish beneath my flaming azure sword. Remember, this day next year will be your day of sacrifice. Wang Ren summoned the full might of his 3-foot azure sword, transforming the flames into a sizable fire serpent, and he swung the azure sword down towards Long Chen's neck. Die. The formidable fire serpent instantly engulfed Long Chen. Demon. Remember, the one who slays you is called Wang Ren. Under the overwhelming might of such formidable flames, no matter how powerful the being, death was an inevitable certainty. Wang Ren exuded confidence in his flame sword chi, having once extinguished an existence at the pinnacle of the dark energy realm with this very blade. Though there was an element of surprise in his victory, it served to underscore the potency of his flame sword chi. However, at that moment, an abrupt voice resonated. "Do, I must say, you are far from adequate. You truly underestimate the task of slaying a dragon with such feeble attacks. How naive of you." The voice, it seemed to emanate from the very flames. Wang Ren's heart raced uncontrollably as he steeled himself to gaze towards the roaring inferno nearby, internally screaming, "Impossible, impossible, it cannot be that he still lives. He should be dead." Yet, reality contradicted his thoughts. From the very spot where his 3-foot azure blade struck, a powerful suction emerged at the epicenter of the raging fire, devouring all surrounding flame sword chi. Yes, it consumed it. Once the flame sword chi dissipated, a figure finally emerged. Long Chun. Not only had he survived the blaze, but he had also ingested the flames. Wang Ren's mind struggled to comprehend this. At that moment, Long Chen had undergone his dragon transformation, his skin adorned with a layer of golden dragon scales that enveloped his entire being. It was precisely these formidable scales that had shielded him from harm, rendering the mere mortal fire incapable of breaching their defense. Gulp. Wang Ren beheld the creature covered in golden scales, his body trembling uncontrollably as he struggled to swallow. He yearned to exclaim, "Monster. Truly a monster. A scaled aberration. Your dragon-slaying blade is woefully inadequate. It couldn't even penetrate my scales. Do you realize that you are the most incompetent dragon slayer I have ever encountered?" Long Chun extended 2 fingers, pinching the 3-foot azure blade, and with a slight exertion, crack, it snapped into 2 pieces. A powerful artifact reduced to mere fragments with such ease. Gulp. Wang Ren struggled to swallow again. "You are a dragon? You are truly a dragon." His mind raced. Slaying a dragon. Slaying a dragon. Long Chen is a dragon. He is not some aberration. Dragons. Do they truly exist in this world? You are astute, but regrettably, you are destined to die. Long Chun remarked with a smile that held no warmth, sending a chill down Wang Ren's spine. "What dragon? Monster. You are indeed a monster. I refuse to believe you possess the strength to kill me. Even if I cannot vanquish you, you could never hope to slay me." Wang Ren, suppressing his mounting fear, retorted angrily at Long Chun. That moment, he had already begun to contemplate retreat. "Is that so?" Long Chun narrowed his eyes. "What do you see in the sky?" "Thunder comes. Boom, boom, boom." With a mere gesture, Long Chun summoned the lightning from the heavens, weaving it into a net of electricity that he commanded effortlessly. Mastering thunder. At that moment, Long Chun was surrounded by crackling lightning, resembling a deity, the Lord of Thunder. The entire lightning zone rumbled ominously as if the apocalypse had descended. At the very heart of this storm stood Long Chen, the master of the lightning domain, the thunder god. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could you possibly command the powers of the lightning zone? Have you mastered the Celestial Master's 5 Thunder Immortal technique? Wang Ren, like a startled rabbit, widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the thunderous figure of Long Chen, his body involuntarily retreating, trembling as he muttered to himself. The 5 Thunder Immortal technique was a secret art of the Celestial Master's sect. Legend spoke of its ultimate form allowing one to wield heavenly thunder in combat. However, it was a clandestine technique, not meant to be shared. How could Long Chen have possibly mastered it? Even if he did, could it truly be this powerful, commanding the entire lightning zone as power? Such prowess was the realm of deities. Do you know why the thunder of the lightning zone has weakened? Long Chen inquired. It is because I have consumed the entirety of its power. I am the true master of thunder. To die beneath my divine thunder is a privilege. For many years ago, those who perished under its might were either immortals or saints. Thunder, go! With a single hand movement, a lightning serpent surged forth from the net, racing towards Wang Ren, as if the entire lightning zone were Long Chen's domain, where he reigned as a god. Consumed the lightning? Wang Ren's mind faltered. Who could possibly consume lightning? Such a notion was utterly unheard of. Even the rumored masters of transformation could not possess such might, could they? His heart chilled with terror, and he turned to flee. Yet, before he could make a move, a powerful bolt of heavenly thunder struck him with a resounding bang. Wang Ren, possessing the late-stage dark energy cultivation, stood no chance against the heavenly thunder. Upon impact, he let out a blood-curdling scream, collapsing to the ground, his body charred and mangled in places, flesh seared to a pulp. In just a single strike, a being of late-stage dark energy was grievously wounded. And if Long Chen desired, it would take but 2 more lightning serpents to ensure Wang Ren's demise. Even beings in the transformation stage lacked such power. Realizing this, Wang Ren fell to his knees. Crawling in desperation, his head repeatedly bowing towards Long Chen as he fervently begged for mercy, entirely devoid of any semblance of dignity befitting a late-stage dark energy warrior. Thunder God, Dragon God, spare me. I shall never dare to provoke the Thunder God again. Forgive my ignorance, for I failed to recognize the true master. A being capable of consuming and commanding thunder was far beyond his capacity to confront. With just 1 strike, he had been grievously wounded, leaving him without the strength to retaliate. How could he ever hope to slay? If he remained obstinate, he might find himself the one being hunted. Slaying you is as simple as slaughtering a dog. At that moment, Wang Ren finally understood the meaning behind that phrase. It was not merely as simple as killing a dog. It was far easier than crushing an ant. With a single lightning serpent, he was brought low. I ask, are you a dog? Do you concede? Long Chen stepped forward, resembling a descending thunder deity, questioning from a position of dominance. I concede. I concede. Wang Ren's head repeatedly struck the ground, not daring to relent for even a moment. Even as blood flowed and bone was exposed, he did not cease. I harmed the scions of the Wang family, disdained your entire lineage. Do you concede? Long Chen advanced once more, towering over him. I concede. I concede. Wang Ren knelt, genuinely submitting. I shall slay your entire Wang family. Do you concede? Long Chen remarked with a smile that bore no warmth. I concede. I concede. Wang Ren instinctively began to respond, only to abruptly halt, his eyes widening as he lifted his head to gaze at Long Chen in disbelief. He intends to annihilate the Wang family? Since you concede, then you shall meet your end. Long Chen, from his lofty position, unleashed a lightning blade. With a thunderous crash, a white blade shot forth from the lightning net, and before Wang Ren could comprehend the situation, his form was cleaved in 2 by the white lightning blade. You cannot annihilate my Wang family. In his final moments, Wang Ren uttered this phrase that a torrential cascade of crimson blood erupted, staining the sky above the lightning zone. In the lightning zone, the thunder roared and the winds howled. Charred remains littered the ground, blood flowing freely. On this day, at the summit of Shanhaiguan, in the lightning zone, the true dragon obliterated the elder Wang Ren. It is somewhat regrettable. He could have been consumed instead. Had I known, I would not have needed to strike him down with thunder. Long Chen let out a sigh and turned back to sit cross-legged in the very center of the thunder-forbidden zone. As if the earlier scene of slaughter had never transpired, the true dragon possesses the ability to consume all things, including the vitality of life itself, although Wang Ren's strength was notably weak. Merely at the late stage of the dark energy realm, it was still better than nothing. It was far superior to waste. Indeed, the true dragon could devour the cultivation of others, refining it into its own dragon essence. Beneath the Shanhaiguan, 2 men and a woman were climbing the mountain. Leading the group was an elderly man, approximately 70 or 80 years old, clad in traditional Tang attire. Despite his apparent frailty, he moved with surprising swiftness. Resembling more a vigorous middle-aged man than an oldster, what on earth is happening? How can the thunderclouds in the thunder-forbidden zone have vanished? Is it truly a clear sky? What has transpired within the thunder-forbidden zone? The Tang-clad elder, sensing something amiss, suddenly lifted his gaze towards the summit. There, to his astonishment, the perennial thunderclouds had dissipated, replaced by an expanse of azure sky bathed in brilliant sunlight. This is impossible, exclaimed the stunning woman walking in the middle. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she too glanced skyward. As expected, the thunderclouds were gone, leaving her somewhat astonished. It cannot be. The thunderclouds of the thunder-forbidden zone cannot be dispersed even by a powerful cultivator beyond the transformation stage. Let alone Wang Ren, who is merely at the dark energy phase. Something must have occurred in the thunder-forbidden zone. We must hasten to investigate. The Tang-clad elder quickened his pace, his heart racing as he made his way towards the thunder-forbidden zone. Could it be that person from the photograph did this? Who could he possibly be? The exquisite woman's eyes sparkled with intrigue. lost in thought. When she regained her senses, the elder had already moved ahead, prompting her to rush after him at that moment. The Thunder Forbidden Zone could no longer be deemed as such. The ominous clouds and lightning had vanished, replaced by a serene blue sky. Furthermore, not only had the thunder and lightning disappeared, but the ethereal dragon energy that had once swirled within the Forbidden Zone had also dissipated. This area, once regarded as a mysterious forbidden ground known as the Thunder Forbidden Zone, now bore no distinction from an ordinary mountaintop. The last remaining dragon vein in all of China had been consumed by Long Chun, transforming it into his own cultivation. Indeed, he had truly devoured a dragon vein at this moment. Long Chun sat cross-legged at the mountain's peak, surrounded by small golden dragons that emerged from his dragon scale-like skin, only to re-enter it once more. These diminutive golden dragons represented his dragon energy, a manifestation of its essence. Within each strand of golden dragon energy lay an exceedingly potent force, each capable of equating to the power of a bomb. Moreover, beneath Long Chun's golden scales, a transformation was underway as his red blood began to turn golden, evolving into a reddish-golden hue that shimmered with a faint golden light. A small portion had already shifted to pure gold. This was a process of blood transformation, from mundane blood to dragon blood, an extraordinary metamorphosis, transcending the ordinary to become sacred. Whoosh! At that moment, Long Chun, who had been with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Unbeknownst to him, his once black pupils had transformed into a dark golden hue, radiating a piercing brilliance. With a resounding bang, a powerful beam of light coalesced in the air, morphing into an arrow-like projectile that shot straight toward a nearby boulder. The half-meter-wide stone was effortlessly pierced through by the radiant arrow. Indeed, a mere gaze had penetrated solid rock, having thoroughly consumed the last dragon vein in China. Long Chun's cultivation had ascended from the dragon energy phase to the dragon blood phase, undergoing a transformation from ordinary blood to dragon blood. Without this dragon vein, it would have taken him at least a decade to reach this level. The concentration of spiritual energy on Earth was alarmingly low, approaching a state of depletion. To enhance his strength, he would need to seek higher forms of energy. Long Chun rose, surveying the flat ground not far away, then glanced at his own hands, muttering to himself, "What power does a true dragon possess?" It seemed he was pondering his own questions. Soon, a resolute expression appeared in his eyes as he slowly raised a hand. With a subtle exertion, he struck the ground before him. Boom, boom, boom. A surge of dragon energy erupted from Long Chun's hand, cascading forward like an avalanche. The flat ground nearby was forcefully pressed down, creating a massive handprint, a full meter deep, reminiscent of the legendary Buddha's palm from the film Kung Fu. Such formidable strength would likely surpass that of even the most revered martial masters. Masters may be hailed as demigods, yet they are not deities. Long Chun, however, was a true dragon, surpassing both gods and immortals. As the dust settled, Long Chun nodded in satisfaction. It was then that he seemed to recall something, extending a hand. He channeled his dragon energy into a blade of energy. With a sharp clash, the blade of energy struck his arm, causing a trickle of blood, red tinged with gold, to flow forth. However, within a second, the wound's blood coagulated, and the flesh began to heal. In merely a minute, the wound was completely mended, leaving no trace behind. Indeed, Long Chun squinted, observing, the blood of a true dragon possesses remarkable healing abilities. Once I fully refine my blood into dragon blood, I shall be virtually immortal. Yes, immortal, he echoed to himself. You all, who once joined forces to hunt me down, shall not escape my vengeance. Becoming a dragon-slaying warrior is no easy feat. One day, I shall return. Await me to that moment. Long Chun lifted his head, gazing towards the distant sky and the cosmos, as if conversing with someone, or perhaps speaking to himself. It is time to depart. Having consumed the remaining dragon vein, the Thunder Forbidden Zone had transformed into an ordinary realm. Long Chun snapped back to reality and turned to leave, but just as he was about to step away from the mountaintop of the Thunder Forbidden Zone, two men and a woman approached from below. "Hey, you, stop right there. How did you get here? When did you arrive? Do you know why the thunderclouds in the sky have vanished? Did you see anyone else in the Thunder Forbidden Zone? Perhaps an elder and a young man?" Exclaimed the woman among the newcomers, her tone haughty, as if she were a sovereign interrogating a subject. The sight of the massive handprint left Long Chun momentarily stunned. What kind of being could have created such an enormous imprint? The tan-clad elder, upon observing the imprint, was equally astonished, his body trembling in fear of such power. Could it be that a being at the transformation stage created this? He pondered. Long Chun assessed the trio before him, his gaze akin to that of a person surveying a group of ignorant natives. He had merely swatted his hand casually, yet it left them in awe. What a lack of experience. Ignoring them, he continued on his way. Hey, did you not hear me? Stop right there. Aliang, go stop him. The woman among the three regained her composure and beheld the individual she had previously called out to, who did not halt, seemingly disregarding her presence. Unable to contain her fury, she instructed the middle-aged man in a black suit to obstruct Long Chen's path. You brat, my young lady has questions for you. You might as well not leave. Upon hearing her words, the man in the black suit swiftly turned to stand before Long Chun, blocking his way. The display of skill he exhibited indicated that he was no ordinary opponent. Do you realize you are courting death? Long Chun uttered coldly. Courting death? You a mere boy? The suited man, Li Liang, chuckled derisively. The notion that a lad of merely 16 or 17 years would dare utter courting death in the presence of a martial arts master was laughable to him. Li Liang truly could not comprehend who was truly courting death. Eye in his eyes, the so-called boy before him was nothing more than an ant that he could crush with a single hand. You dare say I am courting death? Li Liang narrowed his eyes. Indeed. Long Chen appraised Li Liang coolly before articulating his response. With his discerning eye, Long Chen easily recognized that the middle-aged man blocking his path was formidable. However, after just having vanquished a late-stage dark energy master, Li Chen regarded this man as inconsequential. In other words, Long Chen did not hold the middle-aged man in high regard at all. I wish to see who is courting death. Li Liang stepped forward, intent on forcibly subduing Long Chen. Yet, at that moment, the elderly gentleman in traditional attire, who had been in a state of shock, regained his senses and commanded Li Liang to cease his actions. Li Liang, stand down. Yes, Elder Chun. Although Li Liang cast a reluctant glare at Long Chun, he was compelled to retreat upon the elder's command, refraining from further aggression. Young friend, my granddaughter acted impulsively earlier. I hope you will not hold it against her. May I inquire what transpired at the summit of this thunderous forbidden zone? The elderly gentleman, referred to as Elder Chun, first shot a reproachful glance at the stunning woman nearby, then turned to Long Chun with a smile. Grandfather, how was I being impulsive? The beautiful woman protested, pouting slightly in dissatisfaction. That is simply not true. Enough, wooer, do not cause further trouble. Apologize to this young friend, Elder Chun admonished, furrowing his brows. Grandfather, what are you saying? You want me to apologize to him? The striking woman, stunned, widened her eyes in disbelief, fixating on Elder Chun. What was her status? How could she possibly apologize to a brat? It was out of the question. She was the young lady of the Chin family, one of the 4 great beauties of the capital. Such a heavenly beauty could never lower herself to admit fault. I am sorry, she muttered under her breath. Her pride wounded, as she cast a scowl at Long Chen. Yet, it was evident she remained unconvinced in her heart. Chen Wu glared daggers at Long Chen, seemingly holding a grudge against him. You should count yourself fortunate that your subordinates did not act against me. Long Chun remarked with a faint smile, casting a glance at Elder Chun. Considering your apparent sincerity, I shall enlighten you regarding the events that transpired here. It was a condescending stance. Indeed, Long Chun was looking down upon them. Such an attitude would easily incite irritation, even in Elder Chun, who was adept at maintaining his composure. He had prompted Chen Wuer to apologize to Long Chun because he recognized that the young man was no ordinary individual. Wishing to avoid unnecessary conflict for his granddaughter. After all, one does not simply encounter someone in the thunderous forbidden zone without reason. However, this did not imply he feared Long Chen. How could he fear a mere boy of a few years? His status was of the utmost distinction. Even high-ranking officials from Beizhou province would bow before him in deference. Yet today, an unknown brat dared to engage him from a position of superiority. It had been many years since anyone had spoken to him in such a manner. You previously inquired why I was here, why the thunderclouds above the forbidden zone vanished, and whether I had seen anyone else. Today, I shall provide you with answers. Long Chen continued as Elder Chen suppressed his inner fury. I arrived at the thunderous forbidden zone from Shanhaiguan a day ago. As for the thunderclouds, I consumed them. To be precise, it was the dragon vein here that I devoured. The thunderclouds were merely swallowed along with it. A few hours ago, an elder named Wang Ren ascended the mountain, claiming he sought to slay demons. Clearly, he intended to eliminate me. I casually struck down 2 bolts of heavenly lightning. and thus, he met his demise that I asked for the remains. I may have been a bit too forceful, leaving only some ashes over there. As he spoke, Longchen gestured toward a nearby area where charred remnants lay scattered, resembling debris singed by lightning. Regarding the enormous handprint on the mountaintop that astonishes you, I casually slapped it down. I exerted a bit too much force, nearly flattening the peak. My apologies if I startled you. Once Longchen concluded his explanation, the three individuals before him stood in stunned silence, eyes wide with disbelief as they regarded Longchen as if he were a monster. You claim you casually struck down Wang Ren with 2 bolts of lightning, consumed the thunderclouds and dragon vein, and nearly flattened the entire mountaintop with a single slap. Are you certain all this was your doing? Elder Chen furrowed his brow, inhaling deeply, feeling as if his mind could not process the information. He harbored doubts about whether this brat was speaking the truth. Besides me, is there anyone else here? Longchen inquired with a smile. Indeed, aside from him, there was no one else present. But how could that be possible? Wang Ren was a late-stage dark energy master. How could a mere boy of 16 or 17 years have killed him? It was absurd to think he could have done so with a mere casual strike. The subsequent claims were even more outrageous, consuming thunderclouds and dragon veins. Elder Chen had heard of dragon veins. Yet he had always doubted their existence here. And as for nearly flattening the mountaintop with a single slap, how could that be real? He fell silent, feeling it was all too far-fetched at that moment. Li Liang, the suited man behind him, could no longer restrain himself and snarled at Longchen. Brat, if you continue to spout nonsense, do not blame me for being rude. Wang Ren is the elder of the Wang family and possesses late-stage dark energy cultivation. How could you possibly have killed him? And as for this enormous handprint, it is beyond your capability to create. Tell me, what is the truth? Where is Wang Ren? And who is the formidable figure capable of leaving such a powerful handprint? Li Liang pressed aggressively. It was likely that without Elder Chen's presence, he would have lunged at Longchen already. Eye in his eyes, Longchen was merely fabricating tales. Humph, the figure in the photograph is no doubt a celestial being. It cannot possibly be you. You brat. Where is the celestial being from the photograph? Speak quickly. The stunning beauty, Chen Wuer, shot Longchen a disdainful glance, as if regarding him as a fool. Eye in her mind, she had resolutely concluded that Longchen could not possibly be the figure captured in the widely circulated photograph, for his demeanor simply did not match. Heh. Longchen chuckled dismissively, blind to the true visage of reality. It seems to devour thunder, vanquish Wang Ren, and consume the dragon vein. These claims are nothing short of extraordinary. If what Longchen asserted were true, what level of cultivation would he possess? Perhaps he is at the transformation stage. It would seem he would be an exceptionally powerful presence even among those of the transformation stage. Martial artists are categorized by levels: the bright energy practitioners, dark energy practitioners, and the transformation stage, where true energy takes form. In the capital, dark energy practitioners are already a rarity. As for those at the pinnacle of dark energy cultivation, they are considered formidable figures in their own right. The transformation stage masters, however, are as rare as phoenix feathers. What constitutes a master? To transcend the limits of the human body is to become a master. It is rumored that a master is akin to a demigod. Surpassing the frailties of flesh, each master embodies a transformative existence. In the realm of martial arts, a master stands at the pinnacle of achievement. They possess the ability to establish their own sex, marking them as unparalleled in their generation. It has been said that a master can single-handedly challenge an entire nation, their prowess formidable and undeniable. Even the esteemed Elder Chen, clad in traditional Tang attire, has limited acquaintance with such masters. Only a handful of ancient figures within the capital are known to him, elusive as dragons that reveal themselves only fleetingly, before the might of a powerful master. Even the venerable Elder Chen must concede with respect. Yet today, before his very eyes stands a young master of merely 16 or 17 years, indeed, at such a tender age, capable of striking down Wang Ren with a pair of thunderbolts. What else could this being be but a master? The immense handprint left upon the mountaintop further corroborates this assertion. He is undoubtedly a master of transformation. However, Elder Chen struggles to believe it. He cannot fathom such a reality that a master at 16 or 17. These two terms could not possibly coexist. He does not trust that Longchen possesses the cultivation of a master of transformation, nor that he could consume the dragon vein and thunder. Throughout the millennia of Chinese history, no young master of such an age has ever emerged. Every master of the past was invariably an elderly sage, often in their 70s or 80s. Achieving mastery in one's 30s or 40s is already a mark of extraordinary genius. Yet a teenage master, it must surely be a fabrication. Dear friend, we sincerely wish to inquire about the whereabouts of that esteemed elder atop the mountain. Why do you speak so presumptuously, claiming the great deeds of that elder as your own? Elder Chen's expression darkened as he contemplated this, his voice turning cold. If your intent is to mock us, do not blame us for being ungracious, while we harbor no desire to harm you. Your repeated deceptions have tested our patience. Do you truly believe us to be so easily fooled? As Elder Chen's words fell, his bodyguard, Li Liang, stepped forward to obstruct Long Chen's path, clearly prepared to act at a moment's notice upon Elder Chen's command. Elder Chen did not seek to harm Long Chen. Rather, he wished to demonstrate the gravity of the situation, compelling Long Chen to reveal the truth as for taking Long Chen's life. Such an act would be beneath their dignity. Are you all mad? Long Chen retorted, each word deliberate. I have already stated that apart from myself, there is no one else here if you seek the one who vanquished Wang Ren and left that massive handprint atop the mountain. It could only be me, mad? How dare you, a mere youth, insult the venerable Elder Chen? If the various families of the capital were to hear of this, they would surely be astonished. The Chen family, though not among the 4 great families of the capital, stands just a hair's breadth below them, wielding influence comparable to that of the Wang family, especially given Elder Chen's unparalleled sway within the military. No one in the capital could rival him. Were it not for the Chen family's lack of martial prowess, the list of the 4 great families would likely have included them. In other words, even the 4 great families would choose to avoid provoking the Chen family due to their immense military influence. What did you say? You dared to insult Elder Chen. Do you seek death? Li Liang's eyes widened in fury, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him as he prepared to strike, charging forth. Scoundrel! Chen Wuer's expression stiffened, her anger causing her to tremble. As a favored daughter of destiny, she could not abide being insulted, especially when her esteemed grandfather was also subjected to such disrespect. She resolved to teach this insolent fool a lesson. In an instant, Chen Wuer surged forward, intent on reprimanding this audacious brat. Yet in the next moment, she was left utterly disappointed. Long Chen merely turned, effortlessly evading her and Li Liang's assault. Yes, it was nothing more than a seemingly simple turn, yet it was executed with such precision that it artfully sidestepped their attack. It appeared purely coincidental, a fortunate happenstance. Chen Wuer could not fathom how a mere turn could contain such exquisite skill, but she dismissed it as mere illusion. Surely it was just luck, she muttered to herself. If he could evade our combined assault, it must be coincidence. Yes, coincidence. Li Liang, an adept of the initial stage of dark energy, and she herself, a practitioner of bright energy. How could this young rascal possibly evade their combined might? Only luck could explain such an occurrence. Frustrated by her failed strike, Chen Wuer charged at Long Chen once more. Meanwhile, Li Liang, enraged over his missed attack, was determined to unleash an even more powerful blow. His heart was set on inflicting harm, channeling all his strength into a single, lethal strike. If this blow were to land upon an ordinary person, it would surely be fatal. Yet, as Li Liang's fierce attack descended upon him, Long Chen appeared unfazed, making no move to defend himself, continuing to mutter, "You both truly are quite mad, and not just a little bit. I stand by what I said. You scoundrel!" Chen Wuer and her companions were taken aback, expecting Long Chen to apologize, only to hear him utter such words instead. "Scoundrel, today, I shall make you pay." Chen Wuer seethed inwardly, but just then, Long Chen spoke again. "If I am not mistaken, your afflictions are beyond anyone's remedy. Are they not? You, and you," he gestured towards Chen Wuer and Elder Chen, "have merely 3 to 4 years left to live. Am I wrong?" As Long Chen spoke, he pointedly indicated the 2 of them, clearly implying that they were the ones afflicted. "Stop!" Elder Chen exclaimed in shock, urgently calling out to Li Liang. But it was too late. Li Liang, not only a master of dark energy, but also a battle-hardened soldier of the military, unleashed a strike that was lethal in nature, each move a potential death blow. As Elder Chen closed his eyes in resignation, fully aware of Li Liang's prowess. He knew that even a practitioner of the initial stage of dark energy would suffer grievous harm, let alone Long Chen, who was surely doomed. But the next moment, Elder Chen could not help but open his eyes wide, his jaw dropping in disbelief. There stood Long Chen, unmoved as if he were a mountain. While Li Liang's hand struck against his chest without inflicting any harm, Long Chen remained unscathed, his breathing steady, and he did not even stumble back. Was he a monster? Elder Chen gulped, overwhelmed by disbelief. Li Liang, known for his iron hand, had hands capable of cleaving stone, yet Long Chun had withstood his attack without a scratch. How could this be possible? Suddenly, Elder Chen recalled something, instinctively taking several steps back. Eyes fixed on Long Chen, his mouth agape in astonishment, as if contemplating some terrifying possibility. Do you not realize how woefully inadequate your attack was? Long Chen stood in place, looking down at Li Liang with a frostbitten expression. Once he finished speaking, he lunged forward, unleashing a punch that struck Li Liang's abdomen with a resounding crash. The impact sent Li Liang soaring backwards like a kite with its string cut, flying a good 7 or 8 meters before crashing to the ground. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. One punch. Merely one punch had severely injured a master at the initial stage of hidden strength. Li Liang lay on the ground, his chest caved in, ribs undoubtedly broken in multiple places, unable to rise, only able to widen his eyes and breathe heavily, staring in terror at Long Chun in the distance, who appeared to him as a demon. Yes, a demon. Terrifying. Li Liang's face turned ashen as he realized he had encountered a true expert. The earlier iron palm strike had not only failed to harm Long Chun, but had resulted in the shattering of his own arm. His strongest attack had not even grazed Long Chun. How could he possibly contend against him? Long Chen's torment of him was simply overwhelming. Do you wish to strike again? After sending Li Liang flying with a single punch, Long Chun turned his gaze towards the astonished Chen Wuer, speaking each word with deliberate clarity. That a powerful aura emanated from Long Chun, akin to an ancient dragon descending. The immense pressure, leaving Chen Wuer struggling to breathe. You scoundrel! Chen Wuer gritted her silver teeth in anger, but knowing she was no match for Long Chun, she remained motionless, rooted to the spot. She felt a surge of indignation, as the proud daughter of the capital. How could she allow a mere youth to treat her with disdain? If she possessed the strength, she would have gladly devoured Long Chen on the spot. At least you possess some self-awareness. Long Chen remarked coolly. You. Chen Wuo's face flushed with fury. Young friend, please do not hold my granddaughter's earlier behavior against me. I sincerely apologize for not intervening sooner. Elder Chen, recovering from his shock, stepped forward anxiously, smiling at Long Chen. This card serves as our apology for our previous recklessness. I hope you will accept it. With that, Elder Chen produced a black card, extending it towards Long Chen. This was a gilded black card, clearly of extraordinary quality. Yet Elder Chen handed it over without hesitation. Grandfather, what are you doing? He has severely injured Yang, and you are offering him a black gold card as an apology. Chen Wu exclaimed, her dissatisfaction evident as she watched her grandfather grovel before Long Chen. What if he is skilled? Does he truly dare to harm us? In her eyes, Long Chen was at most a practitioner of some martial arts. Even if he had bested Yang, it did not warrant her grandfather's subservience. After all, they were the esteemed Chen family, standing at the pinnacle of the capital's social hierarchy. Their mere presence could cause the city to tremble. She could not believe Long Chun would dare to harm them. That if he did, he would be courting death. Wuer, you must apologize to our young friend immediately, Elder Chen commanded with a grave expression, far more serious than before. His previous insistence for Chen Wu to apologize stemmed from caution, suspecting Long Chen's capabilities due to his presence in the Thunder Forbidden Zone. However, now, his insistence was rooted in fear. Yes, fear. His tone was far more solemn this time, carrying an undeniable weight. On what grounds? Chen Wuer retorted angrily. Let me explain, Elder Chen replied, enunciating each word carefully. Because this young friend is a master of transformation. He is a master of transformation. The enormous palm print at the summit of the Thunder Forbidden Zone was left by him, and Wang Ren met his end at his hands. You comprehend? The words master of transformation echoed incessantly in Chen Wuer's mind. A youthful master. Could he truly be a master of transformation? Was he the figure in those online photos, the divine being? Chen Wuer found it hard to believe. Yet, under her grandfather's penetrating gaze, she was compelled to lower her proud head. I apologize. Chen Wuer felt an unprecedented humiliation, more intense than during her first apology. Twice she had apologized. Man, she had apologized twice. If the young scions of the capital's elite families were to find out, they would surely be astounded. The illustrious Chen Wuer, one of the 4 great beauties of the capital, had bowed her head twice. Young friend, may we become friends? Elder Chen's expression brightened considerably as he cautiously addressed Long Chun. I am Chun. May I ask your esteemed name? Long Chun. Long Chun replied coolly, taking a moment to appraise Elder Chen before accepting the black gold card. He added, as for friendship, you are not yet worthy. You are not worthy. Elder Chun was left speechless, as if he had never before encountered someone who would utter such words to him. Beside them, Chun Wuer fumed with indignation. Master of transformation. He truly is a master of transformation. Long Chun, you are overstepping your bounds. Just as she was about to voice her outrage, Elder Chun halted her with a heavy sigh. He spoke slowly. I am indeed not worthy to befriend Master Long Chun. The venerable Elder Chun of the military, a figure of great repute in the capital, had openly admitted to being unworthy of friendship with a youth. Not even the heads of the 4 great families could withstand such a statement from him. Yet the young man who introduced himself as Long Chun accepted it with composure. You possess a keen sense of self-awareness. Long Chun nodded, seemingly satisfied with Elder Chun's demeanor, and uttered those words with detachment. With that, Long Chun began to walk down the mountain. His pace was not hurried, yet it was remarkably swift, as if he were traversing the very ground itself. In mere moments, he had covered a distance of 20 to 30 meters. Master Long Chun, please wait a moment. How did you discern that my granddaughter and I are unwell? Could you possibly examine us and help treat our strange ailment? Elder Chun called after Long Chun as he walked away, unable to restrain his curiosity. Both he and his granddaughter were afflicted, and their time was running short. Chun Wuo had at most 2 years left. While he had less than a year, the knowledge of their ailment was a closely guarded secret within the Chun family, known only to a select few. Yet Long Chun had unveiled it with a single statement, striking at the heart of the matter. How could he not be astonished? Such family secrets were never meant to be disclosed. If they were, the Chun family's standing could be compromised. His position as a high-ranking military official had allowed the Chun family to maintain their status. But his impending death would spell doom for them. For years, they had sought a remedy for their strange ailment, consulting top-tier hospitals abroad and renowned doctors domestically, but they could never pinpoint the cause. All they could ascertain was that their life forces were waning. The entire Chun family was in a state of urgency, yet powerless. Now, Long Chun not only knew but had also pinpointed the issue directly. Elder Chun understood that there was no way Long Chun could have known their family secret unless he possessed the ability to diagnose ailments simply by sight. Yes, merely by looking. There was no need for inquiry or examination. He could discern the malady at a glance. Elder Chun could hardly believe it, yet he had no choice but to accept it, for the evidence lay before him. If he could diagnose their affliction at a glance, it was highly likely he could cure their strange ailment, which was yet another reason for Elder Chun's profound respect towards Long Chun. Master, divine doctor, youth. Even the venerable masters among the 4 prominent families of Kyoto would surely show utmost respect towards such an existence. Hold on a moment, please. Mr. Chun is quite eager to retain Long Chun. Yet who could have anticipated that Long Chun seemed utterly indifferent, or rather, disinclined to pay heed to an insignificant AI in the brief span of mere moments. He vanished from Mr. Chen's sight, regardless of Mr. Chen's fervent calls. Upon witnessing Long Chen's disappearance, Mr. Chun let out a dejected sigh, muttering to himself, I was blind, failing to recognize a master. It seemed he recalled something. Pivoting to gaze towards the summit of the thunder-forbidden zone, the perennial storms had dissipated, leaving only a massive palm print and a heap of debris. Remnants of lightning strikes. He understood that these were the traces left behind by the young master. Long Chen, Mr. Chen remarked with a bitter smile, is he not the so-called fool, the waste of the entire Kyoto aristocracy, the discarded scion of the Long family? Long Chen? It must be him. Who else could it be atop the thunder-forbidden zone but Long Chen? Wang Ren has come to vanquish the monsters, and I should have anticipated it was him all along. How laughable, truly laughable. It is a grand jest of the highest order. A person labeled as a waste, a fool, has become someone whom all of Kyoto's families look up to. At merely 17 years of age, he has attained the rank of a master. If he is a waste, a fool, what then are the families of Kyoto? Ants? Ha! Long family, what exactly are you concealing in your gourd? Back in the day, you proclaimed the birth of a prodigy and discarded Long Chun. Yet he is a genius, a prodigy of extraordinary caliber. At just 17, in his eyes, the Long family is indeed a source of amusement. They squandered such a talent, abandoning the genius of their own bloodline. Long Xingtian, how would your expression change if you were to learn that your grandson is a young master? I am truly curious. Why does my Chen family lack such a genius? Why do I not have a grandson of such caliber? I have realized. Long Chen was born a sage, a true sage. When he was born, auspicious signs descended from the heavens. How could he not be a sage? As for the lightning that struck him at birth, It was merely the heavens' jealousy, envious of the sage's arrival. The Long family is blind, mistaking a sage for a monster and discarding him. How ridiculous! The Long family is truly laughable. Mr. Chen's near-manic declarations left Chen Wuer in a state of shock. Had her grandfather ever been so unhinged? All because of Long Chen. Even more astonishing to Chen Wuer were Mr. Chen's words. Long Chen, is he truly that waste, that fool, the laughingstock of all Kyoto, the idiot Long? It is he, the discarded scion of the Long family. But the one struck by lightning was not charred all over, resembling an African with an unsightly appearance. Even if Chen Wuer had never seen Long Chun, she had heard of him. Yet the Long Chun who departed earlier was pristine, more beautiful than a woman. Although Chen Wuer harbored disdain for Master Long, she could not deny his striking beauty. It was undeniable, for he was truly handsome. How could Chen Wuer know that Long Chun, having obtained the dragon pearl, had transformed from mortal to dragon, shedding his former self? His entire being had undergone a metamorphosis, evolving into a form akin to that of a dragon, his blood now dragon's blood. How could his body not change? Grandfather, did you say that the person who just left is the laughingstock of all Kyoto, the fool, the discarded scion of the Long family, Long Chen? Chen Wuer asked in disbelief. Indeed, it is he, Mr. Chen affirmed with unwavering conviction. It is the entire aristocracy of Kyoto that has erred. He is far from a fool. He is a prodigy. No, a genius of prodigious potential. Mr. Chen continued. The title of a born sage is indeed well-deserved. At this moment, Chen Wuer found herself at a loss for words. She could scarcely comprehend. Who could have imagined that a fool could be a master? His future is boundless. Mr. Chen added, our Chen family must forge a good relationship with him. At any cost. Grandfather, is this truly worth it? Chen Wuer inquired, furrowing her brow. It is worth it. Mr. Chen replied sternly. Wuer, do you know of the 5 dragons of China? His future achievements will far surpass those of the 5 dragons. The 5 dragons of China are the very soul of the Chinese military, a presence that instills terror. Each of the 5 is a master of extraordinary prowess, and it is precisely due to their existence that no one dares to offend China. 1 dragon for each direction, east, west, south, north, and center. Together, they safeguard the entirety of China. The 5 dragons of China represent the military spirit, the pinnacle of its power, with Dragon King Yang Wanli being at the peak of mastery. While the other 4 divine dragons are also formidable masters in their own right. 10 years ago, when the U.S. superhuman forces and Japan's mutated god forces covertly invaded China, it was the 5 dragons who defended our borders, annihilating the 300 superhumans from the U.S. and nearly exterminating the 200 from Japan. Since then, no foreign superhuman forces have dared to invade China. The 5 dragons are the foundation of our nation. How could Long Chun possibly compare to them? You claim his future achievements will exceed those of the 5 dragons, but that is simply impossible. The might of the 5 dragons is unparalleled. Chen Wuer contended, believing that even if Long Chun possessed some strength, it was still vastly inferior to that of the 5 dragons. Furthermore, she was reluctant to accept that a former fool could be compared to such legendary figures. Miss, you were mistaken. At that moment, Li Liang interjected from a distance. Long Chen's future achievements will at least be on par with those of the 5 dragons, for at the tender age of 17, he is already a master. After Long Chun had departed, Li Liang managed to rise from the ground despite his serious injuries, which, while grave, were not fatal. Liang speaks the truth. Mr. Chen expressed his approval. Wuer, let me ask you, how old was Dragon King Yang Wanli when he entered the realm of mastery? Mr. Chen countered. Dragon King Yang Wanli entered the realm of mastery at 38 years of age, achieving the pinnacle at 56, and 10 years ago, he fought valiantly against the formidable Lei Patian of the Hongmen, forcing him to retreat from China. Chen Wuer replied, recalling the tales of the 5 dragons with clarity. Now let me ask you, what was Dragon King Yang Wanli's mastery when he was 17? Mr. Chen continued. 17 or 18. At that age, Dragon King Yang Wanli should have been at the initial stage of the Dark Strength realm. Yes, the initial stage. Chen Wuer thought for a moment before responding. Grandfather, why are you asking these questions? She asked, perplexed. Wuer, Long Chun is only 17 this year. At 17, he is already a master. Do you think the 5 dragons can compare to him? By the time Long Chun reaches the age of the Dragon King, what level of mastery do you think he will have attained? The pinnacle of mastery? Or perhaps even beyond? Mr. Chen closed his eyes, articulating each word with deliberation. Mr. Chen speaks the truth. With just one punch, he inflicted grave injuries upon me. Even if he is not a master, he must at least be at the pinnacle of the dark strength realm. Li Liang added, a flicker of fear suddenly appearing in his eyes as he continued. Moreover, I sensed he was holding back, sparing me his full strength. Otherwise, my injuries would be far graver. What? Chen Wuer exclaimed in disbelief. Liang, are you serious? Indeed, miss, Li Liang replied with utmost seriousness. The golden scales are not mere fish in a pond. When the winds arise, they transform into dragons. Mr. Chen seemed to have made a decisive resolution. Long Chen is a sage descended to earth. A dragon among men. If our Chun family can establish a good relationship with Long Chun, it would be akin to having a dragon by our side. The day our Chen family rises will be nigh. The Long family has squandered their opportunity to ally with the dragon, but my Chen family will not make the same mistake. We shall seize this opportunity without fail, Mr. Chun declared emphatically. I understand now. Grandfather, Chen Wuer opened her mouth slightly, filled with a sense of unwillingness and defiance. Little did she know that today, Elder Chen's decision would profoundly alter the fate of the Chen family. Years later, the Chen family would take immense pride in this pivotal choice made by Elder Chen. In countless years to come, a figure known as the Heavenly Demon Empress would emerge amidst the starry skies. The name of the Heavenly Demon Empress is Chen Wuer. According to the annals of stellar history, the entire lineage of the Heavenly Demon Empress ascended to become one of the 10 most illustrious families in the cosmos due to her rise. Standing in splendid grandeur above countless others, truly a family of the pinnacle. Moreover, the Heavenly Demon Empress is recognized as one of the 10 supreme deities under the dominion of the Supreme Dragon King of the Dragon Clan. Whispers abound that the Heavenly Demon Empress possesses unparalleled beauty, considered the most exquisite woman in the world. Conversely, there are tales depicting her as a merciless demon, a harbinger of death, with countless vengeful souls lingering beneath her hand. Nevertheless, the nobility of the Heavenly Demon Empress is indisputable. Even the Jade Emperor must pay her homage upon their encountered as for those in the vast cosmos who might be her equals. It is likely only the legendary Yu Qianjin, the fabled progenitor of chaos. Yu Qianjin is the supreme being of the nine-tailed fox clan. Furthermore, there are even more audacious rumors suggesting that the demise of the supreme dragon of the Dragon Clan years ago was somehow linked to the enigmatic Yu Qianjin. In the capital, within the Wang residence, the head of the Wang family, Wang Jiuxiong, erupted in fury. Are you telling me that the elder Wang Ren cannot be contacted? How could this be? Has something unfortunate occurred? Could he have been struck by lightning? Since elder Wang Ren ventured into the Thunder Forbidden Zone to vanquish the fiends, there had been no word from him. An entire day had elapsed without any contact. Patriarch, it is perplexing. After the storm clouds above the Thunder Forbidden Zone dissipated, our Wang family members promptly entered the area, yet we found no trace of elder Wang Ren, one elder hesitantly reported. What do you mean no trace? Wang Jiuxiong felt a chill of foreboding. All we found was a colossal handprint, measuring over 10 meters long and half a meter deep. The elder stammered that it appears to be a handprint left by a person. Someone left a giant handprint in the Thunder Forbidden Zone? Wang Jiuxiong frowned. Could this possibly belong to Elder Wang Ren? He questioned further. Did you see Long Chen's corpse in the Thunder Forbidden Zone? No. The elder suddenly recalled something and added, moreover, aside from the enormous handprint, there were remnants within the Thunder Forbidden Zone, unidentifiable, seemingly reduced to debris by lightning. Debris. Lightning struck debris. With a resounding thud, Wang Jiuxiong collapsed onto the ground. You scoundrel, Long Chun. Not only have you deceived my entire Wang family, but you have also led to the demise of our elder Wang. Our En.My Wang family will never forgive you, Wang Jiuxiong declared vehemently. Long Chun never even entered the Thunder Forbidden Zone. This was a scheme, a trap to lure my family into the forbidden area. Scoundrel, scoundrel. He realized in that moment that the debris likely represented the remains of Elder Wang Ren. Elder Wang Ren had perished due to lightning strikes. The absence of Long Chen's body on the mountaintop indicated that he had never ascended the mountain at all. Long Chen had orchestrated this to harm the Wang family, employing a stratagem akin to an empty city ruse. Yes, precisely that, a ruse. He had coaxed Elder Wang Ren into the Thunder Forbidden Zone and then let the lightning claim him. The vanishing storm clouds above the Thunder Forbidden Zone must also relate to Elder Wang Ren. Perhaps he had perished alongside the storm. Indeed, it must have been Elder Wang Ren who dissipated the storm clouds. Wang Jiuxiong muttered to himself. The Wang family had lost a being capable of dispersing storm clouds and cleaving mountains. In China, At the North State television station, once again, it is the Thunder Forbidden Zone. This afternoon, the storm clouds that had loomed over the Thunder Forbidden Zone for centuries have vanished. Indeed, the Thunder Forbidden Zone is no longer shrouded in storms. What has transpired within the Thunder Forbidden Zone? Could it be that celestial beings are at play? Was the previous silhouette merely the remnant of a divine presence? The reason for the disappearance of the lightning in the Thunder Forbidden Zone remains a mystery. However, it is precisely due to the disappearance of the storm clouds that we now have the opportunity to approach the Thunder Forbidden Zone, a sacred place untouched for centuries. Today, our station's reporters will accompany you as we venture into the Thunder Forbidden Zone. As the captivating voice of the television host echoed, the screen transitioned to a live broadcast from the Thunder Forbidden Zone, featuring a reporter standing atop the mountain, conducting a live report. My heavens. What is that? A colossal handprint. Oh my goodness, this enormous handprint, reminiscent of the Buddha's palm from classic kung fu films, a celestial being. It must surely be the mark of a divine presence, or at the very least, a martial arts master. My goodness. Experts have deceived us. I can no longer trust their words. Just moments ago, they dismissed the notion that the silhouette in the Thunder Forbidden Zone was merely a refraction of light. Yet how do they explain this gigantic handprint? Are they going to claim it formed naturally? Someone was undoubtedly present in the Thunder Forbidden Zone, a celestial being, the relics left behind by the one depicted in that photograph. A ripple of excitement surged throughout the nation as the live broadcast unfolded. The populace grasped the reality that celestial beings indeed existed within the Thunder Forbidden Zone. The enormous handprint serves as the most compelling evidence. Yet, the whereabouts of the celestial being remain shrouded in mystery. Merely a handprint left by Long Chen has elicited such a monumental reaction. Indeed, even Long Chen himself likely could not have anticipated this. Truly, the winds of change are ever relentless. Soon, speculation began to swirl. Many suggested that the disappearance of the storm clouds was undoubtedly linked to the celestial being, as the giant handprint atop the mountain served as irrefutable proof. In no time, experts emerged to refute the claims. Yet, no one heeded their words any longer. The belief in celestial beings prevailed. In the capital, within the XC district, there stood an ancient residence, covering an area nearly the size of a soccer field. It is well known that the XC district is a highly coveted locale. Owning such a grand estate here requires not only wealth, but also status. This residence belongs to the Jiang family, one of the four great families of Kyoto. In the heart of the estate, amidst a courtyard, stood an enchanting woman. She appeared to be in her early 20s, garbed in a white dress, exuding an ethereal aura as though she were a celestial being descended from the heavens. Her beauty was beyond mere description. It was a beauty that could topple kingdoms. Yet, in that moment, this captivating woman seemed lost in thought, her gaze fixed vacantly upon a patch of flowers, betraying an undercurrent of sorrow. Long Chen, why do you not perish? After an indeterminate period, she suddenly uttered these words, infused with a potent hatred, as if directed towards someone she resented deeply for their continued existence. Following this declaration, tears began to cascade from her beautiful eyes. Churin, what troubles you? At that moment, a voluptuous woman entered the courtyard. Upon seeing the tearful beauty, she approached with urgency, inquiring about her distress. The newcomer was Zhou Qingqing, the deputy director of the Kyoto Police Department, and the weeping beauty was Jiang Churin, the esteemed eldest daughter of the Jiang family, one of the four great beauties of Kyoto. What have I done wrong? You wretched scoundrel, why have you destroyed me? Jiang Churin uttered each word with palpable anguish. Churin, Zhou Qingqing interjected, the elder of the Wang family, Wang Run, has already entered the Thunder Forbidden Zone to slay demons. I fear that Long Chen has perished. He cannot survive. You must believe me. Zhou Qingqing spoke with a tinge of compassion. Ever since Jiang Churin was sullied by Long Chen, she had transformed entirely into a different person. She had attempted suicide no less than 3 times. Now, she was afflicted with depression, yearning for the demise of some scoundrel each day. Do not deceive me any longer. He never even entered the Thunder Forbidden Zone. He is not dead. Tears streamed down Jiang Churin's face like torrential rain as she choked on her words. Upon learning that the elder of the Wang family had ventured into the Thunder Forbidden Zone to slay demons, she had felt a fleeting joy, for she believed that a certain scoundrel was destined to die. But just moments ago, she had received the latest news. Wang Ren had died, struck down by the wrath of the thunder in the Forbidden Zone. Perishing alongside the thunder clouds, the massive handprint on the mountain peak stood as testament. And Long Chen, he had not even entered the Thunder Forbidden Zone. Yes, he had orchestrated an empty city ploy, deceiving the elder of the Wang family to his demise. When Jiang Chun learned of this news, it felt as though the heavens had collapsed, her hopes shattered. What is wrong with me severing the engagement with you, worthless wretch? Why do you seek to ruin me in this manner? They all claim you have changed, that you are no longer a fool. But what does it matter if you have changed? You remain equally grotesque. I do not want you. I refuse to have you as my man. Jiang Chun's emotions surged intensely, and as she spoke, she could not help but roar in fury, as if venting the fiery wrath within her. Chun, rest assured, I will certainly seek justice for you. Zhou Qingqing vowed earnestly. How can a fool, a worthless being, be worthy of my dear friend? What does it matter if a worthless person is changed? They are still a toad. Zhou Qingqing resolved internally, regardless of how the Jiang family approached this matter. She would never let Longchen off the hook, never. Observing Jiang Chun before her, Zhou Qingqing felt a deep ache in her heart. The proud daughter of the capital had been reduced to this state because of a certain scoundrel. As the entire capital, indeed all of China, erupted in commotion due to the disappearance of the thunderclouds in the Thunder Forbidden Zone, the orchestrator of it all sat aboard a bus heading to the capital. Shanhaiguan is in close proximity to the capital, although it is not in the same province. A mere 3-hour journey suffices to reach it. The capital. Longchen, the true dragon, has returned. When Longchen boarded the bus, the passengers could not help but wrinkle their brows, for he appeared tattered and ragged, resembling a beggar. Every passenger who caught sight of Longchen instinctively covered their noses, as though repulsed by the sight of a fly. Yet, none of the passengers on the bus noticed that beneath the tattered clothing lay an extraordinary aura, to be precise, an ethereal quality that transcended the mundane. As for the various reactions and whispers of the bus passengers, Longchen seemed oblivious, merely finding a seat and settling down. In truth, how could Longchen not hear or see? Yet, in his eyes, these surrounding individuals were but ants. As the supreme of the dragon clan. Why should he stoop to concern himself with ants? How can summer insects comprehend the coldness of ice? Longchen surveyed the passengers around him. Throughout the entire journey, he remained indifferent to the scornful glances and sneers directed at him. Closing his eyes after muttering that phrase, the summer insect knows not the chill of winter, for its lifespan is so brief that it can only survive the summer, never reaching the winter. In Longchen's eyes, these ants and summer insects were indistinguishable. How could they possibly comprehend Longchen's might? How could they know that he is a true dragon? After Longchen closed his eyes, the passengers on the bus grew even bolder, their derisive remarks flooding the cabin like a tide. What a misfortune, to encounter a beggar upon leaving home. What bad luck. Since when can beggars afford to ride a bus? Damn it, this filthy beggar had to sit next to me. It's utterly revolting. After a brief exchange of derogatory remarks regarding Longchen, the passengers soon ceased, as if they deemed it beneath them to continue discussing a beggar. Indeed, they held contempt for beggars. Even to speak of one was to diminish their own worth. To them, arguing with a beggar was a disgraceful act. Quickly, they shifted their conversation to two popular topics: the disappearance of the thunderclouds in the Thunder Forbidden Zone, and the whereabouts of the immortal within the Thunder Forbidden Zone. The bus passengers engaged in animated discussions. Some claimed that an immortal had dispersed the thunderclouds, while others suggested that the immortal had ascended to the heavens. Various opinions abounded. Little did they know, the so-called immortal they spoke of was currently seated on this very bus. How could they ever imagine that the beggar they looked down upon was the very immortal they discussed? How unfortunate. Next to Longchen sat an exquisite beauty, seemingly in her 20s. She was breathtakingly beautiful, standing out on the bus like a phoenix amongst crows. Adorned with rabbit ear headphones, she appeared to be listening to music. Yet, it was evident that the young woman was not pleased, as she found herself seated beside a beggar. The stunning beauty cast a glance at Longchen, who sat comfortably beside her, and her heart brimmed with irritation. However, she felt somewhat helpless, muttering softly before falling silent. Nevertheless, her body noticeably shifted away from Longchen, creating distance between them. After approximately 2 hours of travel, the bus entered the jurisdiction of the capital. However, this was merely the outskirts of the capital, with a considerable distance remaining to the city center. Shortly after entering the capital, the bus came to a stop at a designated station. A young man, appearing to be in his mid-20s, boarded. Dressed in branded clothing, he greeted the driver in a familiar manner before stepping into the cabin. He surveyed the interior, and upon spotting something, his eyes gleamed with excitement. As if he had discovered prey, he moved towards Longchen's seat without hesitation. "Hey, brother, how about we switch seats? I'll sit here, and you can take a seat at the back," the young man said while patting Longchen on the shoulder. He exuded a commanding presence, as if accustomed to giving orders, leaving no room for refusal. The other passengers in the cabin were all too aware of the young man's intentions. A beauty, and a stunning one at that. Yes, it was precisely because a stunning beauty sat beside Long Chen that all the male passengers on the bus envied this beggar. Who among them had not stolen glances at the exquisite beauty? Since she boarded, no one had dared to sit beside her, for her extraordinary aura was simply too captivating. Beside her, all present were enveloped in a sense of inadequacy. That it was precisely for this reason that no one dared to disturb the exquisite beauty. Yet, unexpectedly, a mere beggar, lacking any semblance of embarrassment, boldly seated himself beside her, inciting a wave of jealousy and ire among the male passengers on the bus. They found themselves reluctant to occupy the seats that were now claimed by Long Chen. However, following the arrival of this young man, the male passengers in the cabin began to revel in a sense of schadenfreude. His attire suggested that he was no ordinary individual. The passengers awaited Long Chen's humiliation, or perhaps hoped to witness the beggar bowing down to the young man in their eyes. How could a beggar possibly contend with a man of such remarkable presence? Surely, the beggar would face utter defeat. Not to mention the beggar, even they would likely yield their seats in the face of such a formidable aura. The young man's presence weighed heavily upon them, rendering their breath shallow. The air of superiority was palpable. To the male passengers, the sight of the young man seated beside the stunning beauty was far more palatable than that of a beggar in her company. Such a rare beauty was beyond the reach of a beggar. Even if they could not possess her, they would not allow someone of lesser stature to do so. At this moment, the exquisite beauty removed her rabbit ear headset, glanced at Long Chen, then at the young man, remaining silent. Yet, her demeanor suggested she believed the beggar would soon bow his head and switch seats with the young man. But in the next heartbeat, they were all left agape. Get lost, Long Chen uttered coldly. He then forcefully removed the young man's filthy hand from his shoulder. Get lost. Who could have anticipated that the beggar they had previously looked down upon would dare to speak such a word to the young man? And with such force, he appeared as a sovereign, gazing upon his captive with disdain. Doubt began to creep into their minds. Had they truly heard correctly? Was this the demeanor expected of a beggar? They had mocked him relentlessly without a word in return. Yet here he was, brimming with confidence. Could it be that this beggar was not a fool after all? How dare you, you've got guts. Kid, the young man was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that a ragged beggar would dare to insult him. Do you have any idea who I am? He exclaimed in exasperation. I'll give you one more chance. Kneel and apologize. Then get off the bus. I might overlook your ignorance, but don't expect me to be merciful otherwise. He carried himself with an air of superiority, as if bestowing the beggar with the honor of kneeling and apologizing to him. I don't know who you are, but I don't want to repeat myself. Get lost. Or else, you will die. Long Chen retorted with narrowed eyes. How dare anyone disturb the esteemed Dragon Clan's supreme member during his rest? The true dragon's wrath was imminent. That the true dragon had not immediately dispatched this ignorant young man was already a stroke of fortune for him. Yet, he continued to provoke fate. The true dragon was growing angry. For some inexplicable reason, the young man found himself momentarily cowed by Long Chen's gaze, feeling as if he were being scrutinized by an ancient behemoth, a chill running down his spine. However, he quickly suppressed this sensation and glared at Long Chen with malice, enunciating each word with a sneer. All right, you really have guts, kid, to speak to me, Li Hu, in such a manner. Just you wait. I'll see if you can maintain that arrogance for long. Damn you. Uve crossed paths with the Chun family of Kyoto. Your days are numbered. After declaring his name, Li Hu turned away, finding a seat for himself. As soon as he sat down, he pulled out his phone and made a call. Casting occasional glances in Long Chen's direction, the Chun family of Kyoto, Li Hu. Upon hearing the young man introduce himself, a hush fell over the bus, as all passengers were struck with fear. Yes, merely the utterance of a name was enough to instill terror. The Chun family of Kyoto. He was Li Hu of the Chun family of Kyoto. It was rumored that the Qinda group, under the Chun family's purview, was controlled by the Li brothers. And Li Hu was one of them, serving as the vice president at the tender age of 28. Though the Li brothers did not bear the Chun surname, they were undeniably affiliated with the Chun family of Kyoto. In that instant, the beggar's fate appeared sealed. Li Hu. He was indeed Li Hu, the vice president of the Qinda group. It was said that the Qinda group's portfolio spanned various industries, including real estate, internet, entertainment, media, and retail. There was hardly a sector untouched by their influence. More crucially, the Chun family's name in Kyoto held immense weight. Did you know what the Chun family represented in the entire region? This beggar was truly courting death, provoking an individual he should have avoided at all costs. As the passengers regained their composure, they began to murmur amongst themselves, their gazes towards Li Hu filled with awe, more accurately dread. The Chinda Group was a renowned conglomerate in Kyoto, a multinational enterprise boasting assets in the hundreds of millions and a subsidiary of the Qin family. The Li brothers were the power behind this vast fortune. Such elite figures. Even they would bow and scrape, unwilling to provoke them. Yet today, this beggar not only dared to provoke, but even insulted him. The collective thought among the passengers was that this beggar was merely awaiting his demise. With this realization, their eyes turned to Longchen, filled with scorn, envy, and fury, but predominantly pity. Yes, they pitied Longchen for his ignorance, for his blatant disregard for his own safety. They observed that upon learning of Li Hu's identity, Longchen displayed not an ounce of fear, instead appearing utterly indifferent in their eyes. How profoundly foolish could one be? Yet, they could not fathom that Longchen's indifference stemmed from his genuine dismissal of the Chun family's significance. Little brother, you should quickly apologize to young Master Li. Perhaps if he is in a good mood, he might spare you. Otherwise, you will find it impossible to survive in Kyoto. The bus driver, witnessing the unfolding drama with a twinge of sympathy, could no longer remain silent. Though Longchen appeared no different from a beggar, he was still a person. Unable to bear the sight of Longchen's reckless behavior, he felt compelled to offer a warning. It's fine. I truly regard the Qin family with indifference, Longchen replied with a smile. Sigh. The bus driver shook his head and fell silent. Driver, why are you trying to warn him? Clearly, this beggar is out of his mind. He is not worth your concern. Be careful not to incur young Master Li's wrath. It wouldn't be worth the trouble. Exactly. Why should we care about the fate of a beggar? If he wishes to court death, let him do so. He is bound to meet his end sooner or later. He is truly the most arrogant beggar I've ever seen, to dare insult young Master Li. He has clearly lost his mind. The passengers chattered among themselves, as if anticipating Longchen's downfall. They deemed him not only a fool but a simpleton, questioning whether it was worth it to provoke Li Hu over a woman. In their eyes, it was utterly unwarranted. Had they been in his position, the moment Li Hu revealed his identity, they would have readily yielded. A beggar is simply a beggar. As the saying goes, those without shoes fear not the shod. Perhaps it was just as simple as that. What is your name? At that moment, the exquisite beauty, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke, directing her words at Longchen. Her initiating a conversation with him sparked envy among the passengers. Yet, recalling Longchen's impending fate, their envy dissipated. Longchen exhibited an air of indifference, offering only a terse reply before lapsing into silence once more. Oh, what brings you to Kyoto? Inquired the exquisite beauty. My family resides in Kyoto, Longchen replied coolly. The stunning woman nodded, her conversation with him ceasing thereafter. She perceived Longchen's aloof demeanor but interpreted it as a form of calculated seduction. If he were truly disinterested in her, why would he risk offending Li Hu, the vice president of Chinda Group, by refusing to yield his seat? Such suitors had always garnered her disdain, particularly those who played the game of feigned disinterest, a tactic she had encountered far too frequently. Unbeknownst to her, her aversion to Longchen deepened. Initially, she had disliked him for being a beggar, but now her disdain stemmed from his perceived pretentiousness. As for the sudden attempt at conversation, she deemed it a mere act of grace on her part. Indeed, it was a gift. After exchanging a few banal pleasantries with Longchen, she dismissed him entirely, reaffixing her rabbit-eared headphones and shutting her eyes once more. Nevertheless, she maintained a considerable distance from him, despite having inadvertently caused him to offend the vice president of the illustrious Chinda Group. Yet, in her heart, she could not shake her disdain for Longchen, who would harbor any affection for a beggar. For a woman of her caliber, engaging in a brief exchange with a beggar was already a significant act of benevolence. As for Longchen, he seemed utterly unfazed by his conversation with the exquisite beauty, closing his eyes to rest once again. The other passengers in the vehicle sighed, lamenting the beggar's audacity. He had offended the vice president of Chinda Group without a hint of fear, appearing as though it was of no consequence to him, and now he was attempting to sleep. Fool! This beggar must be a simpleton. Only a fool would exhibit such disregard for danger. If it were any of them in his position, they would not only be unable to sleep, but would likely tremble in fear for days on end. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the others, the vehicle finally entered the heart of Kyoto. Shortly after entering the city, the young man named Li Hu approached the bus driver, commanding him imperiously, "Pull over to the side of the road." Understood, the bus driver nodded vigorously. Stopping on the city streets was strictly prohibited. But how could the bus driver dare to refuse Li Hu? After all, their bus company was a subsidiary of Chinda Group, In other words, Li Hu was his superior. He had no choice but to comply, swiftly bringing the bus to a halt at the roadside. None of the passengers dared to challenge Li Hu's demand. They were all too savvy to provoke him, unlike the beggar who had foolishly done so. Damn it, kid, if you have the guts, don't run off. Wait for me on the bus. Once the vehicle came to a stop, Li Hu cast a glance in Long Chen's direction before disembarking. The bus remained parked by the roadside for nearly 10 minutes until 2 Land Rover vehicles approached and stopped beside Li Hu. As the doors opened, 7 or 8 menacing figures emerged from the vehicles. These intimidating men immediately bowed and nodded deferentially to Li Hu, who exchanged a few words with them before leading the group toward the bus. Upon witnessing the scene, the passengers' faces drained of color, realizing the impending danger. They feared being collateral damage. The beggar was truly finished this time. Given Li Hu's influence in Kyoto, even if he were to maim the beggar, it was unlikely to cause any significant uproar. A young woman on the bus, dressed in a somewhat trendy manner, cast a disdainful glance at Long Chen before turning her gaze toward Li Hu. Her expression flushed slightly, as if in her eyes, Li Hu was a hero while Long Chen was merely a coward. Little brother, you should kneel and admit your fault. It might just save your life. Otherwise, it seems you are in grave danger today. A voice echoed from an elderly man, aged around 60 or 70, who spoke earnestly to Long Chen. There is no shame in kneeling to plead for mercy, as long as it ensures your survival. Do you see that burly, fearsome man following Li Hu? His name is Zhang Shui, a martial artist. A martial artist? How could a mere beggar like you afford to offend him? Upon hearing the term martial artist, the passengers could not help but change their expressions dramatically. Martial artists represented power. Even the most junior of them were not to be trifled with by ordinary folks. It was rumored that some martial artists could kill a person with a single slap. The colossal handprints left in the Thunder Forbidden Zone could very well be the mark of a supreme martial artist. How could they not be terrified in the presence of a martial artist? They were all frightened to death, unable to even mock the beggar any longer. Martial artist? Are they truly that formidable? Long Chen scoffed. Regardless of their prowess, one thing I can assure you of is that they are certainly not my match. In the presence of a true dragon, not even martial artists would dare to stand tall. They would kneel in reverence. It seemed that just a few hours prior, he had annihilated one martial artist and severely injured another. Arrogance. Utterly foolish arrogance. He was oblivious to the peril he faced. The onlookers speculated that this beggar had no comprehension of the true nature of martial artists, hence his audacious remarks. What was a martial artist? To ordinary people, they were akin to deities. They understood that this beggar was doomed. Alas, the elder sighed to himself. Choosing not to say more, he felt that Long Chen was too young and impetuous, failing to grasp the importance of humility, and would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. You foul beggar! I never imagined your arrogance would be so profound. Today, I shall witness how this will unfold. You wish to pursue me? How absurd for a frog to aspire to eat swan meat! The exquisite beauty scoffed. A woman of her caliber, pursued by a beggar, and the audacity of this beggar to court her made her feel nauseous. Even more infuriating was the fact that this beggar spoke with such audacity. She was eager to see how this insufferable beggar would meet his end. Soon, Li Hu boarded the bus, surveying the interior as if looking down upon all present. His demeanor was domineering, yet not a single person dared to meet his gaze. They all lowered their heads, fearful of Li Hu's scrutiny. You beggar, get down here. I have matters to discuss with you. Li Hu's gaze fixed upon Long Chen as he commanded imperiously. Oh, Long Chen replied with a smile, nodding as he stepped off the bus. Once the two exited, the bus erupted into a frenzy of speculation. I bet this beggar is just putting on a brave face. Once they speak, he'll surely beg for mercy. Kneeling to plead for mercy. It would be too late. Even if he did kneel, Li Hu would never let him off the hook. Today his life was forfeit in their eyes. Today would mark the beggar's demise. In other words, Li Hu was a taboo, a forbidden figure for these ordinary people. To cross him was to court death. Yet, little did they know, Long Chen was no mere human, that he was a dragon. A true dragon. As Long Chen stepped down, he was immediately surrounded by the 7 or 8 burly men, each glaring fiercely at him as if they intended to devour him whole. Any ordinary person witnessing such a scene would likely be terrified to the point of losing control. However, Long Chen's expression remained unchanged, as if he did not even regard the imposing figures surrounding him. You dead beggar! Weren't you quite arrogant on the bus? Tell me to get lost again, and I swear, I'll end your pitiful life right here. Li Hu stood imposingly, his presence exuding an air of formidable power, subtly tinged with an undercurrent of lethal intent that it was evident that he harbored the intention to eliminate Long Chun, given his stature as a powerful elite. It was hardly surprising. Extinguishing the life of a mere beggar would pose no challenge for him. Brother Hu, is this the so-called martial artist you mentioned on the phone, with such a cowardly demeanor? What martial artist is he? He resembles more of a soft bun. If anything, surrounded by us, he is too frightened to utter a word. Beside Li Hu stood a man in his mid-30s, who scrutinized Long Chun with a condescending gaze. Upon witnessing Long Chun's silence in the face of Li Hu's scorn, he couldn't help but chuckle derisively. Brother Hu, allow me to handle this fool. Not only is he a coward, but even if he were a martial artist, I shall render him incapacitated today to dare provoke Brother Hu is to court death. This man was none other than Zhang Shui, a warrior in his own right, flanked by a cadre of brawny henchmen, each capable of holding their own against multiple opponents, though not all were martial artists. Li Hu, with a dismissive glance at Long Chun, squinted and remarked, I initially thought I was mistaken. However, this boy does possess some strength. When Long Chun had removed his hand from Li Hu's shoulder earlier, it felt as though a vice had gripped him, revealing that Long Chun had indeed undergone some training. Yet, upon calling for assistance, Long Chun stood paralyzed with fear. Rest assured, Brother Hu, I shall confront this boy immediately, Zhang Shui stated with a grin as he approached Long Chun, towering over him, and declared, You have offended Brother Hu. How do you propose we resolve this? If you do not extinguish Brother Hu's fury today, I will ensure you become a mere lantern for the heavens. His threat was unmistakably directed at Long Chun, or rather, at the true dragon within him. And how do you suggest we resolve this? Long Chun replied, his expression unyielding. You are quite astute, Zhang Shui observed, satisfaction gleaming in his narrowed eyes. To save your life, you must sever your own arms and kneel to Brother Hu in apology. If you do so, we shall consider this matter concluded. As for the exquisite beauty in the vehicle, she has caught Brother Hu's eye and must be taken with us. Long Chun nodded. Brother Hu, will this suffice? Zhang Shui turned to Li Hu, who stood with an air of regal authority, ready to accept Long Chun's self-mutilation and submission. Very well, he is merely a filthy beggar. Killing him would be bad luck. Since he has the sense to sever his own arms and kneel in apology, I shall reluctantly spare him this time, Li Hu proclaimed, exuding a sense of dominion. Enough, boy, Brother Hu has granted you mercy. Now sever your own arms and kneel. Zhang Shui stepped forward, his tone commanding. That moment, the passengers from the bus began to disembark, gathering a short distance away, approximately 10 meters off, upon witnessing Long Chun's capitulation and his willingness to self-harm. They erupted in laughter. They had expected him to be defiant and proud, but the iron-willed beggar was now prepared to kneel and mutilate himself. Coward, truly a coward, to think he aspired to woo a lady of such beauty. What a delusion. Among the crowd was the exquisite beauty, who observed the scene with disdain. She had initially anticipated a display of resolve from Long Chun, but was taken aback by his swift surrender. Humph, to offend Li Hu and then behave in such a manner? Truly ignorant of his own mortality. Yet, as her scornful words escaped her lips, she was left dumbfounded by Long Chun's unexpected defiance. What? You dare not immediately sever your own arms and kneel? Li Hu's irritation was palpable as he confronted Long Chun, who remained unmoved. Did I ever state that I would sever my own arms and kneel? Long Chun replied coolly. What I meant was that you should all sever your own arms and kneel in apology to me, while I stand here awaiting your actions. What did this insolent beggar just say? He demands us to sever our own arms and kneel before him. Who does he think he is? The head of the Qin family. The onlookers could hardly contain their disbelief. This beggar, not only a fool but a fool with delusions of grandeur, had a chance to save himself yet chose to court his own demise. Is it merely the loss of an arm? Merely kneeling? If it were me, I would comply without hesitation, one bystander mused. This beggar has clearly lost his mind. To demand a warrior to kneel, to command Li Hu, the vice president of Qinda Group, to kneel? Is he truly seeking death? Another onlooker, a middle-aged man, sighed in exasperation. The crowd watched in stunned silence, their hearts racing at the audacity of Long Chun's defiance. What did you say? Zhang Shui barked furiously. A mere beggar dares to command me to sever my limbs and kneel. In my eyes, you are no different from an insect. I had no desire to engage with you. Yet here you are, provoking me like a swarm of flies buzzing incessantly. Do you comprehend this? Today, you have two options. Sever your own arms and kneel in supplication, or face death. Suddenly, Long Chen's aura shifted dramatically, radiating an overwhelming force akin to an ancient beast reawakening, leaving those present gasping for breath. Insects. Flies. Indeed, in the eyes of the true dragon, you are akin to mere insects. Yet, when swarms of flies and insects become bothersome, they must be dealt with. Li, whose expression darkened, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Long Chen, his rage barely contained. He had anticipated Long Chen's submission, but instead, he found himself the subject of ridicule. To demand that I sever my own arms to beg a beggar for forgiveness? This is an affront. Very well. You possess a spine, beggar, but understand this. Sometimes, having backbone comes with a price. Today, I shall witness just how much spine you truly have. Insects. Very well. I shall see who the true insect is. Zhang Shui, dispose of this beggar's limbs immediately. How dare he act so arrogantly? I will demonstrate to him just what grounds he has to be so audacious. Understood, brother Hu, Zhang Shui replied, bowing respectfully. I, Zhang Shui, relish dealing with stubborn individuals. Rest assured, before I utterly obliterate this fool, he will kneel and beg for your forgiveness. Boy, it seems you genuinely do not comprehend the meaning of death. You spurn a chance at life, opting instead for destruction. Very well, I shall oblige you. Remember this. The one who shall end your life is Zhang Shui. In your next life, do remember to steer clear of those you cannot afford to offend, for it could cost you your life. Zhang Shui continued, towering over Long Chen. It appears you have no intention of severing your own arms and kneeling, thus, prepare for death. Long Chen's face was as cold as ice, his voice devoid of emotion. Arrogant, utterly arrogant. A mere beggar seeks to kill a warrior? Preposterous. This is nothing short of a grand farce. The crowd regarded Long Chen with scorn, dismissing his words entirely. 3. Long Chen's sudden utterance caught the crowd off guard, leaving them puzzled about his intent. You will be the third warrior to fall at my hands today. Impossible. To defeat 3 warriors in a single day. Is he aware he is courting death with such bravado? Warriors embody strength. How could a lowly beggar even dream of being their equal? The notion of defeating 3 warriors in a day is sheer nonsense. And you are the weakest among them. Fool. Utterly foolish. Do you truly believe that a martial artist is as easily vanquished as a mere cabbage, to be struck down at will? The crowd could hardly contain their disdain, spitting blood in disgust at this beggar's audacity. Enough. My brothers, let us rid ourselves of this wretch. Zhang Shui glared menacingly at Long Chen, dismissing his nonsensical bravado as nothing more than the last desperate words of a doomed as soon as Zhang Shui's words fell. The 7 or 8 burly men encircling Long Chen charged at him without hesitation. It is essential to note that these men were not ordinary individuals. They were seasoned fighters. Although they fell short of true martial artists, they were still significantly stronger than the average person. Before such formidable foes, even a minor beggar would be wise to tread carefully, let alone a practitioner at the early stage of the Mingjing realm. Boy, let's see if you live to see another day, Zhang Shui sneered. In his eyes, dispatching Long Chen would be as effortless as squashing an ant. He laughed, a laugh filled with arrogant confidence. To offend brother who meant certain death. Yet, in the next moment, his laughter was abruptly silenced. His mouth fell agape, as though he had encountered a specter. Boom, boom, boom. Long Chen unleashed a series of straightforward punches, and the burly men seemed utterly incapable of evading them. One after another sent sprawling by his blows. It was a brutal display of power. In a mere 7 or 8 seconds, the once aggressive group lay defeated on the ground, some with broken bones, others spewing blood, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock. They were too weak, and now it was time for retribution. Long Chen dispatched the 7 or 8 men with an ease that resembled crushing insects, his demeanor utterly unperturbed as he stepped forward, narrowing his eyes at Zhang Shui. Zhang Shui was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure, scrutinizing Long Chen with narrowed eyes, and spoke deliberately. I must admit, I misjudged you. I never expected you to be a practitioner, but that merely surprises me for a fleeting moment. No matter how skilled you are, you remain but a mortal, and I am a martial artist. It would take no effort at all for me to extinguish you. With that, Zhang Shui advanced, stepping forward deliberately, each footfall resonating ominously. Thud, thud, thud. Each step left a deep imprint in the ground, reverberating with a thunderous sound that was almost deafening. The sheer force of his presence left the crowd in stunned silence, instinctively retreating several paces. Having never witnessed such a display, they were in awe of the martial artist's formidable strength, transcending the limits of ordinary human capability. Oh my goodness, how immense must Zhang Shui's strength be? He was leaving deep imprints in the earth. Should he tread upon a person, would he not leave a gaping wound? A petite woman gasped in astonishment. This insufferable beggar is truly a fool, recklessly courting death in the face of such overwhelming power. I fear he may not leave a whole corpse behind, another young man exclaimed in disbelief. The crowd was nearly paralyzed by fear, realizing they were mere mortals in the presence of a monstrous figure. Those with faint hearts dared not approach, retreating in trepidation, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Coward, you wretched toad, why do you not kneel and confess your wrongs? Are you truly seeking death? The exquisite beauty, upon witnessing Zhang Xue's monstrous demeanor, glanced nervously at Long Chun, who remained unfazed, showing no signs of pleading for mercy. Was he truly intent on confronting such a formidable opponent? Surely, a martial artist could not be compared to an ordinary person. Even though he dispatched Zhang Xue's subordinates with ease, it was inconceivable that he could stand against Zhang Xue himself. Enough. The exquisite beauty shot a disdainful glance at Long Chen, muttering to herself, "Today, I shall intervene on your behalf." Though she harbored a strong dislike for Long Chen, she could not overlook the fact that this beggar had offended Li Hu. And her compassion stirred within her. This act of kindness was akin to charity. Yet in her heart, she still held disdain for him. It was like giving a meal to a beggar, though you offered sustenance. Disdain lingered within. Resolutely suppressing her revulsion, the exquisite beauty stepped forward, declaring firmly, "You cannot harm him." She positioned herself directly in front of Long Chen, attempting to shield him. It was evident that, despite her bravery, she felt a twinge of fear facing the intimidating Zhang Xue. "And who might you be?" Zhang Xue's eyes gleamed with interest, yet his advance did not falter. He scrutinized the exquisite beauty, chuckling. "Ah, I see now. You are the woman favored by Brother Hu. Since you belong to him, I shall grant you a favor. Spend the night with him, and I will spare this wretch's life. How does that sound?" Zhang Xue could not deny the allure of the exquisite beauty before him, a breathtaking vision that could rival the four great beauties of Kyoto. The exquisite beauty was furious. Her slender finger pointed accusingly at Zhang Xue as she retorted, "You scoundrel, do you have any idea who I am? I do not know who you are, but I do know that you will not leave here today. Brother Hu has set his sights on you." "Consider it an honor," Zhang Xue replied, his eyes narrowing. "You would do well to step aside. I have no desire to harm you. However, should you insist on obstructing my path, do not blame me for my lack of civility." Zhang Xue continued his relentless approach, drawing ever closer to the exquisite beauty. Though she was merely an ordinary person, she stood her ground, her heart racing with fear. "I am Wu Shuiying of the Wu family in Kyoto." The exquisite beauty inhaled deeply, enunciating each word with conviction. "Are you intent on opposing the Wu family? If you are wise, you will leave this place immediately, and I shall consider this a non-event." The Wu family of Kyoto, one of the four great families, even more formidable than the Qin family. No wonder the exquisite beauty exhibited such confidence. She was a descendant of one of Kyoto's elite families. The four great families of Kyoto are Long, Wu, Zhou, and Jiang. Yet even among these illustrious families, there exists a hierarchy. The Long family ranks at the bottom, while the Jiang family stands at the pinnacle. "You are the eldest daughter of the third branch of the Wu family?" Zhang Xue frowned. However, it did not take long for him to dismiss her with disdain. "The third branch has long since become a collateral line. Do you truly believe yourself to be the legitimate heiress of the Wu family? If you were indeed of the main line, I might be wary, but as a mere collateral descendant, you think to threaten me with your name. How now that I might consider letting you go, but this boy, never." Families like the four great families of Kyoto boast centuries of lineage, with numerous direct descendants, not to mention collateral branches. Wu Shuiying's lineage is but a side branch of the Wu family. Her great-grandfather and the patriarch of the main line were brothers. However, by the time of Wu Shuiying's generation, her branch had gradually fallen into obscurity, managing only a few family businesses. As for her parents, they were merely mid-level managers in a small company under the Wu family's umbrella. "Stop right there." The exquisite beauty, feeling increasingly vulnerable, exclaimed. Yet Zhang Xue paid her no heed, continuing his relentless advance. The deep imprints left by his footsteps sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. Terrifying indeed. "You should really step aside." Suddenly, a cold voice pierced through the tension from behind the exquisite beauty, belonging to none other than Long Chun. He extended a hand, resting it on Wu Shuiying's shoulder, and forcefully pushed her aside. "Do you understand that I am saving you?" Wu Shuiying fumed, her cheeks flushed with anger. "I require no rescue from you." Long Chun coldly retorted, stepping forward to confront Zhang Shui. I do not need your help. Wu Shuiying was seething with rage, her ample bosom heaving violently. And if her gaze could kill, Long Chun would have perished hundreds of times over. Her pity and charity had been spurned by a mere beggar. It was as ludicrous as refusing food offered by a passerby. Do you not realize that you are courting death? Very well. You wretched toad, I shall witness how you meet your end. I do not need to rescue you. You do not require my aid. You have but one path. Death. Wu Shuiying gritted her teeth in fury. Today, the illustrious third miss of the Wu family had been looked down upon by a destitute beggar. Humiliation. For the exquisite beauty Wu Shuiying, this was nothing short of disgrace. To be humiliated by a beggar. In her fury, she resolved to ignore it. She would merely observe how this beggar met his demise. Listen, my punch carries a force of 800 pounds. Even a bull could be slain by it. Today, I shall see how you withstand this blow. Zhang Shui stepped forward, leaving a trail of footprints until he stood before Long Chen. Launching a punch aimed directly at Long Chen's head. Though I am merely at the pinnacle of the initial stage of Mingjing, it suffices to end your life. You shall die. The moment his words left his lips, his fist was already swinging through the air. A powerful force emanated from Zhang Shui's fist, causing the very air to become dense, punctuated by explosive sounds. Should this punch strike a human head, it would surely shatter skulls and burst brains. Pinnacle of the initial stage of Mingjing? Long Chun replied nonchalantly. Do you know how many warriors at the late stage of Anjing have fallen by my hand? As he spoke, he stepped forward to meet Zhang Shui's punch head-on. Fist against fist. A clash of strength. With a thunderous sound, Long Chen's fist collided with Zhang Shui's. Yet, Zhang Shui's so-called 800-pound punch failed to send Long Chen flying. Instead, there was a sharp crack, the sound of bones fracturing, followed by a resounding boom, as Zhang Shui was sent hurtling backward, resembling a kite with its string severed. Blood spurting from his mouth as he flew 7 or 8 meters before crashing to the ground. Silence. The onlookers were rendered speechless, staring at the result they had long awaited. Zhang Shui had been sent flying. A formidable warrior at the initial stage of Mingjing had been struck down by a mere beggar. Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. They could scarcely believe their eyes. How could such a small beggar possess such power? This wretched toad had just sent Zhang Shui flying with a single punch. The exquisite beauty Wu Shuiying gaped in disbelief. The beggar she had always looked down upon, derided, and mocked had just knocked Zhang Shui away with a single blow. Moreover, it appeared that Zhang Shui's arm was broken. Wu Shuiying's mind struggled to comprehend the situation. It was not merely a matter of poor vision. It was akin to being utterly blind. The very beggar they had previously scorned, despised, and vilified had, before their eyes, dispatched a warrior with a mere punch. And mind you, this was not some insignificant figure, but a high-ranking warrior. The crowd, reluctant to accept the truth, found themselves compelled to acknowledge it as they looked at Long Chun. Their gazes shifted dramatically. The previous disdain, contempt, and loathing evaporated, replaced by sheer trepidation. Yes, a mere beggar had instilled fear in them, fear of a kind they had never known. Suddenly, the crowd recalled Long Chen's earlier brazen declaration. Point 3. You shall be the third warrior to fall at my hands today. And you are the weakest of the three. These words echoed in their minds like rolling thunder. Previously, they had dismissed Long Chen's claims as mere bluster, the final words of a dying man. But now, witnessing Zhang Shui's fate and Long Chen's composed demeanor, it seemed as though he regarded defeating a warrior as a trivial matter, akin to performing a mundane task. Could it be that this beggar's 3 proclamations were indeed true? The thought took root in their minds, and a wave of fear washed over them that if this beggar spoke the truth, how powerful must he be? Could it be that he was a warrior? Surely, he must be a warrior, for how else could he have felled a peak warrior at the initial stage of Mingjing with a single punch? As this realization dawned, countless individuals in the crowd broke out in a cold sweat. Just an hour ago, they had mocked and looked down upon a warrior. Now it's your turn. Long Chun, having dealt with Zhang Shui, turned his gaze toward Li Hu, the vice president of Qingda Group. He strode toward Li Hu with a menacing aura, akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell, instilling fear at first glance. You cannot harm me. My brother is the president of Qingda Group. A warrior at the initial stage of Anjing that if you lay a finger on me, he will not let you go. Li Hu's heart raced as he glanced at Zhang Shui, who lay unconscious on the ground. He was acutely aware of Zhang Shui's prowess, nearing the mid-stage of Mingjing. Yet this beggar had sent Zhang Shui flying with a single punch, leaving him gravely injured and unresponsive. What could his own strength possibly be? Could he be at the mid-stage of Mingjing? As this thought crossed Li Hu's mind, his heart sank. The initial stage of aging. In my eyes, you high and mighty warriors are nothing but insignificant ants. Long Chun continued to advance, casually uttering these words. Ants. Indeed, in the eyes of a true dragon, there was no distinction between warriors and mortals. Both were mere ants in his prime. Even the mightiest celestial beings were unworthy to serve the true dragon, let alone lowly warriors. Well, you truly are arrogant to the extreme. You believe that just because you have gravely injured Zhang Xue, I should fear you. Li Hu, recalling that his brother was a warrior at the initial stage of aging, regained some composure. He looked down at Long Chun, no longer feeling intimidated, and declared, "Let me tell you, you should be the one afraid. Since you are so reckless, I shall grant you your wish. I will call my brother over right now, and then we shall see how you act so arrogantly." As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly dialed a number. After exchanging a few words, he ended the call promptly. "You should prepare to die. My brother will be here soon," Li Hu said, his eyes narrowing with a sense of impending doom. Long Chun nodded. At that moment, he had already approached Li Hu. With a resounding crash, Long Chun delivered a powerful kick, sending Li Hu flying. Before Li Hu could even land, Long Chun followed up with another kick, as though playing football, propelling Li Hu skyward. Li Hu soared over 10 meters into the air, his chest caving in as he spewed blood, ultimately crashing to the ground with a thud, leaving a large, human-shaped imprint in the earth. Li Hu coughed blood, his eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at Long Chun. He could not fathom how Long Chun dared to attack him. Did he not fear his brother, a warrior at the initial stage of aging? It seems you've called for help. Long Chun approached Li Hu, placing his foot on Li Hu's head, looking down upon him. "Since that is the case, I shall spare your life for now. You will witness how I crush this ant." Indeed, for Long Chun, extinguishing a warrior at the initial stage of aging was as simple as squashing an ant. "Wretched beggar, you are truly courting death," Wu Shuiying fumed, deeply agitated. In her view, Long Chun's injury to Zhang Xue was a surprising turn of events. She was forced to admit that she had misjudged him. Yet, no matter how formidable he was, he could not possibly contend with a being at the aging stage. Could he? Moreover, Long Chun had the audacity to deem warriors at the aging stage as ants. This is nothing short of courting death. When Li Hu's brother arrives, how could he possibly let Long Chun go after witnessing his own brother reduced to a cripple? She does not believe that Long Chun possesses the strength to contend with someone of the dark energy stage. A mere boy of 16 or 17, still in school. What could he possibly achieve? Even if he were a martial artist, reaching the bright energy stage would be his limit. How could he ever attain the dark energy stage? Absolutely impossible. Thus, when Long Chun faces Li Hu's brother, his demise is all but certain. Enough? The exquisite beauty, Wu Shuiying, bit her lip and hesitated before saying, "I suppose I shall lend you a hand today. I fear that without my assistance, you may truly meet your end." Although Long Chun had previously pushed her away with great force, inciting her ire, she could not bear to witness him perish before her eyes. After some contemplation, she pulled out her phone, hesitated briefly, and then dialed a number. "Hello? Is this?" A middle-aged man's voice came through as the call connected swiftly. "Uncle Wu, it's Shuiying." The beautiful Wu Shuiying's eyes dimmed momentarily as she thought to herself. If she were the family's favored daughter, Uncle Wu would have stored her number in his phone long ago. Alas, our branch is not of the direct line, she lamented inwardly. It's the third miss. The middle-aged man responded with a smile on the other end. There's something you need. Please feel free to speak. Miss Xuefei has instructed me to take good care of you. Xuefei, the true heiress of the Wu family in the capital and one of the 4 great beauties of the city. The epitome of grace and elegance. Indeed, I am forever destined to live in Xuefei's shadow, but what can I do? Wu Shuiying thought, biting her lip in frustration, yet she chose not to dwell further on the topic. As a mere collateral descendant, no matter how beautiful she appeared, it ultimately meant little. She was merely a decorative vase, while Wu Xuefei was the true lady of the Wu family, a status she could never hope to attain. "Uncle Wu, the situation is as follows." Wu Shuiying quickly recounted the events to Uncle Wu, smiling as she inquired, "Could you assist me?" "Third miss. You say your friend has offended the vice president of the Qianda group, and that he has severely injured Li Hu." Uncle Wu's brow furrowed in concern as he emphasized his words. "Yes, I understand this puts you in a difficult position, but could you please help me?" Wu Shuiying bit her lip again. If it weren't for the dire circumstances, she would never have thought to call this number. She knew that had it been Wu Xuefei, Uncle Wu would have readily complied without hesitation. Well, third miss, you are aware that the Li brothers have close ties with the Qin family, and Li Hu's brother is a trusted confidant of the Qin family. If it were merely because of your friend offending the Li brothers. Uncle Wu paused before continuing. How about this? I will send someone to bring you home immediately. As for your friend, I can only promise to do my best. I appreciate it. Uncle Wu Shuang sighed in relief. It is my duty, Uncle Wu replied with a smile. Soon after, Wu Shuang hung up the phone, casting a triumphant glance at Long Qin in the distance, akin to a queen surveying her realm. She disdainfully remarked, "You pitiful wretch. In the end, you still rely on me to save you. No matter how formidable you think you are, can you compare to someone of the dark energy stage? If it weren't for my intervention, you would be awaiting your demise." Even though Long Qin had bested Zhang Shui, Wu Shuang still regarded him with disdain. A beggar. No matter how skilled, you remain a beggar. Yet I, Wu Shuang, am the third miss of the Wu family, though collateral, I am still far more noble than this beggar. Time passed slowly as everyone awaited the arrival of the rumored figure of the dark energy stage. The passengers on the bus were merely ordinary people. They had never encountered martial artists, let alone someone of the dark energy stage. They not only anticipated the swift arrival of the dark energy figure, but also eagerly awaited their appearance to witness the humiliating defeat of this arrogant beggar. How audacious! This beggar dares to disregard all martial artists, boldly declaring them mere ants. A lowly beggar exhibiting such arrogance? Even they found it intolerable. What if he had sent Zhang Shui flying? In the presence of a dark energy figure, he was but an ant. Yes, they believed Long Qin to be the true ant. After nearly 20 minutes, a military off-road vehicle approached from the distance, its military plates glistening. This was a military vehicle. You're finished. My brother is here. Kid, prepare to meet your end, even if you kneel and beg for mercy. I will not spare you. I must see you dead today. Li Hu, who had previously been lying on the ground, gasping for breath, suddenly became elated upon seeing the military vehicle come to a stop nearby. You injured me. You will pay with your life, he shouted, pointing accusingly at Long Qin. That he transformed from a quivering figure into one filled with bravado, striding toward the military vehicle. Brother Liang, you finally arrived. If you had delayed any longer, I would have lost my life. Li Hu called out to a middle-aged man who had just stepped out of the vehicle. It was him. This brat nearly killed me. Brother Liang, you must kill him for me and avenge my injuries. Brother Liang, make sure to take that woman with you today. I intend to have my fun with her tonight, Li Hu added, leering at the exquisite beauty, Wu Shuang. How dare anyone in the capital do this to you? The middle-aged man, with a square face radiating authority, erupted in fury upon hearing Li Hu's words. Brother, what happened to you? Li Hu had been too focused on revenge to notice Brother Liang's condition. Now that he was closer, he saw that Brother Liang was wrapped in bandages, with one arm suspended in a sling. Is your arm broken? Who did this to you? Who could possibly injure someone of the dark energy stage? It was nothing. I merely encountered a formidable opponent and exchanged blows, the middle-aged man replied ambiguously. Little Hu, let's not dwell on this. Today, I must find out who has done this to my brother. A powerful aura radiated from the middle-aged man, the unmistakable presence of a dark energy figure, pressing upon the crowd and causing many to struggle to breathe, some even feeling compelled to kneel. This is the might of the dark energy stage. You beggar, let us see how you maintain your arrogance. The power of the dark energy stage is beyond your comprehension. Soon, this dark energy expert will squash you like a bug. A young woman in the crowd scoffed. It was not only her who thought this way. The surrounding crowd shared the same sentiment. They believed that Long Qin, in the face of a dark energy figure, was surely doomed. People should not court death. Possessing a modicum of skill does not grant one the right to forget their place. They truly do not understand the gravity of their situation. How could a mere beggar dare to offend the Li brothers? Another man sneered. However, just as the middle-aged man advanced toward Long Qin, another vehicle approached from afar, stopping directly in front of him and blocking his path. Senior Li, for the sake of Zhang, please spare this young man and our third miss, if you would. A man dressed in a suit, appearing to be in his mid-30s, stepped out of the car. As soon as he alighted, his gaze fell upon Wu Shuang, who stood not far away, along with Long Qin, standing amidst a pool of blood. Instantly, he grasped the gravity of the situation and hurriedly blocked the path of a middle-aged man, forcing a smile as he spoke. Leave. The middle-aged man merely uttered a single word. Upon hearing this, the suit-clad man's expression changed dramatically. However, under the pressure of the middle-aged man's profound strength, he reluctantly stepped aside, allowing the middle-aged man, who possessed the skills of the dark energy realm, to pass by him without obstruction. The man in the suit, named Zhang Tao, was a subordinate of Wu Bo, the steward of the Wu family in Kyoto. Though he had reached the pinnacle of the bright energy realm, he was merely a hair's breadth away from the initial stage of dark energy. Yet, this slight difference in power was akin to an insurmountable chasm. Without crossing it, one could never be deemed a true powerhouse. In the eyes of formidable dark energy practitioners, bright energy warriors were but mere ants. Yes, ants. Brother Zhang, can you possibly save my friend? At this moment, the exquisite beauty Wu Shuiying could no longer restrain herself and stepped closer to Zhang Tao, frowning as she inquired. Zhang Tao scrutinized Wu Shuiying from head to toe. And upon confirming that she was unharmed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Bo had tasked him with escorting the third young lady back. Should anything happen to her, he would find it difficult to explain himself to Wu Bo. Third young lady, it is already quite a challenge for me to bring you back today. As for your friend, I am truly powerless to assist, even if Wu Bo himself were to come here. He would struggle to save your friend, Zhang Tao replied, frowning. Senior Li is a trusted confidant of the Qin family. Even Wu Bo must show him some respect. Third young lady, please do not insist further. To be blunt, your friend has brought this upon himself. Just look at Li Hu's injuries. Even if they are not fatal, he will likely suffer a disability for the rest of his life. With such merciless intent, how could Senior Li possibly let him off the hook? Moreover, even if I were to intervene forcefully, I would stand no chance against Senior Li, who is a practitioner of dark energy. While I am merely at the peak of the bright energy realm, Zhang Tao understood well that if he were to act recklessly today to protect Wu Shuiying's friend, he would likely be unable to escort Wu Shuiying to safety. And he would ultimately have to rely on Wu Bo to come in person. The power of the Li brothers was immense. They were not individuals that a mere branch member of the Wu family could afford to offend. I understand that Wu Shuiying's expression darkened. She had initially intended to help Long Chun. However, she realized that without contacting Wu Bo, she might not have been able to secure her own safety today. That Wu Shuiying recognized that given her status within the Wu family, she could not possibly protect Long Chun. It simply was not worth it. Yes, to offend the Li brothers for the sake of a single friend was not worth the risk, after punishing the lesser. Now the greater comes? At this moment, Long Chun spoke out. No matter who has come today, even if a master of the transformation realm arrives, the message remains the same. Sever your own arms and kneel. Or die. Choose one. Arrogant. Yes, utterly arrogant. It was as if he considered himself the sovereign of the world, disregarding even the formidable transformation realm masters. And what right did a mere beggar have to comment on a transformation realm master? It was likely that a single blow from a dark energy practitioner could end his life. No, even a being of dark energy could easily squash him. That he was doomed. To behave so presumptuously in front of a dark energy master was tantamount to seeking death. Was it not? Third young lady, we at the Wu family are utterly powerless to save your friend, Zhang Tao concluded. Pulling Wu Shuiying aside, he sought to distance himself from Long Chin and convey to the Li brothers that his only intention was to take Wu Shuiying away. Leaving Long Chin's fate to the winds, the Li brothers wielded a power valued at least in the hundreds of millions, and their eldest was a practitioner of dark energy, closely tied to the Qin family. Even the illustrious Wu family would hesitate to offend the Li brothers over a trivial matter. Zhang Tao knew that today, Long Chin's demise was inevitable. Initially, he had hoped to spare Long Chin's life. Even if it meant leaving him crippled, at least he could preserve a life. But now, this reckless Long Chin, so brazenly defying Senior Li, was merely courting death. Yes, merely courting death, cutting off any chance of survival. What are you doing, you dead frog? Do you wish to perish? Wu Shuiying was infuriated, her teeth clenched in frustration. She had been striving to protect this insufferable beggar, yet he was persistently courting disaster. How could she not be enraged? In that moment, she wished she could devour this beggar whole. Damn it, you insolent wretch, your death is imminent, yet you remain obstinate. Li Hu spat furiously. Brother Liang, hurry and eliminate this wretch. He nearly took my life, and now he dares to look down on you. Arrogance. Truly, the height of arrogance. How could a transformation realm master be so frivolously criticized? Brother Liang, act swiftly. Eliminate this beggar to avenge me. Liu suddenly realized that since Brother Liang had approached, he had fallen silent, standing still as if rooted to the ground. Unable to contain himself, he prodded Brother Liang but found him unresponsive. Do you think your brother dares to lay a hand on me? Long Chun scoffed dismissively. Damn, Brother Liang could easily crush this beggar like an ant. Just a simple task. Li Hu stepped forward. speaking with an air of superiority, as if in his eyes, Long Chen was already a corpse. Yes, a corpse. Kneel? At last, the middle-aged man of dark energy spoke, his voice resonating with authority, echoing through the air. Get down, you insolent wretch. Haven't you heard Brother Liang command you to kneel? Will you kneel or not? Li Hu demanded from his elevated position that if you refuse to kneel, you will die. I command you to kneel. Li Hu, the middle-aged man of dark energy, enunciated each word with precision. Huh, what did you say, Brother Liang? Li Hu, initially prepared to speak further, was taken aback by Brother Liang's command, turning to stare in disbelief. I said to kneel before Elder Long. The middle-aged man of dark energy reiterated. Brother Liang, are you asking me to kneel before this beggar? Li Hu confirmed, incredulity etched on his face. Kneel before a beggar? Has Brother Liang lost his senses, referring to a mere beggar as elder? Li Hu struggled to comprehend Brother Liang's words, perplexed by his sudden change of demeanor. Just as Li Hu finished speaking, the middle-aged man of dark energy kicked out, sending Li Hu sprawling to the ground, cursing vehemently. Elder Long is not someone you can insult. Immediately kneel and apologize to Elder Long. With a resounding thud, the middle-aged man knelt before Long Chen. Yes, he knelt, before a mere beggar. Elder Long, it is my failure to discipline my brother. If he has offended you, I implore you to spare his life. Bang, bang, bang. He bowed his head repeatedly. A dignified being of dark energy was now prostrating before a beggar. Everyone present was astonished, their eyes wide in disbelief. He knelt. He truly knelt. A being of dark energy has bowed before a beggar. Li Hu stared in disbelief at his own brother. Since childhood, Li Hu had idolized his brother, viewing him as the pinnacle of aspiration. After his brother became a martial artist, Li Hu had nearly worshipped him. Yet today, the brother he revered had knelt before a beggar he once scorned. And that too after being nearly beaten to death by him. Li Hu felt a surge of humiliation and anger, shouting at his brother, Brother Liang, what are you doing? Why have you knelt before him? Don't you realize he nearly killed me? Why? Why must you kneel before my enemy? Brother Liang, stand up and eliminate him. I command you to eliminate him. Li Hu's eyes burned with hatred, fixated on Long Chen. Filled with murderous intent, wishing nothing more than to see him suffer 1,000 deaths. He could not comprehend it, not at all. Why would Brother Liang kneel before Long Chen and apologize? Do you not understand? I am saving you, Li Hu. I inquired of you, should I kneel before the esteemed Long? The middle-aged man, possessing the cultivation of the dark energy realm, knelt upon the ground, articulating each word with precision. No kneeling, Li Hu declared with unwavering conviction. With a sharp crack, the middle-aged man of dark energy cultivation stood abruptly, advanced towards Li Hu, and seized both of his arms, twisting them forcefully at a right angle. Li Hu's arms were shattered, revealing stark white bones amidst the mangled flesh, blood oozing profusely. Li Hu cried out in agony, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at his brother, who had always protected him since childhood. How could his brother, the very one who had shielded him, today rend his arms asunder? He could hardly fathom it. This was his own flesh and blood. Why? Why must you treat me thus? Li Hu seethed through gritted teeth. Harboring a profound hatred towards his brother and an even greater animosity towards Long Chen, Neil, the middle-aged man of dark energy cultivation, did not respond to Li Hu's queries. Instead, he delivered a forceful kick that sent Li Hu crashing to the ground. He then knelt once more, bowing his head in deference to Long Chen. Esteemed Long, I have rendered my brother's arms useless, and he has knelt before you in contrition. I beseech you to grant me a measure of mercy and spare him. The middle-aged man enunciated each word meticulously. Grant you face? You are unworthy. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, Long Chen uttered these words with an air of indifference. Indeed, you are unworthy. The crowd stood aghast, unable to comprehend how a being of dark energy cultivation could not only kneel, but also plead for mercy, only to be met with the disdainful retort of an apparent beggar. Who, then, was this beggar? What merit did he possess to command such deference from one of the dark energy realm? Yes, I am unworthy. The middle-aged man of dark energy cultivation, Li Liang, nodded vigorously. This a jest. The dignity of a dark energy master trampled so callously? Li Gu, what in the world are you doing? He is merely a lowly beggar. What could possibly instill such fear in you? I refuse to accept this. I will not beg for mercy, nor will I kneel. Li Hu, his eyes ablaze with fury, roared. He struggled, attempting to rise. Yet the middle-aged man of dark energy cultivation pinned him down with unyielding strength, preventing him from rising even a fraction. Very well. Do you wish to know why? I shall enlighten you. The middle-aged man pointed at Long Chun, enunciating clearly. He is the esteemed elder who grievously injured me. Do you comprehend now? Indeed, it was merely a few hours ago that esteemed Long inflicted severe wounds upon me. Had he not shown mercy, you would likely never see your brother alive again. Do you understand? This middle-aged man of dark energy cultivation is none other than Li Liang, the very bodyguard who nearly met his demise at the hands of Long Chun in the thunderous Forbidden Zone. A mere watchdog of the Qin family in the capital. Li Liang held not only a position within the military but also served as the honorary president of the Qianda group. His worth considerable, albeit bestowed upon him by the Qin family. Li who stood dumbfounded, utterly speechless. This beggar, this wretched beggar, was the one who nearly extinguished Li Ji's life. The injuries on Li Gu were inflicted by this beggar. Li Hu felt a chill run down his spine, and unable to bear the weight of the revelation, he collapsed to the ground. He was terrified. Li Hu was genuinely frightened, nor was he alone in his fear. The surrounding crowd was equally taken aback. Even though they had prepared themselves for something extraordinary, none could have anticipated the true extent of this beggar's power, so formidable that he could easily maim a being of dark energy cultivation. Just who was this beggar? Suddenly, the crowd recalled the boastful proclamation made earlier by this beggar. Today, he had defeated 3 martial artists. Could it be that this dark energy master, Li Liang, was among them? It must be so, as Li Liang had just confirmed it. They struggled to reconcile the truth. If this beggar's words held any merit, what kind of strength did he possess? All martial artists are but ants in the grand scheme. What audacity to declare that even the masters of the transformation realm are mere insects in his eyes. I must be blind. Truly, I am blind. This youth is a dragon among men. A young woman in the crowd couldn't help but sigh. How wonderful it would be if he were my boyfriend. Just an hour ago, she had held disdain for Long Chun, yet now, an hour later, she yearned to be his girlfriend. How absurd. Moreover, she was not the only one harboring such thoughts. Third miss, could it be that your friend is a being of dark energy cultivation? To have defeated Li Liang, he must at least be at the pinnacle of the early stages, Zhang Tao remarked, furrowing his brow. He could hardly fathom that the beggar he had previously dismissed as inconsequential was, in fact, so powerful that at the tender age of 16 or 17, he had achieved the early stages of dark energy cultivation. His mind raced to keep pace with the revelation. Such a master must be befriended. One should not miss such a fortuitous opportunity, Zhang Tao resolved internally. Yes, he had begun to contemplate forming an alliance with Long Chun, as his power had already attracted the attention of the Wu family. The toad, the wretched beggar, the exceptionally beautiful woman could not deny it. Her lovely face flushed crimson with realization, yet she was compelled to acknowledge that the beggar she had once scorned had once again astonished her. Who on earth is he, the exquisite beauty? Wu Shuiying pondered aloud. Thud, thud, thud. The remaining hulking brutes that Long Chun had felled, along with Zhang Shui, were rendered speechless by the revelation of Long Chun's might. One by one, they knelt before him, repeatedly bowing their heads in reverence. Indeed, they knelt and bowed. How could they not kneel? How could they not bow? When even a being of dark energy cultivation kneels, what place do they have to stand? Begone, Long Chun uttered, his tone icy. Each of you shall sever your own arms and depart. Yes, we shall leave at once. Zhang Shui and the others nodded, steeling themselves to brutally break their own arms. Indeed, to break one's own arms. What a gruesome spectacle. Yet they had no choice. Failing to comply would likely seal their fates here today, but if they could not contend with Li Liang, how could they hope to stand against Long Chun? They loathed Long Chun, yet their hatred was directed even more fiercely towards Li Hu. Were it not for Li Hu's foolishness, how could they have provoked such a formidable existence? How could they be forced to sever their own arms? They seethed with rage, wishing nothing more than to flay Li Hu alive. Li Liang hesitated for a moment before rising from the ground. Then gritting his teeth, he declared, Esteemed Long, it is my failure in disciplining my brother. I willingly sever my own arms as a token of apology to you. Upon uttering these words, he brought down his remaining usable arm with great force upon the ground, resulting in a crisp crack as it shattered. With the previous injury sustained in the thunderous Forbidden Zone, Li Liang was now entirely armless, rendered a cripple. Enough. Long Chun appraised Li Liang with a cool gaze and remarked, Both of you may depart. Should there be a next time, I will ensure your annihilation. Thank you, esteemed Long, Li Liang exclaimed, his face alight with joy. With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with Li Hu and promptly took his leave. However, just as Li Liang was about to distance himself, He seemed to recall something and turned back, respectfully addressing Long Chen. Esteemed Long, might you accompany me to the Chen family in the capital? Since Elder Chen encountered you, he has harbored a desire to befriend you. I implore you to grant him a measure of consideration for the Chen family. Elder Chen genuinely wishes to cultivate a friendship with you. Since their encounter in the thunderous Forbidden Zone, Elder Chen had been unable to forget Long Chen. Yearning for their friendship, to avoid offending Long Chen, he had even issued strict orders forbidding Li Liang and Chen Wuer from disclosing any details of their experiences in the thunderous Forbidden Zone. Now that Li Liang had the opportunity to see Long Chen again, it was only natural that he wished to cultivate a connection. Yet, as soon as the words left his lips, Long Chen delivered a merciless rejection. The Wu family in the capital? Elder Chen, I have already stated that he is unworthy of being my friend. Long Chen replied coolly. Li Liang hesitated, as if he had more to say. Yet, fearing to offend Long Chen, he ultimately said nothing, merely nodding before departing with Li Hu. Even as they left, Li Hu dared not glance at Long Chen. Overwhelmed by fear, truly intimidated by this beggar. He had come to believe that if Long Chen wished to eliminate him, it would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Was it merely simple? It was, in fact, exceedingly easy. Chen Lao, the true authority of the Chen family in the capital, seeking to befriend this lowly beggar. Moreover, this beggar had the audacity to declare that Chen Lao was unworthy of his friendship. Most astonishingly, Li Liang had tacitly acknowledged it. The magnitude of this revelation was staggering. Who was he, that even Chen Lao desired his acquaintance? Though the passengers on the bus were merely ordinary folk, they were not entirely ignorant of the Chen family's standing in the capital, nor of Chen Lao's esteemed reputation as a military titan. Yet, this very individual deemed unworthy of friendship with the beggar. Reflecting on their prior mockery and disdain for Long Chen, the onlookers couldn't help but slap their own faces in self-reproach. They felt an overwhelming sense of shame, wishing for a crack in the ground to swallow them whole. Indeed, how blind they had been. They had erred grievously. The bus driver couldn't suppress a sigh. He was indeed a dragon crossing the river. Not just any dragon, but a formidable one. Little brother, who would have thought you possessed such immense power, so youthful yet so formidable, that even the venerable Chen Lao of the esteemed Chen family would seek your friendship? At that moment, Zhang Tao could not resist stepping forward to address Long Chen with a smile. I misjudged you earlier, dear brother. I hope you won't hold it against me. Our family steward, Wu Bo, greatly enjoys befriending hidden talents. Might you accompany me to the Wu residence for a discussion? Regardless, he was eager to win Long Chen over. A figure of such strength could prove invaluable to the Wu family. Wu Bo, named Wu Wentong, was second only to the family head and elders in the Wu clan. Due to the family's trust in him, he wielded greater authority than some elders, a true man of power. Wu family, the esteemed Wu family of the capital. Long Chen furrowed his brow. Precisely the four illustrious families of the capital, Zhang Tao proclaimed with pride. Long Chen acknowledged with a slight nod, should he wish to befriend me. Let him come in person. I shall then consider whether he is worthy of my friendship. Little brother, do you realize what you are saying? Your arrogance is rather excessive, isn't it? Zhang Tao squinted, incredulous. Who did he think he was? To demand the Wu family personally approach him, only to contemplate whether he deemed them worthy of friendship. Did he truly believe himself invincible? No matter how formidable he may be, could he stand against the Wu family? Their interest in him was merely a matter of valuing talent. The Wu family was not something the Chen family could compare to. Within the Wu family, there existed masters of martial arts. Undeniably a prominent family. While the Chen family might harbor some apprehension towards Long Chen, the Wu family feared him not. Very well. Little brother, have the courage to leave your name. Zhang Tao's animosity towards Long Chen was palpable. He may harbor fear of Long Chen, yet the Wu family remained unafraid. Long Chen stated calmly. Zhang Tao nodded, casting a scornful glance at Long Chen before departing with Wu Shuiying. Inquiring about his name was tantamount to holding a grudge against Long Chen. It was likely the Wu family would seek to reclaim their dignity in the future. In his view, Long Chen's disdain for Wu Bo was tantamount to challenging the Wu family. The stunning beauty, as she departed, cast a lingering glance at Long Chen, caught in hesitation, yet ultimately chose silence and left with Zhang Tao. Wait a moment, Long Chen? Could it be the discarded son of the Long family? The prodigy that the Wang family swore to annihilate? Indeed, he truly had not entered the Thunder Forbidden Zone. Why bother to engage with him, even if he possessed the cultivation of the initial stage of hidden strength? What of it? Even if he was no longer a waste, it mattered little. One day, the Wang family would undoubtedly eradicate this prodigy. After the bus had traveled a distance, Zhang Tao suddenly recalled something. Muttering to himself, once the stunning beauty and Wu Shuiying had departed, the bus resumed its journey. Yet at that moment, no one on the bus dared to underestimate Long Chen. All were too intimidated to breathe loudly. Fearing to disturb him, in their eyes, Long Chen had ascended to an unattainable height, not merely unreachable, he was almost divine. Some among them yearned to befriend Long Chen. Yet upon realizing that even someone of Chen Lao's stature lacked the standing to be his friend, they questioned their own worth. To approach him uninvited would likely result in humiliation. Thus, they could only gaze up at Long Chen in awe. Indeed, aside from revering Long Chen, there was naught else they could do. Soon, the bus arrived in the capital's urban area. Upon alighting from the station, Long Chen paused at the entrance. Having successfully transformed into a dragon, his first order of business upon returning to the city was revenge. Yes, revenge, Long Yu. This half-brother of Long Chen had brutally beaten him to death and discarded his body beneath Shanhaiguan, creating the illusion of suicide. Long Chen, you have tarnished my woman, Jiang Churen. Your only fate is death. Do you understand? Today, I shall send you to reunite with your wretched mother in the afterlife. Jiang Churen is solely mine. You are unworthy of her. Do you comprehend? You are the notorious fool of the capital, the prodigal son discarded by the Long family. Do you dare to vie for the position of head of the Long family? You are dreaming. Die for me. Long Chen vividly recalled every word Long Yu had spoken to him that fateful day, when Long Yu's subordinates had mercilessly beaten him to death at that time. He had felt like a fool, unable to resist, merely awaiting the arrival of death. But now, Long Chen had returned as a dragon. No longer a fool, he sought vengeance. He would ensure that Long Yu, the one who had once sought to kill him, would find no solace in life or death. Long Yu, I wonder what expression will grace your face when you see me again. Today, I, Long Chen, have returned, and you, Long Yu, shall await my retribution. A true dragon cannot be insulted. Those who insult must die. The pain you have inflicted upon me shall be repaid tenfold. Fury ignited within Long Chen's eyes. The air around him seemed to thicken. With that thought, he plucked a strand of hair from his head, cradling it in his palm, then clasped his hands together, channeling powerful dragon energy into the hair. Dragon-seeking technique. Go forth. Long Chen suddenly opened his eyes and cast the strand of hair into the sky. At that moment, the hair appeared to come alive, twisting through the air like a small dragon. The agile strand spun in the sky before darting off in a specific direction, as if sensing something. Following the hair's trajectory, Long Chen promptly pursued, now that he had transformed into a true dragon. He had acquired the complete memories of the dragon, and this dragon-seeking technique was a spell within those memories, designed for tracking individuals. As long as he knew the essence of the target, he could locate them, no matter where they were. Even amidst the millions in the capital, Long Chen could pinpoint Long Yu's whereabouts. This was sorcery. However, it had its limitations. It could only be used on those of lower cultivation. As Long Chen stood there, not far away, a mother and daughter pair noticed him, standing motionless like a statue. Given his tattered attire, they couldn't help but snicker. Daughter, do you see? A man cannot be without wealth. Look at this fellow, dressed in rags, standing here like a beggar. I wager he is fretting over money. The speaker was a middle-aged woman, appearing to be in her 40s, pointing disdainfully at Long Chen, as if he were nothing more than a fly. Mother, I understand. I seek a boyfriend, undoubtedly one who is affluent. As for beggars like this one, I wouldn't even spare them a glance. Mother, let us depart. The moment I laid eyes on this individual, I felt a wave of revulsion. The young and beautiful woman cast a fleeting glance at Long Chen before hastily tugging at the middle-aged woman to leave. However, at that very moment, Long Chen sprang into action. Like a bolt of lightning, he shot forth, covering more than 100 meters in the span of merely a second. Indeed, a second, 100 meters. The mother and daughter, who had previously looked down upon Long Chen, stood frozen in place. For just moments ago, he had darted past them, leaving only a gust of wind in his wake. Suddenly, he appeared several hundred meters away. By heavens, a master, without a doubt, a master, to witness such a figure at the station. This journey has proven worthwhile. In a single second, he traversed 100 meters, surpassing any Olympic champion by an unfathomable margin. This must be a master, perhaps even a martial artist of profound skill. I have a relative who is a martial artist, yet he possesses nothing close to such prowess that I suspect that the wooden figure we just witnessed is a formidable presence. Even among martial artists. It is rumored that the martial arts master Li Zixin can reach a speed of 80 meters in a second, which is already beyond human limits. And this individual? 100 meters in a second. Is he not stronger than the martial arts master Li Zixing? There are whispers that powerful martial artists can walk upon water. By heavens. He walked upon water, truly walked upon water. My goodness, my phone. I must capture this moment. The surrounding crowd quickly became aware of Long Chen's extraordinary presence. As they witnessed him suddenly surge forward with lightning speed, they were left utterly astonished. Yet, in the next moment, their astonishment transformed into sheer disbelief. Not far from the station lay a moat, and Long Chen leapt onto the surface, walking upon the water. Indeed, walking upon the water, like a reed crossing a river. He stood upon the surface, defying the current, vanishing at the far end of the moat. To achieve such a feat, what kind of being must one be? Historically, the patriarch Bodhidharma accomplished a similar feat with a single reed, traversing hundreds of miles across a river. But today, this man stands upon the water's surface without even a reed, surpassing Bodhidharma himself. A nameless young man dressed in ragged garb is, astonishingly, a concealed master capable of walking upon water. How could they not be astounded? Mother, I want him to be my boyfriend. The young woman who had previously mocked Long Chen now stood agape, uttering those words. Daughter, I was wrong. When searching for a boyfriend, one must not only consider wealth, but also strength. That beggar, oh no, that master, is the true diamond in the rough. The middle-aged woman lamented with a look of regret. How could she have imagined that the beggar she had scorned was actually a superlative master? Regret, truly an overwhelming sense of regret. Soon, a video of a man walking upon water went viral online. Due to the distance from which it was filmed, the man's features were indistinguishable. Yet, it was certain that a young man was seen walking upon the water's surface. Yes, walking upon the water. In no time, the entire nation of China was abuzz. Some speculated that the man in the video could be a celestial being from the thunder-forbidden zone. Others claimed that this individual, capable of walking upon water, must possess at least peak dark energy cultivation, as only those at that level could achieve such a feat regardless of the conjectures. One thing was undeniable. The man in the video is undoubtedly a formidable figure. Oh my goodness, Bodhidharma's crossing of the river with a reed pales in comparison. This elder has reached such a level, suggesting that his cultivation must rival that of Bodhidharma. A celestial being. Surely, this water-walking figure is the reincarnation of Bodhidharma. A reincarnation of a great Buddhist master. A humble monk pays homage to Bodhidharma. The entire nation believed that this water-walking figure was the reincarnation of Bodhidharma. And even a prominent monk vowed to seek out this reincarnated master. Unbeknownst to Long Chen, the online fervor was escalating. At this moment, he had arrived in the bustling city center, following the guidance of the dragon-seeking strategy. Long Chen swiftly located Long Yu's whereabouts at the Dihao Hotel. The Dihao Hotel is a premier establishment in Kyoto, a 6-star hotel renowned for its luxurious amenities. Moreover, it serves as an upscale entertainment venue, combining KTV, bars, and hotel services. It is rumored that an evening's expenditure here begins at no less than 100,000, making it inaccessible to average families. Its positioning is solely for the affluent. Those who frequent this place are either wealthy or of high social standing. It is said that the owner of Dihao Hotel is the head of the underground forces in Kyoto, boasting an army of 100,000 underlings, capable of causing the very ground of Kyoto to tremble with a single stomp. More importantly, the proprietor is backed by the Zhou family of Kyoto. The Zhou family, one of the 4 prominent families in Kyoto, it stands as the pinnacle of aristocracy in the city. Ordinary individuals seldom dare to cause trouble here. After all, who would be foolish enough to offend the Zhou family? Even members of the other 3 prominent families tread lightly in the Dihao Hotel. In no time, Long Chen reached the entrance of the Dihao Hotel. Upon glancing at it, he prepared to step inside. However, as he took a single step forward, he was halted by a security guard clad in a black suit. Sir, please stop. You cannot enter. The security guard scrutinized Long Chen with disdain, stating, the Dihao Hotel is a 6-star establishment. Entry requires formal attire, and your clothing does not meet our standards. I must ask you to leave immediately. The security guard believed he had spoken quite tactfully, considering that someone in such tattered beggar's attire looked every bit the part. And it was already generous of him not to forcibly eject him. Just then, a couple strolled past Long Chen, dressed in casual wear, entering without a hitch, while the security guard made no attempt to stop them. Why were they allowed in? Long Chen pointed towards the man and woman who had just entered, speaking each word clearly. As he did so, the couple halted, clearly having heard his words. They turned to assess Long Chen with condescension. A beggar, just a mere beggar. You filthy beggar, how dare you compare yourself to us? look at your pitiful appearance. Do you truly believe you have the right to enter the Dihao Hotel? I suggest you leave before you humiliate yourself further. One of the young women, beautiful and clad in black stockings, remarked with evident disdain, evoking unwelcome thoughts in onlookers. Yasi, why are you wasting your breath on a beggar? Let us just hurry inside. The other young man interjected impatiently. In his eyes, even speaking to a mere beggar was distasteful. Sir, I must insist that you leave immediately, or do not blame us for being rude, the security guard warned, his tone significantly more severe as he sensed Long Chen's nonchalance. It appeared that if Long Chen continued to resist, they would resort to forceful ejection. I said, I intend to enter, Long Chen replied calmly. Kid, are you deliberately seeking trouble? The security guard had now dropped all pretenses of politeness, ready to take action. However, just then, Long Chen produced an item and presented it, stating coolly, Am I allowed in now? It was a gilded black card. Upon seeing the card, the security guard was momentarily stunned. Not only him, but the earlier mocking couple also stood in disbelief. A gilded black card. A supreme card. How could a mere beggar possess such a card? Impossible. You may enter, the security guard stammered, now thoroughly flabbergasted. The security guard stood frozen in disbelief. Long Chen nodded slightly and stepped inside. This time the guard dared not impede his entry. Impede? That would be courting death. It is essential to understand that there are only 4 supreme cards issued throughout the entirety of the Imperial Hotel. Furthermore, these 4 cards are held by individuals of significant stature, such as the venerable Elder Chun and the head of the Zhou family. Yet today, such a card was in the hands of a mere beggar. A fact that was simply astonishing. Could it be that this beggar possessed a status comparable to that of Elder Chen and others? Young master, may we be acquainted? As Long Chen walked away, the man and woman who had previously mocked him snapped back to reality. The woman immediately rushed after Long Chen, smiling as she spoke. Not possible, Long Chen replied coldly, leaving the scene, vanishing from the sight of the couple. Not possible. That single phrase echoed in the young woman's mind. When she regained her senses, she realized Long Chen had already disappeared, causing her to grumble through clenched teeth. What an insufferable wretch. It was my first time taking the initiative to strike up a conversation. And he dismissed me like that. A dignified daughter of heaven rejected by a beggar. How infuriating. Yasi, even if this beggar possesses a supreme card, what of it? Let's go, the man beside her said, clearly agitated. He felt humiliated that his companion would approach a mere beggar. Indeed, it was an affront. The young woman nodded and followed the man inside. Within the Imperial Hotel, all the attendants were stunningly beautiful. Clad in striking red kipayos with high slits that tantalizingly revealed their thighs. Any man who glanced at them could not help but steal a few more looks. Esteemed sir, how may I assist you? Shortly after Long Chen entered the Imperial Hotel, a young and lovely attendant approached him. I wish to go to the top floor. Long Chen assessed the beautiful attendant from head to toe before calmly uttering his request. According to the guidance of the dragon-seeking technique, Long Yu's location should be at the top floor of the Imperial Hotel. The precise location could only be felt upon reaching the pinnacle. Certainly, please follow me. The young and beautiful attendant did not regard Long Chen's beggar-like attire with disdain. She had witnessed him revealing the supreme black card at the hotel entrance and believed he might be a privileged heir of considerable wealth. As for his beggar-like appearance, she assumed it was merely a peculiar preference. Thank you, Long Chen nodded. Before long, the young and beautiful attendant led Long Chen to the top floor of the Imperial Hotel, where the decor surpassed that of the lobby by several magnitudes. Even the corridors were adorned with calligraphy and paintings from renowned figures. Upon reaching the top floor, Long Chen signaled to the attendant that she could depart, while he proceeded towards a private room. Although the attendant was eager to continue serving him, she could only walk away, somewhat disheartened, upon seeing Long Chen's demeanor. Indeed, he must be a wealthy individual masquerading as a pauper. Who else could afford to spend on the top floor? The young and beautiful attendant mused, feeling a twinge of regret at missing the opportunity to serve such a distinguished young master with a supreme black card. The top floor of the Imperial Hotel had a minimum spending requirement, starting at least in the millions. Even the powerful were not all permitted to patronize the top tier of the hotel. The supreme black card. Free consumption. Yes, all expenses incurred within the Imperial Hotel are complimentary. In no time, Long Chen arrived at the entrance of a private room. On the door, there was a character Tian. This room was the most luxurious in the entire Imperial Hotel, not simply reserved for anyone with wealth. Only those of significant status and identity in Kyoto could secure it. Rumor had it that the head of a certain mid-level family in Kyoto had once been denied the opportunity to book this room for hosting the mayor of Kyoto. Long Yu. He is within this room. Long Chen kicked the door open with force, producing a resounding crash as the solid redwood door was forcibly breached, leaving a 3-inch deep footprint in the incredibly resilient wood. One should know that redwood is harder than steel. It was utterly terrifying. As the door to the private room swung open, Long Chen stepped inside, surveying the room and noticing around 20 young men and women within. The men wore lecherous expressions while draping their arms around the women, some of whom were quite attractive. As Long Chen entered, the entire room fell silent, all eyes turning towards the entrance. "Kid, who the hell are you? Who let you in?" A man aged around 24 or 25 emerged from the group, dressed in attire worth no less than $1 million. He scrutinized Long Chen, frowning as he spat. "If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of here, or don't blame me for being rude to him." Long Chen appeared nothing more than a beggar, dressed in rags and exuding a rustic air. "I am here to find someone." Long Chen replied coolly. "You claim to be here to find someone? Kid, has your head been submerged in water? Your friend is here?" The young man couldn't help but laugh, preparing to force Long Chen out. Those present were either descendants of the 4 great families or individuals of stature in Kyoto. How could such a person possibly have any connection to a mere beggar? "Li Go, hurry up and throw this kid out. A beggar with the audacity to come here. What is the security at the Imperial Hotel doing, letting anyone in?" One of the young women among the group, impeccably dressed, spoke with disdain. But at that moment, an extraordinary beauty emerged from the crowd. "Long Chen, how did you know I was here?" The one speaking was a stunning woman in her early 20s, her tone laced with surprise as she stepped to the forefront. Addressing Long Chen, "Shuiying, is this your friend?" The young man who had initially stepped forward to expel Long Chen furrowed his brow, inquiring of the exquisite beauty. "He is my friend." The exquisite beauty hesitated for a moment before nodding. The speaker was none other than Wu Shuiying. With that, Wu Shuiying stepped forward and pulled Long Chen into the private room. "Long Chen, what brings you here?" Wu Shuiying asked in a hushed tone. Holding on to him. "I came to find someone." Long Chen replied with a smile. "Find someone? What friend could a filthy beggar like you possibly have here?" Wu Shuiying expressed her displeasure, stating, "Don't think that just because you are a martial artist, you are impressive. The people here are not ones you can provoke. I see you merely followed me here." In Wu Shuiying's eyes, Long Chen must have been infatuated with her, trailing her here in pursuit. As for his claim of searching for someone, she dismissed it as an excuse. "Forget it." Wu Shuiying seemed to recall something, whispering to Long Chen, "After the banquet concludes, I'll take you out of here. However, Long Chen, I must warn you, although you helped me earlier, that does not imply any possibilities between us that I will not take a liking to you, so you might as well abandon that hope." Today marked the birthday celebration of a friend of Wu Shuiying. Upon arriving in Kyoto, she had rushed to this venue. Although Long Chen had previously astonished her, and she was aware of his martial prowess, she did not believe he could afford to offend the young masters and socialites within the private room. Thus, Wu Shuiying thought it best to let Long Chen enter to avoid a confrontation, knowing that he could not withstand the ire of those wealthy elites. Well, Long Chen felt a sense of helplessness. This woman, she was truly overly self-assured, as if the illustrious True Dragon Society would take an interest in her. "He is my friend, named Long Chen," Wu Shuiying stated softly, introducing Long Chen to the crowd in the private room after her warning. "A mere beggar is actually a friend of the Wu family's 3rd young lady." In an instant, the atmosphere within the private room turned peculiar, as everyone cast disdainful glances up and down at Long Chen, as if he were an insufferable fly eliciting revulsion. "Shuiying, is your taste in friends truly so lacking? Him, in his ragged attire, I find it hard to fathom how you came to know him." A young woman in her 20s scrutinized Long Chen before shifting her gaze to Wu Shuiying, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Shuiying, is there something going on between you two? Otherwise, how could he possibly have followed you to my birthday banquet today?" This young woman was Wang Xiaoxiao, the guest of honor at the birthday celebration, a wealthy heiress from a publicly listed company and a distant relative of the Wang family in the capital. Typically, she and Wu Shuiying were the best of friends. "Xiaoxiao, you misunderstand. Long Chen and I are merely ordinary friends," the stunning Wu Shuiying clarified, were it not for the desire to shield Long Chen from the ire of these influential individuals. She would prefer not to acknowledge their friendship. In her eyes, she truly did not consider Long Chen a friend. "All right." The young man who had initially sought to expel Long Chen approached Wu Shuiying with a smile. "Since he is a friend of Shuiying, let him stay." With that, he walked over to Long Chen, resting a hand on his shoulder and looking down at him condescendingly. "Listen here, kid. I must warn you, Wu Shuiying is not someone you can aspire to be with. I hope you possess at least a modicum of self-awareness and keep your distance from her in the future. Understood? This young man, named Ma Qing, hailed from a middle-class family in the capital and held a position of considerable influence at the banquet. With everyone implicitly deferring to him, "Kid, if you know what's good for you, you'll leave this place immediately. We certainly do not welcome your presence, understand? If it weren't for Shuang, you would have been tossed out long ago. You truly lack self-awareness. Desperate beggar, your presence here is a death wish. Do you have any idea who will be attending today? Long Xiao, the legitimate heir of the four great families of the capital. Long Yu. I'll tell you this. Wu Shuexing is recognized as Long Xiao's woman. If he finds out you're friends with her, I fear you won't be leaving here unscathed. Kid, if you wish to remain, behave yourself. Otherwise, don't say I didn't warn you. Someone like you has no right to be among us at this gathering, understood?" In an instant, the room erupted with voices. Both men and women alike exchanging derisive remarks aimed at Long Chun. Their disdain was palpable, as if he were nothing more than an insignificant insect in their eyes. Enough! Wu Shuang, unable to tolerate the mockery any longer, stepped forward and voiced her discontent. "Stop it. He is my friend. Shuang, please don't be angry. We are only looking out for your best interests," Ma Qing interjected with a smile. "You know Long Xiao's temperament. And you are his woman. If he discovers you have such a friend, it might not end well for you. At this, Ma Qing deliberately glanced at Long Chen, noting that he had remained silent in the face of their ridicule, which only served to satisfy him further. In his view, Long Chen was simply aware of his inferiority and too intimidated to respond. The stunningly beautiful Wu Shuiying's expression changed dramatically, her words faltering as she struggled to refute Ma Qing. Ultimately, she remained silent. She longed to assert that she was not Long Yu's woman, but the words failed to escape her lips, for the Wu family had pledged her to Long Yu. Yes, just a few hours prior, the family's head steward had delivered her to Long Yu. The reason? Simply because Long Yu had taken a liking to her. Without consulting her wishes, they had unceremoniously given her away to families like the Wu's. Collateral relatives had no freedom in matters of marriage. If it were merely a political alliance, it might be more palatable, but such transactions were far worse, where family members deemed less significant were offered to powerful scions for the sake of some interests. Kid, considering you've been relatively submissive and due to your friendship with Shuang, I'll do you a favor today. We have a security position at our company. I'll get you that. It is certainly better than living as a beggar. As for the monthly salary, I'll give you 10,000. What do you say? 10,000 for a security job is quite a lucrative offer. Ma Qing looked down at Long Chun with a smirked eye in his eyes. Long Chun would undoubtedly accept eagerly. 10,000 for a security position. That was likely among the highest salaries in the capital. Though Ma Qing appeared to be helping Long Chun, he was, in fact, ridiculing him, highlighting the chasm between him and Wu Shuang. Do you know? In my eyes, you are nothing but a fool, Long Chun uttered. And with that, the entire room fell silent. He strode directly to Ma Qing, forcefully slapping his face several times, enunciating each word. "You wretched creature. Do you believe I couldn't crush you with a single hand?" Shock. The onlookers were taken aback. Even Ma Qing himself stared in disbelief at Long Chun, unable to comprehend that someone would dare speak to him in such a manner. Was this kid out of his mind? Insane. This beggar has lost his wits. Ma Qing was the legitimate son of the Ma family, a middle-class family in the capital, with his father being a high-ranking official in the city. Such a person was not someone a mere beggar could afford to offend. Even Wu Shuang would not dare to cross Ma Qing. Yet this oblivious beggar had brazenly insulted him. He was doomed. As the crowd continued to absorb the shock, Long Chun made another move. Stepping in front of Wu Shuang and looking down at her. "You are Long Yu's woman?" "No, I am not. It was Wu Bo who sent me to Long Yu. I did not consent. But I have no choice. I have no choice." Wu Shuiying's eyes reddened, her voice choking with emotion. She realized that she could not escape Long Yu's clutches tonight. Then, Long Chen nodded, articulating each word. "Since you do not consent, you are not Long Yu's woman. As long as I am here, Long Yu cannot lay a finger on you. For I have come here today seeking Long Yu. You came here to find him? To settle scores with Long Yu? You cannot contend with Long Yu, Long Chen. You should leave this place." Wu Shuiying's countenance changed dramatically, mistakenly believing Long Chen was willing to confront Long Yu on her behalf. "I have stated that I am here to settle scores with Long Yu," Long Chun repeated firmly. The room fell silent once more. The crowd stared at Long Chun in astonishment, deeming him a fool rushing towards his own demise. Not only had he offended Ma Qing, but he was also attempting to vie for a woman who belonged to Long Yu. All the men in the room eyed Wu Shui-ing with longing, especially since it was evident she was still untouched. Yet, they dared not harbor any thoughts, as just hours before, the Wu family had offered her as a gift to Long Yu. They did not dare to offend Long Yu. Not at all. Arrogant. Utterly reckless. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you know who I am? A flash of anger glinted in Ma Qing's eyes as he seethed. Very well. You dare to address me, so did I admire your courage. But today you shall not leave this place. You must die, for you have not only offended me, but also Long Xiao. His woman is not someone you can covet. He is not to be trifled with. He is trained in martial arts since childhood and possesses considerable skill. Even if he does not surpass the heirs of great families, he is still leagues ahead of ordinary men. A mere beggar like you is nothing more than a plaything in his eyes, easily crushed with a single finger. Throughout his life, no one had ever dared to slap his face or speak to him in such a manner. Long Chun was the first. In his view, he would also be the last. Today, Long Chun must perish. As Ma Qing's fury ignited, the others in the room felt the chilling aura radiating from him. How dare you? You cannot offend Long Xiao, and now you wish to vie for his woman. You are truly courting death. A young man, aged around 21 or 22, stepped forward, blocking Long Chen's path with a fierce demeanor. The atmosphere in the private room became tense. As several men surrounded Long Chen, it was evident that if Ma Qing made a move, they would swiftly rush in their eyes. Long Chen's arrogance was intolerable. He not only opposed young Master Long on their territory, but also offended young Master Ma. Truly, he was courting death. Shui-ing, on the side, could not help but express her frustration, exclaiming, "What on earth is your friend doing? Does he even realize his own standing? How could he dare to comment on the matters of young Master Ma and young Master Long?" She urged, "You need to take your friend and leave this place immediately." "My birthday banquet does not welcome him that he cannot leave," Ma Qing declared, enunciating each word. Wang Xiaoxiao's expression changed drastically as she hastily turned to Wu Shuiying, saying, "Look, young Master Ma is truly furious. Your friend is done for today. I advise you to have him kneel and apologize to young Master Ma. If he is in a good mood, he might let him go. At that moment, Long Chen stepped forward without uttering a word. "What is this? You want to fight me?" Ma Qing sneered. "Very well. Your courage is commendable, but do you realize that your bravery does not match your strength? Having courage without power will only hasten your demise. A mirant dares to repeatedly challenge my authority. This is intolerable. And no matter what, this brat must die today." With this thought, Ma Qing clenched his fists tightly. He lunged forward like a leopard, swiftly closing the distance to Long Chen. "Die!" Ma Qing shouted as he swung a punch towards Long Chen's head, the air splitting with a deafening crack that resembled an explosion. The force of his punch was tremendous. It could likely shatter a boulder, let alone a human skull. "You're doomed, little brat," scoffed a young man. "Young Master Ma is on the verge of becoming a seasoned martial artist. Even steel would crumble under his blow. What hope do you have? You will obediently accept your fate today. How foolish." A beautifully dressed woman sneered. "How could a beggar possibly compare to the young master of a prominent family? Coming here is nothing but self-humiliation. His only fate awaits him, death." Another young and beautiful girl derided. Wu Shuiying must truly be blind, overlooking the illustrious young Master Long for an inconspicuous beggar. Does she truly believe that a beggar is superior to the heir of one of the 4 great families? Longshan, in all of Kyoto, which woman does not wish to marry him? Once one enters the Long family, they soar to greatness. Moreover, Wu Shuiying is merely a side branch of the Wu family. If she were to marry young Master Long, her status in the Wu family would undoubtedly rise. They failed to comprehend how Wu Shuiying could place her hopes in a mere beggar. "A seasoned martial artist? Do you not know that I have defeated dark energy martial artists before?" Long Chen stated. "If you seek death, then I shall grant it to you today." With that, Long Chen threw a punch. Fist met fist, simple and brutal. The onlookers scoffed, fully aware of Ma Qing's strength. Long Chen's attempt to confront Ma Qing head-on was tantamount to seeking his own demise. They anticipated that Ma Qing's punch would easily break Long Chen's arm. Then came a resounding crash as the 2 fists collided. Crack, accompanied by the sound of bones fracturing. Wang Xiaoxiao remarked to Wu Shuiying, "I told you your friend should kneel and apologize to young Master Ma. Look, one punch from him has already broken your friend's arm. If Ma Qing throws 2 more punches, I fear your friend will surely lose his life." However, her words trailed off mid-sentence as the expressions of those present shifted from amusement to a state of shock. Yes, shock. They beheld Long Chen standing in scathe, while Ma Qing was sent flying to at that moment. Ma Qing's arm was bent at a 90-degree angle. Broken, the private room fell into a stunned silence. They could scarcely believe what they were witnessing. It was not Long Chun who was sent flying, but rather Ma Qing, who had suffered a broken arm. It was utterly astonishing. After all, Ma Qing was a seasoned martial artist. A true martial artist had been defeated by a single punch. In my eyes, you are merely an ant, Long Chun declared. Do not think that even the head elder of the Wang family could withstand my might. He approached Ma Qing step by step, each footfall echoing like the harbinger of death. What do you want? Ma Qing stammered, fear evident in his trembling voice. I am the young master of the Ma family in Kyoto, and a friend of young Master Long. You have injured me. No one can save you now. The various young masters and ladies in the room hesitated, realizing that if a single punch could send Ma Qing flying, they were certainly no match for Long Chun. They considered intervening but were paralyzed by fear, caught in a dilemma. You are finished. Do you know who you have offended? The esteemed young master of the Ma family? Are you seeking to become an outcast in Kyoto? Kneel and apologize to young Master Ma at once, or even the King of Heaven cannot save you today. A stunning woman in her 20s spat at Long Chun. Damn it. Now I understand who he is. The infamous prodigy of Kyoto, Long Chun, the discarded son of the Long family, a born disaster, a young man exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Think a fool would dare to stand against young Master Ma, and even young Master Long. Do you really believe you are worthy of being called the young master of the Long family? How naive. As the young man spoke, the others began to connect the dots, murmuring amongst themselves. Oh, Long Chun. No wonder that name sounded familiar. Arrogant. The elder of the Wang family is a dark energy martial artist. How could you possibly provoke him? It was you who lured the elder into the lightning-restricted zone, where he met his demise at the hands of the thunder. You should not flatter yourself. With a mere finger, the elder of the Wang family could extinguish you. Shut up. I thought it was someone formidable. Turns out it's just you, the infamous waste of Kyoto. Kneel. Immediately apologize to young Master Ma, or you will die. I truly do not understand why Wu Shuang would be interested in a waste like you. The infamous waste of Kyoto, who does not know of your name. A renowned prodigy, fool, waste. One of Kyoto's 4 great beauties, Jiang Chuan, even annulled her engagement with you due to your disgraceful reputation. But despite their scornful remarks, Long Chun's stride remained unbroken. That he soon stood before Ma Qing, looking down upon him. What do you want? Ma Qing gasped, wide-eyed. That he was genuinely afraid. That he feared that if Long Chun continued to act, the consequences would be far worse than mere injury. Madman, call Long Yu immediately and have him come here. Now, Long Chun stood atop the elevated path. His purpose for arriving here today was to seek vengeance against Long Yu. However, to his surprise, Long Yu was not present. What he encountered instead were merely his lackeys, which incensed him greatly. What did you say? Ma Qing exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. That he couldn't believe it. Had this young man lost his mind? Asking him to call Long Yu. Once Long Yu arrived, this young fool would undoubtedly meet his demise, a prodigy, an imbecile, competing with Long Yu for women. Did he truly expect to escape Long Yu's wrath? What? Do I need to repeat myself? Long Chun furrowed his brow and stated emphatically, no, I will do it. I will call him immediately. Ma Qing trembled as he swiftly retrieved his phone, dialed Long Yu, exchanged a few words, and then hung up. Earlier, Long Yu had merely stepped out for a moment, seemingly to another private room to toast. Now, having completed the call, it was estimated that young Master Long would return shortly, and when he did, this young man would surely face certain death. As Ma Qing contemplated this, his confidence surged considerably. When they first arrived, they witnessed even the owner of the Dihao Hotel bowing and scraping before young Master Long. Their ability to dine in this prestigious room was solely due to Long Yu's influence. Otherwise, given their status, it would have been impossible for them to enjoy such luxury. Sever your other arm and kneel. Awaiting your master's arrival, Long Chun declared, nodding at Ma Qing after he finished the call, enunciating each word with clarity. Sever my other arm. Kneel and await my master? Master? That is Long Yu, Ma Qing thought, realizing that in Long Chun's eyes, he was merely a dog to Long Yu. Damn it, kid, don't go too far. A young gentleman, unable to bear it any longer, shouted angrily at Long Chun. What? Are you dissatisfied? Long Chun cast a glance toward the speaking gentleman, who was immediately rendered speechless by fear. They may have looked down upon Long Chun, but they had to concede that they were no match for him. Wu Shuang, quickly persuade your friend to cease this reckless behavior. let Ma Qing sever his arm and kneel. Do you have any idea of Ma Qing standing? Not to mention the potential retaliation from his family. Even when Long Yu returns, he surely will not spare your friend, Wang Xiaoxiao exclaimed, fuming with frustration at Wu Shuiying. I cannot persuade him. Wu Shuiying sighed, feeling utterly powerless. She genuinely could not convince him. For Long Chun would not heed her words. Very well, Dio, not bother. Just wait, and you shall see what transpires, Wang Xiaoxiao retorted with gritted teeth. At that moment, she no longer regarded Wu Shuiying as a friend. Instead, she felt as though she had become an enemy. What, do you require me to repeat myself? Long Chen spoke again. Is imposing or palpable? He merely glanced at Ma Qing. All right, I will do it. Ma Qing gritted his teeth and forcefully brought his remaining arm down onto the ground. With a sharp crack, his arm broke. He was drenched in cold sweat from the pain but gritted his teeth to suppress his cries. Enduring excruciating agony, he knelt on the floor. He had knelt. The esteemed Ma Xiao had truly prostrated himself upon the ground. Wu miss. Look at what your friend has done. After this, regardless of who comes, I fear it will be futile. Your friend is as good as dead. A young man sighed, letting Ma Xiao sever his arm and kneel. If he does not die, who will? With Long Yu returning shortly, how could Long Chen possibly walk out of this door alive? It was utterly impossible, given Long Yu's connection to Ma Xiao. Indeed, another young man chimed in. Wu miss, do you know that a few months ago, a young master from a middling family in Kyoto offended Ma Xiao? Subsequently, Ma Xiao sought out Long Yu. Guess what happened? With just a word from Long Yu, that young master met his demise. Yes, Long Yu sent someone to kill him, and the young master's family did not dare to utter a peep. The exquisite beauty Wu Shuiying's complexion shifted dramatically upon hearing this. She bit her lip in anguish, glancing toward Long Chen, as if hesitating over something. She was somewhat aware of Long Yu's notorious reputation. Yet, she had not anticipated his overwhelming dominance. In her heart, she knew that once Long Yu returned, Long Chen's life would truly be in jeopardy. Forget it. You wretched beggar, I shall assist you once more. The stunning Wu Shuiying thought to herself as she took out her phone and dialed a number. Wu Bo? She whispered. Third miss, are you not with young Master Long? Is there something amiss? Came the voice of Wu Bo, the head steward of the Wu family, from the other end of the line. Wu Bo, could you possibly help me? A friend of mine has offended young Master Long, and I implore you to save him. Wu Shuiying urged, striving to maintain her composure. The line fell silent. It was eerily quiet. After almost 3 seconds, an enraged voice erupted from the phone. Third miss, what have you done to let your friend offend young Master Long? Are you dissatisfied with the family's decision to entrust you to him? Wu Bo scolded angrily. You must immediately sever all ties with this friend of yours and refrain from provoking young Master Long. I understand, Wu Shuiying replied, feeling a wave of despondency wash over her. Third miss, the Wu family's power is somewhat greater than the Long family's. However, it is not worth offending the Long family's heir for the sake of your friend. Do you comprehend? Moreover, our Wu family has recent business dealings with the Long family. I do not wish to see you in a contentious situation with young Master Long. Wu Bo's tone turned firm. Wu Shuiying attempted to speak further, but the call had already ended. Indeed, Wu Bo has hung up. Wu Shuiying, you need not waste your efforts. You are merely a collateral descendant of the Wu family. Regardless of what you say or do, the Wu family will never offend young Master Long for your sake. Wang Xiaoxiao sneered from the side. Your friend has brought this upon himself. No one can save him. Wang Xiaoxiao, Wu Shuiying's tone became noticeably firmer. What? Are you angry? What can you do to me? Let me remind you, you are merely a minor collateral of the Wu family. What can you possibly do to me? Wang Xiaoxiao replied haughtily. You, Wu Shuiying was infuriated. What about me? I suggest you start thinking about how to explain yourself when young Master Long returns. Wang Xiaoxiao proclaimed from her lofty position. This fool has not only severely injured Ma Xiao, but has also dared to compete with young Master Long for women. He is courting death, purely courting death. Wu Shuiying fell silent, enveloped in a profound sense of helplessness regarding her fate. The family, driven by self-interest, had consigned her to a man she did not wish to be with. Why? Merely because of her beauty, because she was a mere ornamental figure. She felt a deep-seated resentment, but was utterly powerless to change her situation. For some unexplainable reason, Wu Shuiying suddenly cast her gaze upon Long Chun. The man she had previously regarded with contempt and derision was Long Chun. He had told her that as long as she was unwilling, no one in this world could force her. Not even Long Yu would lay a finger on her. Although it seemed a ridiculous and childish assertion, for some reason, it struck a chord with her now. Die, you wretched beggar, Do not leave this world just yet. I have not yet finished berating you, Wu Shuang said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She was, herself, bewildered by her emotions. Why was it that she, who had once despised Long Chun, now found herself unwilling to see him perish? Could it be because he had once helped her? Yes, certainly. It is as such. A resounding crash reverberated through the air. The door to the private room swung open, forcefully kicked ajar. Shortly thereafter, a young man strode in. He appeared to be around 16 or 17 years of age, possessing sharp features and an air of aloofness that seemed to repel others from approaching him. He was none other than Long Yu, the legitimate son of the Long family. As the sole heir to the entire Long clan, he represented the pinnacle of the social hierarchy in the capital city. It was rumored that the wealth under Long Xiao's control alone amounted to no less than several billion. And he had even graced the Forbes list of young billionaires. Furthermore, having trained in martial arts from a young age, it was said that Long Xiao's skills were on par with a peak-level martial artist, making him a leading figure among the younger generation of the Long family. Upon entering, he surveyed the room with a discerning gaze, quickly fixing his attention on Long Chun. His brow furrowed slightly as he coldly inquired, "What has transpired, Long Xiao? At last, you've arrived. This wretch not only has stolen your woman, Wu Shuiying, but has also severely injured Ma Qing. He claims he has come to settle the score with you today." One of the young gentlemen in the room hastily stepped forward, bowing and scraping before Long Yu. "Long Xiao, you must stand up for me." Ma Qing, upon seeing Long Yu's arrival, scrambled to his feet and lamented. "Not only has he grievously wounded me, but he also disrespects Long Xiao, attempting to take your woman from you. He even dares to say that as long as Wu Shuiying is unwilling, you cannot compel her to yield in any way. As Long Yu entered, Ma Qing's demeanor shifted dramatically. The other young men and women present, upon witnessing Long Yu's return, eagerly approached him, chattering animatedly about the unfolding events. "Wu Shuiying, your time is up. Long Xiao is back, and I look forward to seeing how you will explain yourself," Long Xiao sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Wu Shuiying. She harbored ambitions of climbing the social ladder by attaching herself to Long Yu. Yet he had never looked her way. Her jealousy towards Wu Shuiying was palpable. Just then, Long Yu's gaze landed on Wu Shuiying. She remained silent, her eyes unwaveringly meeting his. This was the first time she had directly faced Long Yu. "You are quite something," Long Yu remarked, his brow slightly furrowing as he uttered those 3 words. Rage. Indeed. Just 3 words. Yet they were imbued with immense fury. Wu Shuiying's expression shifted dramatically as she pleaded. "I implore you, spare him. I promise it is not too late. I will become your woman. Begone. For the sake of his worthless life, you plead with me?" Long Yu's expression turned icy after saying this. Long Yu redirected his gaze toward Long Chun, a smile gracing his lips. "Yes," Long Yu smiled, a smile laced with contempt. "When you were born, lightning could not strike you down. Now, I can beat you to death. And yet you miraculously survive. Your life truly is remarkable," he pronounced, each word dripping with disdain. He certainly did not believe Long Chun had resurrected. He suspected that his subordinates had simply failed in their task of eliminating him. "Did you truly think you could strike my dog?" Long Yu declared from his lofty position. "Do you not know that one must consider the master when striking a dog? Kneel. Bow down and admit your mistakes." Long Yu was arrogant. In all of Kyoto, there were scarcely a few who could capture his attention. Even those from middling families like Ma Qing were, in his eyes, merely dogs that owe him. Long Chun was nothing more than an ant, easily crushed beneath his heel. His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable weight of intimidation. Even the other young masters and young ladies in the room paled at the prospect of Long Yu's formidable wrath, nearly succumbing to the impulse to kneel immediately. This was the kind of intimidation that arose from years of holding power. Much like ancient emperors, a mere word could dictate life and death. However, to everyone's astonishment, Long Chun remained utterly silent beneath Long Yu's overwhelming pressure. Yes, in front of all, he disregarded Long Yu entirely. Long Chun. Long Yu was as inconsequential as air. "What? Did you not hear me speak? I commanded you to kneel. Do you not understand? Kneel immediately, or die." Long Yu's brow furrowed, viewing Long Chun merely as an ant, more accurately, an ant that had not yet been thoroughly squashed. With a single utterance, he could condemn Long Chun to death. Yet now, this diminutive ant dared to challenge his authority in front of everyone. "Die. Indeed, if I crushed you once and you survived, I shall crush you again." To Long Yu, it was that simple. "You brat, You are exceedingly arrogant. You dare to ignore Long Xiao. You are truly courting death. Ma Qing could no longer contain himself. Cursing vehemently, he believed Long Chun was doomed. In all of Kyoto, no one had ever dared to treat Long Xiao with such disdain. Yet this little beggar, this idiot, this anomaly, was displaying such arrogance, offering no respect to Long Xiao. This could not end well. Long Chun was destined for death. Wu Shuiying. I must admit, your friend possesses remarkable audacity. You truly did not misjudge him. But what good is mere courage in the face of Long Xiao's undeniable might? The bolder one is, the quicker they perish. Do you not realize this? Wang Xiaoxiao remarked with a smile. You have successfully provoked Long Xiao's ire. I suggest you ponder how to appease him. Just wait until Long Xiao eliminates this arrogant little brat. And then what will become of you? Contempt. Yes, once close friends, now former confidants, instead of comforting Wu Shuiying, they were actively adding insult to injury. The other young masters and ladies in the room joined in mockery, deriding Wu Shuiying for her audacity to confront Long Xiao, equating it to a death wish. They believed both Long Qin and Wu Shuiying were courting disaster. How could the esteemed heir of the Long family, Long Yu, tolerate the insolence of the two? Their fate was sealed. Very well. You are commendable, Long Yu chuckled, appraising Long Chun from head to toe, stating each word deliberately. You possess a remarkable level of courage. Who would have thought that the former fool would dare to disregard my presence? Long Chun continued to ignore him. The room fell into an eerie silence, no one daring to exhale loudly, fearful of inciting Long Xiao's wrath. All present gaped at Long Chun, unable to fathom his audacity to provoke Long Xiao. Fool. Truly a worthless imbecile, extinguishing any remaining avenues for escape. Excellent. Long Yu's eyes darkened. Pointing at Wu Shuiying, he commanded, come here. Upon hearing this, Wu Shuiying's face paled, glancing at Long Qin, who remained silent. Lowering her head, she bit her lip and reluctantly approached Long Yu. She did not wish to go. Yet, she was even less inclined to have Long Qin suffer because of her and provoke Long Yu's wrath, leading to his demise. Long Chun. Long Yu seized Wu Shuiying's delicate face as she stood beside him. Looking disdainfully at Long Chun, he declared, did you not claim to cherish her above all? You boasted that no one could touch her. Today, I will touch her, and you can do nothing about it. Mark my words, not only will I touch her, but I will also claim her before your very eyes. What can you do to me? Long Yu enunciated each word clearly. After speaking, he began to tear open Wu Shuiying's clothing. Her eyes welled with tears. She yearned to break free, but how could she contend with Long Yu? At that moment, all eyes in the room lit up. What does beauty matter in the face of such power? She was destined to be claimed by Long Xiao before everyone. Wu Shuiying. This is your just desserts. Wang Xiaoxiao laughed. Look at the kind of scum you have chosen. You are being overpowered and can only stand there, not daring to utter a word. Not only Wang Xiaoxiao thought this way. Everyone in the room shared the sentiment. They believed Long Chun had likely cowered, even as Wu Shuiying was about to be violated. He dared not utter a single word, merely standing there like a fool. But just then, Long Chun spoke. Long Yu. Just now, I was contemplating whether to eliminate you or render you crippled. Now, I have made up my mind to spare your life as a dog. I wish to showcase to the entire Long family the true nature of what they refer to as the legitimate eldest son. I aim to make Long Xingtian and Long Yuming acutely aware that their choices from years past were gravely misguided. I desire for the world to know, for the next 10,000 years, this realm shall acknowledge me as its sovereign. I am Long Chun. Long Chun slightly raised his head and cast a glance at Long Yu, speaking in a nonchalant manner. The moment his words spread, the atmosphere in the private room erupted into chaos. A madman. He is nothing short of a deranged lunatic. Is he so eager for death that he seeks it out? Truly, he is courting catastrophe. This is not merely a provocation aimed at Long Yu. It is an affront to the entire Long family. He mocks and disdains them all, including the venerable patriarch, Long Xingtian. For a fleeting moment, their minds short-circuited, unable to comprehend further. Arrogant, despicable, how presumptuous can one be, to declare himself the ruler for the next 10,000 years? Who does he think he is? I have stated it clearly. Without my consent, no one in this world shall lay a finger on Wu Shuiying. Since you have chosen to provoke me, I shall settle both old scores and new ones with you today. Just as Long Yu was about to tear away Wu Shuiying's clothing, Long Chen uttered a single phrase and vanished from his spot. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Long Yu, as if teleporting across the several meters that separated them. Dare you lay a hand on my people? Die. With a resounding impact, Long Chen's fist struck out. Boom. Long Yu was sent hurtling backward, his entire body propelled by the force of the blow. To be precise, it was his head that led the way, dragging his entire form along. Dare you touch my people? The exquisite beauty, Wu Shuiying, had resigned herself to close her eyes, bracing for the humiliation she believed was to come from Long Yu. However, just as she shut her eyes, she heard a familiar voice, and sensed that the grip of Long Yu around her seemed to vanish. What happened? Slowly, Wu Shuiying opened her eyes and was greeted by the sight of a towering figure before her, Long Chen. Meanwhile, Long Yu lay sprawled on the ground, having been sent flying several meters away. Was it Long Chen who had sent Long Yu flying? Had he come to her defense? Wu Shuiying's eyes welled with tears. And for reasons unknown, she felt an unprecedented sense of security in the presence of Long Chen, whom she had once scorned as a mere beggar. I have said it. No one in this world can force you. Long Chen stepped forward earnestly. I know. Thank you. For reasons unknown, Wu Shuiying's beautiful face flushed suddenly, and she nodded vigorously at Long Chen. You must be careful. Wu Shuiying hesitated, but ultimately chose to caution Long Chen. Regardless of the circumstances, Long Yu was the legitimate eldest son of the Long family. Now that Long Chen had harmed Long Yu, how could this end well? It is likely that the Long family would not let this transgression pass. Merely an ant. If he is crippled, so be it. You need not worry, Long Chen casually replied. Having said that, he strode towards Long Yu's direction. The earlier scene had been so shocking that the young masters and ladies from various families in the private room were momentarily rendered speechless. When they finally regained their senses, they stared at Long Chen with wide eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. Indeed, Long Chen was a specter, utterly terrifying. With a single punch, he had sent Long Xiao flying. It must be noted that Long Xiao was a figure of considerable prowess at the peak of the Mingjing realm. Yet, to be so effortlessly dispatched, how could one not be astounded? I was wrong. I misjudged you. I never anticipated that you were not just a fool, but had also cultivated as a warrior. You are quite adept at hiding your true capabilities. Long Yu, with a broken nose and bloodied mouth, rose from the ground, his eyes glinting with malice as he fixed his gaze on Long Chen, enunciating each word. But to surpass me, you are still far from it. Today, I shall personally shatter your body into 1,000 pieces. This is the consequence of your repeated challenges to my Long family. In Long Yu's view, the force of that punch had merely grazed his flesh. To defeat him, such power was utterly insufficient. The earlier incident of being struck was merely due to Long Chen's sneak attack and his own negligence. He believed that overwhelming Long Chen would be a simple task. Having spoken, Long Yu took a step forward. Ah! A fierce shout erupted from Long Yu's lips. He moved with the agility of a bowstring being released, his feet firmly planted as he charged forward. Thud, thud, thud. Each step he took left a deep imprint in the marble floor. Yes, with every stride, he left behind a profound mark, showcasing the sheer might he wielded. Behold the Long family's ultimate technique, the Dragon Claw. Long Yu's every movement radiated a formidable aura, his hands curling into claw-like shapes. Powerful energy swirling between them, forming a faint white whirlwind. With that, Long Yu lunged at Long Chen's heart. Aiming for a fatal strike. He intended to eliminate Long Chen in a single blow. The Dragon Claw was an esoteric skill of the Long family. Not only immensely potent, but also viciously lethal. Once unleashed, it would either kill or maim. Long Yu had relied on the might of the Dragon Claw to dominate the peak of the Mingjing realm. Having vanquished countless foes with eye in his eyes, once he unleashed this technique, Long Chen would be as good as dead. With a resounding crash, the strike connected. Yes, Long Yu's claw landed precisely where Long Chen's heart lay. A triumphant smile crept upon his face as he summoned his strength, seeking to rip out Long Chen's heart, leaving him no chance for a proper burial. But in the next heartbeat, his smile froze, and his eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Long Yu gasped. He felt an excruciating pain in his fingers. Yes, they were broken. His fingers had snapped. The point of contact felt as hard as steel, violently shattering his fingers upon impact. No. Even steel would turn to scrap under the might of his Dragon Claw. This was incomprehensibly more resilient. This truly a human body. His formidable Dragon Claw, usually invincible, had failed to pierce the skin of a mere ant, and instead had shattered his own fingers. You understand? I used merely a fraction of my strength with that last punch. Long Chen cast a glance at Long Yu, who still clutched his chest, and calmly uttered those words. Today, I shall see just how many of my punches you can endure. Before Long Yu could fully comprehend the situation, Long Chen unleashed another punch. Boom, boom, boom. Long Yu's body was sent hurtling through the air, akin to a fly swatted away. Yet, before he could hit the ground, Long Chun was upon him, delivering punch after punch. With each strike, I exerted a little more force. This punch, I used 2 parts of my strength. This punch, I used 3 parts of my strength. This punch, I used all my strength. Under the relentless barrage of Long Chen's fists, Long Yu was tossed about like a volleyball. Until Long Chen's final blow landed heavily upon his dantian, and only then did he relent. Boom, boom, boom. Ultimately, Long Yu's body crashed forcefully into the ground, embedding him into the earth, leaving a human-shaped imprint that sank over half a meter deep. Now, where was the former bravado of Long Yu? Not only was he crippled, but his body suffered multiple fractures, and his dantian had been shattered, rendering him powerless. Yes, it was this fool, this prodigy he had once looked down upon, who had forcibly stripped him of his abilities. Now he understood. Long Chun was not an opponent he could ever hope to defeat, that in just 5 or 6 punches, he had been rendered utterly incapacitated. Utterly terrifying. Regret. However, it is already too late. The entire private room is enveloped in an oppressive silence, with everyone holding their breath in fear. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. The illustrious scion of the Long family, Long Yu, has been rendered incapacitated? Indeed, incapacitated. Furthermore, he is barely breathing, likely on the brink of death. Damn it, the heir of the Long family is about to perish. It seems this young man truly intends to stand against the entire Long family. Moreover, it appears that prior to this, the Long family of Kyoto had already sworn to annihilate Long Chun. What audacity! This lad is truly seeking his own demise. Bang, bang, bang. Long Chun strides towards the fallen Long Yu in the deep pit, each step echoing like the ominous toll of a bell from the underworld. Long Chun, what do you intend to do? You have already disabled me. Do you now mean to kill me? Do you not realize that if you slay me today, you are merely digging your own grave? The Long family will surely bring about your ruin for this transgression. Long Yu, lying in the pit, glares fiercely at the approaching Long Chen, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body. Articulating each word with effort, his entire physique is a gruesome mess. Not only has his cultivation been shattered, but he has been thoroughly incapacitated by Long Chun. His spine, limbs, ribs, and other bones are all reduced to splinters. He has become completely disabled. To say nothing of continuing his cultivation, it is likely that he will spend the remainder of his life confined to a wheelchair. Just a moment ago, he was a spirited young master. Yet in the next moment, he has been reduced to a cripple. This is the consequence of offending Long Chun. Indeed, a true dragon must not be insulted. To insult one invites a price of blood. Kill you. Long Chun stands over Long Yu, placing a foot on his face, looking down imperiously. No, I shall not kill you. I intend to spare your wretched life. I want you to witness how I will bring ruin to your so-called mighty Long family. Years ago, the Long family wrongfully accused me of being a demon and murdered my mother, and you conspired to have me killed. How could I possibly let you and the entire Long family off so easily? Today, as a naturally born demon, I declare to you, to the entirety of the Long family, I will one day annihilate your clan in honor of my mother. None shall survive. His voice, though not loud, reverberated through the private room like the rumbling of thunder, deafening all present. Men and women alike stared at Long Chen in shock. Has he gone mad? Is he truly intending to eradicate the entire clan? To annihilate the Long family in tribute to his mother? How utterly arrogant. Who does he think he is? A master of the transformation realm. Even a master of the transformation realm could never hope to destroy the Long family. Such acts of annihilation have not been seen in China for over a century. Arrogance. To claim he would obliterate the entire Long family is sheer folly. Does he think defeating me makes him invincible? Let me tell you, my strength within the Long family is hardly worth mentioning. Long Yu sneered. Within the entire Long family, there are no less than 10 individuals at the dark energy level. Even at the pinnacle of dark energy, we boast 4.as for those of the transformation realm. We have 2. Pray tell, how do you plan to annihilate the Long family? With your level of cultivation. A single hand from an ancestor of the transformation realm could easily crush you. You are blithely speaking of destroying the Long family. I truly wonder, will it be you who destroys the Long family? Or will it be the Long family that destroys you? Warriors of the pinnacle dark energy level are already a rare breed in the city, let alone masters of the transformation realm. It must be understood that each master of the transformation realm is a national treasure, a figure of immense importance. A master of the transformation realm can take on 1,000 foes and slay enemy generals from the midst of 100,000 troops. They are akin to celestial beings. Half-god. Yes, they are half-gods, having shed their mortal coils. The Long family possesses 2 such national treasures, along with 4 at the pinnacle dark energy level, with such formidable power. Who in the world could hope to bring about their downfall? It is likely that even masters of the transformation realm would find it impossible, unless they themselves are at the pinnacle of transformation. The young masters and mistresses from various esteemed families in the private room turned pale upon hearing Long Yu's words. They were aware that the Long family was one of the 4 great families. Yet they were still somewhat ignorant of its true strength. Now, with Long Yu's revelation, they were utterly astonished. Families like theirs, of moderate stature, might possess 1 or 2 dark energy practitioners, which is already quite remarkable. But the Long family has 10, and on top of that, 2 masters of the transformation realm. How could they not be shocked? Simultaneously, they dismissed Long Chen's boast of annihilating the Long family as nothing more than a joke. A futile endeavor, a master of the transformation realm. Long Chen laughed. In my eyes, a master of the transformation realm is simply an ant. Even if your Long family has 10 masters of the transformation realm. If I say it will be destroyed, then it shall be destroyed. It is that simple. A true dragon, capable of swallowing heaven and earth. Even celestial beings can be devoured by a true dragon to enhance their own power, let alone mere masters of the transformation realm. Very well, very good. Long Yu, maintaining his composure and gasping for breath, replied, the entirety of the Long family awaits your attempt at annihilation. It seems you are still quite arrogant. Aren't you? Long Chun chuckled softly, and then forcefully stomped his foot down onto Long Yu's face. With a resounding bang, Long Yu could not suppress a wretched scream. His face contorted grotesquely, the left side of it caving in. Appearing utterly ghastly, return and tell the Long family that I, Long Chun, will one day pay them a visit. Long Chun enunciated each word clearly. After he finished speaking, Long Yu could bear the pain no longer and fainted completely. The onlookers in the private room were trembling in fear. Upon glancing at Long Yu, they realized he had been utterly disfigured, ruthless. So ruthlessly brutal. But how could they possibly comprehend how the Long family and Long Yu had treated Long Chun? Without cause, there can be no effect. With cause, there must be a consequence. Young man, have you perhaps gone too far? At that moment, a middle-aged man in his 40s strode into the private room. He first scrutinized Long Chun from head to toe before shifting his gaze to Long Yu. Upon witnessing Long Yu's disfigurement, he could not help but frown and question Long Chen from an elevated position. Following the entrance of the middle-aged man, an elderly man with white hair entered closely behind him. The elderly man remained silent, merely accompanying the middle-aged man. Before long, the crowd in the private room recognized the middle-aged man and was struck with fear. They recognized him as Zhou Haojie, the proprietor of the Dihao Hotel. Allegedly, he is the head of the underground forces in Kyoto, bolstered by the Zhou family's influence. They understood that Long Chen's doom had arrived. How could the owner of the Dihao Hotel permit this scoundrel, Long Chen, to wreak havoc here? They recalled that last year, a peak bright energy practitioner had caused trouble in the Dihao Hotel, and what was the outcome? He had his arms severed and his cultivation ruined. It seemed that Long Chen was destined to meet a similar fate. Too far. Long Chen laughed, looking down from his lofty position. Perhaps. But what do you intend to do about it? Arrogance. Damn it. If you dare to speak to Zhou Haojie in such a manner throughout all of Kyoto. Young man, you truly are quite bold. Zhou Haojie smiled. But regardless of your audacity, you must adhere to my rules here. No troublemaking. Yet now you have mangled Long Yu in my establishment. How am I to explain this to the Long family? You have violated my rules, and yet you remain so brazen. You have guts. I had intended to bind you and deliver you to the Long family. But seeing your arrogance, you shall meet your demise. As the head of the underground forces in Kyoto, Zhou Haojie certainly knew of Long Chen's infamy. Demon, fool, waste, abandoned scion. Long Chen. He is renowned throughout Kyoto as the lightning-striking demon. However, this demon before him appears somewhat different from the rumors. Not only is he not a fool, but he is also a martial artist. A martial artist capable of defeating the young master of the Long family, Long Yu. It is worth noting that Long Yu's power lies at the pinnacle of bright energy. This implies that Long Chen's strength is at least equal to or greater than that level. Dark energy cultivation. No, absolutely impossible. As Zhou Haojie contemplated this, he immediately dismissed the notion that it is not unheard of for a mere 16 or 17-year-old to possess dark energy cultivation. Such a presence, without exception, is a genius among geniuses. Clearly, Long Chun could never be such a prodigy. Regardless of Long Chen's current standing, Zhou Haojie must eliminate him. Firstly, to establish authority for the Dihao Hotel. Secondly, to provide an explanation to the Long family. Old Qian, Zhou Haojie turned to the elderly man with white hair, respectfully stating, "I implore you to take action and eradicate this young man." The white-haired elder nodded and stepped forward. Confronting Long Qian directly, "Youth, I must admit, you possess considerable talent for cultivation. At such a tender age, you have already reached the pinnacle of Mingjing. However," the elder proclaimed with formidable authority, "today you have violated the hotel's rules and severely injured the Long family's eldest son. Thus, it is only fitting that I intervene. If blame must be assigned, let it be for your status as a monstrous aberration deserving of eradication." With that, the white-haired elder launched his assault. "Die," he bellowed. His body akin to an arrow released from a bow, soaring towards Long Qian, that a powerful white aura enveloped him, intensifying with each stride he took until he stood before Long Qian, the force of his aura reaching an overwhelming zenith. True Qi. The energy swirling around the elder was indeed true Qi, indicative of his mastery at the early stage of dark strength. Under the influence of his formidable true Qi, the marble floor of the private room began to crack, ultimately shattering into pieces. Yes, merely the impact of his true Qi alone had devastated the entire marble flooring of the room. Fire Cloud Palm. The white-haired elder struck with his palm, aiming directly at Long Qian's heart. A faint spark ignited atop his palm, radiating intense heat. Simultaneously, the powerful true Qi surrounding the elder surged forth, crushing towards Long Qian. "You wish to extinguish me?" Long Qian chuckled. "Many have sought my demise. Yet I must say, you are the weakest among them. True Dragon, one of the most powerful existences in the cosmos, immortal and indestructible. Would he truly fall to someone of mere early-stage dark strength?" Thunderstrike. Long Qian advanced a step, meeting the elder's palm with a punch. A subtle silver arc shimmered around his formidable fist, nearly imperceptible unless closely observed. Thunder. Yes, the power of heavenly thunder. Within this seemingly simple punch lay not only unmatched strength but also the destructive force of heavenly lightning. With a resounding bang, Long Qian remained utterly unmoved, while the seemingly invincible white-haired elder staggered back 3 or 4 steps. After unleashing this strike, the elder did not attempt to retaliate. His eyes were filled with profound fear and shock. As for the hand that had clashed with Long Qian's, he held it behind him, trembling uncontrollably. Yes, trembling. The white-haired elder's name was Qian Feng, 72 years of age, a martial artist whom Zhou Haojie had hired at great expense. Indeed, a martial artist at the pinnacle of early-stage dark strength. Qian Feng had been a renowned martial arts master decades ago, but due to limitations in talent, he had stagnated at the early stage of dark strength for the last 10 years. Even though he was merely at the early pinnacle of dark strength, his extensive combat experience allowed him to best even those at the mid-stage of dark strength. Such a powerful figure was exceedingly rare to find in the entirety of Kyoto. In other words, Qian Feng was the stabilizing force for the Dihao Hotel. "Old Qian, what ails you? Please, take action and eliminate him. Why do you hesitate?" Zhou Haojie, witnessing Qian Feng's inaction after the strike, furrowed his brow and urged him. "Old Qian, what on earth is wrong with you?" No matter how Zhou Haojie called out to Qian Feng, it was as if the elder were deaf to his pleas. Ignoring him entirely, "Mr. Qian, I advise you to promptly apologize to young Master Long. Otherwise, even I cannot guarantee your safety." After several insistences from Zhou Haojie, Qian Feng finally spoke. "What did you say? Apologize to this monstrous aberration? Are you jesting?" Zhou Haojie exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face. Qian Feng disregarded Zhou Haojie once more and stepped closer to Long Qian, articulating each word with precision. "Young Master Long, I sincerely apologize for any previous offenses. I hope for your understanding." With that, he retreated to the side. Yes, he wished to distance himself from this matter. He was afraid. How could he not be afraid? In that single punch from Long Qian, he had sensed the power of lightning. Yes, the power of thunder. The overwhelming force of thunder had incapacitated one of his arms in an instant. Moreover, he could tell that Long Qian had shown him mercy. Had he unleashed his full strength, he feared. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and a cold sweat broke out across his body. Thank goodness he had not offended this young man to the point of no return. Otherwise, he would surely face dire consequences today. The ability to wield lightning, combined with strength at least 6 or 7 times greater than his own, clearly indicated he was a master of transformation. Yes, a master of transformation. A mere 17-year-old master. The elder of the Wang family had reportedly been struck dead by lightning. Perhaps, Qian Feng dared not continue his train of thought, for it became increasingly terrifying. "Old Qian, what is wrong with you? Are you hesitating due to his status as a discarded member of the Long family? What is holding you back?" Zhou Haojie, witnessing Qian Feng retreat to the side, seemingly unconcerned, could no longer contain his fury. However, Qian Feng, being a figure of early-stage dark strength, could not be commanded by him. Even in ordinary circumstances, Zhou Haojie had to treat Qian Feng with utmost respect. Very well, old Qian, you may consider his status, but I do not. As Zhou Haojie spoke, he drew a gun, aiming it squarely at Long Chun. Kid, I must concede, you possess some skill to withstand old Qian's strike, causing him to regard your status and refrain from further action. However, Zhou Haojie gritted his teeth. While old Qian may show restraint, I will not. Today, you must die, and I am eager to see how you can escape the clutches of my gun. A gun? Yes, a genuine firearm. Put that down. Mr. Zhou, you must lower that handgun immediately, or you will regret it. Qian Feng's expression changed dramatically as he urgently intervened. The TO command lightning. A master of transformation. Such a being was far beyond Zhou Haojie's capacity to provoke. Even the Zhou family behind him in Kyoto would not dare to offend a master of transformation lightly. The people of Kyoto were gravely mistaken, utterly mistaken. The rumored monstrous aberration and waste were all fabrications. A genius. This was a genius among geniuses. Long family. Zhang family. Are you aware of Long Chen's true strength? A mere 17-year-old master. If you were to discover this truth, you would surely regret it. 30 years of prosperity and 30 years of decline. Do not underestimate the youth. What absurdity! Qian Feng saw in Long Chen immense power and potential. Yes, a master at the tender age of 17. Once he matures, what kind of being will he become? Beyond transformation. Old Qian, you need not say more. Today, I must eliminate this young man. Zhou Haojie soon turned his gaze toward Long Chen, his face contorted in malice as he declared, die. With a resounding bang, Zhou Haojie pulled the trigger, a fiery serpent leaping from the gun, aimed directly at Long Chen's head. Long Chen. Wu Shuiying's eyes reddened as she couldn't help but cry out, wanting to rush forward. But it was already too late. The bullet had been fired, and in the next moment, Long Chun would likely fall in a pool of blood. Long Chun, I'm sorry that it's all my fault for involving you. As the image of Long Chun lying in a pool of blood flashed through Wu Shuiying's mind, tears streamed down her face. Today, she wept. Yes, for Long Chun, the one she had once looked down upon as a mere toad. Wu Shuiying, you should stop crying. Allow me to remind you, once Long Shao awakens, consider your own fate. Today, not only Long Chen, but you too shall perish, Wang Xiaoxiao taunted. You, in your prime, have chosen to fixate on a beggar. A discarded child. At this moment, everything seemed to have taken a turn for the worse. Even you could hardly ensure your own safety. In Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes, Long Chen was undoubtedly destined for death. Having offended the leader of the entire underground force in Kyoto, how could he possibly survive? A single shot would erase him. Not only did she think this way, but everyone in the private room shared the same sentiment. Yet, at that very instant, their smiles froze, each of them appearing as if they had seen a ghost, gazing intently in one direction. Gone. Do you believe that can kill me? Long Chen chuckled and stated. Word by word, you are far too naive. Today, I shall demonstrate to you what true power is. Faced with a formidable handgun, Long Chen merely extended 2 fingers. Indeed, it was a display of utter nonchalance. A flash of fire snaked through the air. With a resounding crack, Long Chun resembled the fire cloud evil god from a martial arts film, effortlessly pinching the bullet that was hurtling toward him with just 2 fingers. Thud. The deformed bullet fell to the ground. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Not only did he catch the bullet with his bare hands, but he also warped the steel projectile. Damn. Their minds momentarily short-circuited. Such a feat was surely beyond even those at the dark energy phase, right? A master of transformation. He was undoubtedly a master of transformation. Qian Feng believed he could not achieve such a thing. Powerful. Incredibly powerful. Zhou Haojie was dumbfounded. The handgun aimed at Long Chen, rendered speechless. Had he ever witnessed someone catch bullets with their bare hands? He was somewhat intimidated. I refuse to believe I cannot hit you. Zhou Haojie gritted his teeth and squeezed the trigger again, bullet after bullet soaring toward Long Chen. Yet, none of these projectiles struck their target. All were caught by Long Chen using merely 2 fingers. Yes, 2 fingers. I offered you a chance. You could have walked away, but since you did not cherish it, do not blame me. Long Chen articulated clearly. Die. With that, he boldly advanced toward Zhou Haojie, step by step, directly confronting the oncoming bullets. Yes, he faced the bullets head on. To the eyes of mere mortals, the bullets were immensely powerful, yet to Long Chen, they were as inconsequential as a drizzle, unable to reach his form. Boom! With a resounding thud, under Long Chen's overwhelming presence, Zhou Haojia, the leader of the underground forces in Kyoto, faltered, his grip weakened, and the gun fell to the ground, followed by his legs giving way, causing him to collapse. Ignoring the bullets, facing a hail of gunfire head-on, how could he not be afraid? Even having witnessed countless grand spectacles, he was still terrified. Boom! In a swift motion, Long Chen reached Zhou Haojia and delivered a resounding slap across his face. The immense force sent Zhou Haojia flying, spinning through the air 4 or 5 times before crashing heavily to the ground. At that moment, Zhou Haojia's face resembled that of a swollen pig. His teeth shattered, and his skull fractured in multiple places. Long Chen stepped forward once more, and the marble floor beneath his foot crumbled into dust, creating a deep crater. Young Master Long at this juncture. Qianfeng gritted his teeth, hesitating for a moment before stepping forward to block Long Chen, imploring him, "For my sake, spare Mr. Zhou." "You. What do you think you are?" Long Chen paused momentarily and coldly uttered. "You. What do you think you are?" This was the first time Qianfeng had heard someone dare to speak to him in such a manner. A prominent figure at the peak of the initial dark energy phase was being humiliated in front of everyone. If this were to spread, the world would scarcely believe it. "Yes, I am nothing at all." Qianfeng dared not retort and could only force a bitter smile, saying, "But I implore young Master Long to show magnanimity and not stoop to the level of us juniors." Juniors? A figure of the dark energy phase dares to refer to himself as a junior. The others in the private room were clouded in confusion. They did not understand why Elder Qian was adopting such a submissive posture. "Zhou Haojia, why are you not quickly apologizing to young Master Long and seeking his forgiveness?" Soon, Qianfeng turned sharply toward the prostrate Zhou Haojia, who resembled a pig, and barked, "Elder Qian, why do you not take action? Can you not handle a mere pawn?" Zhou Haojia protested defiantly. "Presumptuous." Qianfeng retorted angrily, "Zhou Haojia, if you continue to provoke young Master Long, do not say it is I. Even the Zhou family cannot protect you. Young Master Long is a master of transformation. Not only you, but even I, with just a single finger, could be crushed by young Master Long." The words master of transformation echoed in the minds of the crowd like thunder. Exploding with shock, a mere 17-year-old master of transformation. How could they not be astounded? "Elder Qian, is what you say truly the case?" Zhou Haojia stood there as if struck dumb. "Indeed." Qianfeng nodded. Thud. Zhou Haojia collapsed to the ground. Yes, the leader of the underground forces in Kyoto knelt. A master of transformation. Although Zhou Haojia held the esteemed position of leader, capable of shaking the very foundations of Kyoto with a stomp, he had never encountered, let alone seen, a master of transformation. Indeed, his status was simply insufficient. The disparity between the leader of a minor underground faction and a master of transformation was akin to the heavens and the earth. In the eyes of a master of transformation, Zhou Haojia was merely an ant. The Zhou family, which supported Zhou Haojia, was under the protection of 2 masters of transformation. However, Zhou Haojia, as a peripheral member of the Zhou family, had only heard whispers of these masters. The existence of dark energy phase practitioners and masters of transformation was like day and night. One celestial and the other terrestrial. A master of transformation is a deity, while dark energy practitioners are mere mortals. Yet today, he had witnessed a mere 17-year-old young master of such caliber. Yes, he had seen it with his own eyes, and moreover, had dodged bullet after bullet from his own handgun. How could he not be terrified? A master of transformation, an existence that even the Zhou and Long families dared not offend lightly. To offend one would incur a heavy price. With Elder Qian's repeated affirmations, Long Chen's identity as a master of transformation could not be false. Zhou Haojia realized he could not afford to offend a master of transformation. Offending one meant certain death. No one could save him. "Young Master Long, it is the fault of a fool who fails to recognize a master. I have wronged you greatly. I implore you to forgive my ignorance, to spare my life." Zhou Haojia's head banged against the ground like a pestle, blood streaming from his forehead as he fervently knocked his head in supplication. He did not dare to pause. Without Long Chen's command, he could only continue to that moment. All dignity was rendered irrelevant. To live, Zhou Haojia only wished to survive. For dignity, it was utterly worthless, begging for mercy. Long Chen laughed, a disdainful tone lacing his words. "Is it not a bit too late? A true dragon cannot be insulted. To insult it is to pay a bloody price. Do not say a mere Zhou Haojia. Even the Zhou family, if a true dragon declares destruction, it shall be obliterated. Indeed, To Long Chun, it was merely a matter of a snap of his fingers. Young Master Long, I understand that I have erred. When one commits a mistake, one must pay the price. How about this? Are you satisfied? Zhou Haojie gritted his teeth and ceased his prostrations, picking up the handgun from the ground and suddenly firing multiple rounds into himself. Bang, bang, bang. After several shots, blood holes appeared in his chest, and it was uncertain if he had struck any vital organs. Yet, blood poured forth uncontrollably, rendering him a bloodied figure. He shot himself. In an instant, the entire private room fell silent. Ruthless. Yet they were even more astonished that the esteemed leader of the underground forces in Kyoto had knelt and battered his head against the ground in front of a mere beggar, even resorting to self-harm to plead for the beggar's forgiveness. Yes, the little beggar, Long Chun, whom they had once ridiculed, had repeatedly slapped their faces, leaving them in a state of utter shock. No, it cannot be. Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, Am I seeing things? How could Wu Shuiying's lowly friend possibly be a master of transformation? How could he make Zhou Haojie kneel and harm himself in apology? Indeed, I must be seeing things wrong. I must have misjudged. However, she could not deceive herself, for the truth lay plainly before her. It was not only Wang Xiaoxiao who thought this way. The entire room filled with young masters and young ladies shared similar sentiments. Was it possible that she had misheard or that her eyes had betrayed her? Long Chun. Wu Shuiying smiled, her gaze towards Long Chun shimmering with a myriad of emotions. Suddenly, a realization struck her. She understood that she had been wrong, profoundly mistaken. She finally grasped that everything Long Chun had said was indeed true. Long Chun had come here to settle accounts with Long Yu. It was genuine. At that moment, she had thought Long Chun was here for her, but in retrospect, it was almost laughable. The notion that Long Chun had any interest in her was utterly misguided. Long Chun had declared that no one in the world could force her. And he had proven it was indeed true. Everything Long Chun had said was factual. She had merely dismissed it as false. This thought. Wu Shuiying's face flushed with embarrassment. The derision and contempt she once harbored now seemed utterly ridiculous. A toad. A master of transformation. She finally recognized that she was the toad, while Long Chun stood as the exalted master of transformation. Enough. Long Chun declared from his elevated position, I shall grant you both a chance. Each of you must sever one of your arms and then compensate 30 million. This matter will be concluded. Otherwise, you may as well perish. Yes, Long Chun was indeed referring to both individuals, including Qianfeng. Understood. Qianfeng was the first to react, his complexion paling. After a brief hesitation, he forcefully brought his left arm down upon the marble floor. With a resounding crack, his arm was severed. Both of his arms lay broken. He knew that if he did not sever his arm today, he would likely not leave this room alive. If anyone were to blame, it was Zhou Haojie, had it not been for him. Qianfeng would never have dared to confront a master of transformation. All right, young Master Long, I shall do it now. Zhou Haojie concluded, raising his pistol and firing several rounds into his own arm. At this point, his entire arm was a gruesome sight, flesh shredded and bones shattered. Without timely medical intervention, it would likely be rendered useless. Begone. Long Chun nodded and uttered a single word. Zhou Haojie and Qianfeng felt as though they had been granted a reprieve, promptly retreating from the room. Neither wished to linger in the private chamber any longer, nor did they care about Long Yu's fate. Approximately a minute after their departure, a man resembling a hotel manager entered, respectfully presenting Long Chun with a gold card before swiftly exiting. 60 million. Yes, this was the compensation owed by the two. Throughout the ordeal, the hotel manager did not dare to breathe a word. They had been assaulted and yet were required to pay compensation. The various young masters and ladies in the room had seen much in their lives, but none had encountered someone as imposing as Long Chun. After receiving the compensation, Long Chun surveyed each individual in the room from top to bottom. Yet, not a single person dared to meet his gaze. The previously boisterous Ma Qing, upon encountering Long Chun's eyes, was so frightened that his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. Long Chun let out a disdainful laugh and turned to leave, but just then, a voice rang out. Please wait. I like you. May I become your woman? It was none other than Wang Xiaoxiao. Just a moment ago, she had ridiculed Long Chun, and now she professed her affection for him. One must admit, Wang Xiaoxiao's change of heart was rather swift, quicker than flipping a page. Xiao, how could you possibly like him? What about me? Ma Qing's expression shifted dramatically as he glanced towards Long Chun, noticing that he had paused in his tracks and immediately shut his mouth. He had feelings for Wang Xiaoxiao. Otherwise, he would not have been here celebrating her birthday. The young masters and ladies from various families were also aware of his pursuit of her. However, at this moment, he dared not speak a word, not a single syllable. Indeed, he would not dare to compete with Long Chun for a woman. Was Long Yu powerful? Now a cripple. Was Zhou Haojia powerful? Reduced to a sieve. Most importantly, he had witnessed a master of the dark energy stage kneel before Long Chen. How could he not be afraid? If Long Chen wished to crush him, he likely wouldn't even dare to resist. Thus, even as the woman he desired openly confessed her feelings for another man in front of all the young masters and ladies, he remained silent, merely watching. That it was not that he was cowardly. He simply wished to survive. Just you? Wang Xiaoxiao sized up Ma Qing with a look of disdain, saying, "You are not even worthy of being compared to young Master Long's hair. You look so cowardly. Yet you dare pursue me? Huh. My man must at least be a hero like young Master Long. You should hurry and get lost, lest I find you bothersome." With that, she shoved Ma Qing aside and eagerly approached Long Chun. "Young Master Long, I know men like you surely have more than one woman, but I am willing to be one of them. As long as you accept me, I will do anything you desire." Wang Xiaoxiao spoke submissively, akin to a lovesick puppy. It seemed that if Long Chen were to take her, she would willingly sacrifice herself. Meanwhile, Ma Qing's face turned ashen, yet he dared not utter a word. The woman he desperately pursued was now begging another man for intimacy before his very eyes. What was left of his dignity? Moreover, this was happening in front of the young lords and ladies of all the prominent families. If word of this got out, he would become the laughingstock of the entire capital. Yet, even in such humiliation, he remained silent. In comparison to dignity and pride, life held greater importance. He wished to survive, not to seek death. Everyone in the private room observed the interaction between Long Chen and Wang Xiaoxiao, including Wu Shuiying. Wu Shuiying bit her lip, seemingly on the verge of saying something. However, after a moment of contemplation, she chose to remain silent, quietly watching Long Chen as though awaiting some answer. "Get lost." In front of all, Long Chen spat out a single word. "Get lost." Yes, Long Chen had commanded Wang Xiaoxiao to leave. In fact, Wang Xiaoxiao was not unattractive. Her looks were merely a shade less than Wu Shuiying's. In the grand scheme of the capital, she would be considered a beauty, scoring a solid 95. Previously, she had been pursued by countless young masters, including some direct descendants of the four great families, yet Wang Xiaoxiao had scorned them all. But now, she was actively pursuing a discarded youth and had been rejected. Not just rejected, but told to get lost. "You cannot treat me this way. I like you. You must accept me. You have to accept me." Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes reddened, her voice trembling. "My family is quite wealthy. Although we cannot compare to the four great families, we have assets in the hundreds of billions. As long as you agree to be my man, I assure you, our family's assets will all be yours. A fortune of hundreds of billions at your disposal. That I do not care. I truly do not mind if you have other women, just as long as you accept me. From now on, everything I have will belong to you. Whatever you command, I will obey without question." Wang Xiaoxiao was infatuated with Long Chen. To be precise, she was enamored with his formidable power. A young master. A master of transformation at the tender age of 17. Surely, there could be no man more powerful in the world. Setting aside whether Long Chen's identity as a master of transformation was genuine, the mere fact that he could defeat an individual at the dark energy stage with a single punch was already astonishing. Initially, Wang Xiaoxiao had been reluctant to believe it. However, as she came to terms with the reality, she found herself utterly captivated by Long Chen. Young, strong, and powerful. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that her family has long been oppressed due to their lack of formidable warriors to suppress them, resulting in their constant bullying by the prominent families of Kyoto. As long as her family were to have Long Chen, their status in Kyoto would undoubtedly rise significantly. Contemplating this, Wang Xiaoxiao cast aside all semblance of dignity, intent only on keeping Long Chen by her side. "I beg you. You are not worthy of me." Long Chen replied coolly, "Leave at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite." He held no interest in a materialistic woman like Wang Xiaoxiao. In the days when Long Chen stood at the pinnacle of the universe, he had encountered countless beauties. He had indulged in the favored maidens of every major holy site, all of whom willingly offered themselves to him. Wasn't the heavenly court powerful? Wasn't the 9 heavens, Xian Nu, beautiful? Long Chen had taken her as well, and she was merely his maid, one who warmed his bed on ordinary nights. Wasn't Yu Tian truly formidable? Wasn't she stunning? It is said that the progenitor of the 9-tailed fox clan, also known as the Moon Ancestor, was renowned throughout the universe as the most beautiful woman. countless strong individuals were enamored by her, with rumors suggesting that a formidable being wreaked havoc upon the heavens when she spurned his advances. Yes, such a calamity-inducing beauty nearly succumbed to Long Qin's charms, just a hair's breadth away. Hence, women like Wang Xiaoxiao truly failed to capture Long Qin's attention. No, I will not leave. I am your woman. I want you to take me here, right now. Isn't that what men like? I implore you. Let us do this in front of everyone. Wang Xiaoxiao seemed to have lost her senses, stripping off her clothing and lunging at Long Qin. Madness, truly madness. The crowd stared in shock at Wang Xiaoxiao, as if seeing her for the first time. You are being shameless, Long Qin replied icily. With a swift motion, he extended his leg and sent the rushing Wang Xiaoxiao flying. She landed face first, her head swelling grotesquely. My patience has its limits. Should you pursue me shamelessly again, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. With that, Long Qin departed. At that moment, Wang Xiaoxiao appeared to be roused by the force of the kick, halting her chase. I truly like you. Long Qin, please do not treat me this way. I like you, Wang Xiaoxiao murmured as if in a trance. Xiaoxiao, you should just give up. Long Qin is not someone you can provoke. You are only bringing shame upon yourself. Do you realize that? A beautifully dressed woman in the private room could no longer bear to watch and stepped forward to offer consolation. No, I want Long Qin. I want him. Wang Xiaoxiao cried out, her sobs echoing in despair. Yet, Long Qin was destined to elude her grasp. After Long Qin's departure, the once lively private room lay in disarray, resembling a battlefield. Even after Long Qin had left, the guests within remained in a daze, particularly drawn to the sight of Long Yu, sprawled on the ground in a pitiful state. Save Long Xiao. Quickly, save Long Xiao, someone shouted, igniting chaos within the private room. At a high-end hospital in Kyoto, two men lay in a luxurious VIP ward. One of them resembled a mummy, his body entirely wrapped in bandages. These two were Zhou Haojie and Qianfeng, who had rushed to the hospital for treatment immediately after leaving the private room. Among them, Zhou Haojie bore the most severe injuries, several bullets having struck his internal organs. Were it not for immediate medical attention, he likely would not have survived to this moment. The very thought sent a chill down his spine. Old Qian, can you truly affirm that Long Qin possesses the cultivation of a master of transformation? Zhou Haojie clenched his teeth, looking toward Qianfeng, whose arms were also wrapped in bandages. He felt deeply unsettled. Not only had he narrowly escaped death, but he also faced a compensation of 60 million. If word of this leaked, his standing in Kyoto would plummet. He is indeed a master of transformation. Do not doubt this, Qianfeng stated solemnly, glancing at his bandaged arms. Do you know of the elder of the Wang family? I do. Old Qian, what of it? Zhou Haojie inquired, puzzled. The elder of the Wang family perished in the thunder-forbidden zone alongside Lei Yun. This has spread throughout Kyoto in recent days. Why do you ask? No, I am aware of Wang Rin's cultivation, which is at the pinnacle of the late stage of dark energy. Such strength alone could not lead to a demise alongside the heavenly thunder in the forbidden zone. Qianfeng hesitated before continuing, his voice tinged with fear. The elder of the Wang family did not perish alongside the heavenly thunder. He was annihilated by Long Qin. Do you understand? Long Qin personally eradicated Elder Wang Rin. What did you say? Zhou Haojie exclaimed, his face paling in shock. You mean Long Qin killed Elder Wang Rin? Indeed. Qianfeng nodded. You know why I refrained from engaging Long Qin after our first encounter? It was because he shattered one of my arms with a single punch. In that blow, I felt a tremendous force of lightning. Yes, the power of lightning. Just moments ago, the doctor treating my right arm asked if it had been struck by lightning. Qianfeng added, because my right arm is ruined by lightning. Think carefully about how Wang Rin met his end. He was struck down by lightning. Qianfeng articulated each word with gravity. I am certain that if Long Qin wished to kill me, a single bolt of lightning would seal my fate, just as it did for Wang Rin. Indeed, Long Qin can wield the power of lightning. As he spoke, his eyes reflected profound fear. Yes, even in Long Qin's absence. He remained terrified of the overwhelming power, terrified of a being capable of commanding lightning. Are you saying Long Qin can control lightning? Zhou Haojie trembled with fear. Could he be a practitioner of the heavenly master path, able to invoke the 5 thunder wizardry? A master of transformation who can wield the 5 thunder wizardry. At this point, Zhou Haojie dared not continue, his fear palpable. The mere thought of having offended such a being left him restless and anxious. Individuals like him are not ones we can afford to provoke. If we encounter him again, let us take a detour, retreat 10 miles and pay him due respect, Qianfeng advised sternly. Understood, old Qian. Zhou Haojie acquiesced, coming to terms with the reality. Regarding the matter of Long Chen eliminating Wang Ren, do not let a single word escape your lips. These are merely my speculations, Qian Feng reiterated. I suspect that the true reason for the disappearance of the Thunder Forbidden Zone is closely tied to Long Chen. You mean Zhou Haojie stammered, fear gripping him. Yes, Qian Feng spoke each word with conviction. The one who truly annihilated Lei Yun was Long Chen. Damn, Long Chen is not merely powerful, he is extraordinarily formidable. He destroyed Lei Yun. Zhou Haojie finally comprehended the gravity of his situation, realizing he had narrowly escaped death. Had it not been for old Qian's timely intervention, he feared he would have long ceased to exist. The ancient residence of the Jiang family, Zhou Qingqing arrived early in the morning. In the days since Jiang Churen discovered that Long Chen was not dead, she had become increasingly withdrawn, resembling a robot, either locking herself in her room or staring vacantly into space. Training. Nothing but training. She had become a madwoman in her relentless pursuit. Churen, you haven't left the house in ages, spending every day in training. Surely, you cannot confine yourself to this routine forever. How about we go out today? Just for a little outing, as a way for you to accompany me shopping? Zhou Qingqing entered Jiang Churen's room and found her sitting before the mirror in a daze, prompting her to smile. Ever since Jiang Churen learned of Long Chen's survival, she had entered a frenzied state of training, even more alarming than her previous stupor. Zhou Qingqing feared that if Jiang Churen continued down this path, she would risk losing herself to madness, compelling her to urge Jiang Churen to step outside to clear her mind, and to reconnect her with the world outside. My dear Miss Jiang, you truly are a source of concern, Zhou Qingqing remarked after a moment of silence. Seeing that Jiang Churen remained unresponsive, you wish to confine yourself in this room until you grow old and die. Have you ever considered that the more you isolate yourself, the more Long Chen, that scoundrel, will roam free? Jiang Churen remained silent, her expression betraying a deep-seated animosity. Yes, hatred. Indeed, it was hatred. Only by regaining her composure could she make Long Chen pay the price. She could not continue down this path. The endless cycle of cultivation would not resolve her issues. Zhou Qingqing sighed. I understand you seek vengeance. You wish to retaliate against Long Chen using your own strength. Yet, one cannot lose oneself in the pursuit of revenge. Can they? Zhou Qingqing continued. You must accompany me today. Even if you are reluctant, there is no room for refusal. After speaking, Zhou Qingqing stepped forward and firmly grasped Jiang Churen's hand, leading her toward the door. Fortunately, Jiang Churen did not resist, which alleviated Zhou Qingqing's worries. The eldest daughter of the Jiang family was finally venturing outside. The entire Jiang household was stirred. It was well known that this ice princess had not left her abode since the incident of assault, isolating herself from everyone. Upon learning that their daughter had finally stepped out, Jiang Churen's parents were overjoyed. They promptly arranged for a bodyguard with profound strength to accompany their daughter, ensuring her safety. Long Chen, wait a moment. Could you please slow down? Wait for me. The stunning beauty Wu Shuiying exclaimed, visibly displeased. After Long Chen exited the Dihao Hotel, she immediately pursued him. However, Long Chen's speed was too swift for her to catch up. Leaving her to watch his retreating figure from a distance, I already stated that I did not come here to seek you out. Hearing her voice, Long Chen could not help but furrow his brows, halting his steps and casting a glance at Wu Shuiying. What are you following me for? He asked, his tone frigid. Indifference. Yes, it was sheer indifference. Wu Shuiying experienced an unfamiliar chill. More accurately, a sense of coldness. A stunning beauty attempting to engage a seemingly ragged man was met with such disregard that it was hard to believe. Yet this was the undeniable reality that I know you are not here for me. Wu Shuiying admitted, discomfort evident in her tone. I came to express my gratitude. If it weren't for your intervention today, I fear, she faltered, unable to continue. Had Long Chen not incapacitated Long Yu, it was likely she would have become nothing more than a plaything for him. Yes, a mere object of amusement, as the Chen family intended to gift her to Long Yu. Long Chen nodded. It was merely a casual act. You need not take it to heart. To be honest, he had not given much thought to helping Wu Shuiying in that moment. It was simply a spur-of-the-moment whim, an act of convenience. Regardless, I still owe you my thanks, Wu Shuiying replied earnestly. In Long Chen's view, it was merely a trifling act of kindness. Yet, this small gesture had irrevocably altered Wu Shuiying's life. Yes, her entire life. How could she not feel grateful toward Long Chen? Long Chen, are you free this evening? I would like to treat you to a meal, Wu Shuiying suggested, her cheeks flushing as she spoke softly to him. All right, Long Chun considered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Firstly, he was indeed hungry. Secondly, allowing Wu Shuiying to treat him to dinner would settle a matter of cause and effect. He wished to disentangle himself from any further involvement with her. It's getting late. We should find somewhere else to eat. I cannot afford to treat you here, Wu Shuiying pouted, gesturing toward the Dihao Hotel. After speaking, she took Long Chen's hand and led him away to be by the way. Before dining, we must first purchase some clothing. Wu Shuiying murmured as they walked, dragging Long Chun toward a large shopping mall, Jiuzhou Mall, one of the largest shopping centers in Kyoto. It boasted an extensive array of merchandise. Anything that could be sold could be found there. Their slogan proclaimed, "If you can imagine it, we can sell it." This simple phrase attested to the mall's immense power. Jiuzhou Mall encompassed 18 floors, each increasingly lavish than the last. The first 10 floors catered to the average consumer, while the upper levels showcased an assortment of luxury goods. It was rumored that the 18th floor housed world-class luxury items, with even the most modest of products priced in the millions, leaving ordinary people to gaze longingly from afar. Upon entering Jiuzhou Mall, Wu Shuiying and Long Chun made a beeline for the 18th floor. They entered a store specializing in casual wear, and after perusing numerous garments, Wu Shuiying expressed her dissatisfaction. It was not until Long Chun had tried on a dozen outfits that one finally caught Wu Shuiying's eye. "This is the one," she declared, satisfied. After the transformation courtesy of Long Zhu, Long Chun had evolved dramatically, shedding his previous unattractive appearance. Now, his skin was smoother than that of most women, and his features were exquisitely refined. It was as if he possessed an enchanting allure that captivated the attention of nearby women. "Madam, your boyfriend is truly handsome," remarked a nearby saleswoman, her cheeks flushing as she stole glances at Long Chen. Initially, she had ignored him when he entered in tattered clothing, but now she regretted her previous indifference. With each change of attire, Long Chen resembled a leading man from a Korean drama, exuding an irresistible charm that made it difficult for anyone to look away. "Thank you." Wu Shuiying stole a glance at Long Chen. Her cheeks slightly flushed. For reasons unknown, she refrained from clarifying their relationship with the saleswoman. "All right, Long Chen, please wait a moment while I settle the bill," Wu Shuiying said as she followed the saleswoman to the checkout counter. 3 minutes passed, then 10 minutes. A full 10 minutes elapsed, yet Wu Shuiying had not returned. How could it take 10 minutes to pay? Long Chen wondered, unable to suppress his curiosity as he approached the checkout area. Before he could get close, he noticed a commotion at the counter where Wu Shuiying stood. "What do you mean you have no money? What business do you have buying clothes? Do you have any idea how much that outfit costs?" 1 million. Now that you've torn off the brand label, you cannot return it. A man in a suit, seemingly the mall manager, berated a woman standing before him. 1 million. Pay up immediately, or you can forget about leaving today. He continued, "I have never encountered someone so shameless. If you have no money, don't shop on the 18th floor. The merchandise here is not within your means." The woman facing the manager was none other than Wu Shuiying. Faced with the manager's aggressive demeanor, Wu Shuiying stood silent, her face pale, appearing utterly helpless and pitiable. The situation unfolded as follows. Wu Shuiying had approached the counter to purchase the clothing Long Chun was wearing. However, upon checking out, she discovered the outfit was priced at a staggering 1 million RMB. Yes, a full 1 million. While Wu Shuiying hailed from one of the 4 great families, she was merely a collateral descendant. With her allowance barely reaching 30,000 monthly, 1 million was an astronomical sum she simply could not afford. Consequently, she informed the counter staff that she would no longer purchase the outfit and requested a refund. However, the response was that a refund was impossible since the label had been torn off. She was obligated to buy it. Shortly thereafter, the manager of Jiuzhou Mall arrived. "Not speaking, are we? You think that by remaining silent, you can evade this 1 million payment?" The manager suddenly noticed Long Chun approaching and pointed at him. "Look, this outfit was custom-made by the renowned Italian designer Daffiel, and it should have had a label signed by Daffiel himself. The label is only removed upon confirming the purchase. Now that we've removed it, you refuse to buy it. Do you think Jiuzhou Mall is an easy target? Today, unless you produce 1 million, you shall not leave this place." As soon as the manager finished speaking, several security guards clad in uniforms approached, surrounding Long Chen and Wu Shuiying. They are intent on preventing Long Chen and Wu Shuiying from escaping. As soon as the mall manager gives the signal, they will rush in and apprehend the 2 individuals without hesitation. The might of Jiuzhou Mall is not solely reflected in its extensive and luxurious inventory. More significantly, it is a property under the aegis of the Zhou family of Kyoto. It is precisely for this reason that neither the elite of Kyoto nor those of lesser status dare to cause trouble here. The mere mention of the four great families is enough to intimidate many. To stir up chaos in this establishment is tantamount to courting death. Even the other three families of the four great families would not dare to cause a ruckus here, let alone the scions of other families or ordinary folk. Yet today, Gyojo Mal's long-standing record of tranquility has been shattered by an ignorant young man and a foolish woman. How could Gyojo Mal not be incensed? They seek to make an example of these two imbeciles, both to teach them a lesson and to demonstrate to all of Kyoto the consequences of causing trouble in Gyojo Mal. In the manager's mind, a strategy has already been devised. First, they must compel the pair to pay a sum of 1 million. Second, should they refuse, the two shall be rendered incapacitated. The commotion at the front desk has drawn the attention of several onlookers, who have paused to see what unfolds. Pathetic wretches, lacking funds, and yet daring to indulge on the 18th floor? $1 million outfit is hardly something these paupers can afford. They deserve it. There is no way these two will leave here today. Offending Gyojo Mal is a death sentence. A striking young woman, in her early 20s, sneered disdainfully, dressed like beggars, and still daring to dine without payment. Do you believe your heads are tougher than steel? Gyojo Mal is a property of the Zhou family. How dare you cause a scene here? Even we do not dare to provoke the Zhou family, let alone you two fools. One of the young men scoffed dismissively. The crowd surrounding them consists entirely of individuals of considerable status. Either they hail from wealthy families, own companies, or are scions of prominent clans or government officials. They are the true elite of Kyoto's upper echelons. Perhaps in their eyes, the two insignificant ants have drawn their attention. And it is indeed a privilege for these ants. I shall ask you both once more. Will you pay the 1 million? The mall manager stepped forward, delivering his final ultimatum. I have no money. Wu Shuiying, taken aback, lowered her head and uttered these words. Good, very well. You lot, seize these two. The mall manager immediately cast a glance towards the surrounding security, and upon hearing his command, they swiftly encircled Long Chen and Wu Shuiying. Seeking death, Long Chen's expression turned cold. Until now, he had remained silent, merely observing to ascertain what had transpired. Once he grasped the situation, he had intended to settle the 1 million for the clothing. However, he had not anticipated the mall manager's aggressive demeanor, who had acted before allowing him to speak. Even clay figures possess a semblance of resilience. What more for a true dragon? Long Chen appeared amiable. But that was merely because he deemed it beneath him to engage with ants. A true dragon is not to be compared with mere insects. Had this incident occurred years ago, a mere utterance from a true dragon could have swallowed this planet whole. Reason? In the face of absolute power, reason holds no sway. Wait a moment. Just as Long Chen was about to take action, a commanding voice rang out from the crowd. The aura it exuded was formidable, causing the security personnel rushing in to momentarily halt their actions. From the throng emerged a middle-aged man, around 50, portly in stature, accompanied by a strikingly adorned woman in her late 20s. The age disparity was evident. The woman affectionately linked her arm with the middle-aged man, as if to drape herself over him entirely. Darling, what are you planning to do? The adorned woman seemed somewhat displeased by the middle-aged man's sudden interjection. Her tone laced with irritation. Are you interested in that little harlot? Speak. Are you interested in her? Silence. The middle-aged man shot a fierce glare at the adorned woman, who immediately fell silent, cowed. Manager Zhang, I am Li Dixuan, the general manager of the finance department at Qianda Group. I hope you can grant me a moment's consideration before taking action. Allow me to speak with this beautiful lady. The middle-aged man smiled amiably. Qianda Group, general manager of the finance department. Upon hearing these titles, the mall manager's eyes involuntarily narrowed. He was aware that Qianda Group is a property of the Qin family in Kyoto, though not as powerful as the Zhou family. The gap is minimal. Furthermore, the position of general manager of the finance department is a lucrative one with considerable influence. So it is Mr. Li. Very well. I shall grant you this favor today. The mall manager nodded and gestured for the surrounding security to withdraw. Li Dixuan thanked the mall manager with a nod, then approached Wu Shuiying, his gaze lingering hungrily upon her form as if he intended to devour her. Beautiful lady, may I have the pleasure of knowing your name? I am Li Dixuan, general manager of the finance department at Qianda Group, he inquired with a smile. However, Wu Shuiying completely ignored him, merely casting a fleeting glance before turning her gaze away in disgust. Beautiful lady, I understand you are in a predicament requiring 1 million to resolve. How about this? I will cover the million, and we can become friends. Li Dixuan's eyes narrowed slightly. yet his expression remained unchanged. I do not need it. Wu Shuiying replied curtly, yet those 3 words bore significant weight. Rejecting 1 million. Beautiful lady, do you comprehend what you are rejecting? Li Dushuan's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth. What you are turning down is not merely 1 million, but your very life. Do you believe you can walk away today without paying that million? I am aware. Wu Shuiying said calmly, I do not need it. For someone once declared that without his permission, no one may harm me in the slightest. Wu Shuiying seemed to reminisce for a moment, then added, for reasons unknown, she harbored an extraordinary trust in that person and those words. Indeed, merely due to a single phrase, Wu Shuiying had declined. After she spoke, it seemed intentional as she cast a glance towards Long Chun. Very well. Li Dushuan, now enraged, chuckled mockingly. Today, I shall see how you manage without my 1 million. I assure you, there will come a time when you will seek my assistance. He looked down upon Wu Shuiying, as though offering her 1 million was an honored, unappreciative, and older gentleman in the crowd scoffed. Li intervening for this woman is already a considerable risk, antagonizing Jiuzhoumal, yet she shows no gratitude whatsoever. She truly does not understand the gravity of the situation. Only Li could afford to step in. For us, even to ask a question would be out of the question. At that moment, Li Dushuan pivoted and approached Long Chun. As he neared, he cast a condescending glance at Long Chun and sneered. You, boy, are you the boyfriend of that harlot? Leave her at once. And today, not only will you safely depart from here, but I shall give you 50,000 as well. With that, he promptly signed a check for 50,000 and extended it towards Long Chun. In his eyes, Long Chun was but an insect, while he stood as a lofty king, the scorn of a king. Oh, Long Chun nodded, yet did not reach out to accept the check. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes elapsed. Long Chun still refrained from taking the check. Very well. Li Dushuan's face began to flush with embarrassment. Boy, you have quite the backbone. Having faced 2 rebuffs, Li Dushuan was now seething with rage. Never before had anyone so brazenly defied him, nor had anyone ever dared to ignore him. Indeed, disregarded entirely. Manager Zhang, I shall take no responsibility for today's matter. You may handle it as you see fit. Li Dushuan turned away, gritting his teeth, and said, Thank you, Manager Zhang, for granting me, Li, a modicum of face that I in the future, should Qinda Group seek collaboration with Jiuzhoumal. You may approach me directly. He was curious to observe how these 2 resolute individuals had managed to survive under the oppressive might of Jiuzhoumal. Let alone these 2 insignificant ants. Even he himself would not dare to offend Jiuzhoumal. Death. It was either death or a fate worse than death. He anticipated that when Long Chun and Wu Shuiying had suffered some physical torment, they would inevitably come to him, pleading for his assistance. Indeed, he believed that once they had endured sufficient hardship, they would seek his help, begging for his mercy. General Li, you jest. It is merely a trivial matter. Nothing about face or otherwise. Since you choose to wash your hands of it, I shall take action. These 2 have breached the rules of Jiuzhoumal, and I must teach them a lesson. The mall manager chuckled, casting a glance at the surrounding security with a commanding tone. Seize these 2 fools. Before he could finish his command, an unexpected voice interrupted. Wait a moment. The voice was not loud, yet it resonated throughout the entire mall. The speaker was none other than Long Chun, gesturing towards Li Dushuan, who was stepping away, demanding he pause. Li Dushuan halted, turning to face Long Chun, the disdain of a king. To him, Long Chun appeared unable to withstand the pressure. Moments ago, he had displayed some defiance, refusing the check. But now, seeing that he had relinquished his stance and the security was about to advance, Long Chun seemed to falter, lowering his head. Yes, in his view, Long Chun was about to concede, seeking a check from him before departing. I must say, your choice is astute. Li Dushuan squinted slightly. You are quite the clever one. He smiled, but the expression was laced with contempt. However, in an instant, Li Dushuan's smile froze, transforming into shock. Long Chun approached him step by step, stopping just half a meter away, then pointed at Wu Shuiying. Asserting from a position of superiority, apologize to her, or else face death. Apologize. For Li Dushuan to apologize to Wu Shuiying, to humble himself before a wretch. It was not a plea for mercy, but rather a demand for an apology. Li Dushuan was momentarily taken aback, but upon regaining his composure, he could not help but chuckle derisively. Well, you were the first to dare demand an apology from me. Do you realize how verbose you are? Long Chun interjected calmly. Do I need to repeat myself? Choose death or an apology. Madness. This youth was insane. How dare he adopt such a tone to demand that General Lee apologize to an insignificant insect? It was utterly deranged. What stature did General Lee possess? Did this boy not realize that he was staring death in the face? Yet he remained so arrogant. A death wish.it seemed you had chosen not to apologize. Long Chun mused to himself. Then prepare to die.as he spoke. He extended a hand and forcefully swung it towards Li Dixuan's face. With a resounding slap, Li Dixuan found himself utterly defenseless against Long Chen's strike. He flew through the air like a kite severed from its string, propelled several meters away before finally coming to a halt. That moment, his head resembled a swollen mass, his teeth and jaw had been shattered, and his mouth was a gruesome sight, intermittently spewing blood. It was more than tragic. He was likely left with but half a life. One slap. Such was the power it wielded. The entire mall fell silent. Each individual wide-eyed, gazing in the direction of Long Chen. This person was formidable. You will pay for this. Li Dixuan spat as blood trickled from his lips. He attempted to rise, with another resounding thud. As he managed to prop himself up, he was forcefully slammed back down to the ground. The blow had rendered him incapable of even standing. At that moment, he resembled a dog, lying prostrate. Yes, a dog. One on the brink of death. Do any of you still intend to act? Long Chun surveyed the scene, casually uttering a single phrase. Initially, he had contemplated paying the 1 million, but now he had changed his mind. Today, he wished to see what this mere manager of Jiuzhou Mall could do against him. Even if the head of the Zhou family were to arrive, he would still strike. Whoever dared to act against him would face obliteration. The true dragon cannot be insulted. Those who insult shall pay a bloody price. Kill him. The mall manager had indeed been intimidated by Long Chen's formidable presence. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that the security personnel under his command were all seasoned veterans, each possessing genuine skills. Though they might not match a martial artist, a dozen of them combined could at least rival a martial artist in the initial stages of mastery. With this thought, the mall manager's confidence surged, and with a single command, he ordered the surrounding security to encircle Long Chen. A team of over 10 men launched a coordinated assault towards Long Chen. Such combined offensive tactics were weapons of mass destruction, utilized on the battlefield. Yes, they were intent on killing, either death or severe injury. They were driven by lethal intent. Kid, if you die today, do not blame us. Only blame your own overestimation of yourself for opposing the Zhou family of Kyoto. Even if we do not act today, someone will surely eliminate you. The security captain sneered. Die. With that, he lunged towards Long Chen, aiming for a chokehold. The security captain was an elite special forces operator, the cream of the crop, and his prowess was dangerously close to that of a martial artist. Jiuzhou Mall had invested significantly to recruit such a super soldier as their head of security. An individual like him would cause even an initial stage martial artist to tread cautiously. In his mind, with a single chokehold, Long Chen would either die or be gravely injured. Yet, in an instant, the captain's eyes narrowed, and his body froze, for Long Chen merely cast a fleeting glance his way, just a single glance, and an unprecedented fear blossomed within him. This fear felt familiar. Yes, he had once witnessed such a presence from his instructors in the army. His instructor. The mere thought of that brutal figure sent shivers down the captain's spine. A delusion. It had to be a delusion. How could a mere 16 or 17-year-old child compare to an instructor? The captain dismissed the prior fear as an illusion. With this thought, he unconsciously tightened his grip, believing that this time, Long Chen was doomed. But the very next second, he realized this was no illusion. For in that instant, he found himself collapsed on the ground. His hand had been broken, his arm rendered useless, his chest caved in, and his internal organs shattered. In just 1 second, in the blink of an eye, he had lost half his life. Throughout the ordeal, he had never seen Long Chen make a move, only experiencing a flash before the searing pain consumed him as he fell to the ground. Powerful. Too powerful. The security captain regretted his actions, but it was too late. Bang, bang, bang. 3 seconds later, all 10 or so previously intimidating security personnel lay sprawled on the ground. Those once formidable veterans now writhed in agony, some missing limbs, others suffering internal injuries, while a few lay motionless, whether unconscious or deceased remained unknown. Either death or severe injury. This was the true meaning of either death or severe injury. In a mere 4 seconds, an elite combat team was utterly annihilated, leaving the survivors either dead or grievously wounded. It is worth noting that just moments ago, these security personnel employed a highly aggressive strategy, led by a singularly skilled special forces soldier. This 10-member squad was capable of decimating a battalion of over 100 soldiers. Yet today, they were effortlessly dispatched by a single young man. The mall manager was taken aback, retreating 3 or 4 steps, nearly losing his balance. However, he quickly recollected that he represented the Zhou family and could not afford to falter. The mere thought of the Zhou family bolstered the manager's confidence significantly. Strong? No matter how formidable you are. Can you surpass the Zhou family? What does it matter if you possess martial skills? Even if you are a warrior, what does it signify? In the face of the Zhou family, you must show deference. The Zhou family is one of the 4 prominent clans of the capital, a lineage that boasts masters of transformation, and no matter your strength. Can you rival a master of transformation? Below that level, all are but ants. With this in mind, the mall manager stepped forward, sneering, "Kid, I must concede your strength. But so what? You may be powerful, yet I refuse to believe you can outmatch the Zhou family. You are merely a lowly warrior, while the Zhou family is an extensive martial arts dynasty, with countless warriors within its ranks. Before the Zhou family, you are not but an insignificant insect. And I am one of the Zhou family. This Jiuzhou Mall belongs to the Zhou family as well, and I do not believe you dare to harm me," the manager declared with utmost confidence. "Fool," Long Chun retorted with a cold laugh. "The Zhou family. What are they worth? With a single call, I could have you begging for mercy. Do you believe me? Even if the head of the Zhou family were here today, I would still strike him down." Impudent. The mall manager refused to back down. "Excellent," Long Chun chuckled, producing his phone and making a call, stating nonchalantly, "Relay this message to the head of the Zhou family within 5 minutes. Have the manager of Jiuzhou Mall sever an arm and kneel to apologize. Otherwise, I shall ensure the complete annihilation of the Zhou family." With that, he hung up. However, this call did not intimidate the mall manager. How absurd. It was utterly laughable. He was merely acting. "I am eager to see how you compel me to kneel," he thought, laughing uncontrollably. Not only did the mall manager find it ludicrous, but those surrounding them also believed Long Chun was courting death. To threaten the Zhou family, to demand the manager's self-harm and kneel an apology. Was he joking? This fool was undoubtedly courting disaster. If the head of the Zhou family heard those words, it was unlikely he would send someone to apologize. Rather, he would be the first to send someone to eliminate Long Chun. Moreover, considering Long Chun's status, how could he possibly have access to someone of the Zhou family head's caliber? It was simply impossible. The crowd believed Long Chun had not made a call. He was simply putting on a show. Truly, this fool was inviting his own demise. To threaten the Zhou family. How utterly preposterous, a charmingly delicate woman chuckled. "Fool, this young man is nothing but a jester." Another wealthy young man laughed derisively. At a prestigious hospital, the severely injured Zhou Haojie received a phone call that left him utterly terrified, nearly gasping for breath. It was Long Chun on the line, declaring his intention to destroy the Zhou family. How absurd. A master of transformation, a mere 17-year-old master of transformation, even if he lacked the power to annihilate the Zhou family now. In 10 or 20 years, he would undoubtedly possess that capability. This was indisputable. Zhou Haojie was genuinely frightened, truly frightened. He had provoked such a calamity, endangering not only his own life but also the entire Zhou family. "Mr. Zhou, what in the world is happening?" In a nearby hospital bed, Qianfeng looked at Zhou Haojie in confusion, furrowing his brow. "Long Chun, that calamity just called me," Zhou Haojie lamented. His face drawn. He said he intends to destroy the Zhou family. "I am finished." "What did you say?" "Long Chun intends to annihilate the Zhou family." Qianfeng's expression changed dramatically, exclaiming, "What on earth happened? Speak quickly." Given Long Chun's prowess, even if he were to assault the Zhou family now, he could inflict grievous injuries. In 10 years, he would certainly have the ability to eradicate the Zhou family. He was not jesting. A single blow had rendered Zhou Haojie incapacitated, and the attack bore the fury of lightning. No one understood Long Chun's strength better than Qianfeng. He was virtually invincible, below the level of transformation. It was impossible for anyone to survive under Long Chun's might. If the Zhou family learned that a mere Zhou Haojie had offended a master of transformation, it was likely they would eliminate him first. "Old Qian, he instructed me to relay to the family head. Within 5 minutes, the manager of Jiuzhou Mall must sever an arm and kneel to apologize. Or else the Zhou family will face destruction." Zhou Haojie spoke, a tremor in his voice. "Mr. Zhou, you must contact the family head immediately. Time is of the essence," Qianfeng bellowed. "If Long Chun were to annihilate the Zhou family, could he hope to escape unscathed? How could Qianfeng not be anxious?" "Yes, make that call quickly." Zhou Haojie, initially paralyzed by fear, had forgotten to inform the family head. However, After Qian Feng's reminder, he was drenched in cold sweat. Time was running out. If he missed the opportunity, it would likely be him who faced the family head's wrath first. With that thought, Zhou Haojie immediately dialed the family head of the Zhou family. 3 minutes. Only 3 minutes remained. He hoped to make it in time. Family head. The Zhou family has offended a master of transformation. The head of the Zhou family nearly dropped his phone in shock. Offended a master of transformation? What on earth had transpired? The family head roared. Though the Zhou family was not afraid of masters of transformation, to unknowingly provoke one was infuriating. Zhou Haojie recounted the events in detail. Are you saying Longchen, the discarded son of the Long family, is a master of transformation? The head of the Zhou family questioned incredulously. Indeed, Zhou Haojie affirmed, I understand. The head of the Zhou family nodded. His tone deceptively calm, but inside he was in turmoil that a prodigy born to greatness, a master of transformation. Churen, why do you still look so glum? Zhou Qingqing commented as she strolled into a nearby luxury watch store. Selecting a diamond-studded timepiece for Jiang Churen. What do you think of this watch? Here, try it on. She placed the diamond watch on Jiang Churen's wrist, and indeed, it complemented her delicate arm exquisitely. This one will do. Zhou Qingqing nodded to herself and, with that, pulled Jiang Churen out of the watch store to continue shopping elsewhere. Indeed, no payment was made. The esteemed daughter of the Zhou family shopping in her own family's mall would never dream of paying. Yes, they were currently on the 18th floor of Jiazhou Mall. Zhou Qingqing's decision to shop in her family's mall was rooted in safety considerations. First, the security was excellent, and second, being on familiar territory was far more convenient than other malls. Churen, could you at least muster a smile? Zhou Qingqing pouted, visibly displeased. Throughout their outing, Jiang Churen had not spoken a word, let alone smiled, which troubled Zhou Qingqing deeply. Miss Zhou, please do not press our young lady too hard. Her presence here is already a significant improvement from her previous state of constant training, an elderly man nearby remarked with a smile. He was an elite guard sent by the Jiang family to protect Jiang Churen. Known as Jiang Sanmin, a second-generation expert of the Jiang family. Very well. Zhou Qingqing sighed in resignation and led Jiang Churen into a clothing store, with Jiang Sanmin closely following the two. What is happening? Is there a commotion in Jiazhou Mall? Zhou Qingqing overheard some murmurs while browsing clothes, frowning slightly as she spoke to herself. Miss Zhou, it seems there has been a confrontation between someone and the staff at Jiazhou Mall. Jiang Sanmin explained. Let us go take a look. Zhou Qingqing spoke, then set down her clothing and pulled Jiang Churen towards the source of the commotion. Who dared to cause trouble in the Jiazhou shopping mall? This truly was sensational news that it had been countless years since anyone had the audacity to stir up trouble in Jiazhou. Jiang Sanmin furrowed his brow, but said nothing, promptly following suit. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. Time passed slowly. Yet, where was the mall manager's self-mutilation and kneeling to apologize? Nowhere to be found, not a single sign of it. Kid, you really know how to put on a show. Nearly 4 minutes have slipped by, and soon it will reach the 5-minute mark you mentioned, yet there is not a whisper of action. Didn't you say you'd make me self-mutilate and kneel in apology? But here I am. Perfectly fine. The mall manager glanced at the time with disdain and remarked, I'm curious to see how you intend to make me self-mutilate and kneel when the time is up. You'll find out soon enough. Long Chun replied coolly, very well. The mall manager nodded, laughing maniacally. When the time comes, if I have not self-mutilated, I will report this to the Zhou family, and they will send experts to eliminate you. Let us see how arrogant you remain then. Longchen smiled but remained silent. Longchen, we should just pay the money. Wu Shuiying hesitated for a moment, stepping forward to whisper, I'm sorry. I've caused you trouble. Trust me, there is no need to fear the Zhou family. Longchen, for reasons unknown, reached out to pinch Wu Shuiying's fair cheek, smiling as he said, with me around, no one can harm you. Wu Shuiying's cheeks flushed instantly. Her heart racing like a startled deer. She longed to exclaim, why are you touching my face? But the words caught in her throat. Kid, only 30 seconds remained. I suggest you kneel and apologize to Manager Zhang. Perhaps he might show you some mercy and spare your life. You should not stubbornly hold on. Once the time is up, if Manager Zhang reports this to the Zhou family, you might not even have a chance to survive. Youthful arrogance. You clearly have no understanding of the 4 great families. If you truly offend the Zhou family, your death is near. In their eyes, your life is no more significant than that of an ant. As time trickled away, the surrounding dignitaries began to counsel the oblivious young man, believing that Long Chun's earlier words were mere bravado. Reporting to the head of the Zhou family? Such a notion was inconceivable. as they did not believe this young man could ever reach the level of the four great families. After a few attempts to persuade him, they realized Long Chen was unmoved, showing no intention of admitting fault. They concluded he was overestimating himself, merely clinging to false bravado. Some ceased their counsel altogether, while others began to mock him. Humph, what a foolhardy being, daring to offend even the Zhou family. You truly are unaware of the gravity of your actions. A pitiful little brat. How dare you act so arrogantly? Do you truly believe that you can conquer the Zhou family solely through your own strength? What a joke. A young woman, appearing to be in her early 20s, surveyed Long Chen with derision, scoffing. I see you're merely afraid of losing face in front of this young beauty. Stupid men are always like that, seeking to show off in front of pretty women. But do you know what the cost of such bravado is? Allow me to enlighten you. It is death. The higher one's status in Kyoto, the more one understood the terror of the four great families. This young woman believed that today, Long Chen was courting disaster. Kid, only 10 seconds remain. The mall manager chuckled with delight, pulling out his phone and waving it in the air, feigning readiness to make a call. 9.8.7.6.5.4.3.2.1. The mall manager began his countdown, but as the final moment arrived, still there was no response. He erupted into a maniacal laugh, cursing Long Chen. Damn. I knew you were just putting on a show. Weren't you going to report to the head of the Zhou family? Very well, I'll assist you with that. As he spoke, he attempted to dial. The crowd wore expressions of disdain, having anticipated this outcome. How could a mere pauper compel the head of the Zhou family? But just then, the manager's phone rang. Yes, his phone rang before he could even place the call, upon glancing at the caller ID. He saw it was the head of the Zhou family. A frown creased his brow, a sense of foreboding settling in. Kid, the head of the family is calling. You're finished. Just wait. The Zhou family will send experts to eliminate you. The manager spat venomously, then answered the call. Head of the family, there is something I need to. Before he could finish, a furious voice erupted from the other end. Zhang Xing, you are to kneel and apologize to Long Chen. And sever one of your arms. If you do not quell Long Chen's fury, you needn't return to the Long family again. No. Just go die. Do you have any idea what trouble you've brought upon the Zhou family? You, a mere ant, have provoked a formidable opponent. Are you tired of living? Let me tell you, if Long Chen's anger is not subdued today, I will send someone to kill you right now. After the tirade, the call abruptly ended. Zhang Sheng, the mall manager, stood frozen in shock. His phone fell to the ground, shattering as he stood there, a statue of disbelief, motionless. What happened? What's wrong with Manager Zhang? Who knows? I just caught a glimpse of the head of the Zhou family's voice on the phone, and he seemed quite furious. Could it be that Manager Zhang mismanaged Jiuzhou shopping mall, breaking the record of no disturbances in years, and upset the head of the Zhou family? Very likely. The surrounding dignitaries speculated, but none guessed correctly. With a loud thud, the manager dropped to his knees, banging his head against the ground with resounding thuds. Long Chen, I was blind and failed to recognize your greatness. Please forgive me and grant me a chance to live. Suddenly recalling something, he ceased his bowing and, with a forceful motion, smashed one of his arms against the marble floor. Bang, bang, bang. After 4 or 5 strikes, he finally stopped, his arm shattered and bloodied, revealing stark white bone beneath. Then, he resumed his fervent kowtowing, pleading for mercy. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, truly taken aback. They could never have imagined such a dramatic turn of events. The mall manager had self-mutilated and knelt to apologize. This was an extraordinary surprise. They finally realized that perhaps Long Chen's words had indeed reached the head of the Zhou family, and that the head was afraid. Indeed, it was merely fear, at the very least, in the eyes of the head of the Zhou family. It was not worth offending Long Chen over a mere mall manager. Their minds began to short-circuit. Who exactly was Long Chen, that even the head of the Zhou family would be wary? At least you have self-awareness, Long Chen scoffed with a smile. After that, he took deliberate steps towards Li Dixuan. It appeared that Li Dixuan was still alive. What do you want? Li Dixuan quivered, realizing that this figure before him was not someone he could provoke. Do you know that the injury to your Qingda Group's vice president was dealt by me? Do you realize that even your president must respectfully address me as senior upon seeing me? What are you? How dare you provoke my woman? Long Chen enunciated each word clearly. With a thunderous realization, Li Dixuan's mind exploded. It seemed he finally grasped the gravity of his error. I was wrong. Please, spare me. I beg you. Li Dixuan wept, his tears born of fear. What on earth is my father doing? Letting that scoundrel Long Chen stir up trouble here without intervention, allowing him to run amok. complained Shou Qingqing, her dissatisfaction palpable. She recognized the furious voice from earlier as that of her father. Confusion engulfed her. Why was her father protecting Long Chen so fervently? Qingqing, I will annihilate this scoundrel, Jiang Chuan declared, her gaze fixated on Long Chen, filled with an intense loathing and murderous intent. How could Jiang Chuan not harbor hatred? It was this very man who had destroyed her life. Yet, here he stood, thriving. She yearned to obliterate him instantly. Uncle Jiang, you must assist me in eliminating him. Jiang Chuan gritted her teeth. Miss, do not be anxious. Jiang Salmon hesitated before responding. Since we have encountered him today, I shall certainly seek justice for you. Chuan, rest assured, even if Uncle Jiang does not execute him, I will ensure he spends the rest of his life behind bars, Zhou Qingqing asserted, her words deliberate. Jiang Chuan remained silent, yet her eyes conveyed her resolve. She wished to eliminate Long Chen immediately. Realized your mistakes. Alas, it is a tad too late. Today, I have decreed your death, and you must comply, Long Chen remarked with a sardonic smile. At that moment, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, reminiscent of an ancient emperor surveying his captives. That Mr. Long, if you could just spare me, I am willing to do anything you ask that I will pay you. How about 10 million, 20 million, 50 million? What do you think? Li Dixuan pleaded, resembling a dog as he prostrated on the ground, incessantly banging his head against the floor, crying out, not only will I pay, but I will also offer a person. That woman, she belongs to you now. She will be yours forever, provided you spare my life. He referred to the stunning woman who had earlier called him her husband. To save his own skin, he was willing to sacrifice even his wife. Long Chen, please let him go. At that moment, Wu Shuiying hesitated and stepped forward, urging Long Chen. Regardless of the circumstances, she did not wish to witness Long Chen commit murder. Especially not for her sake. Although she felt touched, her primary concern was Long Chen's safety. A woman who falls for a man will constantly think of him, care for him, and worry for him. Since Shuiying has spoken of your release, I shall grant you a chance at life today, Long Chen declared from his elevated position. You say, as long as I can live, anything goes, Li Dixuan whimpered like a dog. Sever 5 limbs, Long Chen coolly uttered. 5 limbs. What do you mean by 5 limbs? The crowd was momentarily stunned before someone quickly pieced it together. 4 limbs, plus a certain appendage. It was the destruction of lineage. Before Li Dixuan could fully comprehend, Long Chen struck his chest with a resounding clap. In an instant, all of Li Dixuan's meridians shattered. Yes, most importantly, his ancestral line was severed. He would never again engage in intimate relations. My hands, my feet. There's no sensation. I am finished. Li Dixuan, reduced to a mere puddle of despair, could only writhe on the ground. Howling in anguish, he detested Long Chen but was unable to express it. Any display of animosity would seal his fate. This moment, Manager Zhang knelt, and Li Dixuan was left incapacitated. The onlookers were utterly astonished. They now realized their grave mistake. Long Chen was far from being a mere pauper. He was a powerful figure. The most alarming realization was that they could not afford to offend him. We were wrong. He is the true master, and we, the blind fools who mocked greatness, a young woman lamented. If only I could have such a boyfriend. That declaration, my woman, how dare you provoke her? What unparalleled bravado, remarked an infatuated beauty. He is the true dragon, while we are mere insignificant insects, sighed an elderly man. They had submitted and were now filled with trepidation. Convey this to the head of the Zhou family. He has performed admirably. I shall remember this, Long Chen stated, casting a glance at the still bowing Manager Zhang. His tone suggesting he was in conversation with the Zhou family patriarch, and no one dared to refute him. Yes, I understand. I will relay your words, Manager Zhang replied while continuing to bow. Let us depart, Long Chen said, taking Wu Shuiying by the hand as they left. Wu Shuiying blushed, keeping her head lowered, following closely behind him, seemingly shy. After Long Chen's departure, the crowd dispersed, leaving behind only severed limbs and the anguished cries of the defeated. To be precise, no one remained standing. I am truly deserving of death, a master. How could I have offended a master of the transformation realm? Manager Zhang finally lifted his head, his face a mask of despair. A master cannot be insulted. Insulting one incurs a heavy price. He was filled with regret. The moment the family patriarch had mentioned the transformation realm master, he had been struck with fear, to the extent that he had refrained from acknowledging Long Chen's status as a master. Fortunately, he had acted wisely by kneeling and sacrificing an arm. Otherwise, Li Dixuan's fate would have been his own. Spread the word immediately. From now on, whenever Mr. Long visits us, All expenses shall be waived. Completely free. Whatever he desires, grant it to him. Do you understand? Remember his face. If anyone dares to offend Mr. Long, I shall be the first to eliminate them. Li Dashuan roared at that moment. The various department heads of the shopping mall arrived. Upon hearing Manager Zhang's words, they immediately nodded in agreement. Also, you are to deliver a card worth 50 million to Mr. Long, stating that this is my compensation. Remember, ensure it reaches Mr. Long's hands. Manager Zhang instructed. Each word deliberate. Understood. Point 1. Assistant promptly rushed to the finance department to retrieve the funds and deliver them to Long Chun. Manager Zhang was clearly frightened, choosing to spend money for peace of mind. Subsequently, Long Chun strolled through the 18th floor of the Jojo shopping mall, purchasing everything he desired, all free of charge. By the end, not only had Long Chun transformed his entire wardrobe, but Wu Shuiying had also undergone a stunning transformation. Radiating beauty, just as they were about to leave, an unexpected figure blocked their path, a woman Long Chun recognized all too well. Jiang Churen. Long Chun narrowed his eyes. He gazed at the woman before him. Momentarily lost in thought, this was the very woman who had called off their engagement. Jiang Churen. Had it not been for the annulment, she would have been his future wife, as well as the daughter-in-law his mother had chosen. Jiang Churen remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Long Chun, scrutinizing him before shifting her attention to Wu Shuiying. For reasons unknown, her brows furrowed slightly, as if vexed. Despite Long Chun's transformed appearance, Jiang Churen recognized him. Even if he were reduced to ashes, she would still identify him. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and even Wu Shuiying chose to remain silent. For reasons she could not articulate, she sensed the hostility emanating from Jiang Churen. Yes, it was hostility as a woman. Her intuition alerted her to the animosity directed toward her. Being a member of one of the 4 great families, she was somewhat aware of the history between Long Chun and Jiang Churen. Logically, Jiang Churen should harbor resentment toward Long Chun, yet why did she direct her antagonism toward Wu Shuiying? Long Chun, we should leave, Wu Shuiying suggested hesitantly, her voice barely above a whisper. Indeed, as Long Chun spoke. He pulled Wu Shuiying along, aiming to distance themselves from Jiang Churen and the others. Regarding Jiang Churen, Long Chun felt a profound calmness within. It was neither hatred nor guilt that stirred within him. In truth, concerning the events that had tarnished Jiang Churen, he too was a victim, a consequence of circumstances beyond his control. Now, upon their reunion, Long Chun could perceive the intense animosity radiating from Jiang Churen. He understood that she harbored resentment towards him, yet had she ever considered his feelings? Her decision to cancel their engagement had irrevocably altered the course of his life, before Long Chun could traverse a significant distance. Jiang Churen unexpectedly obstructed his path. Without uttering a word, she glared at him with palpable hatred, seemingly awaiting his initiative to speak. Long Chun, do you not have anything to say to Churen? Zhou Qingqing stepped forward. Looking down upon him, in her conversation with Long Chun, she deliberately cast a scornful glance at Wu Shuiying, who held Long Chun's hand. For reasons unbeknownst to her, witnessing Long Chun's closeness to such a beautiful woman ignited a fierce anger within her. A fury on behalf of Jiang Churen. Long Chun chuckled lightly and began to approach Jiang Churen step by step. Upon seeing him advance, Jiang Churen instinctively took a step back, but soon regained her composure and defiantly glared at him. Refusing to yield an inch, young man, if you have something to say, it is best to say it here. At that moment, an elderly man interposed himself in Long Chun's path, warning him, keep your distance from my young lady. A peak practitioner of the initial stage of dark energy. With just a glance, Long Chun discerned the elder's cultivation level. Such a minor mastery of dark energy held no concern for him. However, unwilling to deliberately complicate matters for Jiang Churen, he merely nodded and refrained from advancing further. Jiang Churen, I can offer you another chance. If you regret your earlier words about canceling our engagement and wish to retract them now, I can marry you and make you my wife, Long Chun stated earnestly. Jiang Churen was the first to compel the true dragon to withdraw a command, and also the first to annul her engagement with him. Across the cosmos, countless Sanuses would break their heads to wed the true dragon, yet he wouldn't spare them even a glance. Scoundrel, are you lost in dreams? This is what you wish to convey to Churen. Do you not feel any remorse? Zhou Qingqing exclaimed in a fit of anger. Is this fool mad? Jiang Churen despises him. How could she possibly marry him? Jiang Churen, this is your final opportunity, Long Chun calmly replied. Should you fail to seize this moment, you shall inevitably regret it. Preposterous. As if he were some prized catch that everyone desires to marry. He is but a toad, a discarded pawn, a fool. Jiang Churen's eyes brimmed with rage as she articulated. Longchen, I have often pondered where I went wrong for you to ruin me, to shatter my life. Yet I have realized I did nothing wrong. I refused to marry a fool, a waste of space. Am I at fault? No. I seek merely a man of heroic stature. I am not in the wrong. With tears welling in her eyes, Jiang Churen spoke each word with conviction. But you, why did you have to act as you did? Must you possess me? Could you not let me go? That night, all of it, remains vividly etched in my mind. It was you, you wretched scoundrel, who destroyed my life. I once contemplated letting it all go, believing we owed each other nothing. But I cannot. I hate you. I hate you. I demand you pay the price for your actions. Jiang Churen wept, biting her silver teeth as she declared, You should die. Only in your death shall I find peace. Only then will my hatred cease. For Jiang Churen, all that existed for Longchen was hatred, nothing more. From a young age, she had been informed by her family of her betrothed. A worthless fiancé, a fool, an aberration. She had not wanted him. She had longed for freedom from the name Longchen, which had haunted her since her earliest memories. Finally, she had liberated herself by severing the engagement with that worthless man. Yet little did she know, this marked the beginning of her nightmares. That night, it was Longchen, the dark and unsightly fool, who sullied her. She seethed with hatred, deep, unrelenting hatred. Heaven, why must you be so unjust? Longchen, unfazed by Jiang Churen's murderous intent, responded, Are you wishing for your family's elder, a peak practitioner of the initial stage of dark energy, to eliminate me? You will be disappointed. He cannot harm me. Ha! Shou Qingqing laughed derisively. Jiang Churen remained silent, casting a glance at Jiang Sanmin. Miss, I understand. Jiang Sanmin nodded. He stepped forward, towering over Longchen, declaring, Young man, my name is Jiang Sanmin. Remember it. For today, I shall be the one to end your life. With that, Jiang Sanmin lunged forward like a leopard, his hands poised to attack, his left hand slicing through the air with a formidable blade-like force, while his right hand formed a powerful fist. Roaring with energy, he swiftly closed the distance to Longchen, launching a dual assault from either side. Such a vigorous attack would likely overwhelm even those of mid-level dark energy mastery. I told you. You are no match for me, yet you persist in disbelief. Longchen chuckled, narrowing his eyes. You know of Wang Ren, the elder of the Wang family? He is dead. By my hand. You think you are stronger than him. Moments later, Jiang Sanmin's fist struck Longchen's body. Bang! A smile crept onto Jiang Sanmin's lips, brimming with confidence. He was certain that his powerful assault would tear Longchen to shreds. He dismissed Longchen's claims of having slain Wang Ren as mere bravado. After all, Wang Ren had perished beneath the storm clouds, a consensus throughout the capital. How could it possibly be Longchen who had killed him? Yet, in an instant, Jiang Sanmin's grin froze. What is happening? My hands. With a crack, Jiang Sanmin realized, to his horror, that Longchen remained unscathed. While his own hands had shattered upon impact, it felt as though he had struck a solid boulder, and a sharp pain surged through him. But he had never anticipated that his hands would break in such a manner, by recoil. Incredible! Could he be at the peak of dark energy? A thought struck Jiang Sanmin, sending waves of terror through him. What is your cultivation level? He stammered, utterly terrified that he could scarcely believe it. Even a peak practitioner of dark energy could not possess such strength. Only a master of transformation could shed their mortal form and enhance their physique. Could it be? Jiang Sanmin dared not pursue the thought further. 17 years old. This boy was merely 17. I have stated it clearly. Longchen replied coolly, You cannot defeat me. With that, he delivered a swift kick. The speed akin to lightning, leaving Jiang Sanmin no time to react before the blow connected. Bang! Jiang Sanmin soared through the air as if a kite with its string severed, the powerful impact carving a 7 to 8 meter long gash into the solid marble floor. When he finally came to a halt, the ground lay in ruins, and he found himself sprawled in a pool of blood, a massive footprint indented deeply into his chest. Not only were his bones broken, but his internal organs had also suffered significant injury. Silence reigned. The entire 18th floor of the Jojo shopping mall fell utterly still. Such a commotion had drawn the attention of numerous onlookers. Not only were Shou Qingqing and Jiang Churen stunned, but the entirety of the Jojo shopping mall stood in shock. How terrifying! A peak practitioner of the initial stage of dark energy had been so easily dispatched. How could this be possible? Shou Qingqing stood dumbfounded. The Jiang family had feared for Jiang Churin's safety. Hence, they had sent a peak practitioner of dark energy to accompany her, yet they had not anticipated that this very protector would prove so utterly vulnerable. Is it that Long Chun is exceptionally strong, or is it that the peak of the initial stage of dark energy is simply too weak? How could this happen? Jiang Churin spoke with reddened eyes. She had anticipated that today would be the day of her revenge, to extinguish Long Chun and resolve the turmoil within her heart. Yet, not only was Long Chun unharmed, but he had also dealt a crushing blow to Jiang Bo, leaving him gravely injured. This defies all logic. Useless fool. How could he have turned the tables? Even if he managed to do so, there was no way he could possess such strength. This is the realm of dark energy. The dark energy stage. Do you still wish to make a move? Long Chun cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Sanmin, who was attempting to rise, and coldly remarked, "Today, I shall demonstrate to you what true power is." His words were not merely directed at Jiang Sanmin, but also at Jiang Churin. With that, Long Chun extended a hand and forcefully pressed it down towards Jiang Sanmin. As his palm descended, formidable golden dragon energy coiled around it. Imbued with an immense power, with the downward pressure of Long Chun's hand, this golden dragon energy transformed into a colossal palm imprint, crashing down upon Jiang Sanmin like the Buddha's palm from a martial arts film, causing a thunderous impact. Boom, boom, boom. Under the oppressive force of the mighty palm imprint, Jiang Sanmin, who had just attempted to rise, was once again sent crashing to the ground, like a lifeless dog, heavily thudding against the marble floor. Crack! His bones shattered, not merely broken, but pulverized. The overwhelming pressure ground Jiang Sanmin's bones into dust, inch by inch. Rise! Jiang Sanmin gritted his teeth, channeling all his strength in a desperate attempt to stand, causing the ground beneath him to quake. 1 centimeter, 0.10 centimeters, 0.30 centimeters. Just as Jiang Sanmin was struggling to stand, his body was already a full 30 centimeters off the ground. But at that moment, Long Chun's palm came crashing down, with a resounding boom. Jiang Sanmin was instantly transformed into a bloody mess, his body a grotesque mash, as if he had been ground into a pile of flesh. The ground beneath him caved in a meter deep. The shape of the indentation resembling a palm imprint. Did Long Chun truly create this with a single slap? Is this energy manifesting? A master of energy transformation? Do you submit? Long Chun asked from his elevated position. Addressing Jiang Sanmin. I submit. I submit. You are a master of energy transformation. How could I not submit? Jiang Sanmin spat out a mouthful of blood, gritting his teeth. At that moment, he felt he had lost half his life. In just 2 moves, he had been reduced to this state. If there were to be a third move, he would surely descend to the underworld. Reflecting on his earlier intentions to teach Long Chun a lesson. To kill him, he found it laughable. It was utterly foolish. To boast before a master of energy transformation was akin to courting death. Let me make this clear to the Jiang family. I want Jiang Churin. I demand her as my concubine, Long Chun declared, his tone commanding. Yes, Jiang Sanmin replied, fully convinced. Do you have any objections? Long Chun inquired, narrowing his eyes. I have no objections, Jiang Sanmin quickly affirmed. Long Chun nodded in satisfaction and then strode towards Jiang Churin. This time, no one dared to intervene. Do you despise me? Do you wish to kill me? Long Chun extended his hand, gripping Jiang Churin's delicate chin, sneering, but you cannot kill me. Remember, from this day forth, you are my woman. Are you furious? Do you look down upon me as a useless person? Yet what can you do? You cannot harm me, nor can the Jiang family. Remember, if you wish to resist, I am always at your service. I grant you 3 years. If within 3 years you can defeat me, I shall spare you. If not, you shall forever be mine, my concubine. True dragons operate this way. To bully someone requires no reason. If I wish to bully you, I shall do so. What can you do about it? Jiang Churin wept, unable to contain her tears any longer. But I remember. Jiang Churin uttered these 4 words before falling silent. I will personally kill you, Jiang Churin declared. Let us depart, Long Chun said, disregarding Jiang Churin. To him, she appeared as someone inconsequential. He took hold of Wu Shuiying's delicate hand and left the place, for some reason. When Jiang Churin saw Long Chun and Wu Shuiying so intimate, her expression darkened. Even she did not realize it. Concubine. In his eyes, am I truly so worthless? Long Chun, you waste of space. I hate you. Churin, Zhou Qingqing approached, appearing quite distressed, and grasped Jiang Churin's hand, asking with concern, are you all right? I am fine. Jiang Chuan replied calmly, shaking her head. Let us return. With that, arrangements were made to send Jiang Sanmin to the hospital. Such severe injuries, if not treated promptly, could pose a risk to his life. As for Jiang Chuan and her companions, they returned home, lacking any desire to continue their outing. Rumor has it that upon returning, Jiang Chuan seemed like a different person. She engaged in even more frenzied training, as if preparing to avenge someone. Compared to before, her determination was relentless, resembling a tireless robot. Miss, you are mistaken, truly mistaken. The son-in-law is not a waste. Our Jiang family was wrong. Do you not realize that marrying the son-in-law is your best fate? Although I am of lowly status, I still hope that the young lady can forgive the son-in-law and fulfill the marriage agreement from years past. In a hospital, a near-death master of the initial stage of dark energy left Jiang Chuan with these words. His name was Jiang Sanmin. After exiting the Jiuzhou shopping mall, Long Chun and Wu Shuiying dined at an upscale Western restaurant. A suggestion made by Wu Shuiying to express her gratitude. Clearly, it was a couple's restaurant. Upon entering, they ordered a couple's meal. Even though Long Chen was not well versed in matters of romance, he sensed something peculiar while gazing at Wu Shuiying under the candlelight. It was Long Chen's first visit to such a high-end establishment, and he was unfamiliar with the use of cutlery. Eventually, Wu Shuiying, unable to bear watching him struggle, had to teach him personally, their proximity allowing them to feel each other's breaths. In this intimate atmosphere, they finally concluded their dinner. After the meal, Long Chen intended to return home, but Wu Shuiying insisted on watching a movie. Reluctantly, he acquiesced, and they went to the nearest cinema to see a romance film. The content was lackluster, yet inexplicably, Wu Shuiying seemed to enjoy it, occasionally engaging Long Chen in conversation. At midnight, Wu Shuiying reluctantly parted ways with Long Chen. Long Chen, are you free this weekend? Can I come find you? Wu Shuiying asked, pouting her pink lips. No, I am not free, Long Chen replied coolly, uninterested in entanglements with her. Since their fates had been resolved, it was best not to meet again. You jerk. Wu Shuiying clearly was not pleased. Pouting and scolding Long Chen before storming off in a huff. I asked this how easily she gets upset. Women are truly strange. After parting with Wu Shuiying, Long Chen returned home. His residence was in a modest house located in the northern district, an area belonging to the impoverished sections of the city. Before his mother passed away, he had always lived here with her. This modest dwelling encapsulated his entire childhood. Their home was small, merely around 20 square meters. Accompanied by a quaint little yard, his mother's sole legacy to him. Despite the years that had seen Long Chen branded as a failure and a fool, he cherished this inheritance dearly, for it was a gift from his mother. Mother, I am still alive. I am doing well, so you need not worry. Mother, do you know that I have become quite formidable now? Mother, I miss you, Long Chen murmured as he stepped into the small house. He was the Dragon King, a true dragon. Yet he was also Long Chen that he longed for his mother, just as he did in his childhood when he sought her comfort after being bullied. He remembered all too well how, as a frail child, he was tormented for being weak, foolish, and worthless, but every time his mother embraced him, the pain would dissipate. However, she was no longer there. He could no longer hold her close. Long Chen had been struck by lightning, leaving him physically weak in his youth. Were it not for his mother's unwavering dedication, spending exorbitant amounts on rare herbs to nurture his health, he likely would not have survived to this day. Mother, one day, I will uncover the true culprit behind your death. The Long family will pay dearly for this, and I will ensure that Long Yuming, the unfaithful one, kneels before your grave in repentance. Power, I need power. As I am now, I am not yet capable of obliterating the Long family. 1 year. I must reach the Dragon Bone realm within a year. Only by attaining this level will I have a fighting chance to destroy the Long family. Even if I cannot reach Dragon Bone, I must at least attain the pinnacle of the Dragon Blood stage. Long Chen understood that, with his current cultivation, vanquishing the Long family would still pose a significant challenge. They were publicly known to have 2 masters at the transformation stage, but in secret, there were actually 4 masters of that caliber. Most notably, one of them was at the peak of the mid-transformation stage. Without absolute certainty, Long Chen did not wish to act rashly. Mother, rest assured, Jiang Chuan will undoubtedly become your daughter-in-law. I promise I will make it happen. No one in this world can take away the daughter-in-law you have chosen for me. Long Chen declared emphatically. He vividly recalled how, at the time of his mother's passing, she had expressed her unwavering desire for him to marry Jiang Chuan, assuring him that if they wed, she could depart in peace. Such was the heart of a mother, even in her dying moments, still worrying about Long Chen. This was also why Long Chun felt compelled to be so possessive towards Jiang Chuan, despite his lack of affection for her. Or even his aversion. He had to marry Jiang Chuan because she was the daughter-in-law his mother had chosen. Cultivate. With these thoughts, Long Chun returned to his room and began practicing the true dragon-devouring technique. Although the spiritual energy on Earth was thin, it was still sufficient for the technique to absorb various energies and convert them into cultivation. Overall, while his progress was slow, it was not entirely unremarkable. At this rate, he could reach the Dragon Bone stage in 10 years to accelerate his cultivation. He needed to find higher-level energies. The Jiang family. The following morning. This morning was peculiar. The servants of the Jiang household were filled with astonishment. For today, Jiang Chuan had eaten breakfast. Yes, she had eaten. It was noteworthy, as this young lady had been on a prolonged fast. Usually, they had to force-feed her to get her to eat, even a little. But today, she had taken the initiative. "Mom, I want to eat bamboo shoots for lunch," Jiang Chuan said to her mother after finishing breakfast. Not only had she eaten, but she had also spoken up. A transformation, a truly significant transformation. "All right, dear, I'll prepare bamboo shoots for you at noon. Chuan, is there anything else you would like? Just tell me, and I'll go out with Aunt Zhang to buy the ingredients." Li Qin said, unable to contain her joy. Though her daughter continued to engage in her usual fervent cultivation, at least now she was actively eating and speaking, no longer resembling a robot. How could she not be happy? The next morning, Long Chen set off for school. Though he was a true dragon, he was still Long Chen. Attending school was necessary. He could not disrupt the rhythm of his life simply because he had obtained the Dragon Pearl and transformed. Jingdu No. 1 High School. This was the largest and most prestigious school in Jingdu, where attendance was limited to the top scholars or the offspring of influential families. Long Chen, however, was merely a fake noble. Yes, a discarded son, a failure, a fool. Because of this, Long Chen had been bullied at school. Even the children of commoners looked down upon this swine noble. What is a swine? A creature that is black, ugly, and foolish. In school, no one held Long Chen in esteem. In other words, Long Chen was akin to a fish out of water, a target for everyone to bully. As Long Chen entered the school gates, many eyes were drawn to him, and whispers erupted. Oh, isn't that the swine noble? What? He has the guts to come to school. Heh. The courage of this black swine is commendable. Didn't he just peek at teacher Zhao Yu in the restroom a few days ago? Who would have thought this fool would have thoughts of romance? He.s. asking for it. He.s. nothing more than a pig. We don't need to pay him any mind. Let us go. It's not worth arguing with a clown like him. Long Chen's reputation as the swine noble was well known throughout the school. Every student had heard of him. As he stepped through the school gates, the mockery began anew. However, Long Chen paid little heed to the derisive remarks. He merely cast a glance at the crowd before continuing deeper into the school. In his eyes, these students were no different from ants. He had no interest in squabbling with such insignificant beings. Zhao Yu was renowned as the goddess teacher of Jingdu No. 1 High School. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but she was also incredibly alluring. At just 28 years old, she was the dream of every male student. It was said that Zhao Yu was a Harvard graduate, a prominent figure during her university days, amassing countless scholarships and accolades. Upon graduation, she returned to her homeland and began her career at a high level, taking on the role of the Director of Academic Affairs at Jingdu No. 1 High School. Moreover, she was the homeroom teacher of Long Chen's class. People in the school claimed that Zhao Yu had a significant background. Otherwise, she could not have attained such a prestigious position at such a young age. With her talent and beauty, it was no wonder she had many admirers, not just students, but even male teachers could form a battalion of suitors for her. However, Zhao Yu had always been aloof, rejecting countless advances from male teachers. Just a few days prior, when Long Chen had not died, he had an unpleasant encounter with the aloof beauty, Zhao Yu. In short, due to the schemes of the students at school, he had been forced to peek at Zhao Yu in the restroom. At that time, Long Chen was still a fool, unaware of how to resist, and could only endure the humiliation. Fortunately, although Zhao Yu had been angered, she merely issued him a warning rather than expelling him. For some unknown reason, this incident suddenly spread throughout the school, and Long Chen became the target of widespread scorn and ridicule. Whoosh! Just as Long Chen had walked a short distance into the school, a sharp sound sliced through the air. Unable to suppress a frown, Long Chen turned to see a fist-sized rock hurtling towards his head. Seeking death, with a swift motion, he reached out and caught the rock mid-air. Yes, it was that simple. He had caught the incoming stone with his bare hands. Damn it! Who the hell told you to catch it? At that moment, a young man, his face contorted with rage, strode towards Long Chen, pointing an accusatory finger at him and bellowing, "Return the stone to me immediately. I want to smash it again." He was the very individual who had previously hurled a stone at Long Chen. Trailing behind him were 4 or 5 students, each exuding an intimidating presence. Some timid students, upon sighting these individuals, promptly retreated, clearing a path. The young man's name was Li Yuan, a notorious bully at the school. Hailing from a wealthy family, rumor had it that his mother held a high-ranking position in the municipal government, which instilled fear in many students, compelling them to give him a wide berth. Even the school principal dared not provoke him, let alone the students. Li Yuan frequently tormented Long Chen, and the incident of Long Chen peering at Zhao Yu had been orchestrated by him. Originally, Li Yuan had intended to spy himself, but upon being caught, he had no choice but to throw Long Chen under the bus, resulting in Long Chen becoming the target of widespread scorn at school. "Have you heard my words? I demand you hand over the stone at once, so I may strike again." Li Yuan's voice escalated in volume as he glared at Long Chen, who remained unfazed. Rage boiled within him, akin to a blazing inferno, for during the incident in the restroom, he had seen nothing that he had been discovered, and in a moment of desperation, had pushed Long Chen forward to take the fall. To his dismay, Long Chen had witnessed everything. How could he not be furious? His plans had backfired. How Yu was his dream girl, and it was his infatuation that had driven him to spy. Now, he felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Long Chen. "Return it to you." Long Chen replied nonchalantly, "Very well, catch this." With a slight exertion, he hurled the stone he held. Thud, the fist-sized stone struck Li Yuan squarely on the head, causing blood to spurt forth as his skull cracked open. A stunned silence enveloped the crowd. Those who had previously mocked were now rendered speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief at the sight of Long Chen having split open Li Yuan's head with a stone. Had he lost his mind? "Motherfucker, are you blind? You want to die? How dare you strike me?" Li Yuan, momentarily dazed from the blow, clutched at his bleeding head, grimacing and cursing Long Chen. "Damn it, I won't let this go. I may have eyes, but I chose to ignore you." Long Chen replied coolly, "Apologize to my mother immediately, or face dire consequences. The dragon has its scales. Touch them, and you shall perish." Long Chen's mother was his forbidden zone. Anyone who dared to encroach upon it would meet their demise. Deliberately apologize to his mother. Had this boy lost his senses? Indeed, he had out a foolish fool. Indeed. Damn, this kid must be courting death, shouting threats while injured. Not only has he harmed young Master Li, but he dares to demand an apology from him. What right does he have? He is but a lowly peasant. Among the onlookers was a young female student, impeccably dressed, who cast a disdainful glance at Long Chen, sneering, "I never noticed this boy had the guts to speak to young Master Li like this before. What has gotten into him today? Has he lost his mind?" Another female student chimed in, "You, a penniless nobody, how dare you speak to young Master Li? You think you can injure him and still remain in this school? Do you believe that with young Master's influence, a mere word could see you expelled?" A striking girl, scoring around 85 points, stepped forward, hands on hips, looking down at Long Chen, kneeled down and apologized to young Master Li immediately. "Perhaps, if he is in a good mood, he may spare you. Otherwise, do not expect to leave this school today." The speaker, namely Anren, was one of Li Yuan's girlfriends. It was rumored she had undergone multiple abortions for him, even to the point of becoming infertile. Yet, despite this, she remained infatuated with him. For money. Yes, Li Yuan was wealthy and powerful in Li Anren's eyes. Such a man was the epitome of masculinity. As for Long Chen, he was merely a jester. "You truly do not know the gravity of your actions. You dare to injure me? Very well, you seek death. I shall grant it to you." Li Yuan had expected Long Chen to immediately grovel and apologize, but to his astonishment, Long Chen was intentionally provoking him and demanding an apology in return. Enraged, he roared, "You lot, go teach this little punk a lesson." He gestured at the boys behind him. "Just watch, young master. Dealing with this kid is a piece of cake." The followers of Li Yuan were seasoned enforcers within the school, capable of overpowering even adults, let alone students. They immediately surged towards Long Chen, encircling him. "Looks like you have no intention of apologizing," Long Chen remarked coldly, seemingly oblivious to the encroaching group. In fact, he appeared to disregard them entirely, as if they were mere air. "Since that is the case, do not blame me for being rude," Long Chen uttered with a calm demeanor. He then stepped forward, advancing towards Li Yuan. "How audacious. Let's see how you handle my men." A red-haired thug, unable to contain himself, rushed forward, attempting to impede Long Chen's advance. However, before he could utter another word, Long Chen's fist sent him flying. Indeed, his words were cut short as he soared through the air, landing heavily more than 10 meters away. A stunned silence fell over the crowd. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment, wondering how he had achieved such a feat when had this foolish boy gained such strength. Offay! Damn it, everyone! Charge! Take him down! The group, seeing their companion sent flying by Long Chen's punch, became enraged and rushed forward without a second thought. Bang! 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 Yet, in a mere 3 seconds, they could only manage to hold Long Chen back for that brief moment. After that, he continued his advance, and one by one, they fell to the ground, suffering broken limbs and crying out in agony. Li Yuan was visibly shaken, watching as Long Chen approached, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. He could hardly fathom that the useless individual he had constantly bullied and humiliated was now fighting back and had successfully taken down several of his subordinates. But soon, Li Yuan regained his composure. You dare to injure me? My mother is a high-ranking official. If you harm me today, I will ensure your life is spent in prison. He gritted through clenched teeth. A high-ranking official. To me, she is but an ant. Long Chen replied coolly. Having said that, Long Chen approached Li Yuan and delivered a powerful kick. Bang! With a resounding thud, Li Yuan was sent hurtling through the air, resembling a kite with its string cut. His chest caved in from the force, and he spewed blood, flying an impressive distance of 20 to 30 meters before crashing to the ground. His face, scraping against the ground, lost a significant portion of flesh, resulting in a ghastly appearance, likely disfigured. At this moment, Li Yuan was no longer the imperious figure he once was. He now resembled a wounded dog, curled up and lying on the ground. Madness! This lad truly dares to lay hands on Li Xiao. Setting aside the fact that Li Xiao's mother is a high-ranking official in the city, a mere insignificant creature such as himself is hardly a match for her, not to mention Li Xiao's cousin. Can Long Chen contend with him? Li Xiao's cousin is the president of the school's martial arts club, rumored to be a practitioner at the initial stage of Mingjing, the strongest entity in the entire Jingdu know. One high school's martial arts realm. Now that Long Chen has injured Li Xiao, how could Li Xiao's cousin possibly let Long Chen off the hook? He is courting death. He is perilously close to his end. None among them holds any faith in Long Chen. They all believe he is on a path to self-destruction. That a mere creature cannot possibly be compared to Li Xiao. This notion is deeply ingrained in their minds. Li Xiao possesses power and wealth, and with a cousin who is a martial artist, how could a mere commoner like Long Chen ever hope to rival him? In their eyes, even if this insignificant creature managed to take down a few of Li Xiao's subordinates. What of it? It amounts to nothing more than a display of strength. Insignificant when compared to a martial artist, it is likely that Li Xiao's cousin could crush Long Chen with a single hand. In response to the ridicule surrounding him, Long Chen remained silent, seemingly impervious to their taunts. He cast a fleeting glance at the defeated Li Yuan, resembling a dead dog, before continuing his stride towards the teaching building. However, to the onlookers, it appeared that Long Chen was merely fleeing in fear. Indeed, he was afraid. Otherwise, why would he be so eager to depart? Long Chen. Stop right there. Before Long Chen could distance himself, Li Yuan, who had been sprawled on the ground, rose to his feet, pointing at Long Chen's retreating figure and shouting, "Are you scared? Let me tell you, it won't take my mother to teach you a lesson. My cousin is more than sufficient. My cousin, Zhao Di, is the president of the martial arts club. His martial prowess is terrifyingly formidable, and he could handle you with a single hand. Boy, if you have any sense, kneel down and admit your mistakes. Otherwise, you will face dire consequences." His cousin's name is Zhao Di, a mere 18 years of age, the president of Jingdu No. 1 High School's martial arts club, and a martial artist. Specifically at the initial stage of Mingjing, such prowess is not only top tier within Jingdu No. 1 High School but also among the elite across all schools in Jingdu. Li Yuan was brimming with confidence, eagerly anticipating the arrival of his cousin Zhao Di, as he believed it would mark the end for Long Chen. No matter how powerful one may be, can they surpass a martial artist? As expected, upon hearing this, Long Chen did not respond but rather quickened his pace, seemingly eager to escape this place. In Li Yuan's perspective, this was an indication of fear. Not only did Li Yuan think so, but the surrounding crowd shared similar sentiments. Why else would he be hurrying away? Clearly, he was feeling guilty, afraid of Zhao Di's retaliation, and thus sought to flee. Coward, just a fool, a worthless coward. Did he think he could run away and evade Zhao Di's vengeance? Where could he possibly flee? he would still be within the school. As long as he remained on school grounds, he could expect Zhao Di to seek him out. What they failed to realize was that Long Chen was not afraid. He was simply disdainful. Yes, it was disdain. He held no regard for squabbling with ants, nor did he wish to engage with them. The true dragon has never feared anyone, even in the face of the entire universe's encirclement in the past. The true dragon didn't even furrow his brow. If you seek battle, then I shall battle. Very well, Li Yuan declared as he witnessed Long Chen hastening away like a bolt of lightning. Just you wait. Await my cousin's arrival, and then you'll see at that moment. Long Chen halted his steps. The onlookers couldn't help but frown, their minds filled with confusion. Could it be that this insignificant creature dared to strike at Li Yuan? Did he seek death? Without turning around, Long Chen spoke calmly. I will be waiting, right here in the school, that if the martial arts club insists on opposing me, I wouldn't mind having the club expelled from the school. With that, he resumed his forward march. Expelled. To have the entire martial arts club expelled. How audacious. Was he merely engaging in empty bravado? Did he possess the strength to make such a claim? This insignificant creature was far too arrogant. Was he challenging the entire martial arts club? He was hopelessly out of his depth, practically courting his own demise. The martial arts club had existed for over a century, nurturing countless formidable martial artists. Just him, to expel the martial arts club was nothing but a pipe dream. This fool has lost his mind. Does he not realize the sheer terror of the martial arts club's collective strength? With empty hands, he could break bricks, and it was said that Zhao Di could kill a cow with a single punch. And what of Long Chen? Could he achieve such feats? If he were to expel the martial arts club, he would surely etch his name into the annals of school history. But is that even possible? Absolutely not. The crowd displayed their disdainful smiles, their faces twisted in contempt as they watched Long Chen depart. In their eyes, he was merely boasting, utterly unworthy of consideration. Many had aspired to have the martial arts club expelled throughout history, yet none had succeeded. Clearly, Long Chen would not be the exception. It was highly likely that he was filled with insecurity, thus spouting grandiose claims to calm his own fears. Yes, that must be it. That moment, a stunning beauty entered through the school gates, appearing to be in her early 20s, with skin as fair as snow and exquisite features. A true calamity to the nation. Upon her entrance, she captivated everyone's attention. Wow, what a beautiful lady. I wonder if she has a boyfriend. If not, wait, I know who she is. No wonder she is so stunning. She is Chun Wu'er, one of the 4 great beauties of Jingdu, the young lady of the Chun family. It is one of the 4 great beauties of Jingdu. But what brings Miss Chun to our school? Could it be that she is here to find Li Yuan? Surely, she must be seeking Li Xiao. Only someone of his stature would be worthy of associating with such an extraordinary beauty. As the crowd noticed Chun Wu'er approaching them, their eyes instantly lit up, some even breathing more rapidly. They had never encountered such a beauty up close, let alone had the chance for such proximity. Could they not feel exhilarated? She must be coming toward me. At that moment, Li Yuan, disregarding his injuries, stared at Chun Wu'er with rapt attention, revealing a rather foolish expression that he thought to himself. She must be here for me. Among them, his status was the most distinguished. If she is not seeking him, then who else could it be? Only someone of his caliber could capture Chun Wu'er's attention. Thinking this, he couldn't help but stride toward her. Miss Chun, hello. My name is Li Yuan. He attempted to make a charming gesture to engage her in conversation. However, to his dismay, before he could finish his sentence, Chun Wu'er responded with a single word, get lost. Yes, just a single word, get lost. Then, she sidestepped Li Yuan and continued on her way into the school. You. Li Yuan's smile froze, his expression contorted with anger, yet he dared not utter a word. Chun Wu'er was simply beyond his reach. The esteemed young lady of the Qin family could obliterate his entire clan with just a flick of her wrist. He knew better than to provoke her. The crowd was equally astonished. They could hardly believe that Chun Wu'er was not there to seek out Li Xiao. But if she was not looking for Li Xiao, then who could she possibly be seeking? At that moment, an unbelievable scene unfolded before their eyes. After bypassing Li Yuan, Chun Wu'er hurried after Long Chen, coming to a halt right before him. Wait a moment. Chun Wu'er is here for Long Chen? How could that be? What merit does Long Chen possess? Their minds momentarily short-circuited. This was an impossibility, yet it was happening right before their very eyes. Mr. Long, do you remember me? Chun Wu'er interjected, addressing Long Chen with utmost respect. Wait, how could the dignified young lady of the Qin family show such reverence to Long Chen? Were they seeing things? Had they misread the situation? It is you, Long Chun replied, his eyes narrowing slightly. Is there something you need? If not, please step aside. How could he speak to Miss Chun in such a manner? Was he courting death to suggest that she step aside? This was outrageous. Just this morning, news had spread throughout Jingdu's elite families regarding Jiang Churen's emergence from her depression. The reactions varied among the families, but the predominant sentiment was one of shock. How could they not be astonished? It is noteworthy that just a few days ago, there were cries of despair and thoughts of suicide, akin to a machine in a frenzied state of relentless training. Yet, astonishingly, a sudden transformation has occurred. The abruptness of this change raises eyebrows and piques curiosity. According to the accounts from the Jiang family, Jiang Churen has not only emerged from the shadows of depression but also appears to have embraced a newfound optimism. Indeed, she not only took the initiative to eat but also engaged in conversations with others, a feat that would have been inconceivable just days prior. Those who had hoped to witness Jiang Churen's downfall found themselves sorely disappointed. Before long, individuals from various prominent families in Kyoto began to inquire about the unfolding events. After extensive investigation through multiple channels, they uncovered the reason behind this transformation. Jiang Churen had met the scoundrel who had tarnished her name. By Chiji, just yesterday, not only did they meet, but that rogue had the audacity to bully Jiang Churen once more in front of her family, proclaiming, "From this day forth, you shall be solely mine." Furthermore, he brazenly declared his intention to make her his concubine. Indeed, a concubine. How audacious. Who in all of Kyoto would dare speak to the Jiang family in such a manner? Has he lost all sense of self-preservation? Not only has he sullied their daughter, but he also seeks to claim her as his OW and IT is utterly unprecedented. Even though Long Chun has undergone a complete transformation, no longer the fool he once was. He still falls short in comparison to Jiang Churen. That Tio presumed that he could become a son-in-law to the Jiang family based solely on a single proclamation is sheer folly. You cannot contend with me. Nor can the Jiang family. Remember, should you wish to resist, I am always ready. I grant you 3 years. If within this time you can defeat me, I shall spare you. Should you fail, you shall forever be mine. My little concubine. These words, uttered by Long Chun, left the elite families of Kyoto in disbelief, mocking him for his overconfidence that he truly challenging the entire Jiang family. Absurd as for his 3-year ultimatum and his claim of her being a concubine. It would take but a mere flick of a finger for the Jiang family to extinguish this impudent wretch. The prominent families of Kyoto were left bewildered, pondering why the Jiang family had allowed Long Chun to persist for so long without taking action against him. After all, he had publicly humiliated the esteemed eldest daughter of the Jiang family. They were all eagerly awaiting the spectacle of the Jiang family's downfall. Indeed, witnessing this farce was their delight. Once the pride of the 4 great beauties, Jiang Churen was now sullied, rendering her unmarriageable, a true mockery. Curiously, amidst all the inquiries, the information regarding Long Chun's status as a master of transformation was conspicuously absent. That it was as if someone was deliberately concealing the truth. Despicable. Jiang Shengnan, Jiang Churen's father, had learned of the rumors circulating throughout Kyoto early that morning. His fury was palpable as he smashed a solid wood coffee table in the living room with a single blow, exclaiming, "Are they assuming the Jiang family is powerless? I shall bring him to ruin." Despicable. To suggest that Churen become his concubine, and to audaciously claim that the entire Jiang family could do nothing about him. Unthinkable. This scoundrel has gone too far. 3 years. This mere waste dares to disregard Churen. There is no need for 3 years. I will send someone to eliminate this scoundrel immediately. Earlier, Jiang Shengnan had been in a family meeting. But upon hearing the remarks concerning his daughter, he was consumed by rage and hurried home to inquire about the events of the previous day. His wrath was overwhelming. Not only had his daughter been wronged, but Long Chun had also dared to insult the Jiang family. Enough is enough. He could no longer concern himself with the reputation of the Long family. He was determined to eliminate Long Chun to quench his thirst for vengeance. The Jiang family had refrained from taking action against Long Chun due to their consideration for the Long family's standing and their respect for Long Chun's mother, who had ties to the Jiang family. However, today, Jiang Shengnan could no longer tolerate the situation. Long Chun had grown increasingly arrogant, mocking the Jiang family. With patience exhausted, he resolved to take action. He would send a peak master of the Dark Realm to eliminate Long Chun. "Shannan, I believe we ought to reconsider this matter." Li Qin stepped forward, addressing her husband. "Yesterday, Jiang Salmon explained the entire sequence of events to me." He mentioned that Long Chun is indeed a master of transformation. and that we have misjudged him. He suggested that fostering a union between Churin and Long Chun would be advantageous for our family. I in the living room. Li Qin continued, we should facilitate the marriage between Long Chun and Churin. As you have seen, ever since Long Chun threatened her, Churin has emerged from the depths of her depression. Untie the knot. One must confront the source. Perhaps they are truly suited for one another. Moreover, since that incident, no one in Kyoto dares to marry Churin. Impossible, Jiang Shengnan retorted angrily. This scoundrel cannot possibly be a master of transformation. Jiang Sanmin must have misinterpreted it. Merely 17 or 18 years of age. How could he possess such mastery? I suspect he has resorted to some nefarious means to intimidate Jiang Sanmin, thereby defeating him. Furthermore, Churin could never marry him. He is unworthy of her, Jiang Shengnan stated emphatically. Shengnan, if you believe our daughter should not marry him, then who should she marry? Who in Kyoto would dare to take her as a bride? Li Qin replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. What about that lad from the Wu family? Does he not have feelings for Churin? If all else fails, let her wed him. Jiang Shengnan seethed. A mere false master of transformation dares to challenge the Jiang family. I shall see what strength he possesses. The atmosphere crackled with tension. He truly harbored intentions of murder against Long Chun. That lad from the Wu family? Li Qin seemed to have a revelation. Nodding thoughtfully, if he genuinely cares for Churin, then let her marry him. That if not for that incident, I would have considered marrying Churin to Long Chun. But that scoundrel has deeply disappointed me. He has sullied my daughter's name. How could I not harbor animosity toward him? Father, you cannot kill Long Chun. At that moment, Jiang Churin entered the living room. Churin, what did you just say? Jiang Shengnan could scarcely believe his ears. His daughter was defending Long Chun. This was unfathomable. Shouldn't she hate him? Amidst his astonishment, he felt a flicker of excitement. His daughter was speaking to him again for the first time since her disgrace. How could he not be moved? I said you cannot kill Long Chun, Jiang Churin articulated with determination. Churin, you cannot possibly have developed feelings for him, have you? Jiang Shengnan stammered, his lips trembling. No, Jiang Churin shook her head resolutely. I want to kill him myself. Churin, Li Qin observed her daughter's defiant expression filled with hatred, her heart heavy with sorrow. At such a tender age, her daughter's beauty and innocence had been marred by the existence of one individual. Hatred. Li Qin had never felt such animosity toward this worthless son-in-law. Mother, father, I am going to my room, Jiang Churin declared stubbornly, turning to leave. Training. Yes, she was striving for the 3-year challenge. On that fateful day, she would personally eradicate Long Chun. Damn it, Jiang Shengnan roared infuriated. Asa father, witnessing his daughter transformed by the presence of another, could only ignite his rage. In that moment, he was consumed by the desire to eliminate Long Chun himself. Yet, he suppressed his anger, knowing that only Jiang Churin could free herself from the torment Long Chun had caused her. Let him live a few more days. What harm could it do? This waste cannot possibly rise again. Jiang Shengnan muttered, his words laced with disdain. Around 8 o'clock in the morning, a young man in his early 20s appeared at the entrance of the Jiang family estate, dressed impeccably in a suit, radiating youthful charm that exceeded even the most handsome figures on television. Without delay, he strode confidently through the gates, and the armed guards on duty made no attempt to impede his progress. Instead, he nodded towards the man, as if they were quite familiar. The man's name was Wu Tian, a direct descendant of the Wu family from the capital, the true heir of the Wu clan. Every morning, without fail, he would visit the Jiang family. Yes, every morning, precisely on time. So much so that even the guards on duty had come to recognize him, requiring no interrogation and simply allowing him to pass. Upon entering the Jiang residence, he made his way directly towards the courtyard where Jiang Churin resided. His purpose for visiting the Jiang family daily was solely to see Jiang Churin, because he cherished her. Even after her disgrace, his feelings remained unwavering. His only resentment was directed towards that scoundrel, Long Chun. Such infatuation, not merely infatuation, but profound devotion. The entire capital was aware of his feelings for Jiang Churin. A love that he pursued with his very life. It had been 72 days. This marked the 72nd day since the incident with Jiang Churin. And throughout these days, he had come to the Jiang family each day just to catch a glimpse of her. Wu Xiao, you have come again. Please, come in. Aunt Zhang, who was responsible for attending to Jiang Churin's daily needs, greeted Wu Tian with a warm smile as he entered the courtyard. One must admit, Wu Tian's devotion had even touched her heart. Aunt Zhang, is Churin here? Wu Tian inquired with a smile. Yes, she is here, but she has locked herself in her room again. Aunt Zhang replied with an awkward smile that I will go check on her. Wu Tian nodded and proceeded towards her room. Wu Xiao, please wait a moment, Aunt Zhang said, somewhat hesitantly. The young lady has instructed that you should not disturb her when you arrive. Perhaps you could wait in the living room until she comes out? To be honest, Aunt Zhang felt a twinge of sympathy for Wu Tian. For 72 days, he had come daily, yet Jiang Churen had not once seen him. Indeed, not even once. Yet he continued to come every day. Such unwavering devotion. If it were a typical woman, she would have surely been moved by now. That's fine. I will not intrude. Wu Tian smiled, showing no trace of anger. Aunt Zhang, I have heard that Churen has been improving lately. Is that true? Indeed, it is true. Since the young lady has been with Longchen, Aunt Zhang instinctively began to elaborate, but quickly caught herself, stopping mid-sentence and smiling. The young lady's condition has improved significantly. She even took the initiative to eat breakfast this morning. You need not worry, Wu Xiao. That is good to hear, Wu Tian nodded, though discomfort stirred within him. He was aware of what Aunt Zhang was hinting at. Churen's improvement was likely due to her interactions with Longchen. Aunt Zhang, since Churen is doing better, I shall visit her again tomorrow. I will take my leave now. Wu Tian smiled and turned to depart. Aunt Zhang sighed. In her heart, she genuinely recognized Wu Tian's sincerity. While the entire capital mocked Churen, only Wu Tian truly cared for her. Having watched Jiang Churen grow up, Aunt Zhang could not help but feel pained for her. Miss, it would be wonderful if you could just meet Wu Xiao. She lamented. In the capital, at a prestigious hospital, Jiang Sanmin lamented, short-sighted. The head of the family is far too short-sighted. He gazed skyward, exclaiming, is not the golden-scaled fish merely a creature of the pond? Yet with a single storm can transform into a dragon? How could I not perceive Longchen's prowess as a master of transformation? Head of the family, your vision is too limited. Why must you provoke Longchen? What benefits does this bring to the Jiang family? Wu Tian, what does he possess that can compare to Longchen? They are worlds apart. How could you prefer to betroth the young lady to Wu Tian over Longchen? One day, you will regret this. The entire Jiang family will come to regret it. Longchen is not a mere insect. He is a dragon, a true dragon. Upon learning of the head of the family's decision, Jiang Sanmin was furious, nearly rushing to confront him, insisting that the young lady be promised to Longchen. But he quickly regained his composure. After all, he was merely a mid-level manager within the Jiang family. What right did he have to confront the head of the family? His only frustration stemmed from his lowly status within the family. If he had reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm, perhaps the head of the family would have afforded him more respect regarding his suggestions. Strength. It all boiled down to strength. I have a small favor to ask of you. Chen Wuer hesitated before smiling at Longchen. Her demeanor was exceedingly humble, as though she were bowing and scraping before him, leaving the onlooking students utterly astonished. They even questioned whether this Chen family heiress was genuine. How could the esteemed daughter of the Chen family ever lower herself? Please, speak quickly. I still have class. Longchen replied, somewhat irritated. Are you serious? Prioritizing school over speaking with the Chen heiress? I need your assistance with a matter. Chen Wuer continued, her smile unwavering. That if you are willing to help me, I can not only resolve the issue with Li Yuan for you, but also provide you with a substantial sum of money. After this, she looked at Longchen with anticipation. However, in the next moment, her hopes were dashed. No need. I neither require your money nor your assistance with Li Yuan, Longchen stated flatly. As for helping you, I have no time. Arrogance. A discarded scion of a family, a fool, a waste, daring to refuse both money and assistance from the Chen family. Who did he think he was? Chen heiress, it would be wise to disregard this fool. A student remarked with disdain. He is notorious for his foolishness. What could he possibly offer you? I suspect he is merely attempting to con you. His claims of not needing money are mere ruses to inflate his worth. Do not be deceived. That foolish idiot truly does not know his place. Not only has he offended young Master Li, but now he is also about to incur the wrath of the Chen heiress. How many lives does he believe he has to play such dangerous games? Does he not realize the might of the Chen family in the capital? It is not merely he, but even young Master Li would think twice before crossing the Chen family. Soon, another student pointed at Longchen with scorn. Tio refused the Chen heiress? Is that not courting death? Just wait until she is angered. She could easily dispose of you, and you would be left helpless. They had already foreseen Longchen's fate. There was no need to wait for Zhao Di. The Chen heiress would deal with him swiftly. How audacious! Chen Wu'er could not restrain herself from cursing. She could not fathom why her grandfather held such high regard for him, believing him to be a master of transformation. With his demeanor, he was nothing more than a petty fool. Long Chun. Stop right there, Chen Wu'er shouted. You must return with me to the Chun family today. Your choice is not yours to make. However, her words were as inconsequential as the whisper of the wind. Uttered in vain, they held no significance. Long Chun continued to forge ahead, utterly dismissive of her. How infuriating! She found herself powerless against Long Chun, especially given that Li Liang was a living testament to his resilience. It was over. This fool Long Chun was undoubtedly doomed. She could only sit back and await the moment when the young lady of the Chen family would rid the world of this farce from Jingdu No. 1 High School. Humph, to be a classmate of such a simpleton fills me with shame. First, courtesy, then conflict. Long Chun, this imbecile, foolishly chose to reject a toast in favor of a penalty drink. Who could be blamed for his predicament? Now that he had provoked the young lady of the Chen family, he would surely suffer the consequences. He would not escape unscathed. I am perplexed. What on earth does the young lady of the Chen family want Long Chen to do? Initially, she adopted such a humble demeanor. What use could there possibly be for such a useless individual? Do you not comprehend the utility of a good-for-nothing? Of course, it is to be discarded like waste. Perhaps the young lady simply seeks to dispose of the refuse. The crowd pointed and whispered, eagerly anticipating the spectacle of how the young lady of the Chen family would deal with this obstinate youth. Yet, they were destined for disappointment, for in the next moment, Chen Wu'er relented. The reason being, old Chun had fallen ill, teetering on the brink of death. Despite her reluctance to believe it, Long Chun was indeed a miraculous healer. Yet, a dead horse is better than a live one. Having hope is preferable to despair. She had no choice but to lower her head once more and beseech Long Chun. What must I do for you to assist me? How can you be persuaded to treat my grandfather's ailment? Chen Wu'er, with tear-filled eyes, uttered each word with deliberation. As long as you can cure my grandfather, no matter the cost, my family will willingly pay. Upon finishing, she closed her eyes, awaiting the response she so desperately desired. She could not afford to lose her grandfather. The Chen family could not afford to lose old Chen. If old Chen were to pass, the Chen family would be finished. At that point, it would not merely be a matter of losing their status among the 4 prominent families. They would likely be reduced to a mere third-rate clan. When the walls crumble, the crowd scatters. Such is the way of the world. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope, she was willing to take the risk. That moment, Long Chen suddenly halted. Turning to scrutinize Chen Wu'er from head to toe. So, she sought a cure. Long Chen had some understanding of the ailments afflicting both old Chen and Chen Wu'er. They were not truly illnesses, but rather the after-effects of improper cultivation, leading to a depletion of their vitality. This affliction was likely one that only Long Chen could remedy on the entire planet. Any price can be met? Long Chen inquired with a smile. Her response was immediate. Chen Wu'er opened her eyes, affirming, as long as you can heal my grandfather's ailment, my family will pay any price. Excellent. Long Chen nodded. That I can treat both your grandfather and yourself. And I can ensure a complete recovery. With a shift in tone, he added, however, my consultation fee is quite steep. What price would suffice? The Chen family can accommodate any amount. Chen Wu'er replied eagerly. 30 million. Will that do? Gasped. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. 30 million. Such an immense sum. Tio handed over without a second thought to this fool who knew nothing of medicine, merely a charlatan. Lady Chen, do not be deceived. They wished to caution Chen Wu'er, but alas, she appeared resolute, unwilling to heed their warnings. Perhaps to Chen Wu'er, 30 million was but a trifling matter. I have no need for money. Long Chun remarked with a smile. Hypocrite, you seek no payment? What a farce. Surely he must be in dire need of funds. 30 million is not enough? This lad must be pursuing something more significant. Does he fear he might burst from his greed? I want a person. At that moment, as the crowd's thoughts spiraled, Long Chen spoke again. My terms are straightforward. I am currently in need of a warm bed servant. You shall serve as my warm bed servant. And in return, I will treat your ailment. What? A warm bed servant. The crowd could not help but change their expressions. How dare this scoundrel demand such a thing of the esteemed young lady of the Chen family? Was he courting death by such insolence? How dare you? Chen Wu'er exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had initially thought Long Chen was unwilling due to the low sum, but never did she imagine he sought her as a servant. Should this news spread, it would surely send shockwaves throughout Jingdu, with her becoming the next laughingstock like Jiang Chuan. Anger surged within her. She wished nothing more than to eliminate Long Chun, scoundrel, to make such an outrageous demand, shameless. Her disdain for Long Chun only intensified. I have no time to waste with you. Will you agree or not? Speak quickly, Long Chun replied indifferently. To be frank, your and your grandfather's ailments are not truly illnesses. They stem from the improper practice of incomplete cultivation techniques, resulting in a loss of vitality. In other words, you have essentially exhausted your own life force. The solution is quite simple. I merely need to replenish the vitality you have lost, and your ailments will be resolved. Though Long Chun spoke plainly, the reality was far more complex. Restoring a person's vitality was beyond the capabilities of modern medical science. Even in traditional Chinese medicine, effective treatments were scarce. The only means of prolonging life was through the use of ginseng and similar restorative herbs. Yet, these merely served to sustain life temporarily, not to cure. Over the years, Old Chun had consumed countless ginseng roots, including those aged over a century, merely to survive. Without such remedies, he would have perished long ago due to his vitality depletion. You are truly a miraculous healer. Although Chen Wu harbored a deep-seated loathing for Long Chun, she could not deny the accuracy of his observations. She understood her family's circumstances well. As Long Chun had articulated, both she and her grandfather had fallen ill due to the family's incomplete cultivation methods. A realization that struck her profoundly. At this moment, she found herself torn. Should she acquiesce to Long Chun's demands, become his warm bed servant? It was an impossibility. She simply could not, even if her life were forfeit. She had anticipated such a day during her cultivation journey, but her grandfather could not die. Throughout her life, Old Chun had treated her with utmost kindness. She could not bear to watch him perish. She must not. She absolutely must not. With this thought, tears of frustration welled in her eyes. She resented her own weakness, resenting her powerlessness to resist. Young man, have you gone too far? Apologize to this young lady at once, or do not expect me to show you mercy. At that moment, a young man, no older than 17 or 18, approached, looking down at Long Chun with disdain. Hurry, do not reject a toast in favor of a penalty drink. The moment this young man appeared, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Some, out of fear, even took several steps back to show their respect. The young man was none other than Zhao Di, the president of the school's martial arts society. He had come in response to Li Yuan's call. Having been informed that his brother had been assaulted, he had rushed over to confront the audacious individual who dared to strike his brother. To my astonishment, I witnessed such a scene. The school's notorious failure had the audacity to make a stunning beauty his maid. This is intolerable, absolutely intolerable. Young man, your time is up. Now that Zhao Di has arrived, I shall see how you continue to be arrogant. I advise you to kneel and admit your faults quickly, to soften your stance, for that might afford you some relief. Otherwise, today, 120 will be your fate. And I fear that by then, you may not even have the opportunity to call for help. You regret it. It is too late. Having committed a grievous error, you must face the consequences. Truly foolish, thinking to have Miss Chan serve as a warming maid. Such overestimation of oneself. A penniless wretch, possessing merely a modicum of martial skill. What great waves could he possibly stir? Perhaps just a tiny ripple. In contrast, Zhao Di is different. Not only is he a wealthy second-generation heir, but he is also a martial artist, his muscular physique standing as undeniable proof. Upon seeing Zhao Di, the young girls around him sparkled with admiration, eager to approach him and exchange a few words. A wealthy heir, affluent, who does not desire such a prospect? They all wish to be Zhao Di's girlfriend. Rest assured, Xiao Yuan, today my cousin shall ensure justice for you. This scoundrel shall not escape my wrath, Zhao Di declared confidently. With that, he turned to Dragon Chun, taunting. So, you are the one who struck my younger brother, and you dared to threaten our martial arts society with expulsion? Very well. I had initially intended for you to merely apologize to this lady. But since you assaulted my brother, this matter cannot be easily dismissed. Kneel before my brother, sever your own arms, and confess your wrongdoing. If your attitude is sincere, I may allow you a swift resolution. Should there be any hint of insincerity, it will not be as simple as kneeling and self-mutilation. Do you believe I cannot render you a lifelong cripple? His words were laden with menace. The onlookers collectively gasped at Zhao Di's overwhelming forcefulness. Each person was struck by the sheer audacity of his presence. Fear not, fair lady. Today, I shall certainly procure justice for you, Zhao Di proclaimed. Then, shifting his demeanor, he smiled at Chen Wu. Beautiful, absolutely exquisite, he vowed to himself. He was determined to possess such a beauty by any means necessary. Qinwu, however, remained silent, gazing intently at Dragon Shin, as though contemplating something profound. What are you? Dragon Shin spoke each word deliberately. Do you presume to flail about before me? While I have yet to lose my temper, I suggest you depart quickly. Otherwise, the Martial Arts Society shall expel you. Very well. You are quite bold, Zhao Di retorted, his anger morphing into a sardonic smile. You realize that it has been ages since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner? You were the first. Are you not afraid of me? He was a martial artist, a promising one at that, likely to achieve mastery by the age of 50. Yet he found himself belittled by a mere waste, someone he deemed as easily crushable. You are but a triviality, Dragon Shin responded with chilling finality. Remember, in my eyes, you are nothing more than a speck of dust, an insect easily squashed. Was this insolent fool seeking death, uttering such grandiose proclamations? Previously, when Zhao Di was absent, he boasted of expelling the Martial Arts Society. Now, faced with Zhao Di, he dared to label him as insignificant. Did he truly fear no consequences? Even if Zhao Di could not kill him before this crowd, he could certainly maim him, and with Zhao Di's wealth and influence, the thought of retribution should terrify him. Truly, he was a naive fool. So, you refuse to kneel and apologize, yet you dare to insult me as trivial? You are quite courageous. I shall see just what strength you possess to speak so arrogantly. Zhao Di spat through gritted teeth. In the blink of an eye, he lunged forward like a bolt of lightning, delivering a colossal slap aimed at Dragon Shin's face. The force was tremendous, fueled by his wrath, easily weighing several hundred pounds, far beyond that of an ordinary person. This strike, whether upon flesh or iron, would surely leave a deep impression. Yet, the blow met only empty air, for Dragon Shin merely stepped back a single pace, effortlessly evading the attack. Very good. Your reflexes are commendable, but merely that is insufficient in my presence, Zhao Di remarked, his eyes narrowing, quickly followed by a disdainful retort. He was furious. Though the initial slap had been a hasty, furious attempt, the fact that this boy had evaded it was a profound humiliation, a disgrace of monumental proportions. Such indignity demanded retribution. It was evident he harbored murderous intent toward Dragon Shin. Throughout history, anyone who dared to strike me has met but one fate, death, Dragon Shin replied coolly. He remained motionless, akin to an immovable tree, yet the winds of conflict would not cease. You dare remain obstinate? Let us see whether your words or my fist hold true strength, Zhao Di snarled, charging once more. This time, he intended to unleash his true martial prowess. That a martial artist's honor must not be sullied. In his view, any commoner who provoked a martial artist deserved death. Zhao Di attacked once again. Dragon Shin stood still, his expression devoid of emotion. The surrounding crowd could not contain their derisive laughter at Dragon Shin's apparent impotence. They had assumed him formidable, only to realize he was merely a fade. Faced with Zhao Di's relentless assault, he did not even dare to flinch. Surely, he was paralyzed by fear. They believed he had resigned himself to fate, refraining from futile resistance. Yet little did they know. To Dragon Shin, Zhao Di's strikes were akin to a child's play. Such feeble force was no different from a tickle, requiring no effort to counter. Stop! In a moment of urgency, Qinwu stepped before Dragon Shin, shielding him from the oncoming Zhao Di, and declared with fervor, I will not allow you to harm him. One anticipated that Qinwu would defend Dragon Shin at such a critical juncture. The crowd was bewildered, speculating what merits Dragon Shin possessed to earn the favor of the esteemed young lady of the Qin family. Could it be that this good-for-nothing was truly a divine healer? Unthinkable. The notion was utterly absurd. They were astounded, yet more so envious, wishing to take Dragon Shin's place. What are you doing? I am aiding you in teaching this insolent boy a lesson. Step aside and do not obstruct me. Zhao Di replied, bewildered but hesitantly halting, his brow furrowed. A slap to the face. It was an unabashed humiliation. He had hoped to showcase his prowess in front of the beauty, only to discover that she required no such display, instead obstructing him. Was this not a stinging rebuke? It was akin to a husband and wife quarreling, with a bystander attempting to rescue the damsel, only for the woman to chastise him for interfering in her domestic dispute. A classic case of unintended consequences. I require no assistance from you, Qinwu declared icily. I shall repeat myself. Without my consent, no one may harm him. Should you remain obstinate, do not blame me for being ungracious. A threat, to be threatened by a beauty. Fury erupted within Zhao Di. a conflagration of rage igniting within him as he opened his mouth to unleash a torrent of invectives. However, at that moment, Li Yuan approached, whispering a few words into Zhao Di's ear. "What did you say?" Almost instantly, Zhao Di's anger dissipated, replaced by shock and trepidation. The young lady of the Qin family. The beauty before him was none other than the esteemed daughter of the Qin family. His mind struggled to comprehend, and he silently thanked Li Yuan for the timely revelation. Otherwise, the consequences of offending the Qin family's daughter were unimaginable. "Miss Qin, I cannot afford to provoke you. But this boy has assaulted my younger brother. This matter cannot simply be overlooked. I demand an explanation from him." Zhao Di spoke begrudgingly, though he could not afford to offend the daughter of the Qin family. He could not let Dragon Qin go unpunished either. This boy had not only struck his brother, but had also dared to challenge him in front of so many witnesses. If this young rascal is let off the hook, he will find it utterly impossible to maintain his standing within the school thereafter. His reputation will undoubtedly plummet. The resolution must be reached. I have stated it clearly. No one is permitted to harm him. Chen Wu'er reiterated once more. Not a single additional word was uttered, yet her commanding presence and intentions were unmistakable. No one shall lay a finger on Long Chen. Zhao Di's countenance darkened upon hearing this. He yearned to retort, but found himself too intimidated to voice any dissent. With the eldest daughter of the Qin family vowing to protect Long Chen, how could he dare oppose the Qin family? Not only he, but even the family backing him would not dare to offend the Qun clan. He had no choice but to swallow his indignation. "Kid, it seems you can only stand behind women. Useless coward." Zhao Di goaded Ta. Long Chen replied coldly. "You should consider yourself fortunate. If not for Chen Wu'er's timely intervention to halt your advance, you would be lying in the morgue by now. You ought to be grateful to her. She has saved your life." His audacity was astonishing. How can one be so brazen? His shamelessness exceeds that of a city wall. Laughter erupted among the crowd, a tide of mockery washing over him. To them, Long Chen was nothing but a joke. Truly, it was laughable. "Very well, kid. Count yourself lucky to have Chen Wu'er shielding you. I dare not act against you. Yet, I do not believe you can perpetually hide behind a woman's skirts." Zhao Di delivered his parting shot and turned to leave. "Wait a moment," Long Chen interjected. "I demand your martial arts society be disbanded. This Saturday at the school's martial arts arena, I challenge all of you." Silence fell, as no one could fathom the audacity of this young man in challenging the entirety of the martial arts society. It must be noted that the martial arts society represented the pinnacle of strength within the school, comprising not only warriors but also numerous individuals on the cusp of becoming one. Such power was far beyond the reach of a mere waste. The fool truly had guts to issue a challenge to the martial arts society. He must be tired of living, seeking his own demise. Even a random member of the society could easily overpower him, let alone Zhao Di. A young girl, around 16 or 17, scoffed disdainfully. She was not alone in her thoughts. The majority of students around shared the same sentiment. How absurd, to possess life, yet choose to court death. The fool had grown increasingly foolish. "Very well. This Saturday at 8 in the morning, all members of the Martial Arts Society will await you at the arena. I hope you do not disappoint me." Zhao Di halted, turning back with a sinister grin. Seeking death, indeed. To challenge the entire martial arts society is nothing short of courting disaster. "Very well, since he seeks death, let it be granted." Had Long Chen remained obediently behind Chen Wu'er, Zhao Di would not have dared to act against him. Yet now that Long Chen had willingly delivered himself, even her protection would not suffice. Saturday would bring an entertaining spectacle. With that thought, Zhao Di departed. "Cousin, wait for me." Li Yuan had initially anticipated watching his cousin discipline Long Chen, but the outcome had turned unexpectedly. He shot a fierce glare at Long Chen before quickly following Zhao Di out. How laughable! Arriving in high spirits only to leave like a dog. Some individuals simply take themselves too seriously. A tiger does not show its might, and thus people mistake it for a cat. Have you made your decision? Will you accept or not? My time is precious, and I have no intention of wasting it here. Long Chen turned after Zhao Di's departure, casting a glance at Chen Wu'er and uttering a simple phrase. I agree." Chen Wu'er seemed to muster great courage, stammering out the words. She actually agreed. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. What charm does this widely known fool possess to ensnare the eldest daughter of the Qin family, willingly becoming her servant? If Long Chen's challenge to Zhao Di had astonished them, this revelation shocked them profoundly, especially the males, who turned red with envy, wishing they could rush forth, vanquish Long Chen, and take his place. It is well known that the Qin family ranks just beneath the four great families, possessing immense wealth and power. Marrying the eldest daughter of the Chun family equates to decades of hard work spared. How could they not feel envy? If it were anyone else, it would be one thing, but the person in question is a well-known waste, causing great discontent among them. However, I have one condition, Chen Wu'er continued. Though you lack the qualifications to negotiate with me, considering your decent appearance, I shall agree to your terms as long as they are not excessive. Long Chen replied nonchalantly. My heavens, Chen Wu'er is one of the 4 great beauties of Kyoto. And that is merely satisfactory. The crowd wished they could strike Long Chen dead. My condition is. Chen Wu'er's beautiful face flushed slightly as she prepared to speak. Yet, upon observing the restless crowd around them, she frowned and stepped forward, grasping Long Chen's hand firmly. Pushing through the layers of people, they walked hand in hand for quite some distance in silence. Once they were alone, Chen Wu'er finally halted. Lowering her head to say, my condition is that both my grandfather and I must be guaranteed to live to 100. She feared that Long Chen's proposed treatment would only extend their lives by a few years. While that would be remarkable, she still felt unsatisfied, unwilling to pay such a hefty price for merely a few extra years. Rest assured, Long Chen replied calmly. Living to 100 is entirely achievable. Cases of life force depletion like your grandfather's are quite treatable. A single medicinal pill will suffice. The Xia Piyuan pill. This is a simplified version of the Piyuan pill. Yet it is more than adequate for treating the peculiar ailment afflicting Chen's grandfather. Both Chen Lao and Chen Wu'er had suffered life force depletion due to their cultivation practices, and the Xia Piyuan pill's effects are precisely what they need to restore their lost vitality, making it the perfect remedy. Although the necessary spiritual herbs to concoct the Xia Piyuan pill do not exist on Earth, such a minor obstacle poses no challenge for Long Chen. Who is Long Chen? A true dragon, once the foremost alchemist in the universe. Modifying a simple recipe is child's play for him. Simply substitute the unavailable spiritual herbs with those that are accessible. Very well, I accept your conditions. From this day forward, I shall be your servant, Chen Wu'er stated earnestly, enunciating each word. By the way, do you prefer a symptomatic treatment or a fundamental cure? Long Chen inquired once more. Symptomatic? Fundamental? Chen Wu'er asked. Somewhat puzzled. Symptomatic treatment means I will use medicinal pills to cure both you and your grandfather's ailments. However, should you continue practicing your family's techniques, you will still experience life force depletion, Long Chen explained coolly. Fundamental treatment, on the other hand, addresses the root cause of your and your grandfather's conditions, ensuring that you can practice your techniques without issue in the future. For Long Chen, providing a fundamental cure is an effortless task. The so-called fundamental treatment involves rectifying the flawed techniques of the Chen family. For Long Chen, such a task is merely a piece of cake. It is essential to understand that as a true dragon, Long Chen has encountered supreme techniques that far surpass the Chen family's mediocre martial arts that a mere hint from him could potentially grant enlightenment to mortals, propelling them to transcendence. Thousands of years ago, a true dragon once advised a fallen prince with a single phrase, resulting in that prince attaining enlightenment beneath a Bodhi tree overnight, ultimately becoming an immortal known as Siddhartha Gautama, also referred to as the Buddha. I wish for a fundamental treatment, Chen Wu'er declared, her eyes shining with determination. Without a hint of hesitation, a mid-phase martial artist, she was well aware of the significance of martial prowess. Initially, she had resigned herself to giving up cultivation. Yet the prospect of continuing her practice felt like a sudden stroke of happiness. Let us cultivate. Only through the cultivation of the Chun family can one advance further. This was precisely the reason she chose to pursue the family's techniques. Despite knowing they would lead to a shorter lifespan, the solution is quite straightforward. Long Chen nodded and said, you should gather the herbs listed in this prescription and hand them to me before school ends this afternoon. As he spoke, he swiftly penned a prescription and handed it to Chen Wu'er. This prescription was his modified version of the minor Peyuan pill. All the herbs listed were commonly found on Earth. For him, altering the prescription was a simple task, taking mere seconds without even requiring contemplation. All right, Chen Wu'er replied carefully as she accepted the prescription, her eagerness evident as she said, shall we set off now to treat my grandfather? That won't do, Long Chen declined. I still have class. Wait for me to finish and come back to take me with you. Tom. Attending class was far more important than any medical treatment. Moreover, assisting Chen Wu'er was merely a matter of convenience for him. He had no particular interest in her, merely seeking to test her character. Very well, Chen Wu'er said, somewhat disappointed, as she turned to leave. Planning to return after school. As she walked, she glanced down at the prescription in her hand. and her brow furrowed in confusion. Most of the herbs were familiar to her. They were all rather ordinary, like angelica and schisandra, common medicinal herbs indeed. How could such simple ingredients possibly cure ailments? A significant question mark loomed in her mind regarding Long Chen's medical expertise. Could he be deceiving her? Little did she know the true value of this prescription. If it were to circulate, it would incite a frenzy among the various martial factions across China, who would vie for it at all costs. In China, elixirs are exceedingly rare, predominantly controlled by superfamilies. Even among the 4 great families of the capital, there has never been an alchemist amongst them, let alone a prescription. Each prescription is worth more than the alchemists themselves, for while alchemists can be trained, prescriptions are finite. Moreover, the prescription Long Chen provided pertained to elixirs meant for cultivators. Though merely a simplified version, it was exponentially more potent than those meant for martial artists, perhaps in Long Chen's eyes. This prescription held little value. Yet, to a martial artist, it was akin to a divine elixir. Indeed, a divine elixir. It was a pity that Qin Wu'er could not recognize its worth. Wait a moment, as Qin Wu'er was lost in her thoughts. Long Chen interjected, "You need to pay a deposit first." "Deposit?" Qin Wu'er responded, taken aback. "How much?" "I've already stated, I don't want money." Long Chen replied nonchalantly, "Just give me a kiss." Qin Wu'er was instantly flabbergasted, frozen in disbelief. Did he just ask for a kiss? Had her ears deceived her? This scoundrel! How dare he make such a request? She was a renowned beauty in the capital, pursued by countless suitors, always treated like a precious jewel. No one had ever dared to speak to her in such a manner. Yet today, this man had the audacity to demand a deposit, a kiss. What if he were a fraud? Would she not suffer greatly? "Say that again." Qin Wu'er gritted her teeth. "I said, kiss me. As a deposit." Long Chen reiterated impatiently, "Hurry up. My time is limited. If you refuse to pay the deposit, this matter is over. Fine. I will kiss you." Qin Wu'er articulated each word with irritation. She had never had contact with the opposite sex, as she found the young talents of the capital utterly unimpressive. In her heart, only great heroes like the god of war Dragon King were worthy of her. Thus, her first kiss remained intact. She had always imagined it would be given under romantic circumstances to a heroic figure, not through such a transactional encounter. It was unacceptable. Yet, she felt she had no choice. "I hope you won't deceive me, or you will face dire consequences," she said, suppressing her disgust as she walked towards Long Chen step by step. "Hurry up. I await your sweet lips," Long Chen said with a grin, puckering his lips in a rather lewd manner, appearing ready for her to take the plunge. Scoundrel, Qin Wu'er thought, finding his demeanor utterly repulsive, akin to consuming a fly. Reluctantly, she closed her eyes, wishing to shield herself from the sight. "Consider it as if I have swallowed a fly," she mused, leaning in for the kiss. Closer, almost there. Soon, she felt her lips meet something soft, moist, slippery, and warm. She had indeed kissed him. For reasons unknown, a wave of intense nausea washed over her. Her stomach churned, and she felt an overwhelming urge to vomit. Yes, it was revolting enough to make her sick. The thought of having kissed the mouth of this scoundrel made her want to retch. "Enough. Seeing your disgusting expression, do you really think I wanted to kiss you? Let me tell you, with your looks, you aren't worthy of kissing me." Long Chen scoffed. "Forget the deposit, just leave. And remember, you owe me warmth in the future." Quickly, Qin Wu'er heard this remark, and no need for a kiss. She opened her eyes despite the intense nausea and found herself kissing the back of his hand. Yes, it was indeed the back of his hand. What was happening? Wasn't he trying to take advantage of her? Why had he suddenly changed his mind? "All right, you should hurry and leave. Be sure to come pick me up after school," Long Chen instructed as he wiped the back of his hand repeatedly with a wet wipe. As if it were filthy, his expression one of disdain. Yes, disdain. How absurd. Countless people in the capital would give anything for a moment with me. Yet you not only refuse to kiss me, but also find it disgusting. Just kissing the back of my hand, and you're revolted? Shouldn't it be me who feels repulsed? Qin Wu'er felt a peculiar sense of disappointment within her, inexplicable as it was that moment. Long Chen had already departed. Qin Wu'er gazed at his receding figure, falling into deep contemplation. Initially, it was clear that Long Chen had sought to possess her. She had seen the intense desire in his eyes, akin to the foul men who pursued her. But why had it ended in such a way? That gaze was undeniably one of revulsion. He must have been feigning that lecherous demeanor, intending to disgust her and keep her at a distance. Qin Wu'er considered this possibility, muttering to herself, "It must be so. Otherwise, Why would he have stopped me at such a crucial moment and not allowed me to kiss him? His expression of disdain certainly did not appear feigned. Only those with true strength would wish to avoid entanglements. Perhaps he is one such individual. The more she thought about it, the more convinced she became. Regardless, as long as he could heal both her grandfather and her own ailments. What did it matter if she became his warm bed servant, a young master of unparalleled talent? Surely that was not a disgrace to her. With this thought, Chen Wu'er suddenly found that Long Chen no longer seemed as repulsive as before. Sometimes, a woman's thoughts are truly difficult to fathom. Just a moment ago, he was akin to a fly, the epitome of disgust. The next, he appeared to be a treasure. Pure gold. It was utterly perplexing. To think he could shake me off is impossible. Long Chen, I have firmly set my sights on you, Chen Wu'er resolved. But why would he assist her? If not for beauty, what could his motivation for helping her possibly be? In the heart of Chen Wu'er, this remains an enigma. Could it truly be as he claimed, merely a casual act? Soon enough, Long Chen arrived at the classroom. As he stepped inside, the familiar chorus of whispers and scornful remarks from his classmates ensued, each one more derisive than the last. Yet, Long Chen appeared utterly unfazed, going about his business as though he had not heard a word in just a single morning. News of Long Chen's altercation with Li Yuan and his challenge to Zhao Di spread throughout the entire school, rendering him a figure of notoriety once more. Not a single soul held him in high regard. All deemed him overconfident, engaging in a fool's errand. However, Long Chen did not utter a single word of defense. He contemplated patiently, awaiting the outcome. Whether he would be expelled from the martial arts society would be revealed on Saturday. The 4 classes of the morning passed swiftly, a fleeting moment. 2 periods of Chinese and 2 of mathematics. Both subjects seemed remarkably simple to Long Chen. Not only could he grasp concepts effortlessly, but he could also draw connections with ease. Mastering the entirety of the semester's curriculum in those 4 lessons, his ability to absorb knowledge at a glance rendered the material trivial. At noon, the students in class rose to head to the cafeteria, and Long Chen followed suit. Perhaps lost in thought, he inadvertently collided with a fellow student ahead of him, eliciting a sharp gasp. Do you not have eyes? The individual, a young woman of 17 or 18 with striking beauty, turned around indignantly to scold Long Chen. Her name was Zhang Ximei, a classmate and the belle of their class. Admired by many. Typically, she regarded Long Chen with disdain, considering him a fool, as if engaging with him would diminish her own value. Are you suggesting you did that on purpose? Zhang Ximei snapped, her anger palpable. In her eyes, Long Chen had intentionally bumped into her, attempting to savor her beauty in a most distasteful manner. Consumed by rage, she wished to see him utterly humiliated. At that moment, several students around them halted, eager to witness the unfolding drama. I did not do it on purpose, Long Chen replied, furrowing his brow slightly. Although he found her aggressiveness off-putting, he remained calm, deeming it unworthy of his anger. How can it not be intentional? I see you did it on purpose, Zhang Ximei retorted, her fury unabated. Long Chen, do not think that by challenging Zhao Xiao, you have become impressive in my eyes. You are nothing but a waste. Incapable of defeating him. On Saturday, prepare for your humiliation. Such overconfidence. Apologize. I demand an apology. Zhang Ximei commanded from her elevated position. The surrounding students whispered among themselves, convinced that Long Chen had deliberately taken advantage of the situation. This kid is truly reckless. Just wait until Saturday when Zhao Xiao will deal with him, a male classmate murmured. The taunts continued to pour in. I'm sorry, Long Chen said, his tone calm. To him, offering an apology for a mere accident seemed reasonable. However, the onlookers interpreted his words as signs of cowardice. How unfortunate to have been bumped by this waste. It's utterly disgusting, Zhang Ximei declared, sensing victory in Long Chen's submissiveness. I'll let this slide today. As though a dog merely nipped at me. But should you ever cross my path again, do not expect my mercy, she added with a dismissive tone. It hardly matters. After Saturday, you won't be returning to school anyway. I won't waste my time being angry with a cripple. She firmly believed that Long Chen would either be defeated or gravely injured, rendering him unable to continue his studies. This belief resonated with the surrounding students as well. With that, she turned to leave. Wait a moment, Long Chen called out, prompting Zhang Ximei to halt and glance back at him. Puzzled, the gathered students widened their eyes in anticipation of what he would say next. I have 2 things to say to you, Long Chen began, his voice steady. First, I assure you, I did not intentionally bump into you. With looks like yours, I wouldn't even be interested. You are far too vain. Assuming everyone finds you appealing. In my eyes, you are truly unattractive. Secondly, Longchen continued, on Saturday, I will emerge victorious, and the Martial Arts Society will expel you. I do not regard such a trivial organization with any seriousness. With that declaration, Longchen turned to leave. Strangely, the crowd parted to make way for him. You scoundrel! Zhang Shimei cried out, finally recovering from her shock. As she watched Longchen walk away, she could not help but unleash a stream of curses. I will see how you manage to defeat Zhao Xiao, you imbecile. The insult was blatant, a naked affront to her pride. Longchen had dismissed her entirely, deeming her unattractive, a humiliation of the highest order. How dare you, you foolish wretch? Come Saturday, you will regret this. Where does he find his audacity to claim he will win? I suspect he is more likely to face defeat, remarked a voice in the crowd. Longchen, are you truly going to face Zhao Di on Saturday? I suggest you reconsider and join me at the Internet CAF for some League of Legends instead, a chubby classmate warned. You cannot hope to defeat Zhao Di. I understand your desire to prove yourself, but you must also recognize your limitations. Zhao Di is not someone you can afford to offend. Heed my advice. Do not go. It would be tantamount to walking into your own demise. The speaker, Zhang Shi, was Longchen's deskmate and closest ally. In the past, he had often assisted Longchen when he struggled to navigate his studies. Zhang Shi was Longchen's only friend at school, a bond he cherished deeply. Despite Longchen's transformation, he still regarded Zhang Shi as a true companion. This morning, upon learning of Longchen's newfound clarity, Zhang Shi felt elated. Yet, when he discovered Longchen had already crossed Zhao Di, a sense of dread washed over him. Longchen and Zhao Di were not peers. They existed on entirely different planes. Offending Zhao Di would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Brother Chen, I know you feel pressured by the expectation of your classmates, fearing their ridicule if you do not show up, but even so, preserving your well-being is far more important than facing injury or worse. Zhang Ji implored earnestly. Let them mock. We will focus on our studies. I refuse to believe they can harm you. In truth, Zhang Ji was genuinely concerned for Longchen's safety. Previously, during mealtimes, he would indulge heartily, yet today, he barely touched his food, incessantly urging Longchen to reconsider his reckless path. Trust me, chubby buddy. Longchen replied with a smile. Zhao Di is truly insignificant in my eyes. With one hand, I could incapacitate him. If anyone should be apprehensive, it is he. His words were sincere. With his current strength, he could hold his own against even those at the transformation stage, let alone a minor martial arts society. If not for his slight deficiencies, he would have already confronted the Long family. My goodness, exclaimed Zhang Ji, his eyes wide. Brother Chen, you cannot be serious. Are you truly so affected by the rejection of the eldest daughter of the Jiang family that you have lost your senses? You think you can take down Zhao Di with one hand? Surely, you jest. I find myself yet to comprehend you. However, you have expressed your thoughts quite thoroughly. Little Fatty is at a loss for words, fearing that he might wound Longchen's pride. Yet, what he speaks is indeed the truth. In the past, Longchen was afflicted by a lightning strike that severely damaged his foundation, rendering him physically weak to the extent that even Little Fatty could overpower him. This is a fact. What Little Fatty remains unaware of is that Longchen has undergone a remarkable transformation. Fatty, I have already told you. You must trust me. Longchen said patiently, I not only want to be expelled from the Martial Arts Society, but I also wish to make Jiang Chen my woman. Oh no. Little Fatty was momentarily stunned, muttering, Brother Chen must be under some kind of stimulus. Jiang Chen, you truly are a source of calamity. He believed that Longchen was merely spouting nonsense due to some provocation, foolishly dreaming of marrying Jiang Chen. Little Fatty could not help but cover his face with his hands, ceasing his attempts to persuade Longchen. In his heart, he resolved that no matter what, Longchen must not be allowed to attend the Martial Arts Academy this Saturday, in the first class of the afternoon, English class, taught by the homeroom teacher. Zhao Yu awaited the eager students. The entire class was on tenterhooks, eyes wide open, anticipating the arrival of the goddess, Zhao Yu. Typically, attendance in the homeroom teacher's English class was impeccable, with no absentees, achieving a perfect attendance rate. There were no instances of students sleeping or chatting during class, as all were raptly focused on their teacher. After all, Zhao Yu was stunningly beautiful, and the male students felt they could never gaze upon her enough. Occasionally, some self-proclaimed handsome classmates would even approach Zhao Yu with questions, merely to exchange a few words with the goddess. The sound of high heels echoed outside the classroom, and soon enough, a sophisticated beauty in her mid-20s entered. This woman was breathtakingly beautiful, with a fair complexion and delicate features, clad in an alluring professional outfit that accentuated her figure, particularly her legs, clad in black stockings, captivated the attention of nearly all the men in the room. They could hardly resist the urge to approach and test the sensation of her touch. This woman was none other than their homeroom teacher, Zhao Yu. Upon entering, she walked to the podium, placed her lesson plan down, tightened her legs, and scanned the classroom with her head lowered. Whether intentional or accidental, she deliberately avoided looking at Long Chen. It seems everyone is present today. Even someone who has been absent for a few days has returned to school. Zhao Yu remarked nonchalantly. Someone. It was evident she was alluding to a particular individual. All right. Zhao Yu was about to commence the lesson when she noticed Li Yuan, completely wrapped in bandages, and frowned slightly. Inquiring, Li Yuan, what happened to you? Li Yuan, looking conspicuously bandaged, was impossible to overlook. Teacher, I found myself in a bit of a predicament, he stammered. How could he confess that Long Chen was the cause of his current state? He couldn't, admitting that would strip him of all dignity, not only in front of Zhao Yu but also before his classmates. Thus, he was left momentarily speechless. Teacher, I know the reason for Li Yuan's bandaged appearance. Long Chen interjected, grinning. Oh, Zhao Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. Her tone indifferent. Dio enlighten us. Then, clearly, Zhao Yu had no desire to engage with Long Chen, yet out of a sense of propriety, she asked, in her heart. She likely still harbored resentment towards Long Chen for being such a scoundrel. He fell down the stairs by accident. Long Chen replied cheerfully. Puffed. Li Yuan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. How infuriating. This scoundrel was taking it too far. He was itching to confront Long Chen in a fierce battle. But the truth remained. He could not best Long Chen. Is that so, Li Yuan? Zhao Yu questioned. Indeed, Li Yuan felt his heart bleed. He did not wish to concede. Yet what alternative excuse could he offer? He had no choice but to admit it. However, he would remember this grievance. Li Yuan, you need not thank me, Long Chen continued. Helping you up was but a trivial matter for me. No need for special gratitude. I am merely fulfilling my duty. Teacher, you see, I simply noticed that Li Yuan had fallen, and I helped him up and took him to the infirmary. Now he feels the need to express his gratitude to me. I am almost embarrassed, Long Chen said with a smile directed at Zhao Yu. This time, Li Yuan was truly furious, blood nearly bursting from his mouth. The classmates, well aware of the situation, couldn't help but laugh when they heard Li Yuan admit to falling down the stairs. Haha, Long Chen is indeed humorous, embodying the spirit of helping others. Zhao Yu, somewhat puzzled, genuinely believed Long Chen was being altruistic in assisting Li Yuan, although she harbored disdain for him. She could not find fault with this particular situation. Long Chen has done well, and everyone should take note. Zhao Yu offered a perfunctory commendation, which did not imply her forgiveness of Long Chen. Had it not been for the students' spirited reactions, she would have preferred not to offer any praise at all. Puffed. Li Yuan, in a fit of rage, spat blood once more. He had been beaten, and the assailant was now being commended. How could he not be furious? In his agitation, he felt a surge of blood rising. Li Yuan, what is the matter with you? Zhao Yu asked, growing anxious as she observed him spitting blood yet again. Any normal person could discern that there was definitely something wrong. Many students in the class began to feel unsettled. Surely Li Yuan wouldn't succumb to rage-induced death, would he? Teacher, I am not in the... Li Yuan could no longer bear it, wishing to clarify the situation. Even if he was to be ridiculed, he would not allow this little brat, Long Chen, to revel in his triumph. However, before he could speak, Long Chen interjected. Li Yuan, enough, enough. You needn't say anything further. I understand you wish for teacher Zhao Yu to commend my virtue of helping others in front of the entire school. But do you not know that I prefer to remain low-key? I would rather not draw attention to myself. Let us put this school-wide recognition aside and refrain from mentioning it again. Everyone was left speechless, astonished at Long Chen's audacity. This truly was a revelation, shattering their perceptions of students. Although they looked down upon Long Chen, believing he was courting disaster, they could not help but admire his audacity. This fool had managed to leave Zhao Yu dumbfounded, and even made Li Yuan cough up blood. You scoundrel! Puffed. Li Yuan's vision darkened as he succumbed to his fury and fainted. Quickly, call an ambulance. Young Master Li is in distress. Yes, yes, call for an ambulance. My heavens, what has happened to young Master Li? He has been infuriated. Zhao Yu and the students, witnessing Li Yuan spit blood again before losing consciousness, were thrown into a frenzy, rushing to assist him onto the ambulance. After a significant portion of the class had passed, Calm was restored. A few students remained to keep an eye on Li Yuan, while the others in the classroom cast peculiar glances at Long Chun, as though they were beholding a new world. How had they never noticed this boy's remarkable eloquence before? Soon, the class resumed. Yet it was evident that Li Yuan's earlier incident had left a considerable impact. Even without hushed discussions, their eyes exchanged unspoken words. Meanwhile, many male students were still admiring their homeroom teacher's exquisite figure. Their eyes filled with heat as they beheld her curves. Brother Chun, did you see? The homeroom teacher has such a voluptuous figure. I wish I could touch it just to know what it feels like. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Moreover, you are my teacher. Assisting you is my duty. That I shall take my leave. That is this acceptable? This despicable creature, when did he become so adept at quibbling? It is nothing but sophistry. He could argue that the dead are alive. How outrageous. He gropes a person's chest and claims they have succumbed to illness and developed a lump. Then he audaciously insists that he is treating them. It is utterly shameless, and it is astonishing anyone would believe him. Only a fool would accept such absurdity, who cannot see that he is merely spouting nonsense. Most infuriating is that this rogue presents himself with such self-righteousness. It is truly intolerable. Teacher, what sin have I, Long Chun, committed? Long Chun added. Not only does he speak with bravado, but he also dares to question Zhao Yu about his supposed transgressions. How brazen can one be? Yet, they could not utter a word in response. What could they say? Long Chun had already articulated all that needed to be said regarding his so-called treatment. Absurdity. How did I not think of this approach? Brother Chun is indeed remarkable. He simply gropes, and then maintains his air of authority, leaving the classmates unable to contend with him. That it is as though he groping the homeroom teacher is entirely justified. Truly impressive. The chubby boy quietly gave Long Chun a thumbs up, completely in awe of him. He nearly wished to step in and take his place. Get out. You, leave this instant. Zhao Yu bellowed. Teacher, I assure you I am treating you. I can responsibly inform you that if you do not allow me to continue my examination, you might not survive the day. Do you believe me? Long Chun replied nonchalantly. Leave. Go to the office immediately. Now. Zhao Yu roared once more. Fury. It was igniting, on the verge of explosion. A dog biting El Dongbin. Unable to recognize a kind heart, Long Chun furrowed his brow and said, Do you know how many people beseech me for treatment? Yet, I have always turned a deaf ear. Today, I offered my assistance, and instead of gratitude, you threatened me. Very well, I shall refrain from helping you henceforth. Your demise is of no concern to me. As he spoke, Long Chun turned to leave. The students in the classroom were left dumbfounded. Sexual harassment has its rationale, and such tactics could be employed. In their hearts, only two words resounded. What the hell? They were nearly driven to eliminate this worthless Long Chun. My goddess! Return my goddess to me. Long Chun, you scoundrel! Zhao Yu gritted his teeth. The role of a teacher is profoundly sacred. Yet from this moment forth, Zhao Yu's dignity as an educator was utterly obliterated. Trampled mercilessly beneath Long Chun's feet. Soon, Long Chun made his way to the office. As the director of academic affairs, Zhao Yu possessed a private office, not small in size, roughly 20 square meters, furnished luxuriously, with genuine leather sofas. One must admit, the authority of the director of academic affairs is considerable. Typically, Zhao Yu worked alone in this office, yet it was notoriously lively, frequently visited by teachers or students. Most of them were boys. The intentions were obvious. Whether students or teachers, they approached Zhao Yu with the aim of courting her favor, striving to build a good rapport. Zhao Yu, remember this. Even if you plead with me, I shall not treat you. If you wish to perish, then do so. Long Chun muttered to himself as he entered the office. He was a true dragon. What sort of woman had he not encountered? Throughout the cosmos, countless individuals sought the guidance of the true dragon. Yet, when had the true dragon ever paid heed? Today, he treated Zhao Yu not out of obligation, but rather due to a twinge of guilt after inadvertently seeing her in the nude. He had sought to save her life, only to be met with ingratitude. Divine retribution may be forgivable. Self-inflicted misfortune is inexcusable. Upon entering the office, Long Chun surveyed his surroundings. The decor was indeed splendid. However, he noticed several teachers present, seemingly awaiting Zhao Yu's return. As for their purpose, Long Chun remained unaware that he entered the office, said nothing, and proceeded directly to the leather sofa. Taking a seat, standing, it was out of the question. His presence here was already a significant concession to Zhao Yu. Were it not for his desire to avoid disrupting his previous life, he would have long since slapped Zhao Yu to the ground. To challenge the king is tantamount to seeking death, is it not? You, who allowed you to sit here? This is not a place for you. Upon Long Chen's entrance, the teachers in the office merely cast him a cursory glance, assuming he was a student caught in wrongdoing by Zhao Yu. Typically, such students were made to stand. Who would dare to sit? There was no entitlement to do so, even if not summoned for misconduct. One had never witnessed a student brazenly reclining on the leather sofa in the Director of Academic Affairs office. Long Chen's audacity ignited the ire of the male teachers present. Even they had not dared to sit, all standing in anticipation of Zhao Yu's return. How could this Long Chen presume to sit? Isn't the sofa meant for sitting? Long Chen raised an eyebrow and replied coolly. You. The teachers were momentarily rendered speechless by Long Chen's retort. What wrong is there in sitting on a sofa designed for that purpose? They found themselves at a loss for a rebuttal. Oh, you know who you are. One teacher, clad in a suit, pointed an accusatory finger at Long Chen, exclaiming, You are merely a student, and this is the Academic Affairs Office, the domain of school leadership. How dare you sit on this sofa, unworthy as you are? I suggest you rise immediately, or do not blame us for being unkind. Moreover, you should apologize. As a student, do you find it appropriate to speak to teachers in such a manner? The suited teacher added. He stood tall, awaiting Long Chen's acknowledgement of his error. He had never before encountered such an audacious student who disregarded him so completely. His anger swelled, and he resolved to teach Long Chen a lesson. He had seen countless students like Long Chen, all initially arrogant, only to be humbled after a reprimand. Based on his experience, it would not take more than 10 seconds for Long Chen to concede. Apologize? What are you? Long Chen replied, unfazed. That I shall remain seated here. What can you do about it? Were it not for my desire to preserve my previous life, you would already be dead. The teacher before him, Long Chen, recognized as Wang Hong, one of the top 10 outstanding teachers in Kyoto City, a special grade teacher, a member of the school committee, aged 29, handsome and pursued by numerous female teachers in the school. He represented the young educators. More importantly, he had long sought Zhao Yu's affections, yet to no avail. You, young man, I have never seen such arrogance in a student before. You are indeed something. Let us see whether you prevail or I do. Wang Heng fumed. If I do not expel you today, I am not worthy of being a member of the school committee. He relished proclaiming his committee membership, for all members were considered school leadership. The power may not be great, but it was not insignificant either. Heh, Long Chen chuckled, offering a disdainful smile. Indeed. What of the school committee? He regarded it with contempt. Very well, very well. Wang Heng gritted his teeth, waiting for Zhao Yu's return. With his authority, he could not expel a student without Zhao Yu's consent. He had already resolved that if Zhao Yu disagreed, he would approach the principal, insisting on Long Chen's expulsion. 10 minutes passed. Long Chen remained seated on the leather sofa, while Wang Heng and the others continued standing. The contrast was stark. At last, Zhao Yu returned. Upon entering the office, she first noted Wang Heng and the others, furrowing her brow but remaining silent. However, upon spotting Long Chen, her frown deepened further. Long Chen, I instructed you to wait for me in the office, not to sit here. Get up. Zhao Yu suppressed her fury and spoke. Director Zhao, your student has been sitting here since he entered. When you were absent, I had already reminded him. Yet to my astonishment, not only did he refuse to rise, but he also dared to challenge me. Wang Heng was the first to step forward and declared, Director Zhao, such a student cannot be retained. I believe it would be best to expel him. He shows no respect for his elders and even threatens to render me lifeless. Do you consider this behavior acceptable for a student? The other students in the office echoed his sentiments, voicing various complaints with the singular objective of expelling Long Chen. As for my student, I shall address this matter myself. Zhao Yu interjected. There is no need for Teacher Wang to offer his guidance. If you have no further business, you may leave my office. Although Zhao Yu had made up her mind to expel Long Chen, resolute in her stance that he could not be spared, her disdain for Wang Heng was palpable. Even in the act of expelling Long Chen, she wished for Wang Heng to refrain from interfering. She was thoroughly exasperated by his persistent advances over the past year and naturally desired for him to vacate her office. Director Zhao, what do you mean by this? Are you attempting to shield this student? Do you not realize that he has disrespected authority and openly defied me? I demand that you expel him immediately. Wang Heng retorted, his annoyance evident. He could hardly believe that he had been so thoroughly humiliated once more. His anger stemmed from his unrequited feelings. Having professed his love for Zhao Yu multiple times, only to be met with rejection and avoidance, he had intended to confess to her again today, only to be thwarted by Long Chen's interference. Most distressing was Zhao Yu's demeanor, which suggested that he should leave at once. How could he not be incensed? Teacher Wang, I have made myself abundantly clear. If you have no further matters to discuss, I kindly ask you to exit my office. Furthermore, I can assure you that I will handle this student. You need only await the official notice. Zhao Yu stated, stepping forward with an emotionless expression. An aura of frigid detachment emanated from her, akin to an impenetrable iceberg that would freeze anyone daring to approach. Very well, Director Zhao. It is evident you are shielding your student. I refuse to believe that you can truly protect him. Let us see whose influence prevails in this school. Wang Heng seethed, his frustration morphing into a fierce determination. Driven by unrequited love, his anger intensified, compelling him to prove that his influence was greater than Zhao Yu's. Perhaps he sought to pursue Zhao Yu indirectly through this confrontation. Before Zhao Yu could respond, Long Chen spoke first, his tone calm, yet threatening. You have 3 seconds to leave, or I shall not hesitate to show you my true nature. With that, an overwhelming pressure emanated from Long Chen, reminiscent of an ancient beast descending upon them, instilling a profound sense of dread in the others present. How could this be? This insolent boy instilled fear in them. Wang Heng found it hard to believe, and the male teachers who accompanied him were equally unnerved. 3, 2, 1. Long Chen began a countdown, and as he reached 1, an intense aura of menace enveloped the room. For reasons unknown, Wang Heng sensed a palpable threat to his life. If he did not leave promptly, he might very well perish. Fine. You will regret this, Wang Heng spat as he turned to exit. Though he believed it was merely a figment of his imagination, he felt compelled to leave. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his determination to ensure Long Chen faced expulsion, an act that would assert his authority as a member of the school's committee. The other male teachers followed suit, vacating the office and leaving only Long Chen and Zhao Yu behind. You all possess a modicum of sense, Long Chen scoffed. Had the others been less discerning, he would have had no qualms about demonstrating their folly. Long Chen, you need to be serious. Do not mistake my disdain for Wang Heng as protection for you. I detest him, but I find your behavior even more intolerable, Zhao Yu exclaimed, her anger palpable. Tell me, do you recognize the error of your ways today? This is utterly unacceptable. She had summoned Long Chen to reflect on his actions. Yet to her astonishment, he lounged nonchalantly on the office sofa as if nothing had transpired. How could she not be furious? Most infuriating was that just moments ago, this insolent boy had threatened Wang Heng in front of her. Mistake? I have done no wrong, Long Chen replied coolly. The error lies with you. In his view, he had committed no offense in treating Zhao Yu. Rather, it was her hindrance of his treatment that was misguided. What do you mean? You dare assert that you are faultless? You touched me inappropriately in class. Zhao Yu stammered, momentarily at a loss for words, though her fury only intensified. I was treating your ailment, Long Chen enunciated deliberately. Very well, Zhao Yu retorted through gritted teeth. Long Chen, I had intended to overlook this. If you admitted your mistake, I would have settled for a mere 10,000-word reflection. Yet, your unwavering obstinacy proves otherwise. Excellent. You must understand that your previous actions constitute a crime. Had this occurred in society, you would be facing imprisonment. Zhao Yu continued, I shall refrain from involving the authorities today. As a teacher must not be lax. I hope you will reconsider your actions. You may leave now. I will ensure the expulsion paperwork is completed before the end of the school day. In her mind, refraining from reporting Long Chen had already been an act of mercy. However, on another level, Zhao Yu sought to contain the situation. Long Chen responded without a hint of defensiveness, merely smiling. I hope you do not regret this. Remember, you will pay for your actions today. With that, he turned to leave. This reaction bewildered Zhao Yu. She had expected Long Chen to plead for mercy, yet he departed without hesitation. Perhaps this was for the best, as Zhao Yu had resolved to expel him regardless. Even if he had begged for leniency, his fate would remain unchanged. Regret? Zhao Yu pondered aloud. Why would I regret? Should I leave through this door today? I assure you, within an hour, you will be facing certain death. Long Chen halted, not turning back, but coolly uttered, Are you threatening me? Seeking to take my life? Zhao Yu stepped back. Startled, It is not I who seeks your demise, but rather, you are afflicted. Within the hour, your condition will worsen fatally. Long Chen's eyes narrowed. First, you will find yourself unable to move. Then, an excruciating pain will seize your chest, as if 1,000 ants are gnawing at you, and ultimately, your heart will cease to beat. Death is all that awaits you, he proclaimed with a smile. If you plead for my help now, I may yet save your life. However, once I step through that door, you will lose your chance, Long Chen added, as if he spoke a grim truth. Zhao Yu replied with a hint of amusement. So, you are implying that I should plead for your assistance? Your earlier actions were merely a misguided attempt to treat me. Indeed, Long Chen nodded. Leave, Zhao Yu shouted. Do you take me for a child? You think I would fall for such childish tales? I assure you, I will not be deceived. You, get out, immediately. Heh. Long Chen smiled but chose not to utter another word. He turned and walked away. Every word he spoke was undeniably true when he claimed that Zhao Yu was ill. It was indeed the case, requiring no deception whatsoever. He was also aware of the underlying cause of Zhao Yu's affliction. However, it seemed she was utterly unconvinced. Given her disbelief, there was no longer any reason for him to remain. A twinge of regret washed over him as he thought of such a promising young woman choosing a path of self-destruction. Who could she blame for that? Moreover, Long Chen was convinced that on this planet, he was the only one capable of treating Zhao Yu's condition. Not only was there no one who could cure her, but he doubted anyone could even recognize the uniqueness of her ailment. For it was indeed peculiar. Before long, Long Chen arrived at the office door, poised to leave. Yet, at that very moment, a cry for help erupted from within, resounding with desperation. Long Chen, Zhao Yu exclaimed, her voice laced with tears. What have you done to me? Why does my chest hurt so terribly, as though it might explode? I feel so weak. Did you poison me, you scoundrel? Stay right there. The time had come. It appeared that the onset of her illness was alarmingly swift. Striking before Long Chen could take his leave, one could not help but acknowledge Zhao Yu's fortuitous fate. Had she delayed a moment longer, waiting for Long Chen to depart, she would have been left to face her demise. You have approximately 10 minutes left to savor the final moments of your life, he thought. Long Chen halted, turning back to her with an indifferent tone. I told you this would happen. His demeanor was as frigid as one observing the death of an insignificant insect. A being like him, a true dragon, had witnessed countless births and deaths, having taken many lives. To him, death had long since lost its significance. In his prime, he could not only take lives, but could also resurrect the deceased. The ruler of the cosmos was not merely a title. It signified genuine strength. I'm really unwell. I'm truly sick. Zhao Yu momentarily froze, grappling with disbelief at Long Chen's words. Yet, the undeniable truth lay before her, forcing her to accept it. The pain was excruciating. It was unbearable. If this continued, she would surely perish. Yes, Zhao Yu sensed the grim approach of death. Fear gripped her. Help me, she stammered, struggling to voice her plea. Please save me. The agony, coupled with her weakness, rendered every word a Herculean effort. Breathing had become a struggle. At this rate, she feared she would not survive even 5 minutes. She did not wish to die. She yearned for life. At 26, she was still so young, with countless aspirations yet to be fulfilled. All she wanted was to live. Now you seek mercy, Long Chen remarked, his voice dripping with disdain. What did I say? You would come to regret your choices. A stinging slap to her pride. Raw humiliation. In Long Chen's eyes, there was nothing but contempt. Yes, he looked down upon Zhao Yu. She felt the heat of shame rising to her cheeks. Yet no matter how piercing the irony, she bore it all, for she desired nothing more than to survive. And to live, one must sometimes bow one's head. Too late. You may await your demise. I offered you a chance. But you squandered it. You can only blame yourself, Long Chen chuckled, enunciating every word. Please, I beg you, save me. I was wrong. I will agree to any condition you set, Zhao Yu pleaded, acutely aware of her life ebbing away, making it increasingly difficult to speak. Humiliation, an unprecedented sense of degradation surged within Zhao Yu. She had never before begged anyone in such a manner, yet today, she found herself pleading. She bowed to this demon. Long Chen, hatred. She loathed him for his despicable nature. What conditions would you agree to? Long Chen laughed. Such a statement might warrant my consideration of whether to assist you. Do you wish to continue your studies? Very well. I promise that as long as you save me, no one will expel you. Even if you commit the gravest of errors, I will ensure you remain in school, Zhao Yu stated urgently. Her heart raced, teetering on the edge of cessation. Once her heart faltered, death would be imminent. She was desperate, truly desperate. To save you. You offer only this minor concession. Do you truly believe I care about your education? Long Chen scoffed. How naive. Soon after, he added, my condition is this. From now on, you will be my woman. Your looks are passable, your figure acceptable, and your status as a teacher adds a bit of allure. You just about qualify to be my woman. What say you? Agree to my terms, and I shall save you. A teacher-student relationship. It seemed rather enticing, especially given Zhao Yu's alluring figure. The nature of dragons is indeed lustful. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Her mind momentarily blanked before a wave of intense nausea washed over her. Yes, she could not fathom entering a romantic relationship with a student. The thought repulsed her, particularly since the student in question was Long Chun. Yet, she wished to live. She had no choice but to acquiesce. Fine, I agree, Zhao Yu gritted through clenched teeth. Now hurry and treat me. I can barely hold on. Excellent, Long Chun replied with a smile. Your choice is quite astute. With that, he returned to the office, approaching Zhao Yu and channeling his formidable dragon energy, beginning to administer treatment by striking her with it. With each strike, his energy gradually permeated her body. Before long, wisps of white vapor began to rise from Zhao Yu's form, but as soon as these vapors emerged, Long Chun absorbed them completely, converting them into his own cultivation. A true dragon possesses the ability to absorb the essence of all things in the universe. Various energies could be assimilated, and this white vapor was no exception. In reality, Zhao Yu's ailment was not truly a disease, but rather a manifestation of her unique constitution, resulting in a breast tumor. A pure Yin body. Indeed, Zhao Yu possessed a rare pure Yin constitution, a phenomenon seldom seen in the celestial realm. The presence of someone like her would incite fierce competition among many sacred lands. A pure Yin body contains inherent pure Yin energy, allowing for rapid cultivation. Most importantly, a pure Yin body serves as an excellent furnace. Engaging in dual cultivation with a pure Yin body would yield extraordinary benefits. Countless powerful beings in the celestial realm sought a pure Yin partner, yet such individuals were exceedingly rare. Long Chun had not anticipated encountering a pure Yin body on Earth. However, the powerful true dragon did not regard this minor pure Yin body with any particular reverence. Zhao Yu's breast tumor was a consequence of excessive pure Yin energy disrupting her body's balance, leading to the formation of a tumor, even if Zhao Yu were to survive the tumor. The overwhelming Yin energy within her would eventually lead to her demise. Likely before the age of 30, the only remedy for a pure Yin body is cultivation. Only through such means can the concerns surrounding a pure Yin constitution be fundamentally addressed. Thus, Long Chun asserted that only he could save Zhao Yu on this earth. All right, take a moment to sense whether your chest still aches, Long Chun said calmly. Much better, it no longer hurts. Am I cured? Zhao Yu responded, a hint of surprise in her voice. Not only had the pain subsided, but she also felt her strength returning. Having narrowly escaped death's grasp, how could she not be elated? Yet, doubt began to creep in. Long Chun had merely struck her a few times, and now she was well. Could it be that he was a divine healer? Wait a moment. Perhaps he was indeed a divine healer, but there was another possibility. Long Chun might have initially poisoned her, causing her weakness and pain, only to administer an antidote while treating her. The thought ignited a fierce blaze of anger within Zhao Yu. That scoundrel. It was entirely conceivable that he would resort to such treachery. Throughout her life, she had never heard of anyone being cured merely by being struck. Wait a moment. Your body is not yet fully healed. I shall now perform a deeper treatment, Long Chun declared. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Fortunately, there was no one around. If others were to overhear these two sentences, they would undoubtedly mock Long Chun for having lost his mind, indulging in daydreams. In truth, Long Chun was merely moved by compassion and intended to impart his teachings to Zhao Yu. What teachings, you ask? The art of cultivating immortality. The true dragon's teachings are coveted by countless individuals across the universe, all of whom would go to great lengths to obtain them. Yet, only a select few have genuinely acquired the true dragon's teachings. Those fortunate individuals are formidable figures who command storms throughout the cosmos. As for whether you can become my woman, that is contingent upon your future accomplishments, Long Chun remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, even though Zhao Yu is of pure Yin constitution, she remains unworthy of being his woman. Even if one day Zhao Yu were to ascend to the pinnacle of the immortal realm, it would still not suffice. She must first achieve renown throughout the universe. The immortal realm itself is but a small corner of the cosmos. While Earth scarcely qualifies as even a corner, merely a speck of dust within the vast universe, in the principal's office, there were two men, one old, one young. The elder was Principal Zheng Weiyan, an undisputed figure of authority within the school, a man whose word was lawed in a prestigious institution like Kyoto First High School. Students were either young masters or young ladies, or scions of prominent families. In other words, those who attended this school were anything but ordinary. Furthermore, the annual sponsorship fees for the school amounted to several $100 million, Can you imagine that the principal of such a school could be an ordinary person? Absolutely not. He was not only a member of the National Academy of Arts, but also an esteemed academician at the Institute of Social Science Research. In summary, his titles were numerous, positioning him firmly within the upper echelons of society. The younger man was Wang Heng, a member of the school's party committee. Principal Zhang, students like him simply cannot continue to remain at our school. You should expel him at once, Wang Heng exclaimed, filled with righteous indignation. Moreover, the director of academic affairs is openly shielding this student. You must intervene to prevent her from abusing her authority. Otherwise, the school's discipline will be in jeopardy. Upon entering the principal's office, Wang Heng heaped a plethora of accusations upon Long Chun, embellishing his brazen conduct and Zhao Yu's protective actions with fervor. In the end, he issued a petition for Long Chun's expulsion. Long Chun? The school's good for nothing? Zhang Weiyan furrowed his brow, as if recalling something of significance, a hint of concern crossing his mind, for he remembered that someone had interceded on Long Chen's behalf when he enrolled, someone not to be trifled with. Yet, considering that Long Chen was merely a discarded heir, he soon relaxed and replied sternly, I will first consult Zhao Yu to ascertain the specifics if this student is indeed as unruly as you claim. It would be prudent to expel him. Principal Zhang, Zhao Yu will undoubtedly cover for him, Wang Heng retorted, a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. Rest assured, I am quite familiar with Director Zhao Yu. She is diligent in her work and would never allow personal factors to influence her professional judgment, nor would she shield any student. Zhang Weiyan replied with a smile, but he held a measure of respect for Zhao Yu, who, at the mere age of 26, had already amassed an impressive array of academic achievements and research outcomes, including numerous patents. Yes, Zhao Yu, a graduate of Harvard University, was not merely a brilliant educator, but also a superlative expert. It was rare for someone of her caliber to teach at their school, which explained why she had been appointed director of academic affairs shortly after joining. Moreover, her accomplishments remained unknown to the rest of the school. Only he was privy to them. He once inquired why she chose to work at Kyoto First High School. Zhao Yu's response was one of gratitude. Having come from a humble background, she had been supported by the school's former principal, enabling her to complete her education. It was due to this that she returned to educate future generations. Could such an exceptional individual shield a student? Unthinkable. With that thought, Zhang Weiyan used the school's dedicated line to call Zhao Yu. Principal, how may I assist you? Zhao Yu inquired over the phone, already aware that Wang Heng must have reported her. Wang Heng was far too petty. A man of his character could hardly aspire to be her partner. Such thoughts were mere folly. In Zhao Yu's eyes, Wang Heng was inferior to Long Chen, who at least possessed some redeeming qualities. Why even draw comparisons with Long Chen? What an imbecile. Zhao Yu, I have come across certain rumors regarding Long Chen from your class. Allegations of disrespect towards teachers, intimidation, truancy, and harassment of female students. What is your perspective on these claims? Zhang Weiyan asked with a smile that if he is indeed as the rumors suggest, then I believe expulsion is the best course of action. A student of this nature should not remain at our institution, where he could tarnish our school's reputation and discipline. Had this been an hour earlier, Zhao Yu would have eagerly supported Long Chen's expulsion. She would have readily concurred with the principal's suggestion to dismiss him. However, circumstances had shifted. Her own fate was now intertwined with Long Chen's. If he were expelled, what would become of her? Nonsense. No, principal. It is not that I am calling you nonsensical. Rather, these rumors are nothing but fabrications, entirely unfounded. Long Chun has not engaged in any intimidating behavior towards teachers or displayed any disrespect. Even if there were isolated incidents, it was merely a few teachers who were making things difficult for him. Principal, Long Chun cannot be expelled. He is a good student. Truly a good student. In her desperation, Zhao Yu found herself vehemently denying Long Chen's purported misdeeds. She had to protect Long Chun. Otherwise, her own life would be in peril. Oh, is that truly the case? Zhang Weiyan inquired again. Yes, Long Chen is indeed a good student with no misconduct, Zhao Yu affirmed. Zhang Weiyan's brow furrowed. His years of experience allowed him to discern that Zhao Yu was indeed shielding Long Chen. He felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and said, Director Zhao Yu, as the Director of Academic Affairs, you must be accountable for your words. Do not shield students who have erred due to personal reasons. Principal, if you insist on expelling Long Chen, then you might as well expel me as well, Zhao Yu replied through gritted teeth. She realized that the principal was serious about expelling Long Chen. Since she could not protect him, it would be better if the principal expelled her alongside him. At least then, she could explain herself to Long Chen, asserting that she had tried her best. What are you doing? Zhang Weiyin's expression darkened. Tell me your reasons. That I Zhao Yu faltered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Why? Was she to confess that she was awaiting Long Chen's rescue? I like Long Chen. Zhao Yu blurted out in a moment of panic, immediately regretting her words. Like him? What nonsense. She ought to despise him. How could she have uttered such a thing? Damn it, that scoundrel Long Chen. But now that the words had escaped her lips, there was no taking them back. What did you just say? Zhang Weiyin nearly choked on his own breath, incredulous. Could he truly have heard a teacher profess affection for a student, a female pursuing a male? Most astonishing was that this teacher was exceptionally accomplished, with countless admirers vying for her attention. Yet, she had chosen to like a worthless student like Long Chen. This was monumental news. For a moment, Zhang Weiyin found it hard to believe a teacher-student romance. Yet, he could not dismiss it, for he had heard it with his own ears. I understand. Just be mindful. This could have negative repercussions. Let us leave it at that. Long Chen will not be expelled. Ultimately, Zhang Weiyin decided against expelling Long Chen for two reasons. First, he did not wish to lose Zhao Yu, a valuable talent. Second, the individual who had previously interceded on Long Chen's behalf was too formidable for him to offend. If he were to expel Long Chen, and that person were to inquire about it later, his position as principal might very well be in jeopardy. As the saying goes, a starved camel is still larger than a horse. Principal, you are not expelling Long Chen. This is unacceptable. No matter the reason, you must expel him, Wang Heng exclaimed, his frustration mounting. What had once seemed a foregone conclusion was now in question, and he was determined to reiterate his points. However, before he could finish, Zhang Weiyin interrupted him. Enough. Do not speak of this matter any further. Regarding the issues surrounding Long Chen, refrain from mentioning him again in the future. Do you understand? If you dare to bring it up again, you might as well not teach here anymore. Find another school instead, Zhang Weiyin declared resolutely, his demeanor imposing. This left Wang Heng utterly intimidated, rendering him speechless as he retreated in defeat. Remaining here would likely cost him his job. He could hardly fathom the extent of the principal's support for Long Chen. Damn it. What kind of background does this good-for-nothing Long Chen possess to instill such trepidation in the principal? Exiting the principal's office, Wang Heng seethed. No. Long Chen cannot possibly have any influential connections. It must be Zhao Yu. She is undoubtedly the one backing him. Zhao Yu, what sort of background do you have? On your very first day at work, you become the head of the academic affairs office, and even the principal is wary of you. Soon enough, he concluded that the principal's reluctance to dismiss Long Chen stemmed from Zhao Yu's formidable influence, which even the principal feared. Useless. Long Chen, you are merely a coward hiding behind a woman. Wang Heng articulated with conviction. I will not let this slide. You shall await your reckoning. His eyes glinted with a vengeful fire. What does the principal's last statement imply? Is he suggesting I pursue a romantic relationship with Long Chen? After concluding the call with the principal, Zhao Yu was momentarily taken aback. The weight of his final remark had stunned her. And she muttered to herself, what on earth was I just saying? Liking Long Chen? How absurd. No, I must maintain my distance from him. I cannot allow him to think otherwise. Yet, as she continued to ponder, her resolve began to waver. Forget it. Let the principal think what he wishes. In any case, I do not harbor any feelings for Long Chen. In fact, I despise him. So much so that I could almost devour him. No. I mean, I would relish the thought of feasting upon his flesh, she huffed indignantly. Shortly thereafter, she made another phone call. Xiao Yu, I just finished a major surgery and was hoping to catch my breath when you called. Is there something amiss? A languid voice emerged from the other end of the line, reminiscent of a playful kitten, utterly enchanting. Any man who heard it would likely be immediately captivated. Do you have any idea how many new patients we've had at our hospital recently? It's been utterly exhausting. And we have no idea when it will end. We, the specialists, are completely worn out, and I still have a meeting ahead to discuss a particular illness, which is quite perplexing. The woman spoke. Her name was Yun Ji, a 28-year-old deputy director of the First Hospital of Kyoto, an esteemed medical expert, and a professor at numerous universities. Yun Ji held significant prestige in the medical field, surpassing even some older, more renowned specialists, akin to a Newton of medicine at such a young age. She had amassed an impressive array of medical patents and published countless articles, her skills in medicine being remarkably distinguished. Over a decade of practice, she had successfully treated 30,000 patients, a figure that would astound countless medical professionals. In the realm of medicine, Yunji was truly a paragon of excellence and also renowned as the most beautiful woman in the field. Yes, she was stunningly attractive, a naturally seductive enchantress whose mere voice had mesmerized countless individuals. Anyone who had encountered Yunji would find it impossible to forget her. Rumor had it that the number of suitors vying for her affection could constitute an army, including scions from the four great families. Do you recall the student I mentioned last time? Zhao Yu said, her tone irate. Today, that scoundrel bullied me again. Not only did he grope my chest, but he also grabbed my rear, leaving bruises on both. That rascal better not fall into my hands, or I shall exact my revenge. The mere thought made Zhao Yu's teeth clench in fury, her chest and backside still stinging. That scoundrel! I shall have my vengeance one day. Are you referring to that boy who spied on you? Did he sexually harass you, attempting to dominate you? Xiao Yu inquired with a laugh. You haven't lost your virtue, have you? Zhao Yu, agitated, retorted. It was indeed him. Today, I nearly lost my dignity. What? Are you serious? Yunji's tone shifted to one of concern. What exactly transpired? Is it not true? Do you think I would fabricate such a tale? Zhao Yu snapped, her voice tinged with anger. That scoundrel claimed I had a tumor in my breast, insisting that touching it could cure me. And as if that were not enough, he went on to grope my backside as well. The audacity of him. In no time, Zhao Yu recounted every detail of the incident to Yunji, ensuring she included all specifics to avoid any misinterpretations. Do you think I might actually have a tumor? Zhao Yu asked weakly at the end, a hint of fear creeping into her tone. She worried about Yunji mocking her and spoke with diminished confidence. Simultaneously, she secretly hoped that Long Chun had indeed been lying. If so, it would allow her the opportunity for revenge. Yes, revenge on Long Chun. Yunji erupted into a fit of laughter, exclaiming, Xiao Yu, how could you, a distinguished PhD, be so gullible? You believed such a childish ruse. The idea that touching one's breast could cure a tumor is utterly ludicrous. You dare mock me? Zhao Yu said, her irritation palpable. Indeed, you fell for it. Yunji chuckled. Honestly, I think you should just accept that boy. A teacher-student romance could be quite delightful. You think he is charming. He is insufferable. Zhao Yu retorted vehemently. I never perceived him as so vile before. Now he is nothing short of a despicable rogue. Men are often wicked, and women are drawn to that allure. Yunji teased. Stop ridiculing me. Zhao Yu replied, her tone fierce. All right. Send me a few pictures of your chest so I can ascertain whether it is indeed a tumor. Typically, tumors can be visually identified. Yunji instructed with a serious demeanor. Fine, Zhao Yu said, feeling somewhat embarrassed, yet she acquiesced. Soon, she took a few pictures of her chest and sent them to Yunji, her heart racing with trepidation. Approximately 2 minutes later, Yunji's call came through. Hello, Xiao Yu. Are you available? If so, could you come to our hospital immediately? Yunji's tone was grave, devoid of any humor. What is the matter? Zhao Yu asked, her anxiety mounting. Xiao Yu, I must retract my earlier statement. I misjudged you. Your chest does indeed have a problem, Yunji articulated deliberately. Had that student not intervened, you would have likely succumbed to your ailment. This condition is exceedingly rare, occurring in 1 in a billion, categorized as a tumor. However, it is more difficult to treat. In essence, it is virtually untreatable, and the only outcome is death, Yunji conveyed with utmost seriousness. What do you mean? Zhao Yu's mind raced, her words stumbling as she processed the information that I had a physical examination just last month. Why was it not detected then? This tumor is quite unique and cannot be identified through standard examinations. You must hurry to the hospital. I will conduct a thorough examination to confirm whether it is indeed the case. If it is, I must say, your student not only saved your life but possesses extraordinary medical skills. He is the most proficient doctor I have encountered. Yunji affirmed. Zhao Yu felt as though her mind had been struck with a hammer, utterly bewildered. What? Unbelievable. A divine doctor. Long Chun was not deceiving her. It was all true. She had a tumor, an exceedingly rare ailment, occurring in 1 in a billion individuals. Congratulations, you have hit the jackpot, a 1 in a billion prize. Zhao Yu, feeling like a withered tree, stumbled her way to the first hospital of Kyoto, desperate for definitive answers. An hour later, after undergoing a series of tests, she finally received the results. She was ill. Xiao Yu, congratulations, you have acquired a treasure. Although I have never heard of a method where touching breasts cures tumors, I cannot deny that your student saved your life. Yunji, clad in a white coat and with her chest elevated, stated seriously. Yunji, did he truly save me? Zhao Yu sought confirmation once more. Indeed, Yunji suddenly remembered something and added with a smile. Xiao Yu, Could you do me a favor? How about introducing me to your student? I desire for him to employ his medical expertise in treating tumors. Since he harbors affection for you, perhaps you could lend a helping hand. Even you are seeking his assistance? Zhao Yu felt a pang of apprehension as Yunji's close confidant. Zhao Yu was acutely aware of Yunji's extraordinary abilities that in the realm of medicine, she was undoubtedly among the very best. Yet now, Yunji was inexplicably seeking the help of that scoundrel, Longchen. This is truly perplexing. Not at all, Yunji replied. Slightly exasperated. Do you recall my earlier mention of the surge in patients at our hospital these past few days? They are afflicted with cancer, in other words, tumors. That seems there is an inexplicable outbreak in Kyoto, with tumors seemingly contagious. In our hospital alone, there are no fewer than 5,000 patients diagnosed with tumors. And the number continues to rise daily. You know well that cancer is essentially an incurable affliction, that if no treatment is found, these individuals can only await death. The most dreadful scenario is if the entire population of Kyoto becomes affected. It's a dire situation, and the relevant authorities have issued strict orders to control this disaster. I find myself utterly powerless. I never anticipated that you would bring me such a formidable ally. What? The entirety of Kyoto is infected with cancer. Much like the SARS outbreak of yesteryears, and the most crucial point is that Longchen possesses a method of treatment. Very well, Zhao Yu replied, somewhat dazed. I will do my utmost. However, Longchen rarely listens to me. I can only attempt to converse with him. Rest assured, I am confident I can manage him, Yunji declared with unwavering assurance. Given Zhao Yu's accounts, Yunji was certain that Longchen was indeed a notorious lecher. Thus, her confidence was well-founded. What does a lecher desire most? Beautiful women. And Yunji herself is a stunning beauty. She was convinced that a mere flirtation would ensnare Longchen's interest. She could almost envision it. With a simple beckoning gesture, Longchen would readily acquiesce and reveal the secrets to cancer treatment. However, she was destined for failure. What sort of beauties had Longchen not encountered? He was merely attracted to Zhao Yu's pure aura. In the face of Yunji's beauty, it would hardly suffice. Time rewinds to an hour ago. Longchen emerged from his office and returned to his classroom, where the students greeted his arrival with astonished relief. As if nothing had transpired, they were utterly bewildered. What on earth is Zhao Yu thinking, allowing this scoundrel to go unpunished? Even if she refrains from reporting him, he should be expelled. Yet, upon his return, he behaved as if nothing had happened, utterly unrepentant. How can this be? This lad appears to have faced no consequences. It defies logic. Could it be that Zhao Yu has been deceived by his dubious words and spared him this time? Surely not. I suspect this scoundrel has already been expelled. He is merely pretending to be unaffected to show off to us. How juvenile. Even if he has been expelled, he still dares to feign normalcy among us. How amusing. I wager it won't be long before he is gone. Initially, the students presumed Longchen had escaped punishment. However, upon further reflection, they deemed it impossible. His transgressions were far too grave. Harassment of a teacher during class. How could he possibly have faced no repercussions? Consequently, they concluded that Longchen was merely putting on a facade, perhaps returning to retrieve his belongings. Even if he had not been expelled, he must have received a severe reprimand or be under probation. There was simply no way he could have gotten off scot-free. Goodness, exclaimed a chubby student as he rushed towards Longchen. Brother Chen, you're finally back. Are you all right? I apologize. This is all my fault. I'm fine, Longchen replied nonchalantly. You weren't expelled, the chubby student gasped. His exclamation immediately drew the attention of several classmates, who eagerly tuned into the conversation, eager to learn the extent of Longchen's punishment. I was not expelled, Longchen said with a smile. That's fantastic. The chubby student's worries melted away, and he grinned. Brother Chen, tell me, what did Zhao Yu want in her office? How come you seem completely unscathed? Well, Longchen gathered his thoughts, responding languidly. Upon entering her office, I happened to caress Zhao Yu, and it seemed she developed a fondness for me, expressing her desire to be my girlfriend. However, I turned her down. What he said was indeed true. Zhao Yu had indeed shown interest in him, but at a critical moment, he had refused her advances, because I believe she is not worthy of me, Longchen added. Are you serious? Brother Chen, you can't be joking. The chubby student was utterly astonished. Not only was he shocked, but so were the surrounding students. They gaped at Longchen as if he were a circus performer. Did he truly just say that Zhao Yu wanted to be his girlfriend and he rejected her? A teacher-student romance. This cannot possibly be true. Has he lost his mind? How could Zhao Yu ever be interested in him? He should take a good look in the mirror. I am not joking. This is the truth. Long Chen's words were few, yet they bore heavy significance. Impressive. The chubby student marveled. Brother Chen, I must concede, you have my admiration. From now on, you shall be my elder brother. He believed Long Chen's words, as he knew Long Chen would not deceive him. He trusted him completely. Therefore, his astonishment was genuine. To have groped the homeroom teacher and have her pursue him. Wasn't that remarkable? Come on, are you trying to fool me? I refuse to believe you faced no consequences at all. Such boasting. Will Zhao Yu really take a liking to a penniless fellow like you? We shall see. I will wait and see when you are expelled. That I won't believe you can still attend school tomorrow. Soon after, a wave of ridicule ensued. Not only did the boys scorn Long Chen, but even the girls joined in the derision. Long Chen found himself without a foothold in the school. Contempt, mockery, and insults assailed him relentlessly. Yet, Long Chen remained unfazed. As though he were deaf to their taunts, he quietly returned to his seat and sat in silence. To the surrounding students, Long Chen's demeanor appeared as a sign of weakness. It seemed they had struck a nerve. If he were truly unaffected, why would he not retaliate? Only if they had hit the mark would he refrain from responding. Consequently, their disdain for Long Chen grew even stronger. Some even contemplated physically confronting him. Coward. Soon, Long Chen was branded with such a label. However, he remained resolutely silent. As a result, the cacophony of insults intensified, swelling like a tidal wave. Yet, just then, a figure entered the classroom, shouting, "Breaking news! Major news! Are you aware that just a moment ago, I received some insider information? It appears Long Chen has offended Wang Heng, a member of the school's party committee, who has gone to the principal to lodge a complaint seeking Long Chen's expulsion. Can you guess what happened next?" Zhao Yu intervened on Long Chen's behalf, declaring that if he were expelled, she would resign. Ultimately, the principal had no choice but to refrain from expelling Long Chen. Silence. The classroom fell utterly quiet. The earlier mockery ceased. All present gaped in astonishment, at a loss for words. "You must be joking." Soon, one student reacted, incredulous. "How could this possibly be a joke? I assure you, Wang Heng himself told me this. How could it not be true?" And guess what else Wang Heng revealed to me? The boy, who had entered the classroom, grinned. "What did he say?" Another student inquired. "Hiki, Wang Heng stated that Zhao Yu has feelings for Long Chen and is pursuing him, which is why she defended him. That's all I can disclose. If you have more questions, I am unaware of anything further," the boy concluded, returning to his seat. Silence. The classroom fell into an eerie stillness. Everyone struggled to comprehend the astonishing revelation. They had been utterly blindsided. The claims made by the boy were indeed true. Their homeroom teacher was pursuing him, yet he had rejected her. Unbelievable. Is this some kind of joke? What merit does this scoundrel possess? To everyone's surprise, the homeroom teacher has developed a fondness for him. Frustration, jealousy, admiration. They wished to take his place. At that moment, they no longer dared to mock Long Chen. Although he had remained silent until now, their fear was palpable. Some were merely incensed. They came to realize that Long Chen's silence was not due to insecurity, but rather disdain for them, an indication of his contempt for their triviality. He deemed it beneath him to offer any justification. "Brother Chen, I truly admire you now," the chubby boy said with genuine respect. "The homeroom teacher is actually pursuing you. Congratulations. From now on, I shall refer to her as sister-in-law." He chuckled. "Get lost," Long Chen retorted, clearly annoyed. Soon, another sensational piece of news spread throughout the school. Yes, it was once again about Long Chen. The details were simple. Teacher Zhao Yu was actively pursuing him. The specifics included how Zhao Yu, under the pressure from the principal, went to great lengths to protect the troublesome student Long Chen. The entire school was left in stunned disbelief. Their goddess, their dream lover, was actually interested in a useless fool. And even chasing after him, protecting him? In an instant, the male teachers and students of Jingdu No. 1 High School felt their hearts shatter. Infuriated, they wished they could eliminate Long Chen on the spot. Yes, besides their astonishment, they were eager to rid themselves of that scoundrel. Long Chen. A goddess should not be tarnished by a mere waste of space. Surely, there must be some hidden agenda. Zhao Yu could not genuinely like Long Chen. After all, who would be drawn to a good-for-nothing? You think you can challenge Zhao Di and be invincible? You are still just a useless piece of trash. Understand, you have offended someone important. Just wait. If you aren't dealt with by Zhao Di this Saturday, the entire male student body won't let you off the hook. A burly boy in a classroom spat angrily. Public enemy of the school. Prepare yourself to accept our challenges at any moment. Damn it. A beauty deserves a hero. If teacher Zhao Yu were pursuing Zhao Di, we would say nothing. But you? What gives you the right? Useless, nothing more than a waste. Not even worthy of being compared to a bear. A bespectacled boy gritted his teeth at D.O. You know that teacher Zhao Yu, our goddess, is reportedly pursuing that scoundrel Long Chun. A younger boy with a muscular build approached. Disgruntled. This kid has really gone too far. Not only does he boast about challenging our martial arts club, but he also dares to provoke teacher Zhao Yu. Dealing with this brat doesn't even require your involvement. D. Good. We can handle it ourselves. Since he enjoys making a name for himself, let him. On Saturday, we will cripple him and see if he still dares to show off. Another quickly chimed in. Not necessary. Zhao Di, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. He is merely a pretty boy who hides behind women. That I could eliminate him with a single finger. There is no need for your help. As I intend to demonstrate to the entire school that only the strong are worthy of beautiful women. Indeed, his insistence on confronting Long Chen stemmed from a desire to prove his superiority to Chen Wuer. To show her that he surpassed Long Chen. However, now there was another contender, Zhao Yu. Who wouldn't be attracted to such a captivating beauty, especially one as enchanting and dangerous as Zhao Yu? Zhao Di was naturally drawn to her as well. He sought to conquer both of these stunning women with his own strength, particularly Chen Wuer, for if he were to unite with Chen Wuer, his status, as well as his family's standing, would undeniably rise. Time flew by swiftly, and a day had passed. Since Long Chen's return, the homeroom teacher had not made an appearance. This left the class feeling quite disappointed. They were eager to see what had transpired with her, and even wished to inquire if the rumors were true. Brother Chen, let's exit through the school's side gate today, the chubby boy suggested with a grin as school ended. The side gate typically saw little foot traffic, and his choice to use it was primarily for Long Chen's safety, as he feared Zhao Di might ambush him. All right, Long Chen nodded. He did not refuse, as he saw no reason to do so. Ants are merely ants. He wouldn't alter his course for them, plain and simple. It was not that he was afraid, but rather that he simply did not care. With that, the two exited the classroom and made their way towards the side gate. Under ordinary circumstances, the side gate was nearly deserted. But today, for some unknown reason, a significant number of students were passing through, nearly half the school. More importantly, every student who noticed Long Chen wore a singular expression: contempt, disdain. To these glares, Long Chen remained oblivious. Continuing onward, before long, they reached the school's side gate. However, the chubby boy halted Long Chen, preventing him from moving forward. His expression was grave, his body trembling as he struggled to speak. Brother Chen, let's take the main entrance instead. The side gate isn't safe. He attempted to pull Long Chen back, for Zhao Di was lurking with a group of 10 or so individuals at the main entrance, clearly waiting for someone. It was obvious who they were waiting for. The chubby boy tugged at Long Chen with all his might, but to no avail. What was Long Chen planning to do? Did he intend to use the side gate? Brother Chen, please listen to me. The main entrance is much safer. We should leave quickly, the chubby boy urged, his voice tinged with desperation. He had caught sight of Zhao Di glancing in their direction, seemingly fixated on them, poised to approach. If you don't leave now, when Zhao Di comes over, we might not be able to escape, he thought to himself. Cowards, why are you two lingering? Are you afraid? Humph, Long Chen, weren't you quite arrogant before? Why do you hesitate to approach Zhao Di now? Leaving this place. Coward, fool. I see he's frightened. After all, Miss Chen isn't by his side, and he has no one to protect him. He is merely a pretty boy relying on women, devoid of any backbone. If you're scared, just go over and kneel to apologize. As soon as the surrounding students noticed Long Chen had come to a halt, the chubby boy attempted to pull him away from the scene, breaking into laughter. They had deliberately chosen this route today, fully aware that Zhao Di would ambush Long Chen, who, due to his timid nature, would inevitably head in this direction. Their predictions proved accurate. Indeed, Long Chen was nothing more than a coward who could only boast without substance. The notion of challenging the entire martial arts society was merely bravado. Never mind, Long Chen replied nonchalantly. Today, we shall proceed this way. With that, he strode towards the small gate. Wait for me, Brother Chen, the chubby boy exclaimed anxiously, hastening to keep pace. He felt a surge of anger towards the surrounding onlookers, convinced that it was their provocations that had compelled Long Chen to take the narrow path, seeking one's own demise. The crowd scoffed at Long Chen's retreating figure. Was there any other term for it? Before long, Long Chen reached the school gate, with the chubby boy trailing closely behind, his head bowed, too fearful to lift it, as if dreading that Zhao Di might take offense. 0.5 meters, 0.2 meters, 0.1 meter. At last, they crossed paths. Yet, Long Chen appeared oblivious to Zhao Di, walking past him with an air of nonchalance. devoid of any trace of fear, just as he was about to exit through the small gate. A voice rang out, "Stop." It was, of course, Zhao Di. The moment he spoke, a dozen or so individuals encircled Long Chun. "Step aside." Long Chun seemingly ignored Zhao Di's command, his pace unbroken as he continued forward. Then coldly uttered, "A true dragon cannot be insulted." Should these individuals refuse to clear the way, Long Chun would not hesitate to take action and teach a lesson to the members of the Martial Arts Society. "Brother Chen, perhaps we should clarify matters with Zhao Di. Please, do not act impulsively. Leave everything to me. Rest assured, I will not allow them to harm you." The chubby boy, sensing Long Chen's stance, realized he was ready to fight and was immediately taken aback, hastily restraining him. After all, the individuals surrounding them were all from the Martial Arts Society, and there were over 10 of them. What good could come from a confrontation? Even being crippled would be a light punishment. "Fine, I shall heed your words." Long Chun nodded. He then directed his gaze towards the group encircling him and remarked, "You should be grateful to my brother here. Had he not held me back, you would all be dead." He spoke the truth. Had he chosen to strike, these individuals would have undoubtedly met their end. Yet, to the onlookers, his words sounded like a jest. Not only did they think so, but even the chubby boy felt that Long Chen's humor had crossed the line. "Hey, you arrogant brat, do you think you can threaten us? Go ahead, try to make a move. I swear, in a second, I could leave you crippled," shouted a boy with dyed yellow hair, pointing an accusatory finger at Long Chun that he prepared to strike. However, Long Chun remained silent, merely watching. He was waiting, anticipating the moment the yellow-haired boy would act. The moment he did, Long Chun would swiftly eliminate this fool. The surrounding crowd misinterpreted Long Chen's silence as fear, believing he had been intimidated into silence. The previously eager yellow-haired boy, witnessing Long Chen's timid demeanor, grew even more disdainful. He had assumed Long Chen was formidable, but now he thought him cowardly. In truth, it was not that the yellow-haired boy refrained from attacking. Zhao Di had specifically instructed them not to engage, or they would have already dispatched Long Chun. "Zhao Di, what is the meaning of this? Are you preventing us from leaving? Do you intend to confront Brother Chen? Aren't you afraid Miss Chen will come after you?" The chubby boy interjected, using Chen Wu'er as a shield. He understood that their only means of escape lay in invoking her name. Though it might earn them scorn, it was preferable to being left crippled. "Ha." Zhao Di's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this, but he quickly regained his composure. Smiling as he stepped closer to Long Chun, looking down upon him, he enunciated each word. "I wish to convey that only the strong deserve women like Chen Wu'er and Zhao Yu. And you are unworthy of them. I hope you possess some self-awareness. Keep your distance from them. If you comply, I may spare your life on Saturday. Otherwise, you are as good as dead. Don't think for a moment that I would hesitate to kill you. Taking your life would be as simple as crushing an ant." Long Chun merely nodded, his demeanor calm. "Is there anything else you wish to say? If not, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned to depart. "Long Chun, you coward. Are you afraid? Why the rush to leave? Are your legs shaking with fear?" sneered a young girl nearby. "Not just afraid. He seems guilty. All that talk about annihilating the Martial Arts Society was mere bluster. Now that Zhao Di is serious, he dares not stand his ground and is hurrying away, terrified of confrontation," mocked another student. These remarks came from classmates of Long Chun who had come to witness the spectacle, specifically to see him get beaten. They believed Long Chen's hurried exit was a sign of cowardice, a refusal to engage further with Zhao Di. "Long Chen, I realize now that I overestimated you." Zhao Di approached Long Chen, casting a contemptuous glance, sneering, "I initially thought you possessed some courage to oppose me. Yet, it appears you are nothing but a coward, one who flees at the mere sight of me. Were it not for Chen Wu'er's sake, I would have long since rendered you powerless. I give you 10 moves. I expect you to show up on Saturday. Otherwise, even Chen Wu'er cannot save you. In this school, I hold the final say." Zhao Di articulated each word with conviction. To him, it was paramount that Long Chen pay a price. Anyone who dared to challenge his authority would face dire consequences. The entire capital felt like his domain, a kingdom solely under his rule. Afraid? Long Chen replied coolly. "I truly do not comprehend what it means to fear. It seems you are eagerly anticipating a confrontation today. But regrettably, I am pressed for time. I am quite busy. I shall be there on Saturday. Remember this. I am challenging your entire martial arts society. A true dragon fears nothing. In the cosmic war of your..." He single-handedly faced the universe's strongest without flinching. How could a mere mortal intimidate him? "No time." A younger student chuckled. "Could you not come up with a more credible excuse?" This one is pathetic. You're afraid. Just admit it and stop making excuses. Pathetic. It was utterly ridiculous. Many students laughed at Longchen, mocking his overreach, convinced that he could not escape this predicament. Excellent. It appears you have disregarded my words and are determined to provoke me. Zhao Di gritted his teeth. We shall meet on Saturday. This afternoon, he had intended to merely issue a warning to Longchen to steer clear of Zhao Yu and Chen Wu'er. However, witnessing Longchen's defiance made it clear that he had not taken his words seriously. Thus, Zhao Di's intentions turned lethal. Yes, he had resolved to eliminate Longchen. On Saturday, Longchen would surely perish. Childish, Longchen uttered dismissively before turning to leave. The dozen or so burly boys surrounding him could not impede his passage. One by one, they were forcibly shoved aside by his sheer strength. How is this possible? When did this fool acquire such incredible power? Am I seeing things? It is undoubtedly a case of bewilderment. Or perhaps Longchen has resorted to performance-enhancing substances. It is worth noting that these dozen or so young men are all members of the martial arts society, each possessing considerable martial prowess, far superior to the average individual. Not only were the surrounding students taken aback, but even Zhao Di was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that Longchen's strength would be so formidable. A flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. However, it is merely brute strength, unworthy of serious consideration, Zhao Di scoffed. Indeed, it is nothing but raw power and inconsequential attribute. How could such sheer force possibly contend with Di Ge? That imbecile Longchen will undoubtedly meet his demise this Saturday. He should be grateful. Today, Di Ge chose not to engage him. Had he done so, there would be no need to wait until Saturday. He would have perished today. Let him linger a few more days. It may as well be an opportunity to savor his last moments on Earth. Soon, the surrounding students began to mock once more. They held Longchen in utter disdain. Rooted in their very course, Brother Chen, wait a moment. The chubby boy hurried after Longchen, panting heavily, clearly struggling to keep pace with Longchen's swift departure. Brother Chen, please don't go to the martial arts pavilion this Saturday. Rest assured, with me around, you will be safe. Longchen paused briefly to allow the chubby boy to catch up, who immediately began to offer his counsel. I know my limits. Longchen replied with a smile. You need not worry. I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Brother Chen, the chubby boy evidently wished to say more, but Longchen was already walking away, leaving him to sigh and change direction to head home. Nevertheless, he had resolved in his heart that, come what may, he would not allow Longchen to come to harm on Saturday, even if it meant leveraging his family's connections, which he had always been reluctant to do. The chubby boy's family also owned a company. While it may not rival Zhao Di's enterprise in scale, it still wielded some influence. He believed that if his father intervened to negotiate, Zhao Di would likely grant him some face. Not long after departing, Longchen caught sight of Chen Wu'er in the distance. She was scanning the area, evidently waiting for someone. Today, she seemed to have put considerable effort into her appearance, looking stunningly beautiful. Akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens, her flawless skin, graceful legs, and alluring figure drew the gaze of many passers-by, who paused to admire her. Curiosity stirred among the onlookers about whom she awaited. A few self-proclaimed distinguished young men even hesitated, contemplating whether to approach her for a conversation. Such beauty, who wouldn't desire to possess? Miss, is the renowned healer you mentioned to old Chen studying here? The middle-aged driver accompanying Chen Wu'er, seemingly unaware of Longchen's prowess, expressed skepticism. You cannot be serious. Are you jesting? I cannot ascertain whether he is truly a healer. For now, we can only give it a try. Chen Wu'er sighed. Miss, please do not fall for any tricks, Wang Guqing cautioned, carefully choosing his words. A high school student as a healer. Surely, you jest. He, along with the entire Chen family, had opposed Chen Wu'er's plan to seek out a high school student for old Chen's ailment. But she remained resolute, insisting on giving it a chance. Longchen, I'm over here. Soon, Chen Wu'er spotted Longchen approaching and became visibly excited, her small hands waving enthusiastically in his direction as if greeting him. I got held up for a bit. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Longchen said with a smile as he neared her. No worries. Let us go, Chen Wu'er replied, slightly taken aback by Longchen's politeness. With a smile, she opened the car door for him, an action she had never extended to anyone else. All right, Longchen nodded and entered the vehicle. This scene did not escape Wang Guqing's notice. He sighed inwardly, knowing the young lady all too well. She had never personally opened a car door for anyone. Others always did so for her. Yet today, she had done so for this ordinary boy. What exceptional quality could he possibly possess? He seemed utterly unremarkable. Just an exceedingly average student. Confusion washed over him. Could it be that the young lady had taken a liking to this boy? Impossible. He had no outstanding traits. How could she possibly be interested in him? Never mind. It was not his place to meddle. He resumed driving, steering the car toward the Qin residence. Oh my heavens. Qin Xiajia is actually waiting for that fool Longchen. My goddess, how could you choose this waste over me? I am 1,000 times better. Long Chun, you worthless fool. Return my goddess. My goddess, why did you leave with Long Chun? Do not go. Goddess, do not believe a word Long Chun says. It is all nonsense. The surrounding students were left heartbroken. They could hardly fathom that the goddess they had long desired was waiting for the infamous fool of the school. On their journey, Chun Wuer inexplicably felt a surge of shyness. Not only did she avoid conversation, but she also dared not look Long Chun in the eye, keeping her head lowered as if she were a bashful bride. Perhaps she was somewhat apprehensive about introducing him to her parents, given her promise to be his woman. They sat close together in the back, almost touching, and Long Chun could catch the faint scent of her perfume. Occasionally, their bodies would brush against each other due to minor movements. Chen Wuo showed no sign of discomfort. Rather, she appeared quite at ease. Perhaps, in her heart, she was gradually beginning to accept Long Chen, albeit not entirely willingly. Young man, you may not be very old, but both Old Chen and Miss Chen hold your medical skills in high regard. May I inquire about your training? Wang Guqing inquired with a smile. I taught myself, Long Chun replied nonchalantly. The brevity of his response left Wang Guqing momentarily speechless. How dismissive, self-taught. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes a lineage of knowledge, especially among eminent practitioners. How could one become proficient without proper guidance? Or was it possible that Long Chen was merely a charlatan, lacking true medical knowledge and afraid of being exposed, hence claiming to be self-taught? You must be joking. How can one truly master medicine through self-study? Do you mean to say you were born with these skills? Wang Guqing forced a laugh. How do you know? I truly was born with these skills, Long Chen replied coolly. Long Chen spoke the truth. As a true dragon, he was indeed born with divine abilities. Upon his birth, he inherited a wealth of knowledge, including medical expertise. Thus, his assertion as a true dragon was, in fact, accurate. Wang Guqing nearly swerved the car in disbelief. Unbeknownst to him, Long Chun held a secret. He perceived Long Chun as merely toying with him. The notion of being born with medical skills seemed utterly absurd. He had intended to jest, only to find Long Chun affirming the ridiculous claim. How could such a thing exist? This only strengthened his conviction that Long Chun was a fraud, lacking any genuine abilities, relying solely on empty words. Yet, even if he realized this, he could not voice it. Firstly, he was merely a subordinate and could not openly contradict the esteem of Miss Chun and Old Chun. Secondly, he was genuinely curious to see how Long Chun would go about deceiving the Qin family. Such audacity was truly reckless. Before long, the car arrived at the Qin residence. The estate was situated within an exclusive villa district, where land was exceedingly precious. To reside here, one needed not only wealth but also status. As evidenced by the armed guard stationed at the entrance. In truth, it resembled a military zone more than a residential area. Long Chun, aside from my grandfather and myself, the members of the Chun family remain oblivious to your remarkable abilities. I hope that when you enter shortly, you can do me the favor of avoiding any conflicts with them. After alighting from the vehicle, Chen Wuer led Long Chun towards the villa, conversing as they walked. Furthermore, my grandfather unexpectedly fell ill last night and has since slipped into a state of unconsciousness. It is not that he is unable to welcome you. Rather, he is simply incapable of doing so. And I hope you can understand. The reason she acquiesced to Long Chen's unreasonable request was due to her grandfather's deteriorating condition. Having already lost consciousness, she feared any further delay could be detrimental. It is true that illness can strike like a mountain collapsing. Just yesterday, he appeared vigorous, yet by nightfall, he succumbed. Understood, Long Chen replied nonchalantly. Since he was present, he was there to provide healing. As long as the petty nuisances did not overstep, he would not deign to respond. Thank you. Chen Wuo expressed her gratitude sincerely. With that, the two entered the opulent villa. The Qin family's residence was grand, adorned with luxurious decor that shimmered like an ancient palace. Upon entering, for reasons unknown, Chen Wuer instinctively took Long Chen's hand, revealing a hint of nervousness. Miss, you have returned. A middle-aged servant in her 40s approached promptly to greet Chen Wuer, but upon noticing Long Chun, she paused, unable to restrain her curiosity. Is this your fiancé? Chen Wuer, seemingly anxious, uttered without thinking, immediately regretting her words. Fiancé? What was she even thinking? How could she have said such a thing? Feeling shy, she glanced at Long Chun, only to find him wearing an expression of indifference, which inexplicably left her feeling disappointed. A fiancé. The maid was taken aback. The esteemed young lady of the Qin family, renowned for her icy demeanor, suddenly had a boyfriend? At that moment, Qin Wu'er and Long Chun had already stepped into the living room. The room was filled with a mix of men and women, young and old, numbering nearly 20. Rest assured, brother, Master Sun is a celestial physician I specifically sought from Tianshan. Father and Wu'er's ailments will surely be resolved. A man in his 40s, dressed in a suit, spoke with a smile to a man who appeared to be a decade older. He gestured toward an elderly man in a Taoist robe nearby. Master Sun, you are indeed a descendant of the Sun family from Tianshan. Qin Xiong Tian approached, conversing amicably with Master Sunday. Indeed, I am a proud member of the Sun family from Tianshan. Master Sun replied with a hint of pride that I sincerely apologize for any prior oversight. Master Sunday, we are relying on your expertise for the health of my daughter and my father, Qin Xiong Tian expressed. Unable to contain his delight, the Sun family of Tianshan has long been a lineage of physicians, capable not only of healing, but also of practicing mystical arts that elude mere mortals. Commanding the elements themselves, inviting a celestial physician from the Sun family gave Qin Xiong Tian hope for his father and daughter's recovery. Indeed, there is no ailment in the world that the Sun family cannot cure. Renowned historical figures like Bian Ke, Hua Tuo, and Zhang Zhongjing are celebrated as miraculous healers, yet few realize they were all disciples of the outer sect of the Sun family, merely serving as assistants. If mere assistants possess such capabilities, how formidable must the true descendants of the Sun family be? It is said that their greatest strength lies not in medicine, but in alchemy. Yes, alchemy. This is the pinnacle of medical practice. There are hardly any families in the world that master alchemy, but the Sun family stands as the most powerful among them, recognized as the foremost alchemical family in the martial world. Healing, that is child's play. Centuries ago, it is said that a certain elder from the Sun family imparted a medical text to a disciple named Zhang Zhongqing, which led to the creation of typhoid and miscellaneous diseases. This book is considered the ancestor of modern Chinese medicine. Yet, who knows that its origins trace back to the Sun family of Tianshan? I can only do my utmost, Master Sun said with a smile. Let us first examine Elder Qin's condition. Only then can I make an accurate diagnosis. Very well, Qin Xiong Tian nodded. Soon after, he addressed his brother, saying, your effort in bringing a celestial physician like Master Sun is commendable. The speaker, Qin Xiong Tian, is the head of the Qin family and the father of Qin Wu'er. His brother is Qin Xingfeng, the third son of Elder Qin. The 20 or so individuals in the hall are the direct descendants of the Qin family, the true aristocrats of the clan. Just last night, Elder Qin had returned from a thunderstorm and fell ill shortly thereafter, initially unable to move before slipping into unconsciousness. Upon learning this, the Qin family was thrown into disarray. Elder Qin was the cornerstone of the family. Should he fall, the very foundation of the Qin family would crumble. How could they not be anxious? Since yesterday, they had remained vigilant, fearing the worst news. After Elder Qin fell unconscious, the family summoned the finest doctor in the capital, a leading authority in modern medicine. Yet this esteemed figure merely proclaimed, he is beyond saving. We can only sustain him. As for how long, that depends on fate. At that moment, the Qin family felt as if they were resigned to their fate. Fortunately, Qin Xingfeng had invited the celestial physician from the Sun family. And suddenly the Qin family glimpsed a flicker of hope. Just as Qin Xiong Tian was about to lead Master Sun into the bedroom to treat Elder Qin, Qin Wu'er could no longer restrain herself and stepped forward, declaring, Father, this is Long Chun, the doctor I invited. Wu'er? Qin Xiong Tian halted, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized Long Chun, realizing the young man was merely a child, even younger than his daughter. This irked him, and he admonished, Wu'er, do not be foolish. Your ailment is already on the path to recovery. There is no need for any additional doctors. Previously, Qin Xiong Tian had been aware of Long Chin's existence, as Elder Qin had mentioned him, albeit briefly, without much detail. Today, when he learned his daughter had sought out Long Chun, he did not oppose it, thinking it was worth a shot. However, the situation had changed. A celestial physician from the Sun family had arrived. Moreover, seeing Long Chin's youthful appearance, how could he trust such a child with his father's unusual illness? Father, I am not being foolish. Long Chun truly can heal Grandpa. I believe in him, and I ask that you do as well. Yesterday, Grandpa himself stated that only Long Chun could treat his peculiar affliction. Just then, Chen Wuer seemed poised to explain further, but she was interrupted. Wuer, while our Chun family may not be one of the four great families, we still have our rules. When did we allow anyone, even a mere child, to deceive us within our household? A well-dressed woman in her 40s, possessing a beauty that likely flourished in her youth, stepped forward, her displeasure evident. This boy, what medical expertise could he possibly possess? I see him merely as a charlatan here to swindle us. Wuer, I mean no offense. But you are not a child anymore. How could you let a boy deceive you? Sister Wuer, you need not worry about your ailment. Uncle has brought the celestial physician from the Sun family. Trust in Uncle. Both you and grandfather will surely recover. A young man nearly the same age as Chen Wuer stepped forward, offering reassurances. As he spoke, he cast a disdainful glance at Longchen, as if inspecting a beggar. Indeed, just a beggar. Boy, consider yourself fortunate to have deceived my sister. Here, take this 100,000 and leave at once, or do not blame me for being impolite. With that, the young man, Zhang Shang, approached Longchen, presenting him with a check as if dismissing a beggar. Longchen did not reach for the check, but instead turned to Chen Wuer and remarked coolly, "It seems your family does not welcome me. And since you have invited a more skilled physician, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned to depart. Zhang Shang, what was he worth? Longchen did not even acknowledge him. Hey, wait a moment. Did we not agree outside that no matter what my family says, you must not leave? Why has that changed now? I will not allow you to go. In any case, I do not believe in Master Sun. I only trust you. With that, Chen Wuer hurried after Longchen, firmly grasping his hand and insisting that he not leave. Observing this scene, the onlookers in the hall seemed to sense something unusual. It appeared that this was not merely a visit for medical treatment, but rather akin to a meeting of parents. My heavens, has our little princess of the Chun family fallen in love? Otherwise, why would she be holding hands? When did our little princess become so warm towards a man? She has always been so cold. Oh, you don't believe me, son, but you insist on believing this young brother? Master Sun stepped forward, smiling as he remarked, "It seems that this young brother possesses remarkable medical skills. That I wonder what talents you possess that have garnered the trust of the young lady from the Qin family." Although Sun Wei, as Master Sun was named, acknowledged that his medical skills did not rank highly within the Sun family of Tianshan, he was certainly not to be compared with mere village doctors. Since this young brother was indeed skilled, why not allow me, son, to witness it firsthand? Sun Wei belonged to a collateral branch of the Tianshan Sun family and was not held in high regard. In other words, his standing was only slightly better than that of an outer disciple, and he was nothing in the presence of the true lineage disciples. This was precisely why he had descended the mountain to make money. The true direct descendants of the Tianshan Sun family were not permitted to leave the mountain, as they belonged to a secluded family, focusing solely on cultivation and remaining indifferent to worldly matters. Nonetheless, even so, Sun Wei's authority was not something a mere child could trample upon. He represented the Sun family, and when Chen Wuer expressed her disbelief in him, it irked him greatly, consequently amplifying his disdain for Longchen. Well, since Master Sun has spoken, Wuer, let your friend stay. Chun Xiong Tian cast a dismissive glance at Longchen, regarding this son-in-law with disdain. Setting aside family background, he disliked his audacity above all else. He contemplated that he would not concede to the relationship between Chen Wuer and Longchen. As for seeking treatment, he had no intention of allowing Longchen to treat Chen Lao. His words were merely to afford Master Sun some courtesy. Thank you, Dad. Chen Wuer nodded vigorously, her face beaming with joy. Quickly, she turned her gaze back to Longchen, smiling sweetly in a teasing tone. All right, don't be angry anymore. If they annoy you again, I'll leave with you. Okay, come on, Longchen. Smile, don't be upset. Fine, I'll stay. Longchen replied, somewhat helplessly. What has gotten into this Miss Chen? Is she trying to coax a child? Why has she become so feminine? Logically, this Miss Chen should have despised him. How has it seemingly transformed into affection? Could it be that his charm is simply too great? That seems quite likely. Do not forget our agreement, Longchen added. I know. Chen Wuer's small face flushed instantly, lowering her head, too shy to meet Longchen's gaze. You scoundrel, why bring that up? Don't you see there are so many people here? However, this scene went unnoticed by others. The Chen family was primarily concerned about Master Sun and the health of Chen Lao, while Longchen was merely an inconsequential figure. Master Sun, let us first go in and check on my father's condition. Chen Xiong urged anxiously. He had been in a coma for a day. Modern medicine could only maintain But time was in the hands of fate. One could never know when he might depart. How could one not be worried? Do not be anxious. Master Sun waved his hand, directing his gaze towards Long Chun, and said lightly, since this young brother possesses exceptional medical skills, I must inquire about his lineage. In Chinese medicine, there is a strong emphasis on the order of succession. Young brother, please state your lineage. I'd like to see if I recognize it. That's self-taught. With no lineage, Long Chun replied coolly. Even if I did have one. Why should I disclose it to you? You hold no authority to know of my lineage, Long Chun added. The true lineage of the true dragon is indeed a true dragon, such a being. The supreme of the universe is not something a mere mortal has the right to know. Wow. Is he really mocking the celestial masters of the Tianshan Sun family? Soon, the guests in the living room grasped the situation. It turned out this young man was utterly devoid of medical knowledge and feared being exposed, hence his claim of self-study. How juvenile. Does he think everyone is an idiot who would believe his words? A con artist. This fellow has come merely to swindle money. Why did he refuse the previous 100,000? Was it too little? The crowd regarded Long Chun with disdain, as though they had seen through him entirely. Kid, are you here to joke around? You say you are self-taught, and that's one thing, but do you dare insult the Tianshan Sun family? Do you think they're easy to bully? Let me tell you. I won't waste my breath on you today. If you dare speak nonsense again, it will not simply be a verbal warning. Ha. You little brat, let me tell you, this is the military district's family compound. At least have some sense before attempting to deceive here. This is not a place for your tricks. Be careful, or you might end up in prison. Several other members of the Chun family stepped forward, scolding him. Kid, you dare say I am unworthy of knowing your lineage? Do you even understand what the Tianshan Sun family represents? Do you know what kind of existence it is? Did your master never mention it to you? Master Sun laughed uncontrollably. In his view, Long Chun was nothing more than a joke, a mere source of amusement. The audacity to claim that the members of the Tianshan Sun family were unworthy of knowing his lineage. Only two types of people would dare speak such words. The first being someone overwhelmingly powerful who disregards the Tianshan Sun family, and the second being a liar. As for Long Chun, he believed him to be the latter, for he had yet to encounter anyone of the former type. The Tianshan Sun family. Is it really that impressive? I have never heard of it, Long Chun replied indifferently. Are you mocking me? Master Sun's anger began to rise. I truly have not heard of it, Long Chun responded. Very well, I wish to see how remarkable your medical skills are, claiming to have never heard of my Tianshan Sun family. Yet you dare assert that I am unworthy of knowing your lineage. Master Sun gritted his teeth. Do you dare to compete with me? Compete in what? Long Chun asked calmly. Naturally, in healing, Master Sun replied with a smile. Are you certain you wish to compete with me? Long Chun furrowed his brow. Are you afraid? Master Sun taunted. Very well. As you wish, state the terms of the competition, Long Chun said calmly. Whoever can cure Chen Lao and the young lady of the Chen family shall be the victor. Master Sun declared confidently. Agreed, Long Chun nodded. Whoever loses must kneel and admit defeat. Master Sun added. He did not know why he felt compelled to engage in a contest with a fraud. Perhaps it was because this young man was too arrogant. Not only had he never heard of the Tianshan Sun family, but he also dared to show contempt towards him. How could he bear it? This young man must be taught a lesson. You are unworthy of making me kneel, Long Chun replied coolly. However, considering your inevitable loss, I shall accept this wager. How audacious, to claim that Master Sun is unworthy of receiving his submission. Wait, why does that feel somewhat strange? Shouldn't it be Master Sun who would never kneel to him? Enough. One of the Chen family members stepped forward, looking down with a scornful reprimand. Enough. Chen Xiang Tian interjected, his anger palpable. Master Sun, please attend to my father's ailment first. I assure you, if this young man is merely a charlatan, the Chen family will make him pay dearly. He was furious, in his eyes. This petty fraud had come to swindle, and out of consideration for war. He had chosen not to confront him. However, this little con artist dared to offend even Master Sunday. Chen Xiang Tian was naturally enraged. After all, his father's health depended on Master Sun's intervention. And how could he afford to offend him? If this young man continued to seek trouble, Chen Xiang Tian would not hesitate to employ certain measures to teach him the consequences of offending the Chen family. Out of respect for the head of the Chen family, he chose to overlook it. Young brother, remember this. There are always greater beings beyond the realm of man, and skies beyond the heavens. Master Sun cast a fleeting glance at Long Chun before turning and striding into the bedroom. Following him closely were members of the Chen family, bustling in a flurry. As for Long Chun, he was overlooked entirely. as if he were of no consequence. No. At least there was Chen Wuer. In that moment, Chen Wuo clung tightly to Long Chen's hand, resembling a couple reluctant to part. I am sorry. Long Chen, she murmured softly, her gaze cast downward. I hope you can forgive my family. I do not wish for any conflict between you. They do not believe in you. But I do. Did I ask that all right? Even if you were to inadvertently harm me, I would accept it. Am I truly as incapable as you say? Please, no more foolish talk. If I take action, I could never bring you to harm. Trust me, you will be just fine. Long Chen replied calmly. Yes, I believe you. Chen Wu nodded vigorously. With that, she led Long Chen into the bedroom of the Elder Chen. The Elder's chamber was adorned in a style reminiscent of antiquity. Resembling a scholarly study of a prestigious lineage, the walls were embellished with calligraphy and paintings from renowned masters, while the furnishings were historical antiques crafted from mahogany. The sheer value of these items, along with the artwork, was likely in the tens of millions, if not over 100 million. Various jewels and antiques cluttered the nearby bookshelves, creating a veritable treasure trove. The estimated worth of this room must be no less than $1 billion. What a wealthy man! At the bedside of the Elder Chen stood several modern medical personnel, accompanied by contemporary medical equipment, diligently working to sustain his life. They were exerting every effort to buy him time. Mr. Chen, we have done our utmost. Now, all we can do is maintain General Chun's life, and I hope you do not hold it against us. An elderly doctor in his 60s approached, lowering his head in shame. If there is blame, it lies solely with the peculiar nature of General Chen's illness. His vitality is fading gradually, and we cannot ascertain the cause. His organs have begun to fail, and it will not be long now. His name was Zhang Jinkai, a nationally renowned medical expert and a senior military physician. He was well known even internationally, having published countless medical papers. Most importantly, he was the first Chinese recipient of the Nobel Prize in Medicine, a true authority in the field. In other words, he was akin to a living Yama. Those he deemed beyond saving were left to await death. Dr. Zhang, you and your team have worked tirelessly these past few days, regardless of the outcome. We are grateful for your efforts, Chun Xiongtian said with a faint smile. My father's condition is treatable. We have invited Master Sun from the Sun family of Tianshan to attend to him. I believe Master Sun will be able to cure my father's affliction. The Sun family of Tianshan, Master Sun? Zhang Jinkai could not help but express his astonishment. Stepping forward with a smile, Master Sun declared, I am indeed the Master Sun from the Tianshan Sun family.